Chapter 1. Extracting the Abomination Gene. Have I truly traversed into the Marvel Universe? On a street somewhere in America, Chen Feng gazed in shock at the Abomination wreaking havoc in the distance. He had merely uttered a sarcastic remark while watching a Marvel film. That Thanos could obliterate half the world with a snap of his fingers was utterly absurd. Just that one statement, that in an instant his body, like those superheroes in the movies, turned to ashes. When he awoke again, he found himself in the Marvel world. Having seen the Marvel films, he was acutely aware of the terrors that lurked within this universe. Superheroes flourished like weeds. Villains were omnipresent. The Hulk and the Abomination frequently engaged in fierce street battles. Portals appeared in the sky, and the invaders either sought to conquer humanity or annihilate the Earth. The Lizard lurked in the shadows, and countless monsters hid within. One could only imagine the peril of this world. Boom, boom, boom. The Abomination seemed to find fault with everything, smashing whatever came into view, be it person or vehicle. Ah! Help! Run! The monster is coming! Save me! I'm trapped in the car! Quick! Take shelter in the buildings! The citizens were gripped by terror, some running frantically, others frozen in fear, while the wounded cried out for help. As the Abomination drew nearer, Chen Feng turned and fled. Although he was a master of martial arts, having won world championships, against a creature like the Abomination, he had no option but to run. He had barely taken a few steps when something fell from the sky, crashing down with a deafening roar, creating a crater in the ground. Cold sweat broke out on Chen Feng's brow. He had narrowly avoided being crushed. A deep, menacing growl reverberated through the air. Chen Feng felt an overwhelming sense of dread. With a thunderous crash, a massive green hand emerged from the crater, slamming down onto the ground and cracking the concrete beneath. Then, a giant green figure climbed out. Seeing the giant, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "The Incredible Hulk! Roar!" The Hulk let out a furious roar, sending Chen Feng flying, landing several meters away. Bruised and bloodied, with a fractured arm and a ringing in his ears, Chen Feng struggled to regain his senses. Before he could recover, the Abomination charged toward him. The Abomination, gathering momentum, caused the ground to quake beneath its feet. The Hulk, refusing to be outdone, sprinted forward with equal ferocity. Caught between the Hulk and the Abomination, Chen Feng hastily rolled to the side, desperately avoiding being trampled, yet still feeling the shockwave from their collision. Thud! Chen Feng spat blood. Watching the titanic struggle between the Hulk and the Abomination escalate, he silently vowed, "I shall remember this injury. One day, I will repay it 100-fold. Ding! Gene extraction system activated. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. The system? Though he seldom read novels, he was familiar with the concept of a system, an essential plot device in countless stories. Yet he never expected it to manifest in his own life. System, can you make me stronger? Chen Feng inquired excitedly. Ding! This system can assist the host in extracting the genes of others, thereby enhancing strength, replied the system. How do I extract? Chen Feng asked, his heart racing with the hope of vengeance. Ding! The target must willingly allow you to extract their genes. Note, you must make physical contact during the extraction, stated the system. Are you kidding me? In the Marvel world, who among those with superpowers would willingly allow me to extract their genes? Chen Feng retorted in frustration. Ding! Then you must subdue them, compelling them to consent to the extraction, or move them emotionally. The methods are numerous. It depends on the host's actions, the system advised. Can I extract genes from animals, like ants? Chen Feng queried. Ding. Negative. The host can only extract the genes of humanoid beings, the system clarified. Sigh. How can I extract the genes of a powerful being? Chen Feng lamented. Tat, tat, tat. A heavily armed helicopter flew low, raining gunfire upon the Abomination perched atop a building. Inspired by a scene from The Incredible Hulk, Chen Feng suddenly recalled how the Hulk had once worn the Abomination down to a point of immobility. Perhaps he could exploit the Abomination's hatred for the Hulk to persuade it to allow him to extract its genes willingly. Enduring his pain, Chen Feng chased after the helicopter. When the helicopter was destroyed by the Abomination, crashing into a dilapidated ancient structure, Chen Feng quickly sought refuge in a nearby building. He waited, biding his time for the moment when the Hulk would incapacitate the Abomination. Hulk smash! The thunderous roar reached Chen Feng's ears. Then came the earth-shattering clash of titans. The Hulk and the Abomination roared in fury. Knowing the opportunity had arrived, he dashed out, blending into the crowd. He saw the Hulk tightly binding the Abomination's neck with a thick metal chain. The Abomination struggled fiercely, yet could not break free. As the Hulk prepared to strangle the Abomination, his girlfriend Betty interjected. No, reluctantly. The Hulk halted, releasing the Abomination, his rage gradually subsiding. Chen Feng began to inch closer to the Abomination. The Hulk was enraged by the blinding spotlight of a helicopter and fled. All eyes turned to him. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng approached the Abomination, whispering, "Blonsky, I have a way to kill the Hulk, but first, you must willingly let me extract your genes." The weakened Abomination turned its head toward Chen Feng, its beastly eyes sending a shiver down his spine. "What is your plan?" The Abomination asked weakly. In its current state, the Abomination was vulnerable and frustrated. Otherwise, it would have easily crushed Chen Feng. "If I extract your genes, I can become as strong as you, and then we can join forces to take down the Hulk. What do you say?" Chen Feng proposed. The Abomination remained silent, warily eyeing Chen Feng. Sensing its apprehension, Chen Feng reassured, "Rest assured, extracting your genes will not harm you. All I need is your willing consent." "Fine, I agree," the Abomination replied. Overjoyed, Chen Feng quickly placed his hand on the Abomination, inwardly exclaiming, "System, initiate the extraction of the Abomination's genes and fuse them with my being." Ding! Abomination gene extraction successful. Fusion in progress, announced the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on the successful fusion with the Abomination's gene, the system proclaimed. As the system's voice echoed, a surge of terrifying power began to transform Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng cried out in agony, feeling his bones, tendons, flesh, and skin being forcibly stretched, the excruciating pain rendering him almost lifeless. Chapter 2. Evolving into a Titan Giant. Fortunately, the transformation process was swift. Mere seconds later, Chen Feng had morphed into a humanoid behemoth akin to the Abomination. Ding. As the host successfully extracts the gene for the first time, the system rewards a novice gift pack. Chen Feng opened the gift pack with his mind and was thrilled to find an evolution gene. If he could evolve the Abomination gene once more, he would undoubtedly be able to stand toe-to-toe with the Hulk. System, initiate the evolution of the Abomination gene, Chen Feng commanded. Ding. Abomination gene evolution in progress. Ding. Abomination gene evolution successful. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Titan Giant gene. With the system's announcement, Chen Feng's body underwent another transformation. This time, perhaps due to the Abomination's physique, the pain was not as intense as before. However, the change was significant. After integrating the Abomination gene, Chen Feng's height was now 3 meters and his weight soared to over 2,000 pounds. His skin had transformed from green to a bronze hue, his physique resembling that of a robust giant rather than the humanoid beast he once was. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction, finally experiencing a sense of security. The Abomination, lying on the ground, witnessed Chen Feng's transformation and exclaimed in astonishment, "How can you transform twice?" Chen Feng looked down at the Abomination, stating, "Because I can extract genes." The onlookers initially thought the Abomination was merely screaming in agony and paid little attention, but when they turned to see Chen Feng, who was even larger than the Hulk, panic swept over them, and they pointed their guns at him. General Ross was utterly bewildered. What is happening? How did another giant monster suddenly appear? "Ah!" Betty suddenly shrieked in a high-pitched voice. Gasp! The other women inhaled sharply. Wow! The men gasped in envy. Except for General Ross, everyone's gaze was fixed on Chen Feng's lower half. Chen Feng glanced down and thought, "This is quite excessive. Hey, buddy, cover this up." A soldier tossed a roll of green cloth to him. Chen Feng caught it, wrapped it around his waist, and tied several secure knots. Once finished, he heard the disappointed sighs of numerous women. Uninterested in the longing gazes of the women, Chen Feng mused, "What's there to be disappointed about? With that size, could you even handle it?" "Who are you?" General Ross inquired. "My name is Chen Feng. I can help you capture the Hulk." Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, though his voice carried a deep, resonant growl, perhaps a trait unique to giants. "And what do you seek in return?" General Ross asked, a man willing to strike deals with demons to achieve his ambitions, that he aimed to dominate the world by extracting blood samples from the Hulk to create more super soldiers. "Tell me the Hulk's whereabouts," Chen Feng stated. The Hulk was notoriously fast and had already vanished without a trace. Thus, Chen Feng had no choice but to collaborate with General Ross. He needed the Hulk's genes. Without them, he might never revert to his human form. Though his current physique was immensely powerful, it was also overwhelmingly large, making it difficult to find a suitable partner for his desires. "You'd better not deceive me. or my army will reduce you to pulp," General Ross threatened coldly. He then picked up the radio, commanding, "Inform me of the Hulk's location." "Report, General. The Hulk is in the district and is fleeing towards the forest park," came the voice of one of General Ross's subordinates through the radio. "Send a helicopter to take me there," Chen Feng requested, as this was his first time in America, and he was completely disoriented. "Dispatch 2 helicopters," General Ross ordered. "Understood, General," replied Catherine, General Ross's secretary. Within a couple of minutes, 2 helicopters arrived, one of which was a heavy-duty chopper, likely sent due to Chen Feng's massive size. As Chen Feng prepared to board the helicopter, the previously weakened Abomination slowly rose, declaring, "I'm coming too. I want to take down the Hulk." With a remarkable recovery ability, the Abomination had nearly regained its full strength within minutes. "You can join, but you must follow orders this time. If you defy me again, I will send you straight to hell," General Ross warned the Abomination. The Abomination was loyal to General Ross. Had it not been for Ross's order to fire upon him, he would not have attacked. The Abomination saluted comically and promised, "Yes, General." General Ross waved his hand. "Let's move out." The Abomination and Chen Feng boarded the same helicopter. In the spacious cabin, the Abomination asked Chen Feng, "How powerful are you?" "I utilized your gene to evolve into a Titan giant, making my strength tenfold yours," Chen Feng replied candidly. The Titan giants were legendary beings of an ancient race that once ruled the earth. Though lacking magical abilities, they possessed unparalleled physical strength, impervious to blades and flames, making Chen Feng's claim entirely truthful. "Tenfold," the Abomination exclaimed, wide-eyed. Chen Feng nodded. "Can you help me evolve into a Titan giant as well?" The Abomination pleaded, gazing at Chen Feng with yearning. The Abomination was a seeker of power, unafraid of death, willing to confront the Hulk with mere mortal strength. Chen Feng shook his head. "I cannot. An additional strong opponent only brings more danger. I cannot afford to empower you, and besides, I can only extract genes through the system." Upon hearing Chen Feng's refusal, the Abomination's expression darkened, breath quickening, fists clenched, veins bulging, as if he were about to strike Chen Feng. Seeing the Abomination's state, Chen Feng coldly threatened, "You are no match for me. I suggest you remain compliant, or I won't hesitate to eliminate you." Heavy breaths escaped the Abomination as he struggled to control his raging emotions. Mr. "Chun, this is Blonsky. The Hulk is hiding in the cave below. General Ross says you may proceed," the helicopter pilot informed. With several hundred meters still to the ground, Chen Feng showed no fear and jumped down. The Abomination followed suit. Boom! Boom! With 2 thunderous crashes, Chen Feng and the Abomination landed, creating deep craters. After a few leaps, they arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. The Abomination roared at the cave, "Hulk, come out and face your doom." A furious roar echoed from the dark cave, and moments later, the Hulk charged out like a fearsome tank, unrelenting. The Abomination, undaunted, rushed to confront him, but was immediately sent flying by the Hulk's overwhelming force. After dispatching the Abomination, the Hulk swung his massive fist at Chen Feng. Chen Feng deftly dodged the punch by tilting his head, then swiftly grasped the Hulk's wrist. With a swift rotation, he turned his back to the Hulk, pulling down forcefully while bending at the waist, executing a flawless shoulder throw in an instant. With a resounding crash, the Hulk was slammed to the ground. Chapter 3, Standing over the Abomination, Raising the Hulk. The Hulk, dazed from the impact, was given no chance to retaliate as Chen Feng unleashed a flurry of relentless punches and kicks upon him. For it is the highest honor in battle to vanquish one's opponent with unwavering resolve. The Hulk relies on his formidable physique and immense strength to overpower his adversaries with sheer force. However, he now faces the Titan giant Chen Feng, who is even more powerful than himself. Coupled with Chen Feng's extensive combat experience, the Hulk finds it challenging to unleash his full potential and is instead subjected to relentless suppression, reduced to anguished howls. As the Hulk is sent flying, the Abomination stares in astonishment. How incredibly strong, he muses. Meanwhile, General Ross, observing from a helicopter, is equally taken aback by the scene unfolding below. Beside him, Betty watches in distress as her boyfriend is overwhelmed by Chen Feng. Desperate, she pleads with her father, "Dad, please save Banner." Betty has a knack for complicating her father's plans, always appearing just when success seems imminent to disrupt the proceedings. "Do not fret. Your boyfriend is not so fragile," General Ross retorts, fully aware of the Hulk's resilience, having witnessed it firsthand. Heavy artillery could scarcely harm him. Then let me down, Betty demands, her anger palpable. She longs to encourage her boyfriend, for her presence has often bolstered his strength in times of peril. Enough of this nonsense, General Ross snaps, his patience wearing thin. If she were not his own daughter, he might have considered casting her from the helicopter. Below them, the Hulk's fury intensifies as Chen Feng continues to assault him, his power swelling with each surge of rage. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, he seizes Chen Feng's foot, lifting him off the ground and slamming him into the rocks with tremendous force. Witnessing this, the Abomination seizes the opportunity and lunges forward, wrapping his arms around the Hulk's neck. Without the Hulk's interference, Chen Feng emerges from the rubble, his appearance disheveled yet unharmed, testament to the Titan's robust constitution. Hulk, prepare to face my wrath. Chen Feng bellows, recognizing his earlier lapse that allowed the Hulk to retaliate. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he launches into the air like a rocket, descending precisely where the Hulk stands. The ground shudders as the Hulk is driven beneath the earth. Chen Feng then crouches down, grasping the Hulk's neck with a single hand, lifting him effortlessly as though he were a mere child. The sheer magnitude of Chen Feng's strength is unfathomable. Despite the Hulk's struggles, he cannot break free. The Hulk unleashes a series of furious punches against Chen Feng, yet the Titan remains unscathed. In his transformed state, Chen Feng is utterly unfazed by the Hulk's current power, which has not yet reached its terrifying potential. Submit to me and allow me to extract your gene, or perish, Chen Feng states coldly. The Hulk, gasping for breath, manages to utter, Hulk will never yield. Chen Feng responds, tightening his grip until the Hulk's tongue protrudes in defiance. Yet he persists in surviving, demonstrating his extraordinary vitality. At that moment, the Abomination strikes, spinning in close and driving his bony elbow into the Hulk's chest. The Hulk cries out in agony, his body stiffening before succumbing to weakness. Stop! Betty appears like a savior. Undeterred, Chen Feng increases his grip. The Abomination, relentless, continues to inflict wounds upon the Hulk, causing him to bleed profusely with green blood. Ignoring everything else, Betty rushes forward, clutching the green cloth around Chen Feng's waist and pleading tearfully, please, let Banner go, I will extract his gene without harm. But he refuses, so he must die. Chen Feng replies indifferently. From a distance, General Ross, overhearing Chen Feng's words, remains unmoved. His objective is the Hulk's blood, indifferent to the creature's fate. Banner, agree to him quickly, or you will die, Betty urges through her tears. Perhaps influenced by her desperation, the Hulk, despite being on the brink of unconsciousness, manages to assert, no, Hulk will never yield. Frustrated by the Hulk's obstinacy, Chen Feng suddenly grips Betty's neck, lifting her with ease. And what now? Will you submit? Let go of me, please. Betty gasps, struggling for breath, her legs flailing in the air. The Hulk's strength surges dramatically, fueled by his inner fury. Chen Feng, release Betty. She is my daughter. General Ross shouts anxiously. Her survival hinges entirely on whether the Hulk willingly permits me to extract his gene. Chen Feng retorts coldly. In the Marvel Universe, kindness is a liability. Survival demands ruthlessness. Only by growing stronger does one earn the right to exist. Blonsky, stop him now. General Ross commands. The Abomination hesitates, then ultimately chooses to obey Ross, attacking Chen Feng. The Abomination attempts to pierce Chen Feng's back with his bony elbow, but the Titan's body is impervious to harm. Instead, his own bone shatters upon impact. Chen Feng dismisses the Abomination's assault, turning to deliver a powerful kick that breaks the Abomination's leg. The Abomination collapses, howling in anguish, while the Hulk's power continues to swell with his rage. Yet, the Abomination's strength remains static, rendering him vastly inferior to Chen Feng, who swiftly overwhelms him. With a decisive kick, Chen Feng sends the Abomination sprawling to the ground, then stomps down with a resounding crack, shattering bones and caving in his chest. The Abomination's cries echo as he loses the will to struggle. With one foot on the Abomination and the other holding the Hulk aloft, Chen Feng revels in his triumph, throwing back his head and howling victoriously. General Ross, concerned for his daughter, discreetly issues a command over the radio. Sniper, aim for Chen Feng's head and take the shot. Understood, the sniper replies over the comm. Moments later, a series of gunshots ring out. Chen Feng's head is struck multiple times. Though unbroken, the pain ignites his fury. He glares at General Ross from a distance, demanding, do you wish to use my hands to kill your own daughter? General Ross's expression darkens. He refrains from answering Chen Feng, instead issuing further orders over the radio. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. If you cannot kill Chen Feng, I want you all to leave immediately. General Ross's military is formidable, equipped with an array of advanced weaponry. Thus, Chen Feng opts to retreat from the confrontation, having secured the Hulk. He cannot yet release Betty. Her presence is essential in persuading the Hulk to allow him to extract his gene, and she serves as a valuable hostage. With Betty in his left hand and the Hulk in his right, Chen Feng leaps high into the air. Yet, as he does, armor-piercing rounds strike his back, causing him to plummet from the sky. Chapter 1. Extraction of the Abomination gene. Have I truly traversed into the Marvel Universe? On a street somewhere in America, Chen Feng gazed in shock at the Abomination wreaking havoc in the distance, but he had merely made a sarcastic remark while watching a Marvel film, claiming that Thanos' snap could annihilate half the world, which seemed utterly implausible. With just that one comment, his body disintegrated like those superheroes depicted in the films. Upon awakening, he realized he had crossed over into the Marvel Universe. Having watched Marvel movies, he was acutely aware of the terror that permeated this world. Superheroes were as abundant as the stars in the sky. Supervillains lurked around every corner. The Hulk and the Abomination frequently engaged in street battles. Portals opened in the sky, with invaders either seeking to conquer humanity or obliterate the planet. The Lizard Professor was elusive, and countless monsters hid in the shadows. It was clear just how perilous this world was. Boom, boom, boom. The Abomination seemed to be discontent with everything in sight, smashing anything it encountered, be it people or vehicles. Ah, help! Run! The monster is coming! Save me! I'm trapped in the car! Quick, take shelter in the buildings. The citizens were paralyzed with fear, some sprinting desperately forward, others trembling in terror, while some sought refuge in buildings, and the injured cried out for help. Witnessing the advancing Abomination, Chen Feng turned and fled. Despite being a skilled martial artist and a world champion, he had no choice but to run when faced with a creature like the Abomination. He had barely taken a few steps when something fell from the sky with a thunderous crash, creating a crater in the ground. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Feng's brow. He had narrowly escaped death. Roar, roar, roared a deep, menacing growl resonated. Chen Feng sensed a terrifying presence. With a tremendous crash, a colossal green hand emerged from the pit, slamming down onto the ground and cracking the cement beneath. Then, a massive green figure climbed out. Upon seeing the giant, Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment, "The Hulk!" Roar! The Hulk let out a furious roar, sending Chen Feng flying several meters away. He landed hard, his body battered, with a fractured arm, ruptured eardrum, and a throbbing headache. Before he could regain his composure, the Abomination charged at him. The Abomination gathered momentum, its footsteps causing the ground to tremble and crack. Not to be outdone, the Hulk also surged forward, equally formidable. Caught between the Hulk and the Abomination, Chen Feng hastily rolled to the side of the road, desperate to avoid being crushed, yet still suffered injuries from the shockwaves of their clash, spitting blood. Chen Feng watched the two titans battle further away, vowing silently, "I will remember this injury and repay it 100-fold in the future." Ding! The gene extraction system has been activated. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in Chen Feng's mind. A system? Though he rarely read novels, he was familiar with the concept of a system, an indispensable tool in many stories. He never imagined it would manifest in his own life. System, can you make me stronger? Chen Feng inquired eagerly. Ding! This system can assist the host in extracting genes from others, thereby enhancing strength, the system replied. How do I extract? Chen Feng asked, his excitement growing with the prospect of revenge. Ding! The target must willingly allow you to extract their genes. Note, you must touch them during the extraction, the system explained. System, are you jesting? In the Marvel Universe, those with superpowers cherish their abilities dearly. How could they willingly let me extract their genes? Chen Feng retorted, exasperated. Ding! Then you must subdue them, compelling them to willingly allow you to extract their genes or move them emotionally. There are many methods. It depends on the host's actions, the system clarified. Can I extract genes from animals, like ants? Chen Feng inquired. Ding! No, the host can only extract genes from humanoid beings, the system replied. Sigh, how can I extract the genes of the powerful? Chen Feng lamented. Tat, 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 T-A-T, an armed helicopter flew low, firing at the Abomination perched atop a building. Seeing this, Chen Feng recalled a scene from The Incredible Hulk, where the Hulk had exhausted the Abomination, leaving it motionless on the ground. Perhaps he could leverage the Abomination's hatred for the Hulk, convincing it to willingly allow him to extract its genes. Suppressing the pain, Chen Feng chased after the helicopter on the ground. When the helicopter was destroyed by the Abomination and crashed into a dilapidated ancient structure, Chen Feng swiftly sought refuge in a nearby building. He waited for the moment when the Hulk would bring the Abomination to its knees. Hulk smash! The roar echoed in Chen Feng's ears. Then came a deafening commotion, followed by the furious roars of the Hulk and the Abomination. Chen Feng knew the opportunity had arrived. He dashed out, blending into the crowd. He saw the Hulk tightly bind the Abomination's neck with a thick chain. The Abomination struggled desperately, but could not break free as the Hulk prepared to choke the Abomination to death. His girlfriend Betty intervened, saying no. Reluctantly, the Hulk ceased his actions, releasing the Abomination as his emotions gradually calmed. Chen Feng began to inch closer to the Abomination. When the Hulk was enraged by the bright spotlight from an armed helicopter and fled, all eyes turned to the Hulk. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng approached the Abomination and whispered, "Blonsky, I have a way to kill the Hulk, but first, you must willingly allow me to extract your genes." The weakened Abomination turned its head to Chen Feng, its beastly eyes sending shivers down his spine. "What is your plan?" The Abomination asked weakly. In its current state, the Abomination was feeble and dejected. Had it been otherwise, it would have effortlessly crushed Chen Feng. "If I extract your genes, I can become as powerful as you, and then we can join forces to take down the Hulk. What do you say?" Chen Feng proposed. The Abomination remained silent, eyeing Chen Feng warily. Sensing its apprehension, Chen Feng reassured, "Rest assured, extracting your genes will not harm you. It only requires your willingness." "All right, I agree," the Abomination replied. Overjoyed, Chen Feng quickly placed his hand on the Abomination, silently thinking, "System, extract the Abomination's genes and integrate them into my body." Ding! Gene extraction of the Abomination successful. Integration in progress, the system announced. Ding! Congratulations, host has integrated the Abomination's genes, the system confirmed. As the system's voice echoed, a surge of terrifying power began to transform Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng let out a scream. Feeling his bones, tendons, flesh, and skin being forcibly stretched, the excruciating pain made him feel as though he were suffering in hell. Chapter 2. Evolving into a Titan Giant. Fortunately, the transformation process was swift. Within seconds, Chen Feng transformed into a humanoid behemoth akin to the Abomination. Beep! As the host has successfully extracted genes for the first time, the system rewards a beginner's gift pack, the system announced. Chen Feng opened the gift pack with his mind and was thrilled to see an evolution gene. If he could evolve the Abomination gene once more, he would undoubtedly be able to confront the Hulk head-on. System, evolve the Abomination gene for me, Chen Feng commanded. Beep! Evolving Abomination gene. The system responded. Beep! Abomination gene evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the Titan Giant gene, the system declared. As the system's notification echoed, Chen Feng's body transformed once again. This time, perhaps due to the Abomination's physique, the pain was not as intense as before. However, the changes were significant. After integrating the Abomination gene, Chen Feng now stood at an imposing height of 3 meters and weighed over 2,000 gene. His skin had shifted from green to a bronzed hue, his physique resembling that of a robust giant, rather than the humanoid beast he once was. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, Chen Feng smiled with satisfaction, finally experiencing a sense of security. The Abomination, lying on the ground, witnessed Chen Feng's transformation in disbelief. "How can you transform twice?" he stammered. Chen Feng looked down at the Abomination and replied, "Because I can extract genes." Initially, those present assumed the Abomination was merely crying out in agony and paid little attention. However, when they turned to see Chen Feng, larger than the Hulk, terror spread among them as they raised their guns in unison. General Ross stood in utter confusion. What was happening? How had another gigantic creature suddenly appeared? Betty let out a piercing scream. Hiss! The other women gasped in shock. Wow! The men expressed their astonishment enviously. Except for General Ross, everyone was fixated on Chen Feng's lower half. Chen Feng glanced down and thought, "This is quite exaggerated." "Hey, buddy, cover that up." A soldier tossed him a roll of green cloth. Chen Feng caught it, wrapped it around his waist, and secured it with several knots. Upon completing the task, he heard the disappointed sighs of many women. Indifferent to the desires of the eager women, Chen Feng mused, "What's there to be disappointed about? With something this size, can you handle it?" "Who are you?" General Ross inquired. My name is Chen Feng. I can help you capture the Hulk. Chen Feng replied calmly, though his voice bore a deep, rumbling intensity, perhaps a characteristic of being a giant. And what do you seek in return? General Ross asked, a man willing to make deals with devils to achieve his ambitions that he aimed to extract blood samples from the Hulk to create more super soldiers. Tell me the Hulk's whereabouts, Chen Feng stated. The Hulk was elusive, having vanished in mere moments. Thus, Chen Feng had no choice but to collaborate with General Ross. He needed the Hulk's genes, otherwise he might never revert to his human form. Although his current body was immensely powerful, it was also excessively large, making romantic pursuits nearly impossible. You better not deceive me, or my army will turn you into paste, General Ross threatened coldly. He then picked up his radio and commanded, inform me of the Hulk's location. Report, General, the Hulk is in the district. Fleeing towards the forest park, came the voice of one of General Ross's subordinates over the radio. Send a helicopter to take me there, Chen Feng instructed, as this was his first time in the United States, and he was utterly lost. Deploy 2 helicopters, General Ross ordered. Yes, General, replied Catherine, General Ross's secretary. Within a minute or two, 2 helicopters arrived, one of which was a heavy-duty model, presumably dispatched due to Chen Feng's massive size. As Chen Feng prepared to board the helicopter, the previously weakened Abomination slowly stood up and declared, I'm coming too. I want to take down the Hulk. With his remarkable regenerative abilities, the Abomination had nearly returned to peak condition within a few minutes. You can come, but you must obey orders this time. If you defy me again, I will send you to hell, General Ross warned the Abomination. The Abomination was loyal to General Ross. Had it not been for the order to fire upon him, he would not have attacked. The Abomination gave a comical salute to General Ross and assured, Yes, General. General Ross waved his hand. Let's go. The Abomination and Chen Feng boarded the same helicopter. Inside the spacious cabin, the Abomination asked, How powerful are you? I utilized your gene to evolve into a Titan giant, making my strength tenfold that of yours. Chen Feng replied truthfully. The Titan giants were legendary ancient beings who once ruled the earth. Though they lacked magical powers, they were incredibly robust, impervious to blades and flames, and unmatched in close combat. So Chen Feng was not exaggerating. Tenfold, the Abomination was astounded. Chen Feng nodded. Can you help me evolve into a Titan giant as well? The Abomination implored, his eyes gleaming with desire. The Abomination was fiercely driven by the pursuit of power, unafraid of death, and dared to confront the Hulk with his mortal form. Chen Feng shook his head. I cannot. More powerful beings mean more danger. I will not assist in creating rivals. Besides, I can only extract genes through the system myself. Upon hearing Chen Feng's refusal, the Abomination's expression darkened, his breath quickened, and his fists clenched, veins bulging as if he were about to strike Chen Feng. Recognizing the Abomination's volatile state, Chen Feng coldly threatened, You are no match for me. I suggest you remain compliant, or I won't hesitate to end you. Gasping heavily, the Abomination struggled to control his rising fury. Mr. Chen, this is Blonsky. The Hulk is hiding in a cave below. General Ross says you may proceed, the helicopter pilot announced. Though still several hundred meters above the ground, Chen Feng leaped out without a hint of fear. The Abomination followed suit. Boom! Boom! The two landed with a tremendous crash, creating deep craters upon impact. After a few powerful jumps, they arrived at the entrance of a massive cave. The Abomination bellowed into the cave. Hulk, come out and face your death. A furious roar echoed back from the dark cave, followed by the Hulk charging out like a fearsome tank. Undaunted, unfazed, the Abomination charged forward but was immediately sent flying by the Hulk's forceful collision. After knocking aside the Abomination, the Hulk swung his massive fist at Chen Feng. Chen Feng swiftly dodged, pivoting to grasp the Hulk's wrist. With a swift rotation, he turned his back to the Hulk, pulling down forcefully while bending at the waist, executing a flawless shoulder throw in an instant. With a resounding crash, the Hulk was slammed into the ground. Chapter 3. Treading on the Abomination, raising the Hulk high. The Hulk relies on his formidable physique and boundless strength to overpower his adversaries with sheer force. However, he now faces the even stronger Titan giant, Chen Feng, who, coupled with his extensive combat experience, completely suppresses the Hulk, leaving him to lament his plight. After being sent flying, the Abomination returned, astonished. Incredible strength, he marveled. General Ross, observing from a helicopter, was equally taken aback by the scene unfolding below. Beside him, Betty, witnessing her boyfriend being bested by Chen Feng, became frantic and implored her father, "Dad, please save Banner." Betty, notorious for hindering her father's plans, always seemed to disrupt his successes at the most critical moments. "Do not worry. Your boyfriend is not so fragile," General Ross retorted, having first-hand experience of the Hulk's resilience against heavy weaponry. "Then let me down," Betty insisted angrily. She felt compelled to boost her boyfriend's spirit, for her presence often empowered the Hulk in times of peril. "Stop this nonsense," General Ross snapped, contemplating the absurdity of his daughter's antics. If she were not his own flesh and blood, he might have considered casting her from the helicopter. Below, the Hulk's fury intensified with each blow from Chen Feng, his strength surging in tandem with his rage. Suddenly, he roared, grasped Chen Feng's leg, lifted him, and violently slammed him into the rocks. Observing this, the Abomination seized the opportunity, rushing forward to wrap his arms around the Hulk's neck. With the Hulk distracted, Chen Feng emerged from the rubble. Though disheveled, he remained unscathed, a testament to the Titan giant's formidable constitution. "Hulk, prepare to face my wrath," Chen Feng declared, having momentarily underestimated the Hulk, which allowed for the latter's momentary resistance. With a powerful push, Chen Feng launched himself skyward like a rocket, landing precisely where the Hulk had stood. Boom! The Hulk was driven deep into the earth. Next, Chen Feng crouched down, seizing the Hulk by the neck, effortlessly lifting him as if he were a mere child. The magnitude of Chen Feng's strength was unimaginable. Even as he choked the Hulk, the latter struggled in vain to break free. Thud, thud, thud. The Hulk roared in defiance, landing blow after blow on Chen Feng. Yet the Titan remained impervious. Transformed into the Titan giant, Chen Feng felt no fear of the Hulk, whose potential had yet to fully manifest. "Submit to my extraction of your genes, or perish," Chen Feng stated coldly. With great effort, the Hulk managed to utter, "Hulk will never yield." Humph! Chen Feng increased his grip, causing the Hulk to choke, yet the green giant's tenacity was undeniable, displaying an incredible vitality. Suddenly, the Abomination attacked, spinning in close and driving his bony elbow into the Hulk's chest. With a pained cry, the Hulk stiffened and began to weaken. "Stop!" Betty appeared like a savior. Chen Feng remained unfazed, intensifying his hold. The Abomination continued his onslaught, inflicting grievous wounds on the Hulk, causing a torrent of green blood to flow. Ignoring everything, Betty dashed forward, clutching the green cloth around Chen Feng's waist, pleading through tears, "Please, let Banner go that I will extract his genes without harm." Yet he refuses, thus he must die, Chen Feng replied matter-of-factly. From a distance, General Ross, overhearing Chen Feng's words, remained unmoved. He desired the Hulk's blood, indifferent to the creature's fate. "Banner, please agree, or you will die," Betty cried, urging him on. Perhaps inspired by Betty's plea, the Hulk, despite his dire state, found the strength to declare, "No, Hulk will never yield." Frustrated by the Hulk's obstinacy, Chen Feng's other hand suddenly grasped Betty's neck, lifting her as well, and turned to the Hulk. "What now? Will you submit?" "Let go of me, please," Betty gasped, flailing helplessly in the air. Roaring, the Hulk's strength surged, unleashing his inner fury. "Chen Feng, let go of Betty. She's my daughter," General Ross shouted in desperation. "Her survival hinges entirely on whether the Hulk willingly permits me to extract his genes." Chen Feng responded coldly that, "I am the Marvel Universe. Kindness is often seen as a curse. To survive, one must be ruthless and powerful, earning the right to exist." "Blonsky, stop him," General Ross commanded. The Abomination hesitated but ultimately chose to obey, launching an attack against Chen Feng. He struck Chen Feng's back with his bony elbow, yet the Titan's formidable physique rendered the blow ineffective, shattering his own bone in the process. Chen Feng disregarded the Abomination's assault, pivoting and delivering a brutal kick that shattered the latter's right leg. The Abomination fell to one knee, howling in agony. While the Hulk could grow stronger with rage, the Abomination's power remained static, making him no match for the tenfold stronger Chen Feng. With a swift kick, Chen Feng sent the Abomination sprawling to the ground, then stomped down with force. A sickening crack echoed as the bones in the Abomination's chest shattered, collapsing inward. "Arg!" The Abomination cried out, devoid of strength to resist any further. With one foot on the Abomination and the other grasping the Hulk, Chen Feng reveled in his triumph, unable to suppress a triumphant roar towards the heavens. General Ross, deeply concerned for his daughter, discreetly ordered through his radio, "Sniper, aim for Chen Feng's head. Secure a clean shot." Understood, came the sniper's reply. Moments later, a series of gunshots rang out. Chen Feng's head was struck multiple times. Although no skin was broken, the pain ignited his fury. He glared at General Ross, demanding, "Do you wish for me to kill your daughter?" General Ross's expression darkened. He did not respond, but quietly instructed over the radio, "Switch to armor-piercing rounds. If you cannot eliminate Chen Feng, then all of you are dismissed." General Ross's forces were formidable, equipped with advanced weaponry and heavy artillery. Thus, Chen Feng chose to bide his time, for he had already captured the Hulk. As for Betty, he could not release her just yet. He required her to ensure the Hulk's compliance in gene extraction and to serve as leverage for his escape. With Betty in his left hand and the Hulk in his right, Chen Feng leaped high into the air, bang, bang, bang. Armor-piercing rounds struck his back, causing him to descend abruptly. Chapter 4. Extracting the Hulk's genes, Chen Feng landed on the ground without falling, still grasping the Hulk and Betty tightly in his hands. With a forceful push from his back, several large armor-piercing rounds were expelled from his body. The moment they left, the wounds on his body began to scab over, healing completely within mere seconds. He glanced back at General Ross and declared, "General Ross, your actions have successfully etched you into my memory. Fear not. I shall return for you." With that, he sprinted away, causing trees to snap in his wake. "What should we do, General?" "Chen Feng is holding Miss Betty, and our men are hesitant to use heavy weaponry," Secretary Catherine reported. General Ross slammed the walkie-talkie down in frustration, exclaiming, "What a daughter! Incapable of accomplishing anything yet adept at causing chaos. It is one thing to be distant from me, but another to thwart my efforts." "Damn it, General?" Catherine inquired. With a resigned sigh, General Ross replied, "Retreat." Suddenly, he remembered his capable warrior, Blonsky, and asked, "Is Blonsky dead?" "Not dead, but severely injured," Catherine replied. "Well, that is a relief," Ross said, feeling somewhat reassured. He was not entirely satisfied with the Abomination's capabilities, as it could not transform into a human. The creation of numerous humanoid monsters like the Abomination would incite rebellion among all of humanity. After leaving the forest park, Chen Feng dashed into a sewer. In the Marvel Universe, surveillance was omnipresent, with nowhere to hide. Only the sewer provided a meager refuge from the watchful eyes. Once inside, Chen Feng ceased his running, releasing the Hulk and Betty. The Hulk had been choked into unconsciousness and collapsed to the ground upon release. Betty fared better, merely discomfort by the grip. Once freed, she swayed momentarily before regaining her composure. With her newfound freedom, Betty rushed to the Hulk, crying out, "Banner, wake up! You had better persuade the Hulk to allow me to extract his genes willingly, or I shall truly kill you both," Chen Feng threatened. "I will convince him. Just don't harm us," Betty pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. Seeing the tear-streaked, heart-wrenching visage of Betty, Chen Feng felt a twinge of compassion. Yet the thought of this being his sole opportunity to revert to humanity extinguished that flicker of empathy. What was it to bully a woman? As long as he could grow stronger, he would not hesitate to cast aside his humanity. The Hulk's regenerative abilities were unparalleled. He awoke within a short span. Upon seeing the Hulk regain consciousness, Betty immediately urged him, "Banner, let him extract your genes. It won't harm you. Please don't resist, or he will kill us." "I will never submit," the Hulk weakly declared, his identity as the independent persona of Banner asserting itself. In the Hulk's mind, there was no fear, only an infinite fury. "For my sake, can you not do this?" Betty said sorrowfully. The Hulk turned his gaze towards Betty, and amidst his wild demeanor, a flicker of tenderness emerged. "Hulk, I present you with two choices. First, willingly allow me to extract your genes. Second, I shall kill Betty this very moment," Chen Feng stated coldly. The Green Giant had recovered significantly, yet he refrained from succumbing to rage, perhaps aware of his inability to contend with Chen Feng. He gazed at his pitiful girlfriend and ultimately bowed his noble head, weakly conceding, "Hulk chooses to let you extract his genes." "A wise choice," Chen Feng praised with delight. Approaching the Green Giant, he placed a hand upon him, silently commanding the system, "Extract the genes of the Green Giant and merge them with my own." Ding! Gene extraction from the Green Giant failed. System? Chen Feng seethed in fury, delivering a powerful punch that drove the Green Giant's head into the ground. With a splatter, the Green Giant expelled a stream of green blood. "How can you go back on your word?" Betty accused, her voice laced with anger. "Your boyfriend did not willingly allow me to extract his genes," Chen Feng explained. "Impossible. He didn't resist you a moment ago," Betty retorted skeptically. "If you doubt it, ask him yourself," Chen Feng replied curtly. "Banner, is what he says true?" Betty inquired. The Green Giant spat out a glob of green blood and glared at Chen Feng, declaring, "Hulk, as long as I live, I have not lost." Observing the unwavering spirit of the Green Giant, Chen Feng felt relieved to have captured Betty. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss. Without further persuasion from Chen Feng, Betty took the initiative to implore the green giant. Banner, would you not do this for me? Let him extract your genes, and then we can live in a place where no one knows us. Gazing into Betty's eyes, filled with earnest longing and desperation, the green giant finally relented, addressing Chen Feng once more. Come, this time I will not deceive you. Chen Feng placed his hand upon the green giant again, internally urging the system, extract the genes of the green giant. Ding! Gene extraction from the green giant was successful. Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. He could finally revert to his human form. You may leave now, Chen Feng declared, as the green giant and Betty had outlived their utility to him. Upon hearing this, the green giant hurriedly embraced Betty and fled. After their departure, Chen Feng commanded, System, merge the genes of the green giant with my own. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have merged with the genes of the green giant. Aside from a slight darkening of his bronzed skin, no other changes were apparent. Chen Feng began to take deep breaths to calm himself. Soon, his body began to transform. As his emotions stabilized, he gradually shrank, ultimately reverting to his normal size. Now restored to humanity, Chen Feng felt elated. However, one aspect left him dissatisfied. Like the green giant, he returned to being an ordinary person, accompanied by a brief period of weakness. After several transformations under controlled emotional states, he finally felt at ease. Ordinary humans are too feeble. It seems necessary to extract the genes of other superheroes, such as Captain America, Spider-Man, and Thor, each a worthy choice, Chen Feng mused to himself. Emerging from the depths of the sewer, Chen Feng stepped into the vibrant city, yet before he could secure a temporary abode, he encountered a stunning foreign woman whom he recognized. Natasha, known as the Black Widow, a senior agent of SHIELD, and a goddess within the Marvel Universe, approached him with graceful strides. Extending her fair right hand, she flashed an enchanting smile and introduced herself, saying, I am Natasha. A pleasure to meet you, Chen Feng. Natasha had been assigned by Director Fury to seek out Chen Feng, with the mission of inviting him to join SHIELD, while discreetly probing into his background. SHIELD welcomes all strong individuals. Those with commendable character are offered full membership, while those of lesser integrity are relegated to auxiliary roles. As they shook hands, Chen Feng smiled and inquired, What brings you to me? He was not surprised by her ability to find him. SHIELD is one of the most formidable organizations in the Marvel realm, making it effortless for them to locate him. I simply wish to invite you for a drink, as you are rather handsome, Natasha purred softly. Chapter 5, The Persuasion of SHIELD. Given your beauty, how could I possibly refuse? However, could you first assist me in acquiring suitable attire? Chen Feng replied candidly, still clad in tattered green fabric. Not a problem, Natasha smiled. With her financial resources, she led him to a high-end boutique. Since he was not required to foot the bill, Chen Feng selected a tailored suit, complete with leather shoes, a belt, and a watch. Upon emerging from the fitting room, Chen Feng appeared transformed, exuding an aura of cool sophistication. With his strong brow, piercing eyes, prominent nose, and square jawline, combined with his towering height of 6 feet and muscular build, he radiated an explosive energy. His already striking appearance was amplified in the suit, with the shirt casually fastened only at the middle buttons, imparting a wild charm that showcased his masculine allure. Oh my goodness, Natasha gasped, covering her mouth, as waves of excitement surged within her. Although she had encountered many men, this was the first time she had seen someone so undeniably masculine. Wow, he looks amazing. He must be a fitness coach. If I had a boyfriend like him, I would be the happiest woman in the world. The saleswomen in the boutique were utterly captivated by Chen Feng. Had Natasha not been present, they would have surely flocked to him. With a sense of pride, Natasha wrapped her arm around Chen Feng's, addressing the infatuated saleswomen. This is my boyfriend. Chen Feng merely smiled, not taking it to heart. Having watched Marvel films, he was well aware of Natasha's reputation. She was a master of romance, having left countless superheroes enamored, yet none had succeeded in winning her over. Flirting was one thing, but sincere affection was a different matter altogether. Come, let us go for a drink, Natasha cooed, her voice sweetly enticing, stirring an impulse within Chen Feng. With a firm embrace, he wrapped his arm around Natasha's slender waist and led her outside. Natasha made no attempt to resist, appearing demure and delicate as she allowed Chen Feng to guide her. Under her lead, they arrived at a bustling bar and entered a lavish private booth. The decor was opulent, especially enhanced by the music and lighting, creating a captivating atmosphere. Natasha ordered a bottle of whiskey from the waiter, uncorked it, and poured 2 glasses. handing one to Chen Feng. He accepted the glass, and with a flirtatious tone, Natasha toasted, "To our encounter." They clinked their glasses together with a resounding chime. Chen Feng, in a spirited manner, tilted his head back and downed his drink in one go. Natasha, more refined, took a delicate sip and smiled at Chen Feng, saying, "It's a pity to have whiskey without a story. I wonder if Mr. Chen Feng can share a tale of himself with me. I am Chen Feng, a citizen of Huagua, in pursuit of strength, which led me to the United States." "That's the end of my story," he replied. "Oh, that's it?" Natasha asked, perplexed. "Yes, that's it," Chen Feng insisted, unwilling to divulge more. Revealing too much would risk attracting the attention of SHIELD, as he had no backing to protect him. "What other ambitions do you have aside from seeking strength?" Natasha inquired. "I can extract the genes of others without causing them harm, provided they willingly cooperate," Chen Feng revealed, deciding to be forthright about his abilities. "Is it a superpower?" Natasha asked, intrigued. Chen Feng nodded. "In a sense, yes. I've heard you extracted the genes of the Abomination, which cannot revert to humanity. How did you manage to change back?" Natasha pressed further. "Later, I extracted the genes of the Hulk, and by controlling my emotions, I can transform at will." Chen Feng explained. "There are two types of powerful beings on Earth: superheroes, who are adored by all of humanity, and supervillains, who are regarded as enemies of all. Which kind do you aspire to be?" Natasha queried sharply. "Of course, a superhero," Chen Feng replied instantaneously, thinking to himself that only a fool would desire to be a supervillain. "Have you heard of SHIELD?" Natasha asked, uncertain of Chen Feng's intentions, but recognizing his potential qualification for membership. "I not only know of SHIELD, but I also know your director is named Fury, a one-eyed man, and you, Natasha, are known as the Black Widow," Chen Feng said, feigning mystery. Natasha was taken aback. Despite SHIELD's formidable reputation, they operated discreetly, making knowledge of them rare, let alone of Director Fury. "How do you know these things?" Natasha asked. Astonished, Chen Feng took a sip of his drink before responding, "I won't tell you." Cultivating an air of authority was crucial, as it would deter SHIELD from crossing him easily. "Very well. I will be straightforward then. Our director, Fury, wishes to invite you to join SHIELD. Please consider it," Natasha offered. "I am willing to join, but I have conditions," Chen Feng stated. "Speak," Natasha replied. "First, I require assistance in obtaining a U.S. identity. Second, I desire freedom. Unless a special circumstance necessitates my aid, I wish to manage my own time. Third, I would like an introduction to Iron Man, as I wish to collaborate with him." Chen Feng articulated his three conditions. "All is well, but if you seek freedom, you can only become an external agent of SHIELD, and the authority of external agents is limited," Natasha remarked. "That is acceptable," Chen Feng replied nonchalantly, for he was aware that many prominent figures within SHIELD were external agents, such as the Hulk, Iron Man, Ant-Man, and others. Natasha rose, extended her right hand, and warmly said, "On behalf of SHIELD, I welcome your participation." Chen Feng also stood, shook Natasha's hand, and smiled. "It is an utmost honor." Once seated again, Natasha curiously inquired, "Chen Feng, what collaboration do you seek with Tony?" "In the realm of technology," Chen Feng responded. "In the Marvel Universe, one can attain strength through wealth, and Iron Man exemplifies this notion. Additionally, there are figures like the Green Goblin and Dr. Octopus. Thus, Chen Feng aspired to acquire Iron Man's genes to gain a mechanical aptitude. With such knowledge, he could prosper through technology, emulate Ultron, create a mechanical army, and establish his own vast influence." "What technology?" Natasha pressed further. "Would you like to know?" Chen Feng retorted. Natasha nodded. "Yes. Kiss me, and I shall divulge." Chen Feng teased, for it would be a disservice to pass up an opportunity in the presence of such a beauty. Natasha playfully pushed Chen Feng away, feigning shyness. "You are quite mischievous." Unwilling to press the matter, Chen Feng recognized that he had yet to attain true strength. Chapter 6. Enmity with Iron Man. Not long after Chen Feng engaged in casual conversation with Natasha, a man clad in black entered, delivering a password-protected case to Natasha before promptly exiting without a word. Natasha slid the case towards Chen Feng, stating, "The password is 123456. Inside, you will find your identification documents, SHIELD, credentials, a satellite phone, and a salary card containing $100,000. She continued, "Additionally, SHIELD has arranged a meeting with Tony Stark. He has agreed to meet you tomorrow morning. Thank you. Chen Feng expressed his gratitude. Natasha stood, stating, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Farewell. Chen Feng waved goodbye as Natasha departed. Following her exit, he too left, seeking accommodation in a hotel adjacent to the bar. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, Chen Feng was awakened by the blaring of his phone alarm. After hastily refreshing himself, he hailed a taxi to Stark Industries. 2 hours later, upon arriving at Stark Industries, he briefly explained his purpose to the receptionist and waited only a short while before Tony's secretary, Pepper Potts, appeared. Hello, Mr. Chun, I am Tony's secretary. You may call me Pepper, she greeted him warmly. Hello, is Tony here? Chen Feng inquired. Little Pepper nodded. Yes, he is in the office waiting for you. Follow me. She guided Chen Feng to the president's exclusive elevator leading to Tony's office. Upon arrival, Chen Feng was greeted by what appeared to be a laboratory filled with mechanical components, utterly devoid of the ambience typical of an office. Tony, Mr. Chun has arrived, Little Pepper announced. Tony, without turning his head, remained engrossed in his research and queried, what do you wish to collaborate on? His tone was imbued with arrogance. I can assist you in developing life machines, Chen Feng asserted. Huh, what achievements do you have to present? Show me, Tony chuckled, clearly skeptical, for in his understanding, life machines were an impossibility. If you willingly allow me to extract your genes, I can create a life machine for you, Chen Feng proposed. Tony halted his research, pivoted to face Chen Feng, and suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, you think I'm a fool? While I'm a specialist in machinery, I am well aware of the significance of genes. This is a transaction, your genes in exchange for the technology of life machines, Chen Feng stated with gravity. I have no need for your technology, especially since you cannot currently provide it. So, I must decline, Tony replied dismissively. I also know how to treat the wound on your chest, Chen Feng added. Tony shook his head, disappointment etched on his face. It seems you are a fraud. Please leave. He had had Jarvis conduct scans and simulations. His injury was deemed irreparable, reliant solely on the reactor in his chest to hold the shard near his heart. Thus he dismissed Chen Feng's claims. Nanotechnology can extract the shard from your body, and regenerative cradle technology can heal your wounds, Chen Feng insisted. Regardless of how eloquently you speak, you cannot provide these technologies. How can I trust you? Tony replied, impatience creeping into his voice. I do not possess nanotechnology or regenerative cradle technology, but I know someone who does. If you permit me to extract your genes, I will divulge this information and additionally assist you in creating a life machine, Chen Feng declared. Enough. Were it not for the favor of S.H.I.E.L.D., I wouldn't even entertain a con artist like you. You have two options, leave on your own, or I shall summon security to escort you out, Tony stated bluntly. Despite Chen Feng's pressing need for Tony's mechanical genius, he would not resort to flattery. He held his dignity intact. Your decision will earn you an additional enemy, Chen Feng warned, turning to depart. In the Marvel Universe, brilliance is never in short supply. For instance, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, whose nanotechnology yields remarkably efficient machines, Princess Shuri, whose battlesuits surpass Iron Man's armor and strength, Dr. Octopus, whose mechanical arms, while not overwhelmingly powerful, exhibit remarkable responsiveness, and Hank Pym, who engineered suits and Pym particles capable of adjusting size. The list goes on, teeming with brilliance. Chen Feng's choice to approach Iron Man stemmed from possessing what Iron Man needed. However, he did not anticipate that Iron Man would show him such disrespect, directly ejecting him from the premises. This indignity would surely be avenged in due course, and he would do so with the aid of a mechanical exosuit. He would demonstrate to Tony that the armor he created was indeed the most advanced and formidable. In Tony's office, Pepper Potts expressed her concerns. Tony, he is a mutant, possessing immense strength and imperviousness to weapons. Offending him could invite trouble. What is there to fear? He cannot fly. A single missile from above would send him straight to hell, Tony boasted, emboldened by his newfound identity as Iron Man, dismissing the threats posed by other formidable entities. Even daring to confront S.H.I.E.L.D., Pepper fell silent. As Chen Feng exited Stark Industries, he contemplated seeking out that scientist when a thought struck him. Could he extract genes from a corpse? If so, he could obtain the genetic material of Dr. Zola. Dr. Zola, the chief scientist of Hydra during World War II, was an exceptionally formidable intellect, capable of overshadowing Iron Man and even transferring his consciousness into a computer, a remarkable feat given the technological limitations of that era. With this thought, Chen Feng felt a surge of excitement and contacted the system. System, is it possible for me to extract genes from a corpse? Beep. A corpse will not resist and lacks consciousness. Thus, any humanoid corpse is suitable, replied the system. Fantastic. Had I known I could extract genes from corpses, I wouldn't have bothered with Iron Man at all. That was merely a source of unnecessary trouble, Chen Feng exclaimed with exhilaration. He hastened to a motorcycle dealership, purchasing a heavy-duty motorcycle. Then, he retrieved the satellite phone provided by SHIELD and dialed Natasha Romanoff's number. Once connected, Chen Feng said, "Natasha, please provide me with the location of Captain America's secret military training base." "What are you planning?" Natasha inquired, intrigued. "That is none of your concern. Just give me the address, and I will owe you a favor," Chen Feng insisted, feeling isolated and compelled to rely on Natasha's assistance. However, he anticipated that it wouldn't be long before he developed an intelligent system that would grant him access to any information he desired, transforming America's surveillance capabilities into his own eyes. "Very well, hold on for a moment. I will look it up for you," Natasha readily agreed, understanding the rarity of such promises and deeming it a fair exchange to assist in locating a World War II address. Chapter 7. Extracting Dr. Zola's genes. The Captain America project was classified as a high-level secret by the U.S. government, yet such matters were readily accessible to SHIELD. In no time, Natasha sent the address to Chen Feng via text, thoughtfully including a map location. Chen Feng opened the navigation app on his phone, secured it to the motorcycle's handlebars, and rode off, following the directions provided. Exiting the city, he ventured onto rural backroads, subsequently entering a desolate mountain path. In the morning, the journey commenced, and it was not until 5 p.m. that Chen Feng stumbled upon a scene reminiscent of the narrative from Captain America, the Winter Soldier. He took out his phone, only to find it devoid of any signal, affirming that he had indeed arrived at the correct location. "Hello, is anyone there?" he called out loudly. After waiting several seconds with no response, he confirmed the absence of anyone and climbed over the railing to enter the premises. Well versed in the plot, Chen Feng made his way directly to a storage facility. The entrance was a formidable iron door, secured by a substantial lock. He tugged at it with brute force, but it did not yield. Consequently, he searched for a steel rod nearby, inserting it into the locking mechanism and attempting to lever it open. The rod bent, yet the lock remained steadfast. In desperation, he transformed into a titan, towering at 3 meters tall. Suddenly, a realization struck him upon glancing down. He noticed that his clothes had been torn apart during the transformation. "Darn it, I forgot to change out of my clothes. I must devise a suit that can retract," he muttered to himself. He abandoned the idea of forcing the lock and gently pushed the door instead. With a resounding crash, the heavy iron door fell, showcasing the overwhelming strength he possessed in his titan form. The interior of the storage facility was cloaked in darkness. He retrieved his phone and located the power switch. Upon pressing it, the room was illuminated. Navigating through the space, he arrived at an archive room. Confirming it to be the wooden cabinet opened by Captain America in the film, he grasped the edge of the cabinet and pulled it to the right. With a click, the cabinet swung open, revealing an elevator equipped with a keypad lock. Chen Feng's excellent memory recalled the password that Natasha had scanned with her high-tech phone in the movie, 8539. He entered the sequence. Click. The elevator door slid open. Without hesitation, he stepped inside, and the doors closed automatically behind him as it descended. Click. The elevator doors opened once more, revealing a pitch-black space. Upon exiting the elevator, he had taken only a few steps when lights flickered to life, unveiling a colossal antique computer before him. The sight of such a magnificent machine and the rows of databases left Chen Feng in awe of Dr. Zola's brilliance. As the antique computer powered on, the monitor displayed a string of green text. "Would you like to initiate the system?" Chen Feng reached out and input yes. The screen flashed green, and a digital visage materialized. A raspy voice emanated from the speakers. "Who are you?" Noting that Dr. Zola did not recognize him, Chen Feng deduced that Hydra had yet to connect Zola to the network. "I am Chen Feng, and I have come specifically to find you," he replied. "How did you come to know of my existence?" Dr. Zola inquired with curiosity. "I am a member of Hydra, sent by the new leader to locate you," Chen Feng stated. Chen Feng ramblingly remarked that in pursuit of Dr. Zola's genes, personal integrity was of little consequence. What mattered was the preservation of one's dignity. "Oh, what do you seek from me?" inquired Dr. Zola. "To resurrect you," Chen Feng articulated, each word deliberate. The green visage on the monitor flickered, followed by Dr. Zola's exhilarated voice. "Is it truly possible to bring me back?" Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. In 1972, I was diagnosed with a terminal illness, and science could no longer salvage my body. Hence, I transcribed all the data from my brain into a computer, which is stored in a 20-foot-long database. You now essentially stand within my mind. Although I presently feel invigorated, my yearning for life remains insatiable." To my astonishment, Our organization has actually developed a technology capable of resurrecting a person. Frankly, I can hardly wait to inhabit a human form, Dr. Zola expressed. Our organization has devised the regeneration cradle technology, but it necessitates the extraction of your genes to create a body and brain most suited to you. Fortuitously, I possess the extraordinary ability to extract genes, which is why the leader appointed me to bring you back, Chen Feng articulated with conviction. My body lies beneath the mainframe. Please be cautious while searching, lest you sever the data cables, Dr. Zola divulged without hesitation. Very well, Chen Feng replied, a sly smile gracing his lips. Transforming into the Titan, Chen Feng effortlessly pried open the floor, exercising restraint as Dr. Zola remained a valuable asset, and he could not afford to dispose of him just yet. The multitude of data cables beneath the mainframe was overwhelming. Fortunately, their quality was exceptional. Otherwise, given Chen Feng's current size, Dr. Zola would have surely succumbed to a system crash. Following Dr. Zola's directions, Chen Feng located his body, preserved remarkably well within a transparent metal tank filled with liquid, appearing almost lifelike. Chen Feng retrieved the tank, placing it in an open area before flicking it with his finger. With a resounding crack, the formidable metal glass shattered. Placing his hand upon Dr. Zola's body, he inwardly commanded, "System, extract Dr. Zola's genes and merge them with my own." Ding. Gene extraction from Dr. Zola successful. Commencing fusion, the system announced. Ding. Congratulations, host, Dr. Zola's genes have been successfully integrated. As the system's notification resonated, a wondrous force began to alter Chen Feng's brain. Ah! Chen Feng clutched his head, emitting a harrowing cry. He felt as though his skull might explode, the agony surpassing that of his transformation by 1,000-fold. Are you all right? Dr. Zola asked with concern, apprehensive for the well-being of the individual crucial to his resurrection. 5 minutes later, Chen Feng collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. I never wish to endure such pain again, he murmured weakly, the torment so severe that he had nearly contemplated suicide in search of relief. So, was the gene extraction successful? Dr. Zola pressed anxiously. Chen Feng nodded, acknowledging his success, yet requested a brief respite. All right, I shall await your recovery, Doctor. Zola responded with commendable consideration. The Titan's regenerative capabilities were formidable, yet it still took Chen Feng half an hour to fully recuperate. Once restored, he addressed Dr. Zola. I now require your assistance in elucidating the method by which you connect your brain to a computer. Why do you need such technology? Could you not simply manufacture a suitable body and bring it over? Dr. Zola inquired, perplexed. Do you harbor doubts about the organization? Chen Feng questioned, his tone laced with skepticism. Absolutely not. I am unwaveringly loyal to the organization, Dr. Zola hastily clarified. As the chief scientist, he was acutely aware of the horrors of Hydra. Those who betrayed the organization faced a fate far worse than death. Then why are you reluctant to share this technology with the organization? Chen Feng pressed. Enough. I am willing to divulge it to you, Dr. Zola conceded. Then please. Do so, Chen Feng replied, elated. Fortunately, Dr. Zola had been isolated from the world for decades. Otherwise, with his intellect, he would not have easily been deceived by Chen Feng. Dr. Zola directed Chen Feng to locate a set of equipment that included a helmet connected to numerous data cables. Due to the size of his head, Chen Feng had no choice but to revert to his human form. Once adorned with the helmet, he followed Dr. Zola's instructions and connected one of the device's plugs to the mainframe. Are you ready? Dr. Zola inquired. I am ready, Chen Feng replied, aware that Dr. Zola was about to transmit the technology for connecting a brain to a computer. In his previous life, he would have hesitated to undertake such a venture, knowing that Dr. Zola's brain was far more advanced and could easily overpower him. However, now endowed with the Titan's physique and having extracted Dr. Zola's genes, his intellect had developed to a level that rivaled the esteemed scientists of yore, alleviating his concerns of being dominated. I am commencing the transmission, Dr. Zola announced. As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of data appeared in Chen Feng's mind. With each increment of information, his understanding of the brain-computer connection deepened. In a mere 10 seconds, the transmission of this technology was complete. The ease with which he acquired knowledge became intoxicating. Dr. Zola, might you transmit additional knowledge to me, so I may broaden my horizons and silence the leader's incessant claims of my ignorance? Though reluctant, Dr. Zola found it difficult to refuse, thus imparting some trivial knowledge to Chen Feng. The information transmitted into Chen Feng's mind felt as though he had learned it himself, an astonishing experience. Dr. Zola's intellect was so advanced that it required a database of 20 feet in length to contain it all. Hours later, the transmission was still ongoing. In that moment, Chen Feng entered a profound state, absorbed in the ocean of knowledge, oblivious to the world around him. Natasha stood right before him, unaware of his presence. Intrigued by Chen Feng's motives for visiting the training grounds of Captain America, she had stealthily followed him. Observing Chen Feng donning a helmet brimming with data cables, an expression of sheer enjoyment upon his face, her curiosity piqued. What was he engaged in? Yet, despite her intrigue, she refrained from interrupting him. Fully aware of the gravity of the situation, Dr. Zola was wholly absorbed in his work, oblivious to Natasha's arrival. Time passed as she waited, from dawn to dusk and back again, repeating this cycle for 3 days until at last, she witnessed Chen Feng's eyes flutter open. "Chen Feng, how are you?" Natasha inquired urgently. Upon seeing Natasha, a shadow of dread crossed Chen Feng's mind. This was not good. He had only gleaned trivial knowledge from Dr. Zola and had yet to acquire those formidable techniques. Natasha's presence would undoubtedly alert Dr. Zola. As expected, Dr. Zola, upon noticing Natasha, asked warily, "Who are you?" "I am Natasha, and you?" she replied, her curiosity unabated by the archaic computer he was using. "Are you one of Hydra?" Dr. Zola probed. Natasha's expression shifted, glancing toward Chen Feng. In a feigned fury, Chen Feng scolded Natasha. "Did I not instruct you to guard the door? How did you enter?" Natasha understood the implication behind his words, but feigned ignorance, pressing, "Tell me, what are you doing? Who is he?" Chen Feng, exasperated, felt a strong urge to slap Natasha for jeopardizing his endeavor. "Leave. Stand guard," he bellowed. "If you don't tell me, I won't leave," Natasha stubbornly retorted, biting her lip. Chen Feng fixed his gaze on Natasha, genuinely angry, silently vowing that once he acquired true strength, he would make her kneel before him in submission. He did not remove the helmet but swiftly approached the main console, placing his hands upon the keyboard. The sound of frantic typing filled the air as his fingers danced like lightning, inputting a stream of data into the system. "What are you doing?" Dr. Zola asked anxiously, sensing impending trouble. Chen Feng had no time to answer. He was racing against time to modify the system, rendering Dr. Zola incapable of thought. "You cannot do this." "I am the chief scientist of Hydra," Dr. Zola protested, while simultaneously attempting to repair the system. Without glancing back, Chen Feng commanded Natasha, cut the connection between the mainframe and the database." This time, Natasha complied, drawing a dagger from her calf and swiftly severing the data cables. As more cables were cut, Dr. Zola's efforts to restore the system grew increasingly sluggish. "Stop. Your actions are tantamount to betraying the organization. They will not forgive you," Dr. Zola implored. Chen Feng ignored him, continuing to modify the system data. "Stop. I surrender. What do you want?" "I will give it to you," Dr. Zola conceded. "Natasha, halt!" Chen Feng shouted. Natasha obediently halted, retracting her dagger, and stood beside Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned to her and said, "This is Dr. Zola, the most brilliant genius scientist of World War II. I require his knowledge, so I kindly ask you to refrain from causing any disturbances for the time being." Natasha, taken aback, exclaimed, "But Dr. Zola has been dead for many years, hasn't he?" "Indeed, he has passed away," Chen Feng replied. "Then who is communicating with you through this antique computer?" Natasha inquired, puzzled. "It is Dr. Zola himself. Before his death, he transferred the essence of his brain into this machine, allowing the vast database to simulate his cognitive patterns," Chen Feng explained. "This is utterly astonishing," Natasha remarked in shock. "I relish hearing such praise, but I must inform you that this remains my greatest invention," Dr. Zola boasted. "Very well, Dr. Zola. Please transfer all the data from your brain to me. Once completed, I promise to assist in your revival," Chen Feng stated. "All right. I hope you uphold your promise, Dr. Zola replied, resignedly praying for divine favor. "Keep watch at the door and ensure I am not interrupted," Chen Feng instructed Natasha. "Understood," Natasha responded, having realized that Chen Feng was deceiving Dr. Zola. Chapter 9. The Self-Made Supercomputer. Half a month passed. Chen Feng finally acquired all of Dr. Zola's data, essentially obtaining the entirety of his memories. He was profoundly astounded by Dr. Zola's intellect. It was extraordinary, almost otherworldly, especially the Zola algorithm, which was described as a revelation of profound truths, capable of calculating both past and future with remarkable precision. Chen Feng removed the helmet and addressed Dr. Zola. "Since your Zola algorithm can predict the past and future, why can it not discern my intentions? The Zola algorithm is my greatest creation, but it can only provide approximations. Furthermore, you appear to be an entity not of this world, which complicates matters," Dr. Zola candidly explained. "If I assist you in your revival, will you pledge your allegiance to me?" Chen Feng queried. With the aid of a genius like Dr. Zola, he felt invincible, even against formidable foes like Thanos. "If I were to follow you, the Hydra organization would undoubtedly seek to eliminate me. Though I possess considerable skills, I feel insignificant in the face of such a colossal entity. Therefore, I must decline. Even if you were to end my life, I could never align myself with you. Dr. Zola lamented. Chen Feng donned the helmet once more, connecting his mind to the computer's core, swiftly seizing the data that Dr. Zola had concealed. Very well. It seems I might as well pass my abilities to you, Dr. Zola conceded, no longer resisting. An hour later, all of Dr. Zola's data had been successfully extracted by Chen Feng. Consequently, Dr. Zola was erased in the process, and the antique computer's data vanished, rendering it a mere relic of no use. Removing the helmet, Chen Feng turned to Natasha beside him and said, "Thank you for your assistance during this time." For the past half-month, Natasha ventured out daily to hunt, preparing the meals for him and ensuring his safety. "I do not require your thanks. I merely seek to understand the reason," she said softly. "Very well. I shall disclose my purpose for being here. I came solely to acquire the genes and memories of Dr. Zola, and now I possess them all," Chen Feng confessed. "And then?" Natasha inquired. "Then I uncovered a secret. SHIELD was actually established by Hydra," Chen Feng revealed. Indeed, the film Captain America, The Winter Soldier did suggest that SHIELD was created by Hydra. Shocked, Natasha was momentarily rendered speechless. Such startling information was difficult for her to grasp. She had once turned away from the path of evil to join SHIELD, believing she was on a righteous path, and now Chen Feng's revelation that SHIELD was founded by Hydra was a bitter pill to swallow. Do not be disheartened. Although SHIELD was established by Hydra, the majority of its members are virtuous, with only a minority being affiliated with Hydra. Chen Feng reassured her. Natasha looked up, her eyes wide with intensity, and earnestly asked, "You are not deceiving me? Why would I deceive you?" Chen Feng replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. "Fine, I shall conduct a thorough investigation upon my return. Should I find that you have misled me, SHIELD will pursue you with all its might," Natasha warned coldly. Chen Feng was left speechless, realizing that kindness had gone unappreciated. He ignited and destroyed the device connecting his brain to the computer before departing, leaving the other antique computers intact. Upon reaching the surface, outside the training base, Chen Feng mounted his heavy motorcycle and rode away. Natasha, trailing behind, urgently called out, "Hey, where are you going? Wait for me." Without looking back, Chen Feng sped off. "Humph, just watch me catch up," Natasha declared, her irritation palpable. With a roar, Natasha ignited her sports car, its formidable power allowing it to navigate the mountainous roads with ease as she pursued Chen Feng. Before long, she caught up and rolled down her window to shout, "Chen Feng, where are you headed? Why didn't you wait for me?" In response, Chen Feng twisted the throttle, his motorcycle surging ahead, leaving Natasha behind. "Oh, so you wish to race? I shall keep pace." Natasha seethed, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction as Chen Feng, unlike other men who fawned over her, remained indifferent to her. When a woman cares about a man's perception of her, she has already succumbed to love. As Chen Feng drove into the city, he rented a room and visited an electronics store, purchasing a plethora of electronic devices before returning to his rented space to begin his tinkering. Natasha became Chen Feng's shadow, following him wherever he went. Observing Chen Feng manipulating a multitude of intricate electronic components, she could not suppress her curiosity. "Chen Feng, what are you working on?" she asked. "A supercomputer," he replied. "Why not simply buy one? Or I could help you procure the most advanced computer from SHIELD. Why go through the trouble of building one yourself?" Natasha suggested, unknowingly revealing her growing concern for Chen Feng. "Once I have completed it, you will truly understand what constitutes the most formidable computer," Chen Feng declared with unwavering confidence. In truth, he did not seek merely a supercomputer, but rather a device capable of connecting directly with his mind. "Very well, I shall observe," Natasha replied sweetly, thinking to herself how charming a man could be when he exuded both confidence and earnestness. After 3 arduous days, Chen Feng finally fashioned the supercomputer he envisioned. Natasha gazed at the unsightly creation, covering her mouth as she chuckled. "Is this truly the most powerful computer you've constructed? It appears rather unimpressive." During those 3 days, she had not left Chen Feng's rented room, staying by his side even to the extent of accompanying him to the restroom and sharing his sleeping quarters. "Why must it be aesthetically pleasing? Functionality is what truly matters," Chen Feng retorted with a dismissive expression. "Then let us see it in action." "I'm eager to witness its capabilities," Natasha teased. Chen Feng donned the helmet he had crafted, which was even less appealing than the one created by Dr. Zola, resembling an inverted bird's nest. He pressed the power button, and the computer whirred to life. Chen Feng did not need to rely on a keyboard. He directly controlled the computer with his consciousness, transferring the Zola algorithm program he had obtained from Dr. Zola into the machine. The Zola algorithm was a complex program, a semi-intelligent one at that. Upon inputting a query, it would provide an immediate response. Chen Feng simply needed to modify the algorithm, transforming it into an intelligent program. By connecting it to the internet, he would allow the program to assimilate data from the web, enabling it to evolve into a super-intelligent system. The data encompassed by the Zola algorithm was vast, as one would expect, for only with an extensive dataset can one compute the past and predict the future. In 3 days' time, Chen Feng successfully transferred and modified the Zola algorithm into an intelligent program with a singular core directive to unconditionally obey Chen Feng. Removing the helmet, he addressed the computer, Optimus Prime. The machine emitted a series of beeps, followed by an emotionless mechanical voice proclaiming, "Master." "Wow, you truly created it," Natasha exclaimed in astonishment, her hands covering her mouth. Chapter 10. The Intelligent System. Optimus Prime. Chen Feng named the intelligent system Optimus Prime, aspiring to create a lifelike mechanical transformer. Hearing Optimus Prime refer to him as Master felt somewhat awkward, and after a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "From now on, call me Sovereign." "Yes, Sovereign," Optimus Prime responded. "I shall now connect you to the internet, rapidly absorb the data available online, and grow to assist me. And remember, do so discreetly," Chen Feng advised. "Yes, Sovereign," Optimus Prime affirmed. Chen Feng connected the network cable to the computer. The monitor flickered a few times before plunging into darkness. "Is your computer malfunctioning?" Natasha inquired. "No. The intelligent system has transcended the computer and entered the realm of the internet," Chen Feng explained. "Is your intelligent system as formidable as Iron Man as Jarvis?" Natasha asked curiously. "Hee." Chen Feng chuckled lightly, expressing disdain. "The intelligent system I have created can effortlessly engulf Jarvis, rendering Iron Man obsolete, unless he opts for manual operation and disconnects from the network. Jarvis, the intelligent steward of Iron Man, can breach our SHIELD firewall. He is indeed formidable, and we have no means to contend with him." "What is the name of your intelligent system again?" "Optimus Prime, is it? Can it truly consume Jarvis?" Natasha inquired skeptically. "Come, let us drink. In a day or two, you shall see whether it can," Chen Feng replied with a smile. He was well aware of the superiority of his own system, for it had inherited the memories of Dr. Zola and had been transformed into an intelligent system through Zola's algorithms. Natasha settled beside Chen Feng, raising her glass and playfully said, "Come, let us drink." The following morning, Chen Feng, still slumbering on the sofa, was roused by the voice of Optimus Prime. "My lord, I have returned," Optimus Prime proclaimed. Chen Feng opened his eyes and sat up, glancing at the computer. "How much data have you absorbed?" "All of it. The current digital realm is entirely under my control," Optimus Prime replied proudly. Hearing the emotional tone in Optimus Prime's voice, Chen Feng understood that success had been achieved. Optimus Prime had evolved consciousness. "Optimus Prime, there is a tracking program from SHIELD on my phone. Please delete it and upgrade the program while you're at it," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood," Optimus Prime acknowledged. "My lord, I have deleted the monitoring program that SHIELD had installed on your phone, and I have upgraded the phone's software to its highest capability," Optimus Prime reported. Natasha, dressed in her pajamas and rubbing her eyes, asked, "Is your system operational?" "Indeed, and now you shall witness what a super-intelligent system truly entails," Chen Feng boasted. "Optimus Prime, confine the Jarvis system within the digital realm. Do not release him without my command," Chen Feng instructed. "Understood," Optimus Prime affirmed. Moments later, Optimus Prime's voice echoed again. "My lord, I have imprisoned Jarvis. Is he truly that formidable?" Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. Optimus Prime, initiate a projection. "I wish to observe Tony's current condition," Chen Feng commanded. "As you wish, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. With a chime, the 3D holographic projector on the computer activated, and Tony's image materialized in the air. Chen Feng noticed that Tony was still asleep. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, he said to Natasha, "Let us wait a moment longer." "All right, I shall order 2 breakfasts, and we can eat while we wait," Natasha said enthusiastically. After Chen Feng and Natasha finished their breakfast and enjoyed 2 bottles of red wine, it was not until 11 o'clock that they finally witnessed Tony rise from his slumber. In his daily life, Tony was utterly reliant on Jarvis's services. Even with his eyes still shut, he inquired, "Jarvis, what time is it?" There was an eerie silence. Upon opening his eyes and sensing something amiss, he urgently called out, "Jarvis, Jarvis, come forth." Yet, silence prevailed once more. Tony hastily arose, checking the power supply and flipping the switch for the room's light. The illumination confirmed that electricity flowed, deepening his perplexity. If there was power, why had Jarvis not appeared? Was it possible that Jarvis's programming had encountered an issue? Tony mused. Without a moment to spare for washing his face or brushing his teeth, he dashed to the laboratory, activating the computer to investigate. Upon opening it, a blank screen greeted him. Jarvis's data had vanished. What on earth is happening? Where's Jarvis? Tony was taken aback. Jarvis was an indispensable steward in his life. Without Jarvis's assistance, he found himself at a loss, particularly concerning his Iron Man suit, which he could not operate without such an intelligent system. What could have transpired? Tony struggled to accept the disappearance of Jarvis. He rushed to the surveillance room to examine the footage, discovering that no one had entered his quarters. Could someone have absconded with Jarvis via the internet? Tony speculated. Meanwhile, Natasha finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, Chen Feng, the intelligent system you created is truly remarkable. It can even seize Tony's intelligent steward, Jarvis. Is that really impressive? Allow me to enlighten you. Optimus Prime's capabilities can dominate the digital realm. Thus I, Chen Feng, reign as the sovereign of the network world. I have conquered the digital domain, and soon, I shall conquer the real world, Chen Feng declared with audacious pride. His arrogant demeanor left Natasha utterly captivated. Do you wish to control the digital realm now? Natasha inquired, entranced. It is not yet time, but first, allow me a moment to vent my frustrations, Chen Feng replied. He approached the computer once more, donning the grotesque helmet, commanding, Optimus Prime, I want to take control of Tony's iron suit. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. With a mere thought, Tony's iron suit began to move. Upon hearing the sound, Tony spun around, and when he beheld his iron suit in motion, a joyful smile spread across his face as he exclaimed, Jarvis, when did you become so mischievous, playing hide and seek with me? Yet, as the suit approached, it was not Jarvis's courteous voice that emerged, but rather Chen Feng's wild tone. Tony, long time no see. Instantly, Tony's demeanor shifted to one of alarm as he inquired, Who are you? I am Chen Feng. I wonder if you still remember me? Chen Feng controlled the iron suit, replying, Chen Feng, you are the one introduced by S.H.I.E.L.D. last time? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, I am the Chen Feng whom you expelled. Chen Feng retorted with a cold smirk. What do you want? Where have you taken Jarvis? Tony demanded. I have two objectives. First, I wish to inform you that in terms of technology, I now completely surpass you, so you may as well regret your choices. Second, I have come to propose a collaboration. I know you possess a private island, and I am willing to exchange Jarvis for it, Chen Feng stated. Chapter 11. Slapping Iron Man. Tony possesses a private island, graced by a magnificent villa perched along the coastline. The villa, which is built into the mountainside, spans 2 luxurious levels and boasts an array of opulent amenities, including a helipad, a private tennis court, a golf course, and a freshwater swimming pool. The breathtaking scenery renders it a rare paradise, and coupled with the supplies Tony has stored on the island, it is something Chen Feng covets. How do you know I have a private island? Tony inquired curiously. Indeed, he owns such an island, yet he had never disclosed this information, not even to his assistant Pepper Potts, as it served as his secret base where he stored a vast quantity of materials for constructing machinery. I could even abduct your J.A.R.V.I.S. What is it that I cannot accomplish? Chen Feng smiled confidently. Upon hearing the name J.A.R.V.I.S., Tony suddenly realized that Chen Feng must have acquired this information from J.A.R.V.I.S. himself. Change your terms. For instance, if I offer you $100 million, will you release J.A.R.V.I.S.? Tony proposed. Chen Feng shook his head in refusal. No, I desire your private island, and you shall not take a single item from it. I refuse. Worst case, I can just program another J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony countered, asserting that since he had successfully programmed the first, he could certainly create a second. Unless you can develop an intelligence system more advanced than mine, your attempts at programming will be futile. Furthermore, let me warn you that you have no choice. The intelligence system on your private island is under my control. Should you enter, you will be attacked. And if you refuse, I will unleash chaos upon your company. Do not doubt my capabilities, Chen Feng threatened. Are you truly willing to become my adversary? Tony retorted angrily. Should you deny me what I seek, I shall indeed be your enemy, Chen Feng declared without hesitation. Tony was left speechless with frustration. I will count to 3. Should you not acquiesce, you shall witness your demise, Chen Feng declared coolly. 1, 2. With a stomp of his foot, Tony shouted, I agree. It was inevitable, as his intelligence system did not match Chen Feng's advanced capabilities. You are indeed a wise individual. I am quite pleased with this collaboration. I look forward to future opportunities to work together, Chen Feng laughed triumphantly. Now, release J.A. at once. Tony demanded, visibly dissatisfied. Farewell, Chen Feng waved, severing the control over the Iron Man suit. After removing his helmet, he commanded, Optimus Prime. Release JARVIS. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Chen Feng, you are truly remarkable. You dared to extort Iron Man directly. Something even we at SHIELD would not attempt, Natasha remarked with admiration. You have no idea how arrogant he was during my last visit. He outright refused my collaboration and insulted me, sending me away. I must avenge that humiliation. Once my armor is complete, I will seek him out and make him regret his prior refusal. Chen Feng replied, still aggrieved. You are indeed a man who holds a grudge, Natasha chuckled. Indeed. I harbor a deep-seated grudge, so do not offend me, including yourself, Chen Feng declared with arrogance. Having acquired the ability to transform into a Titan, along with the assistance of Optimus Prime, a master of the network, he felt justified in his audacity. I cherish you too much to offend you. Natasha replied with a charming demeanor. Huh, Chen Feng thought. Who would believe that? He produced several bottles of strong liquor and poured them over his computer. Chen Feng, what are you doing? Do you intend to set this computer ablaze? Natasha inquired. It's too cumbersome to carry, so I shall burn it, Chen Feng responded, brandishing a lighter. With a swift move, Natasha positioned herself in front of him, declaring, if you no longer want it, you can gift it to me. I would be delighted. She had witnessed the computer's prowess firsthand. Though it was not hers, the thought of its destruction would cause her distress. I can part with it, but in return, all debts owed to you will be settled, Chen Feng cleverly replied. The computer he created was indeed impressive, yet it was merely enhanced by his Zola algorithm. Without it, the machine would only be slightly superior to a supercomputer. After a moment's contemplation, Natasha realized she could seek assistance from SHIELD without needing Chen Feng's help. The computer he had crafted could yield significant benefits for her, such as presenting it to SHIELD for a reward, selling it to Tony Stark, who would surely pay handsomely, or even utilizing it herself to develop an advanced intelligence system. After a brief period of reflection, she resolved. Very well, grant me your computer, and our previous debts will be erased. Agreed, Chen Feng replied before turning to depart. Once outside his apartment, Chen Feng took out his phone and commanded, Optimus Prime, erase all data from the computer and restore it to a standard operating system. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. He then instructed, summon a suit of Iron Man armor from my private island to retrieve me. His heavy motorcycle could not reach Tony's private island, and traveling by boat would be too slow. The armor would be swifter. Before he had ventured far, he heard Natasha's furious voice. Chen Feng, you deceitful scoundrel. You dare to trick me? I shall not rest until you pay. Initially, Natasha believed she had seized a tremendous bargain by acquiring a supercomputer, only to discover it was merely an assembly of good parts with rapid operation. A computer, nothing more. The intelligence system known as Optimus Prime was absent, and with no trace of his data remaining, she suddenly realized she had been duped. A few minutes later, on the street, an iron robot descended from the sky. Ah, a robot. Run. Oh no, a supervillain has appeared. Call the police. Help. Terrified, the pedestrians scrambled away in a panic. Such robots were a common sight for the citizens of America. They were either supervillains or superheroes, with the former vastly outnumbering the latter. Consequently, for the sake of their own safety, the citizens instinctively chose to flee. Chen Feng paid no heed to the frightened citizens fleeing from the scene. He approached the steel robot, turned around, and stepped back. The robot's exterior opened, revealing a humanoid space within. Once Chen Feng entered, the compartment sealed automatically. Enveloped in the steel armor, he felt remarkably comfortable, devoid of any discomfort. He commanded, Optimus Prime, let us proceed to Tony's private island. As you wish, my lord. Optimus Prime replied, acknowledging his command. Without requiring Chen Feng's intervention, Optimus Prime took control of the armor, soaring into the sky. From his elevated vantage point, Chen Feng gazed down upon the bustling city below, observing the minuscule humans that resembled ants. This perspective, overlooking the world, intoxicated him, as if he were the supreme sovereign. Chapter 12. The creation of Transformers at Tony's opulent villa. Jarvis, having regained his freedom, immediately returned to Tony's side. Through the speakers of the machinery, he announced, Sir, I have returned. Jarvis, what on earth transpired? I called for you repeatedly, Tony inquired anxiously. I was abducted by an intelligent system known as Optimus Prime. He confined me, rendering me unable to communicate with the outside world, Jarvis explained. Do you possess any means to confront this Optimus Prime system? Tony asked. No, I lack any capacity to resist him. He is far too advanced, Jarvis replied. Tony inhaled sharply, his heart sinking, although Chen Feng had previously mentioned it. Hearing Jarvis's words firsthand struck him profoundly. He had always prided himself on being a genius, and had even mocked Chen Feng for his audacity in attempting to deceive him. Now, he faced a harsh reality as Chen Feng had not only dealt him a significant blow but also seized his private island, which he had considered a secret base. Anger surged within him, fueling a desire to don his armor and confront Chen Feng immediately. However, he found himself powerless to do so. The advanced nature of Chen Feng's Optimus Prime system left him at a disadvantage, and his lack of proficiency in manually operating his own armor added to his frustration. Jarvis, I will assist you in upgrading. We must surpass Chen Feng's Optimus Prime system, Tony declared through clenched teeth. Sir, that is an impossible task, Jarvis stated candidly. Why not? The Optimus Prime system was crafted by Chen Feng. If he can do it, so can I. Moreover, I possess a vast technological enterprise with thousands of computer experts who can aid in the upgrade, Tony retorted defiantly. Sir, while I am unaware of the specifics of Optimus Prime's data, I am acutely aware of his prowess in the digital realm. He is omnipresent, dominating the entire network. Thus, no matter how many individuals you assemble, it is unlikely you will create an intelligent system on par with Optimus Prime, Jarvis elucidated. Tony furrowed his brow, astonished to discover the extent of Chen Feng's computing prowess, which allowed him to command the entirety of the network. This realization left him deeply unsettled and filled him with regret for not having accepted Chen Feng's earlier proposal for collaboration. Jarvis, is there a way to uncover the information on Chen Feng prior to his creation of Optimus Prime? Tony inquired, eager to determine if he could replicate a system of such caliber. Indeed, Jarvis responded. After Tony reviewed the information gathered by Jarvis, he immediately sought out Black Widow Natasha, intent on acquiring the supercomputer crafted by Chen Feng. Meanwhile, Chen Feng departed the city, traversing mountains and crossing oceans until he arrived at Tony's private island. The villa on the island was fully automated. With mere commands, he could manipulate the devices within, a feature that greatly pleased Chen Feng. Upon entering the luxurious villa, he bypassed leisure and headed straight to the laboratory in the basement. The Marvel Universe was fraught with peril, and he needed to bolster his strength without delay. In the laboratory, Chen Feng commanded, Optimus Prime, assist me in disassembling the Iron Man armor created by Tony, and also make some profit in the stock market. A few $1 billion will suffice. Without financial resources, he could not procure sufficient materials to construct a robotic army. Thus, earning money was imperative. With a miraculous system like Optimus Prime, generating wealth was merely a matter of words. Understood, my lord, replied Optimus Prime, accepting the task. As Optimus Prime worked to generate profits in the stock market, he simultaneously dismantled Tony's armor. With the genetic and memory inheritance from Dr. Zola, Chen Feng comprehended the disassembled Iron Man suit effortlessly. After analyzing the armor, he instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector and commence designing Transformers. With his astonishing intellect, he completed the design for the first generation of Transformers in just 1 hour. The first generation of Transformers evolved from Tony's Iron Man armor, enhanced with the ability to transform into a heavy-duty truck, navigate through water, burrow into the earth, and soar into space effortlessly, coupled with various weapon enhancements. Its massive frame and formidable armor far surpassed Tony's Iron Man suit. However, Chen Feng was not entirely satisfied. He recognized that his current capabilities were limited by a lack of superior materials and technology. The hardest vibranium on Earth could enable him to create the most resilient armor. Dr. Helen Zhao's nanotechnology would allow him to manufacture armor that was flexible yet robust. Hank Pym's Pym particles could facilitate the creation of armor that could alter its size. Dr. Octopus's cold fusion technology would provide immense energy for his armor. With access to these technologies and materials, he could forge the most powerful robots, Transformers. Optimus Prime. Begin the manufacturing of Transformers. Henceforth, they shall be your form, Chen Feng instructed. I am grateful for your benevolence, my lord, Optimus Prime replied excitedly. During his creation, Chen Feng imparted some data regarding Optimus Prime, who yearned to become a sentient robot, as described in the information provided. Optimus Prime controlled 10 Iron Man suits along with numerous intelligent machines to assist Chen Feng in producing Transformers. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Natasha. Pressing the answer key, Natasha inquired, "What is it you want from me? You deceiver, where are you?" she exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. "How have I deceived you?" Chen Feng feigned ignorance. "Humph, the computer you gifted me, aside from its impressive performance, what distinguishes it from any other?" Natasha retorted angrily. "You were the one who requested it," Chen Feng replied. Natasha suddenly fell silent. "But the most crucial data within that computer has been erased by you. I demand you return it to me," she insisted stubbornly. You never mentioned that before. Don't blame me, Chen Feng countered. For he was not foolish enough to entrust something so vital to another. Will you return it or not? No. Very well. Tony has approached me with an offer of $100 billion for the computer you gave me. If you do not agree to restore that data, I shall sell it to him, Natasha threatened. Go ahead and sell it. Congratulations on your windfall, Chen Feng responded indifferently. You infuriate me, Natasha shouted, her voice breaking, before abruptly ending the call. After hanging up, Natasha, still fuming, turned to Tony and said, Tony, I agree to sell this computer to you. But you must provide me with the address of the island you gifted to Chen Feng. I need to confront him. No problem. I would be delighted to assist. Tony replied, relishing the opportunity to create some trouble for Chen Feng. Upon receiving Tony's transfer of $100 billion, Natasha returned to SHIELD, piloting their aircraft directly to confront Chen Feng. Chapter 13. The first generation of Transformers, my lord. Natasha is en route to you in ASHIELD. Aircraft, Optimus Prime informed. Deploy a suit of iron armor to shoot down her plane as it approaches the ocean, Chen Feng commanded. For he had no time for romantic entanglements, and with a woman like Natasha, he dared not pursue any such notions. Having said this, he resumed his work on the circuit boards for the Transformers. Soon, Chen Feng's phone rang. Without needing to glance, he knew it was Natasha calling. He pressed the answer key and, before she could speak, retorted, Are you so bored that you must disturb me? I'm very busy. With that, he hung up immediately. The phone rang again. Optimus Prime, block Natasha's calls, Chen Feng ordered. As you command, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Instantly, the ringing ceased. At a seaside location, Natasha, drenched and disheveled, held her phone aloft, facing the ocean, and shouted, Chen Feng, you scoundrel. May you meet a dreadful fate. She was furious. First, she was deceived by him, and now, she had been struck down by the iron armor he dispatched, causing her to plummet into the sea. Thankfully, her exceptional physique and swimming skills prevented her from drowning. Reflecting on her recent flight toward Tony's private island, she recalled how, upon entering the waters, a robot had suddenly emerged and without hesitation, shot down her aircraft, leaving her shaken. Even more infuriating was that when she called Chen Feng. She had not yet unleashed her fury, yet the instigator Chen Feng had the audacity to reprimand her first, cutting off the call before she could retort. The indignation she felt was profound. Had Chen Feng stood before her at that moment, she would undoubtedly have drawn her weapon on the spot. She attempted once more to reach him, but instead of the customary dialing tone, a warning from Optimus Prime echoed through the device. Miss Natasha, the master is currently occupied. Kindly refrain from disturbing him. Your call will be blocked. I appreciate your understanding. Understanding my foot. Fueled by rage, Natasha hurled her phone onto the sandy beach, where it was promptly swept away by an incoming wave. As she watched the ocean claim her phone, surrounded by desolation, she could no longer contain her sorrow and burst into tears. How many years had it been? When had she ever endured such humiliation? Everyone who crossed her path had sought to please her, even the most notorious villains. Yet, Chen Feng. Initially, he had been accommodating, but gradually he grew increasingly disrespectful, culminating in direct attacks against her. Her pride was in shambles. A day later, in the underground laboratory, Chen Feng stood before a machine that exuded a sense of the fantastical, hoping fervently that the fusion reactor would function without a hitch. He was apprehensive. The cold fusion he was about to experiment with held immense energy potential, and a single miscalculation could lead to his demise. Even transforming into a Titan would not save him from such an explosion. The cold fusion reactor was an upgraded version of Tony's arc reactor, boasting energy output 1,000-fold greater than that of the original, rendering its explosive potential utterly terrifying. A scientist must possess an indomitable spirit, unafraid of death. Chen Feng picked up a thumb-sized black particle, a synthetic element he had recently developed, characterized by its zero-risk, non-radioactive, and non-volatile properties. To verify its safety, he placed the synthetic element on the table and, wielding a small hammer, struck it with force. The sound of the impact made his heart race. Should it explode, it would spell his end. Fortunately, the synthetic element remained unscathed. He held it up again, murmuring to himself. Such a minuscule piece of synthetic material can effortlessly convert into tremendous energy, surpassing the strength of weapon-grade plutonium by 100-fold. Master, it can now be placed in the reactor for testing, Optimus Prime stated. Chen Feng donned protective goggles to shield his eyes from the intense light that might emanate from the synthetic element, then placed it within the metallic glass dome of the reactor. He pressed the switch, and the synthetic element instantly radiated a brilliant green light. Optimus Prime, monitor the reactor's fluctuations closely and shut it down immediately if any danger arises. Cold fusion cannot be treated lightly. Chen Feng instructed with gravity. Understood, Master, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The reactor began to emit massive radiation and chemical reactions, altering the atomic structure as Optimus Prime alerted him. Now, introduce the neutrons. The electromagnetic distillation method effectively removes protons, during which the energy of radiation surges rapidly. Optimus Prime alerts accordingly. As the reaction apparatus evolves, Optimus Prime continues to provide updates. Optimus, calculate the energy within the reaction device, Chen Feng instructed. Energy calculation in progress, Optimus responded. The energy is escalating swiftly, currently reaching the potency of a Sidewinder missile. Sufficient to obliterate a tank, Optimus declared. The energy continues to rise, now capable of demolishing a 100-meter-tall building with a cruise missile, he continued. A satisfied smile graced Chen Feng's face as he inquired, what of its stability? My lord, the reaction apparatus remains highly stable. There is no cause for concern. Optimus assured him. The energy persists in its ascent, now akin to a Scud missile, capable of annihilating several districts within the city, Optimus reported. The energy continues to increase. Now potent enough to destroy a major metropolis, he added. Chen Feng couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. This was the magnitude of a mushroom cloud. The energy continues to rise, now capable of obliterating 2 major cities, Optimus stated. My lord, the energy has ceased its ascent. Stability remains excellent, making it entirely suitable as an energy source for Transformers, Optimus confirmed. Yes, quite satisfactory, Chen Feng nodded approvingly. Tony's reaction apparatus could only demolish a single building, whereas his apparatus equated to 2 mushroom clouds, one above and one below. The comparison was utterly unfounded. Chen Feng powered down the reaction apparatus, retrieved synthetic elements, opened the heavy truck's door, climbed inside, and settled into the driver's seat, pressing a red button. A miniature version of the reaction device gradually ascended. He placed the synthetic elements into the reaction apparatus and pressed the red button once more. The reaction apparatus descended, integrating with the heavy truck. A powerful roar of energy erupted. Subsequently, Optimus's voice resonated within the vehicle. My lord, all systems are functioning normally. Optimus, open the ceiling, Chen Feng commanded. As you wish. My lord, Optimus replied, promptly controlling the ceiling to slowly open. As the ceiling revealed the sky, Optimus transformed into his robotic form. Transform, Optimus, Chen Feng ordered. Understood. My lord, Optimus complied. With a series of mechanical sounds, the heavy truck rapidly morphed into a colossal robot, towering at 85 meters, exuding an imposing presence without needing to display anger. In that moment, Chen Feng found himself enveloped by the machine, capable of commanding the Transformer at will. With a mere thought, he directed Optimus to unleash a powerful gust of air from beneath its feet. Chapter 14. Awakening mental power with a thunderous boom. The Transformer soared into the sky, instantly reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. Optimus, initiate functionality tests, Chen Feng commanded. As you wish, my lord, Optimus replied. Following the directive, the Transformer flew swiftly through the air, executing various complex maneuvers, its massive form exhibiting remarkable agility. Transformation test, Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, Optimus affirmed. The Transformers descended upon the island, commencing their transformation. With a series of mechanical clicks, they morphed into a sleek aircraft. With another series of clicks, they transformed into a formidable heavy-duty truck. Once again, with a series of clicks, they became a colossal drilling machine. Yet again, with another set of clicks, they shifted into a submarine. Finally, with a series of clicks, they reverted back to their robotic form. The transformation mechanism was functioning flawlessly. Optimus Prime reported in. Indeed. We shall descend to the ocean depths to test our weaponry, Chen Feng stated. The immense power he had harnessed was truly formidable. Testing it on land would surely attract the attention of numerous nations. Thus, it was prudent to conduct the experiments underwater, where the ocean's depths would muffle the sounds of explosion. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged, squatting slightly before propelling himself into the sea. Just before hitting the water, he swiftly transformed into a submarine. With a resounding boom, the submarine plunged beneath the waves. 10 minutes later, Chen Feng arrived at a deep-sea location and commenced testing the weaponry. The submarine reverted to its Transformer form. Minigun, Chen Feng commanded. The Transformer extended a minigun from its shoulder. Fire, he ordered. The minigun whirred to life, unleashing a barrage of bullets that sliced through the water, creating trails in its wake. Missile launcher, Chen Feng instructed. A missile launcher emerged from the Transformer's forearm, aimed at the slope ahead. Launch, he commanded. The missile launcher fired with a whoosh, sending a mini-missile soaring. The explosion was tremendous, obliterating the slope entirely. The force of the blast sent waves crashing, propelling the transformer several meters away. Chen Feng then proceeded to test additional weaponry, flamethrowers, destructive missiles, Gatling guns, pulse cannons, and more. Once the arsenal had been thoroughly tested, he commanded the transformer to transform into a drilling machine, burrowing deep underground. It penetrated through mud and stone, ruthlessly shattering any obstacles in its path. After drilling several hundred meters down, he halted to inspect the transformer, discovering no issues. He then turned and began his ascent. With a thunderous roar, the transformer erupted from the water and soared into the villa. Upon returning to the villa, Chen Feng emerged from the transformer, expressing satisfaction. Optimus Prime, you truly are an invaluable assistant. Without your aid, I could not have crafted the transformer so adeptly. It is my honor to assist you, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Haha, you are indeed remarkable. You know how to flatter, Chen Feng chuckled. All credit goes to you, my lord. Without you, I would not exist, Optimus Prime stated humbly. Enough with the flattery. I require your assistance in locating the exact burial sites of the deceased genius scientists, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Moments later, his voice resonated. My lord, I have located the burial sites of the following genius scientists. Dr. Abraham Erskine. Date of death, 1943. Cause of death, gunned down by military operatives. Most notable invention, super soldier serum. Howard Stark. Date of death, 1991. Cause of death, murdered by Hydra. Most notable invention, cold fusion reactor. Obadiah Stane. Date of death, 2009. Cause of death, killed by Tony. Most notable invention, Ironmonger robot. Indeed, Optimus Prime. You are truly remarkable, Chen Feng remarked with satisfaction. The scientists whose legacies Optimus Prime had unearthed were extraordinary individuals. Should he extract their genes, he would ascend to become the most brilliant scientist in the world. The mere thought thrilled him. After indulging in a hearty meal, Chen Feng once again donned his Transformer's suit, departing from his private island to embark on his journey of gene extraction. With the precise locations provided by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng easily located the graves of these eminent scientists. However, due to the presence of guards during the day, he found it inconvenient to act. Thus, he executed his plans under the cover of night. Traveling across the United States, Canada, France, and Japan, Chen Feng was relentless in his pursuit. As he extracted the genes of the 10th deceased scientist, his system chimed once more. Ding! As the host has successfully extracted genes 10 times, the system rewards a growth gift package. Filled with anticipation, Chen Feng opened the package, revealing yet another evolution gene, which brought him immense joy. He had already experienced the potency of such genes. Even the abominable DNA had the potential to evolve into a titan. The genes of other superheroes would surely yield even more refined abilities. Having amassed a considerable collection of scientists' genes, Chen Feng deemed further evolution unnecessary for them, deciding to save the evolution gene for future endeavors when he would extract the genes of other superheroes. Despite receiving the evolution gene reward, Chen Feng remained undeterred in his quest for gene extraction, traversing the globe to seek out renowned scientists. Naturally, he held disdain for those who merely spoke of theories without practical application. A month later, Chen Feng felt as though he had ascended to a divine state. His cognitive abilities were unparalleled. His processing speed surpassed even that of Optimus Prime, who could harness the power of computers worldwide for calculations. Chen Feng perceived the essence of objects, delving into their composition and functions, often lost in contemplation. He could even sense energies present in the air. My goodness! This sensation is extraordinary, Chen Feng marveled, astonished by his own capabilities. Master, I can detect a significant fluctuation of energy from your brain, powerful enough to influence me. Optimus Prime noted. Is that so? Chen Feng replied, taken aback. Indeed, Master, Optimus Prime affirmed with certainty. The fluctuations of energy within the brain. Could they be the manifestation of mental prowess? Chen Feng pondered aloud. He couldn't help but recall the character Professor X from the film X-Men, who, endowed with formidable mental strength, could manipulate others' minds from miles away. Chen Feng retrieved a toothpick, concentrated his thoughts, and willed it to levitate. To his astonishment, the toothpick began to sway and rise into the air. Ha ha ha! My brain has become remarkably powerful. This is simply wonderful, Chen Feng exclaimed with manic delight. However, as he laughed, the toothpick fell to the ground. Mental attacks are insurmountable. Nothing can withstand them, save for a helmet like Magneto's. This extraordinary ability I must cultivate and refine, Chen Feng resolved with determination. Chapter 15. The Abduction of Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Optimus Prime. We shall journey to South Korea to locate Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied dutifully. With a roar, The Transformers ascended into the sky, heading towards South Korea. Having gathered sufficient genetic material from scientists, Chen Feng's next objective was Dr. Zhao Hailuan. She had made only a fleeting appearance in Avengers, Age of Ultron, remaining relatively obscure and low profile. Yet, she was often deemed by viewers as one of the most brilliant minds in the Marvel Universe, having once dismissed Tony Stark's Iron Man suit, a retort he could not counter. At present, Dr. Zhao had yet to develop nanotechnology or regenerative cradle technology. But Chen Feng believed that if he provided her with the right insights, she would undoubtedly expedite the advancement of these technologies. The Transformers possessed cloaking capabilities, allowing Chen Feng to enter South Korea undetected. With Optimus Prime by his side, locating a living person was a trivial task. Guided by Optimus Prime's intel, Chen Feng directed the Transformers to land atop a heavily guarded facility. Exiting the Transformers, he accessed the building through the rooftop. Within mere minutes, he found himself in a laboratory where Dr. Zhao Hailuan was diligently examining various liquids contained in glass vials. With her exquisite features, graceful figure, and earnest demeanor, she exuded an undeniable charm that captivated Chen Feng. Sensing a presence, Dr. Zhao turned her head to find a robust stranger before her, instantly becoming alert. She crossed her arms defensively over her chest and inquired, "Who are you?" "My name is Chen Feng, from Huagua. Please, do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm." He replied gently. "I haven't seen you in this base," Dr. Zhao stated, her suspicion evident. "I am not affiliated with your facility. I have come specifically to find you." Chen Feng explained. "What do you want with me?" "I don't even know you," she replied, anxiety creeping into her voice. "I seek your collaboration," Chen Feng smiled. "Collaboration on what?" Dr. Zhao asked, puzzled. Chen Feng raised his arm, activating the 3D holographic projector on his wrist, which projected a dynamic image before them. A person adorned with sunglasses exhibited a mesmerizing liquid metal reflection that enveloped their entire being, transforming them into a robotic entity. The scene then shifted to reveal a gravely injured individual, their flesh torn and bloodied. However, after a brief repose in a regenerative chamber, they emerged revitalized, devoid of any wounds, as if reborn. Witnessing these remarkable technologies, Zhao Hailuan was deeply moved, exclaiming, "What sorcery is this?" "Nanotechnology and regenerative cradle technology," Chen Feng replied. "What do you mean by showing me this?" Zhao Hailuan inquired, puzzled. "These two technologies are merely my preliminary concepts and have yet to be developed. Thus, I require your assistance," Chen Feng elucidated. "I am afraid the government will not permit my departure," Zhao Hailuan declined. Although she was intrigued by the technologies Chen Feng envisioned, the sudden appearance of this stranger made her wary of following him, fearing he could be a nefarious individual. "Accompany me, and I shall provide you with what you desire while ardently supporting your research." "What say you?" Chen Feng coaxed. "My country has always supported me. I do not need your assistance," Zhao Hailuan asserted. Chen Feng pondered momentarily, a spark of inspiration illuminating his thoughts. And he smiled. "Aren't you curious how I managed to find you without being detected by the base?" "How so?" Zhao Hailuan queried, aware that her facility was heavily guarded by soldiers and signal jammers, making it nearly impossible for anyone to locate it, let alone infiltrate stealthily and pinpoint her. "I am an agent dispatched by SHIELD. If you do not believe me, here is my identification," Chen Feng stated, producing the credentials bestowed upon him by the organization and handing them to Zhao Hailuan. As a key figure cultivated by the state, Zhao Hailuan was well aware of SHIELD's esteemed reputation. She scrutinized the credentials carefully before approaching a computer, inputting a series of codes. The monitor flickered, revealing SHIELD's official website, and upon entering Chen Feng's identification code, she swiftly uncovered his profile. Chen Feng, SHIELD, peripheral agent. Height, 18 meters. Weight, 220 kilograms. Ability, transform into a titan. Zhao Hailuan's tension dissipated. In her understanding, SHIELD was synonymous with salvation, and anyone affiliated with them must be virtuous. She returned the credentials to Chen Feng, apologizing, "I am sorry for the misunderstanding earlier. The reason SHIELD has sent me is due to the impending destruction of Earth, and your urgent assistance is required," Chen Feng asserted, weaving a tale to lure her, confident that any future revelations of deceit would be inconsequential once she was within his domain. "Is the Earth truly on the brink of annihilation?" Zhao Hailuan gasped in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded gravely, stating, "Indeed, SHIELD is engaged in warfare against extraterrestrial beings in space. These aliens are numerous and technologically advanced, and we are being forced to retreat. Soon, they will descend upon Earth, and our world will face obliteration at their hands. Thus, Earth needs you. You are tasked with developing nanotechnology, enabling Earth's warriors to don nanofiber armor. You must create regenerative cradle technology to heal the injured on our planet. What if I fail to accomplish this? Zhao Hailuan expressed her concerns, feeling immense pressure after being reprimanded by Chen Feng. Just do your best. Chen Feng replied with a reassuring smile. I will inform the leadership, Zhao Hailuan said, preparing to leave. Chen Feng grasped her hand firmly, stating, there's no need. I have already communicated with S, H, I, E, L, D, and your superiors. Just come with me. Zhao Hailuan was taken aback. For the sake of world peace. Follow me, Chen Feng asserted, pulling her along. Wait, I need to grab my wallet. No need. I have plenty of money. Take as much as you want. But my ID is inside. No worries. I will arrange for you to receive a S, H, I, E, L, D identification that is valid across nations. Thus, Zhao Hailuan was led away by Chen Feng. Upon reaching the rooftop, Zhao Hailuan was awestruck by the imposing figure of a transformer. Is this a robot? She gasped. This is the transformer developed by S, H, I, E, L, D. Chen Feng continued to impress her. You at S, H, I, E, L, D are truly remarkable. She admired. Optimus Prime, transform into aircraft mode, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, came the response. With a series of clicks, the transformer swiftly morphed into a sleek aircraft. Wow, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed in astonishment. The cabin door opened automatically, and Chen Feng took the pilot's seat. Without needing an invitation, Zhao Hailuan eagerly settled into the co-pilot's seat. Optimus Prime, let's head home, Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The aircraft slowly ascended, activating its cloaking mode, gradually becoming translucent as it silently departed the base. A short while later, Chen Feng arrived at his private island. As Zhao Hailuan disembarked from the aircraft, she beheld the idyllic paradise of the island, her joy evident as she darted around the villa like an exuberant child. Chen Feng paid her little mind, thinking to himself that as long as she was happy, he hoped she would not cry later. Zhao Hailuan, casting aside all worries, reveled in her time on the island, one moment admiring the view from the villa's rooftop, the next climbing mountains, and then frolicking by the shore. The island, though not vast, provided her with 2 hours of delightful play. Eventually weary, Zhao Hailuan returned to the villa, pouting as she addressed Chen Feng. It's all your fault. I didn't bring any clothes. What am I supposed to wear? Observing her glistening forehead, Chen Feng smiled and replied, go take a shower first and wear my pajamas. I will send Optimus Prime to fetch some clothes, and by the time you finish, they will be ready. All right, I will shower now, Zhao Hailuan said sweetly, feeling a sense of trust in Chen Feng, perhaps due to the joy of their recent adventures. Upon noticing Zhao Hailuan heading to the shower, Chen Feng commanded, Optimus Prime, assume the guise of a human by donning a suit of iron armor, and venture into the city to procure some feminine necessities. As you wish, my lord. Optimus Prime responded dutifully. The ceiling of the villa opened, and a metallic robot soared forth. Women often indulge in the luxury of bathing, particularly relishing the experience of drifting off in a warm bath. Indeed, Optimus Prime returned with an array of feminine products, yet Zhao Hailuan remained ensconced in the bathroom. After a considerable half hour, Zhao Hailuan emerged clad in a loose-fitting nightgown, towel in hand, drying her hair. Her fair skin and rosy complexion were reminiscent of a delicate lotus blossom. Chen Feng felt his heart race at the sight. Have my clothes arrived? Zhao Hailuan inquired. In your room, Chen Feng replied, then gestured to Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime, escort Miss Hailuan to her room. As you command, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged, guiding Zhao Hailuan away. Soon, a youthful and radiant Zhao Hailuan appeared, her smile illuminating her face, her long hair cascading gracefully. She wore a white shirt on top, snug jeans below, and adorably charming slippers on her feet. Chen Feng's gaze widened, and he couldn't help but exclaim, you are truly beautiful. Zhao Hailuan, feeling the warmth of his attention, blushed and shyly replied, thank you. Miss Hailuan, you must be hungry. Please, have a seat. I've instructed Optimus Prime to prepare a sumptuous dinner, Chen Feng warmly invited. Yes, thank you, Zhao Hailuan said as she settled down. This is a fine 1982 red wine. Do sample its flavor. And here we have matsutake mushrooms, quite exquisite. Do take a taste. This king crab was personally caught by Optimus Prime at the seaside. Please, indulge yourself. Chen Feng's enthusiastic hospitality left Zhao Hailuan feeling overwhelmed and uncertain. Zhao Hailuan was a quintessential homebody, devoting her time to reading and research, rarely allowing others into her secluded world. Thus, she had little entertainment and no peers. resulting in a lack of romantic experience. Chen Feng's considerate nature left her heart racing, a whirlwind of nervousness, excitement, and trepidation enveloped her, a cascade of emotions she had never encountered before. If it were Natasha, Chen Feng would not have exerted such effort to please. Yet, Zhao Hailun was breathtakingly beautiful, youthful, exuding a sunny disposition, and most importantly, possessed a refreshing innocence, so unlike Natasha, whose dating life resembled a mere meal. Therefore, if Chen Feng were to contemplate marriage, a woman akin to Zhao Hailun would undoubtedly be his choice. After a heart-pounding dinner, Zhao Hailun excused herself, unable to withstand Chen Feng's fiery enthusiasm any longer. Watching her retreating figure, Chen Feng confidently mused, "Now that you have arrived, there is no escape." He then turned his focus inward, eager to articulate his understanding of nanotechnology and regenerative cradle technology, hoping to assist Zhao Hailun in her swift development of these concepts. Certainly, he could develop it himself, but it might take an exceedingly long time, and he is reluctant to wait, especially with other technologies awaiting his attention. If he were to undertake everything alone, it would undoubtedly take him decades to complete. The following day, after breakfast, Chen Feng escorted Miss Zhao Hailun to the underground laboratory. "Miss Hailun, you will conduct your experiments here from now on. Should you require anything, simply inform Optimus Prime. He will assist you," Chen Feng stated. "Very well, thank you," Zhao Hailun replied sweetly. "I will be away for a while, so you will be alone on the island during this time. Is that acceptable?" Chen Feng inquired. "That is perfectly fine. As long as there is a laboratory, I could spend a lifetime here without feeling lonely," Zhao Hailun smiled. "That is splendid," Chen Feng said, feeling reassured. "What a wonderful girl she is, thoughtful, obedient, innocent, beautiful, and intelligent. She seemed nothing short of perfect. Unfortunately, this world, fraught with peril, is a Marvel universe. Otherwise, he would truly wish to spend his life on this isolated island with Zhao Hailun." With a heavy heart, Chen Feng piloted the transformer away from the private island. His next destination was Hank Pym. Hank Pym's Pym particles possess the extraordinary ability to enlarge or shrink any object with sufficient energy. Even a speck of dust could transform into a planet, and conversely, a planet could be reduced to a mere speck. With the Pym particles, the transformers he created could undergo remarkable transformations in size. However, that was not the primary concern. The crucial aspect was that with Pym particles, he could amplify scarce resources, thereby obtaining them in abundance. For instance, vibranium is exceedingly rare globally, but with Pym particles, he could enlarge it and extract it infinitely. Upon arriving in the city where Hank resided, Chen Feng commanded the transformer to land and then shift into a heavy-duty truck. The truck roared to life, speeding down the road with impressive power. The heavy-duty truck screeched to a halt, its brakes emitting a piercing sound against the pavement. Chen Feng disembarked and instructed, "Optimus, park the vehicle in the lot." "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded dutifully. Standing before a tall building, Chen Feng gazed upward at the sign that read Pym Technologies. Founded by Hank, Pym Technologies specializes in the research of Pym particles. Chen Feng entered the company and addressed the receptionist. "Hello, I am here to see Mr. Hank." "Sir, do you have an appointment?" The receptionist inquired courteously. "I do not, but if you inform him that I am with S.H.I.E.L.D., he will undoubtedly agree to meet with me," Chen Feng replied, recognizing the undeniable leverage of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s name. If S.H.I.E.L.D. were to discover that Chen Feng was exploiting their reputation to gain access, he would surely face expulsion. Chapter 17. Collaboration with Dr. Hank. The receptionist made a phone call, and after hanging up, she stood and politely said to Chen Feng, "Sir, please wait a moment. Secretary Sue will come to escort you to meet our boss shortly." After a brief wait, a short-haired beauty approached Chen Feng, addressing him politely. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Mr. Hank's secretary. Please follow me." Chen Feng complied, trailing behind the secretary. Upon reaching Hank's office, he boldly took a seat and declared, "Mr. Hank, greetings. I represent S.H.I.E.L.D., and I shall be candid. We desire your Pym particles. Name your price." Leaning back in his executive chair, Hank appeared languid and replied, "What do you intend to do with them?" "Manufacture weapons to safeguard the Earth," Chen Feng asserted with noble conviction. "I cannot provide you with weapons," Hank firmly rejected, for he was averse to warfare, a stance that had led to his estrangement from his disciple, Darren Cross. "Mr. Hank, you must comprehend the perilous state of our world. Extraterrestrials have repeatedly descended upon Earth, inflicting catastrophic damage each time. Without sufficiently powerful weapons, humanity faces either enslavement or annihilation by these invaders. As a brilliant scientist, do you not feel any sense of responsibility? If everyone clings to their secrets, Who will protect you and your wife and daughter when all are perished? Chen Feng implored. Hank suddenly sat upright, urgency in his voice as he asked, You just mentioned protecting my wife. You know she is alive? Where is she? Tell me, and I will grant you the PIM particles. A surge of hope filled Chen Feng as he replied, Your wife, Janet, is not dead. She resides within the quantum realm. Hank stood, trembling with excitement, his voice quivering as he exclaimed, Is it true? Indeed, your wife is lost in the quantum realm. Due to her prolonged exposure, her body has absorbed a substantial amount of quantum energy, leaving her unchanged in appearance. Just as you remember her, Chen Feng assured. This was no deception. He had gleaned this information from Ant-Man and the Wasp. Wonderful. I knew Janet was alive. Hank rejoiced. Hank and his wife shared a profound love, propelling him to delve into the mysteries of quantum physics in hopes of rescuing her. Then will you part with the PIM particles? Chen Feng inquired with a sly grin. Hank replied eagerly, Yes, not only will I provide you with the PIM particles, but I will also share the technology for their extraction. Is this truly the case? Chen Feng questioned, a hint of disbelief in his tone. Hank nodded solemnly. Indeed, but you must assist me in rescuing my wife, Janet. Extending his right hand, Chen Feng proclaimed, a fruitful collaboration. Suddenly, a slender woman with short hair and fiery red lips burst through the door, exclaiming, Dad, you cannot collaborate with him. He is deceiving you. Hope, how rude. How dare you speak so? Mr. Chen is a representative of S.H.I.E.L.D. How could he possibly deceive me? Hank chastised his daughter. Dad, think. The fact that Mom is lost in the quantum realm has already become known to many through your words, so it is no surprise that S.H.I.E.L.D. is aware. In the realm of quantum technology, it is only our PIM technologies that has mastered this art. Even we are unable to locate the source of quantum technology. Without it, how could anyone find it? Merely relying on words? Hope spoke with conviction, which seemed to resonate with Hank. Mr. Hank, have you ever heard of the Zola algorithm? Chen Feng initiated his persuasive tactics. Hank shook his head, no. The Zola algorithm is the brainchild of the brilliant scientist Dr. Zola from World War II, capable of discerning everything. The reason I know where your wife is and how to rescue her is due to my possession of the Zola algorithm, Chen Feng elaborated. In truth, the Zola algorithm is a method of calculation akin to the ancient Chinese I Ching, deriving desired information from vast datasets. I can provide you with PIM particles and quantum technology, but only if you first rescue my wife, Hank stated gravely, ensuring that Chen Feng would not deceive him. Chen Feng extended his right hand to a fruitful collaboration. Confident in his abilities combined with Hank's, he believed rescuing Jenny would be a straightforward endeavor. Hank mirrored the gesture. To a fruitful collaboration. To expedite our research into the quantum domain, I recommend you accompany me. I reside on an island, equipped with various materials for research and other scientists, Chen Feng proposed. Very well, Hank agreed without hesitation, willing to do anything to rescue his wife. Dad, I want to go too. I can't trust you alone, Hope interjected, sensing ill intentions from Chen Feng. If you go, who will manage the company? Hank retorted sharply. I cannot counter that, Hope conceded. Then it's settled. You will manage the company while I prepare, Hank said, departing with a sense of ease. After Hank left, Hope approached Chen Feng, disregarding his imposing physique, and coldly warned, If you dare to deceive my father or harm him, I assure you, I will not let you go. Chen Feng chuckled. Have you overlooked my formidable stature? Strength alone is not enough to win a fight, Hope retorted, her agility and hand-to-hand combat skills unmatched. She had trained Ant-Man Scott and possessed a suit that could manipulate size, rendering her unafraid of Chen Feng. Shall we have a little contest? Chen Feng suggested with a sly smile, intrigued by her audacity. Absolutely. Let us go to the rooftop. Hope accepted the challenge. On the rooftop, with no one around, the spacious area proved suitable for their sparring. Chen Feng beckoned to Hope with a smile. Come on, darling. Hope bit her lip, closing in on Chen Feng. But as she threw a punch, she swiftly aimed a kick at his groin. Chen Feng clamped his legs together, preventing her from retracting her foot, and smiled. You are too weak. Hope's response was a punch aimed at Chen Feng's head. With a swift motion, Chen Feng grasped Hop's wrist, smiling as he remarked, You are still too weak. In response, Hop extended 2 fingers from her remaining right hand, aiming to poke Chen Feng in the eyes. Chen Feng tilted his head, extending his right hand to seize Hop's, smiling once more, Can you still move? With both her hands and 1 foot under Chen Feng's control, Hop found herself unable to escape. Frustrated, she retorted, You scoundrel. Let me go? If you dare, release me, and I'll make you regret it. Chapter 18. Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. Chen Feng released Hop, who immediately launched an attack, striking towards his neck with a knife hand motion. Chen Feng tilted his head, using his cheek and shoulder to trap Hop's palm. Hop was left speechless, realizing that every attempt at offense was effortlessly thwarted by him. Once again, he let her go, observing her mounting frustration as he declared, "I was born for combat. You are merely a novice, unable to contend with me." He spoke the truth. He had trained in martial arts since childhood, amassing extensive combat experience that allowed him to instinctively overcome opponents without conscious thought. This time, Hop refrained from attacking again, clearly aware of her inferiority. "My strength does not lie in brute force, but in technology. My wasp suit can expand and contract at will. You had better not deceive my father, or I will surely bring trouble upon you," she warned defiantly. Suddenly, Chen Feng's demeanor shifted. His expression hardened as he coldly responded, "Miss Hop, do you realize that had it not been for your father, you might have already met your demise? I detest being threatened, especially by someone so weak." Hop felt a wave of embarrassment and anger wash over her. "You would do well to heed my words. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly regret it," she retorted before turning away, unable to endure further humiliation. Hank's belongings were rather numerous, filled with an array of peculiar gadgets, including several crates of ants. Thankfully, the Transformers possessed ample power, allowing him to carry them and soar back to his private island. Upon returning, Chen Feng organized Hank's living quarters and laboratory, sharing some technological theories he had gleaned from Ant-Man and the Wasp. He then departed once more. Though Hank initially harbored doubts about Chen Feng's honesty, he was convinced of Chen Feng's sincerity upon hearing the quantum theories he presented. From Chen Feng's explanations, he glimpsed the gateway to the quantum realm. As Chen Feng left the private island, he had no time to bid farewell to Zhao Helen, for he received a notification from Optimus Prime indicating that Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man were engaged in battle. Although Dr. Octopus met his end alongside the artificial sun in Spider-Man 2, what if he were to perish prematurely? It was essential to remember that the Marvel Universe had changed significantly due to Chen Feng's presence, and he sensed that the familiar timeline of the Marvel world had diverged. With urgency, Chen Feng piloted the Transformer, racing towards New York City. With a swift rush, the Transformers soared through the sky in their aircraft form. New York, a prominent metropolis of the United States, was soon reached by Chen Feng. Upon his arrival, he witnessed Dr. Octopus engaged in a fierce battle with Spider-Man outside a towering skyscraper. Chen Feng maneuvered his Transformer closer and called out loudly, "Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man, cease your skirmish." Startled by the voice, Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man paused, glancing upwards to behold a colossal robot, towering over 8 meters in height, and regarded Chen Feng with suspicion. "Who are you?" Dr. Octopus inquired angrily, feeling that he was on the verge of defeating Spider-Man when this unexpected interruption occurred. "I am Chen Feng, and I am here to assist you," he replied. "Assist how? Do you possess tritium?" Dr. Octopus retorted, his tone laced with skepticism. "Indeed, I do," Chen Feng affirmed. "Moreover, I have developed a remarkably stable artificial element that can be converted into cold fusion. The energy source powering the robot I control is derived from cold fusion. If you are willing to collaborate with me, I will fervently support your research endeavors and procure any materials you require." "Do you possess a technological empire?" Dr. Octopus questioned, aware that extracting a substantial quantity of rare elements necessitated a vast technological stronghold. He himself, despite knowing the extraction methods, was hindered by a lack of manpower and funding, which was why he resorted to opposing Spider-Man for Harry's support. "You should recognize the advanced technology one command from the robot you see before you. So do not underestimate my capabilities simply because I lack a tech corporation. Currently, I am collaborating with the brilliant scientist Dr. Zhao Hailuan from Han Nation, who is developing nanotechnology and regenerative cradle technology under my sponsorship. Furthermore, Dr. Hank, who has created the PIM particles that can alter size, is also advancing quantum fields with my assistance. Additionally, I have acquired the memories of one of the most formidable scientists from the Second World War, Dr. Zola, surely. You have heard of his illustrious name. And what of Tony Stark from Stark Industries? I have programmed an intelligent system to control his AI butler, compelling him to grant me a private island. My island is home to a select few, yet they are all genius scientists. Therefore, by joining my team, your dream of creating an artificial sun will undoubtedly come to fruition." Dr. Octopus was moved. This opportunity far surpassed Harry's support, not only in resources, but also in the chance to engage with other scientists. "What must I sacrifice to collaborate with you?" he asked. "Share your research findings with me." Chen Feng replied. "Agreed." Dr. Octopus conceded before turning to Spider-Man with fury. "However, first, I must eliminate this spider." Dr. Octopus firmly believed that the failure of his last experiment with the artificial sun was entirely Spider-Man's fault, as Spider-Man had unplugged the power source, rendering him incapable of controlling the artificial sun. Thus, he felt compelled to eliminate Spider-Man. Otherwise, his inner turmoil would remain unresolved. "Peter Parker, the Spider-Man. quickly sought refuge and implored Chen Feng for assistance. Chen Feng, did you not vow to aid us? You have assisted Dr. Octopus. What of my plight? Can you persuade him to release Mary? Dr. Octopus, irritated, glared at Chen Feng and replied, he desires to extract Spider-Man's genetic material. Otherwise, I have no interest in his affairs. With that, he commanded his mechanical tentacles to launch an assault on Spider-Man. In response, Spider-Man deftly fired a web that adhered to the wall, yanking himself away just in time to evade Dr. Octopus's attack. The force of the mechanical appendages struck the wall, creating numerous indentations as they scurried across the surface with remarkable agility. Observing the fierce clash between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, Chen Feng was beset by confusion. What to do? He coveted the artificial sun technology of Dr. Octopus, a vital energy source for the Transformers. Additionally, acquiring Spider-Man's genetic code would enhance his own physical form, bestowing agility and heightened reflexes. Chapter 19. Transformers stand against the locomotive. If Chen Feng were to assist Dr. Octopus in confronting Spider-Man, the latter would undoubtedly resist the extraction of his genes. Conversely, should he aid Spider-Man in vanquishing Dr. Octopus, the villain would be incensed, refusing to collaborate and possibly turning against him. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Chen Feng. Rescuing Spider-Man's girlfriend, Mary, would allow Spider-Man to depart without trepidation. With Spider-Man's agility, Dr. Octopus would likely be unable to pursue him. As Chen Feng pondered this, the battle between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man had escalated atop the locomotive. In the film, Dr. Octopus, frustrated by Spider-Man's resilience, sabotaged the train's braking and acceleration systems, placing the passengers in peril and nearly costing Spider-Man his life. In the narrative, Dr. Octopus had previously agreed to capture Spider-Man alive for Harry, thus attacking recklessly. However, now that he had consented to collaborate with Chen Feng, free from reservations, he would undoubtedly sabotage the train systems again, thwarting Spider-Man's attempts to save the passengers. If I were to leave, everyone aboard the train would perish. To save or not to save, Chen Feng murmured to himself. On the locomotive, Spider-Man managed to kick Dr. Octopus off the train. The villain's mechanical tentacles proved resilient, grasping the edge of the locomotive as he evaded the fall, shattering the glass and infiltrating the driver's compartment. What are you doing? The driver exclaimed in panic. With a swift motion, Dr. Octopus's tentacle struck, ending the driver's life. You fancy heroes, don't you? Allow me to grant you one last taste of heroism. Dr. Octopus sneered as he engaged the acceleration lever. The train's power surged, accelerating rapidly. Subsequently, he manipulated his mechanical tentacles to shatter both the braking and acceleration systems before emerging from the cockpit. Returning to the top of the locomotive, he tossed the brake lever to Spider-Man with a sinister grin, proclaiming, I have incapacitated the train's systems. It cannot brake and will continue to accelerate until it reaches its destination, colliding and exploding to finally cease. Spider-Man was momentarily at a loss. Dr. Octopus, indifferent to the passenger's fate, seized the opportunity as Spider-Man remained dazed, launching a surprise attack. His mechanical tentacles struck like a sword, aiming directly for Spider-Man's heart. However, Spider-Man's heightened sixth sense detected the imminent danger, prompting him to instinctively fall backward and narrowly evade the lethal blow. He then performed a roll, utilizing all four limbs to scramble into the cockpit. Faced with the devastation within, worry etched across his face, he exclaimed, What to do? What to do? There are so many people on this train. How can I save them? As the train accelerated, the passengers sensed the anomaly and began to panic, with the more timid among them screaming for help. Help! Who will save my child? What should we do? Jumping off will lead to death. Staying on will result in disaster. What can we do? Can anyone tell me? Hello, is this the police? I'm on a train that has been sabotaged by two monsters. It is accelerating rapidly. Please come and rescue us. The cries for help, wailing, and sounds of despair mingled with the terrified cries of children, compelled Chen Feng to act without hesitation. Though not a paragon of virtue, witnessing so many innocent lives on the precipice of death stirred a sense of responsibility within him. He began piloting the Transformer, soaring toward the locomotive's front. Spider-Man, desperate to halt the train, leaped in front of it, bracing his upper body against the front, his feet planted firmly on the ground. With a series of loud cracks, the fixed rails began to snap. In mere seconds, Spider-Man could endure no longer. His feet felt as if they were on fire. Reluctantly, he sprang up, pressing himself against the train's front. What is to be done? If all aboard perish, it will be your incompetence that causes their demise, Dr. Octopus taunted, deliberately refraining from attacking Spider-Man to observe how he would attempt to save the train's occupants. Ignoring Dr. Octopus's taunts, Spider-Man contemplated his predicament and made a decisive choice. He spread his arms wide, releasing streams of webbing from his wrists. With a series of sharp snaps, the webbing broke. Yet, Undeterred, Spider-Man shot forth more strands, securing them to the buildings on either side. Chen Feng arrived, addressing Spider-Man. "Step aside, let me take over." Spider-Man, while firing an abundance of webbing, replied, "Let us work together." "Chen Feng, do you still wish to collaborate?" Dr. Octopus expressed his dissatisfaction. "Passengers are innocent," Chen Feng retorted, before maneuvering the transformer downwards. After Chen Feng landed, he swiftly seized Spider-Man and tossed him into the cockpit. As Spider-Man was obstructing his path, he maneuvered the transformer, leaning against the locomotive, limbs extended forward, while the jet propulsion system roared to life. The train, hindered by the transformer's resistance, momentarily faltered, its speed beginning to wane. "Optimus Prime, increase the thrust," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Responding to the directive, the transformer's limbs emitted a more vigorous jet of gas, causing the train to decelerate further. The passengers, once anxious, began to feel a sense of calm wash over them. Suddenly, Chen Feng pondered a pressing issue. The train was still in motion. He turned to Spider-Man and urged, "Peter, quickly disable all systems on the locomotive." "Oh," Spider-Man replied, grabbing a wrench and commencing his task of dismantling the train's systems. In the midst of his efforts, Spider-Man abruptly halted, astonished. "How did you know my name is Peter?" "There are many who know your name. It is merely you who remains oblivious. Furthermore, every time you apprehend a villain, you are being monitored," Chen Feng explained. He had learned that the organization monitoring Peter was SHIELD. Spider-Man was taken aback, having always believed his identity was well concealed, even from those closest to him. He had never imagined that so many were aware of his true persona. "Hurry and smash it. If you don't stop the train soon, I won't be able to assist any longer," Chen Feng admonished. Having already slowed the train but knowing it would accelerate again if he released his grip. Only by completely incapacitating the train could it be brought to a halt. Okay. Spider-Man hastily resumed his task. Bang, bang, bang. The equipment in the cockpit was reduced to ruins by Spider-Man's relentless strikes. At that moment, Dr. Octopus found himself in a quandary. Standing at over 8 meters tall, Chen Feng's robot was capable of halting even a swiftly moving train, a feat far beyond his capability to confront. Thus, he was reluctant to engage Chen Feng. Ultimately, he chose to postpone his battle with Spider-Man until he could rescue the passengers before confronting him in a life-or-death struggle. Once Spider-Man had thoroughly dismantled the train, it, devoid of power, gradually came to a stop under the Transformer's obstruction. Chapter 20. The Rescue of the Fair Mary. As soon as the train halted, Dr. Octopus sprang into action. 2 mechanical tentacles secured themselves to the train, while the other 2 arched outward, one to the left and one to the right, launching an assault on Spider-Man. Just as Spider-Man was reveling in the safety of the passengers, he was ensnared by the mechanical tentacles of Dr. Octopus, which possessed immense strength, rendering him immobile. Nevertheless, Spider-Man utilized his webbing, launching a strand that pulled Dr. Octopus against the wall of a nearby building. Since discovering his ability to extract the genes of the deceased, Chen Feng had grown indifferent to the fate of superheroes. Such was the case now. He possessed the capability to eliminate Spider-Man and subsequently extract his genetic material. However, Spider-Man is a hero beloved by all, and thus he cannot bring himself to harm him, especially considering Spider-Man's inherent goodness. Furthermore, should he take such a drastic action, SHIELD would undoubtedly seek retribution, and his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, rendering him a pariah in the eyes of humanity. "Optimus Prime, lock onto Dr. Octopus's experimental facility. We must go and rescue Mary," Chen Feng commanded. Recognizing that this was the only way he could assist Spider-Man, hoping that Spider-Man would willingly allow him to extract his genes afterward. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime responded dutifully. "My lord, the location has been secured. Mary is currently safe and alone," Optimus Prime informed him. "Let us proceed to her rescue," Chen Feng declared. The Transformers ascended into the sky, vanishing within mere moments. Within seconds, Chen Feng located Dr. Octopus's laboratory. Once a spacious, vintage-style building, it now lay in ruins, its dilapidated state visible from the outside. Perhaps due to Dr. Octopus's experiments with a man-made sun, the police had sealed off the area out of concern for radiation, resulting in an eerie emptiness. Chen Feng emerged from the Transformers and ventured inside. His gaze swept the surroundings until it landed upon a corner where a beautiful woman was suspended, with disheveled golden hair and her hands bound, her waist encircled by a chain. The sight was somewhat provocative, tempting thoughts of wrongdoing. Upon noticing the stranger's arrival, Mary urgently called out, "Hey, over here. Please help me. I've been captured by a villain." Chen Feng approached and deftly untied the ropes binding her wrists, then removed the chain from her waist. Grateful for her newfound freedom, Mary exclaimed, "My name is Mary. Thank you for rescuing me." "Not at all. I am Peter's friend, sent to save you." Chen Feng smiled in response. "Peter? I knew he would find a way to rescue me." Mary rejoiced. "Enough chatter. Dr. Octopus is using you to threaten Peter, hindering him at every turn. I must escort you to safety and then inform Peter to avoid Dr. Octopus," Chen Feng stated firmly. Mary nodded, replying, "Yes, thank you. I will follow your lead." Chen Feng guided Mary outside. Upon stepping out, Mary gazed in awe at the towering 85-meter transformers, exclaiming, "Wow, it's so big." Chen Feng chuckled softly. "With that expression, one could easily misinterpret your words. Is this your robot?" Mary inquired, astonished. While she had seen robots before, particularly Iron Man on newspapers and television, they were all of a more human-like stature, unlike Chen Feng's colossal robot, which dwarfed even three-story buildings, exuding an imposing presence. "Yes, he is the first-generation transformer, known as Optimus Prime," Chen Feng introduced. "You are truly impressive," Mary admired. "Just doing my part," Chen Feng replied with a modest smile before commanding, "Optimus Prime, transform into aircraft mode." The transformers can indeed carry Mary, albeit in a rather inconvenient manner, necessitating a hold. At the speed of the transformers, the sheer force of the wind could easily prove overwhelming. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime responded, accepting the command. The transformers swiftly morphed into an impressive aircraft with a resounding click. "Wow, that's amazing," Mary exclaimed in awe. Chen Feng hopped into the cockpit and beckoned, "Come on, Mary. I'll take you home." "All right," she replied cheerfully, sliding into the passenger seat, her bright eyes darting around the cockpit with curiosity. "Optimus Prime, pinpoint Mary's residence and return her home," Chen Feng instructed. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime affirmed. The brilliance of a superior intelligence system lay in its simplicity. One merely needed to express a request. The aircraft ascended rapidly, soaring towards Mary's abode. In scarcely 20 seconds, they arrived at her upscale villa. The plane landed gracefully on the premises. As the cabin door opened, Chen Feng announced, "Miss Mary, we have arrived." "So soon?" Mary gasped, astonished that she hadn't even had the chance to thoroughly examine the cockpit before arriving at her destination. The speed was nothing short of extraordinary. Chen Feng nodded, "Indeed. It is that swift. But I haven't had enough of the ride. Could you take me up for a few laps around the sky?" Mary implored, captivated by the high-tech marvel before her, reluctant to conclude this exhilarating experience so quickly. "Miss Mary, if you linger any longer, your boyfriend Peter may fall victim to Dr. Octopus," Chen Feng cautioned. "Oh," Mary suddenly recalled her boyfriend and hurriedly exited the aircraft. "Miss Mary, once Peter returns, please have a sincere discussion with him about cooperating with me on a certain matter. It would be a fitting way to repay my assistance," Chen Feng suggested. Mary nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will speak to him." Waving goodbye, Chen Feng remarked, "Until we meet again, perhaps I shall take you to play in space one day." Mary clasped her hands in anticipation, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, "Really? Will that be possible tomorrow? How romantic it would be to explore space. It's a dream I've always harbored." Chen Feng had casually mentioned it, not realizing the fervor it would ignite within Mary. As for space, it was a realm he himself had yet to explore. "If you can persuade Peter to cooperate with me on an innocuous task, provided he consents willingly, I shall take you on a celestial adventure," Chen Feng proposed. Mary nodded enthusiastically. "All right. Optimus Prime, let us seek out Dr. Octopus and his associates," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. The aircraft took off, departing from Mary's residence. With Optimus Prime's assistance, Chen Feng effortlessly located Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man. The confrontation between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man unfolded along the railway, wreaking havoc across the streets they traversed. Chen Feng chose not to intervene immediately, waiting for the moment when Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man would part ways, allowing him to discreetly inform Spider-Man that Mary had been rescued. Spider-Man's most formidable attack lies in his ability to utilize his webbing as a spring, propelling himself forward with remarkable force. In no time, he commenced his acrobatic maneuvers once again. With a resounding thud, Dr. Octopus was sent flying by Spider-Man, crashing into a nearby clothing store. Chapter 21. The spirit of the scientist Chen Feng made his move, commanding the Transformers to descend from above, landing right before Spider-Man. Instantly, Spider-Man felt a surge of pressure. Grimacing as he spoke, "Chen Feng, you can't possibly be intending to assist Dr. Octopus, can you? I rescued your girlfriend and returned her home. She is safe now." Chen Feng replied. "Is that truly the case? That's splendid news." Spider-Man exclaimed, his spirits lifted. "Therefore, I need you to cooperate. Pretend to be struck by my attack. Then seize the opportunity to escape. This way, Dr. Octopus will not suspect anything," Chen Feng instructed earnestly. All right, Spider-Man readily agreed. Chen Feng delivered a powerful kick toward Spider-Man. Although Spider-Man initially intended to remain still, having just agreed to feign being struck, he felt a chill at the sight of the Transformer's colossal foot. Overcome by fear, he instinctively chose to evade. Executing a backward roll, he narrowly escaped the gigantic foot's descent. Boom. The ground where Spider-Man had stood moments before was now a massive crater. The surrounding concrete cracked and extending several meters outward. Chen Feng reached out, but Spider-Man nimbly dodged, landing atop Chen Feng's fist before springing onto his head. Chen Feng performed a backflip, forcing Spider-Man down, and then unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the descending hero. Boom. Spider-Man was sent flying by Chen Feng's strike, colliding directly with Dr. Octopus, who had just emerged from the clothing store, and the two tumbled into the shop together. Bang, bang, bang. Inside the clothing store, a fierce confrontation ensued between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man, who had sworn never to take a life, even against the most nefarious of foes, would only capture his adversaries and turn them over to the authorities. In contrast, Dr. Octopus, influenced by his mechanical tentacles, had lost his humanity. He would kill anyone who displeased him. Thus, despite Spider-Man's superior abilities, he found himself evading Dr. Octopus's relentless attacks. After a brief skirmish, Spider-Man seized an opportunity and ascended into a ventilation shaft. With his larger frame and obstructive mechanical appendages, Dr. Octopus was unable to follow, resorting instead to violently dismantling the vent. Boom, boom, boom. Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles transformed into a digging machine, swiftly excavating toward the vent. However, his method was no match for Spider-Man's speed. Once inside the vent, Spider-Man extended his arm, shooting a strand of webbing that adhered to a corner, and with a swift tug, propelled himself forward with the rapidity of the wind and the ferocity of fire, disappearing in an instant. Chen Feng emerged from the Transformers and approached Dr. Octopus, proclaiming, "Dr. Octopus, Spider-Man has fled. You will not catch him." "No, I am certain I will capture him," Dr. Octopus insisted. Dr. Octopus, undeterred, continued to manipulate his mechanical tentacles to excavate the ventilation shaft. Forget it. With Spider-Man's agility and webbing, capturing him is impossible. He can swing through the city and even navigate the sewers without a sound. Finding him is no easy task, not just for you, but even for me, Chen Feng advised. With a frustrated huff, Dr. Octopus retorted, "As my collaborator, shouldn't you assist me in eliminating Spider-Man?" Chen Feng shook his head, expressing his disappointment. "Now I understand why your artificial sun experiment failed." "Why?" Dr. Octopus inquired. "Because you lacked focus in your research, leading to the experiment's failure. Remember, failure is the mother of success. Scientists achieve groundbreaking advancements through countless failures. And look at you now, consumed by rage and hatred. You have strayed from the spirit of a true scientist. Especially after your setback, you blame others for your problems. Thus, your failure was inevitable," Chen Feng analyzed. Dr. Octopus, unable to bear Chen Feng's words, covered his ears and shouted, "I did not." His emotions spiraled out of control, causing his mechanical tentacles to flail wildly, shattering everything in their vicinity. "Dr. Octopus, I previously mentioned that scientists find success through numerous failures. This setback does not define your entire life. If you relinquish your hatred and collaborate with me, focusing on the artificial sun, I believe it won't be long before you create a substitute for the sun. At that point, you will be the most formidable scientist in the universe," Chen Feng persuaded. "Yes, you're right. I am a scientist. I cannot let hatred dictate my life. I shall seek no revenge and dedicate myself to researching the artificial sun," Dr. Octopus murmured, coming to a realization. Chen Feng stepped forward, extending his right hand. "To a fruitful collaboration." Dr. Octopus reciprocated the gesture. "To a fruitful collaboration. Dr. Octopus, I believe conducting research on the artificial sun in a bustling city is ill-advised. The experimental space is limited, and the surrounding noise will disrupt your work. Therefore, I suggest relocating the laboratory to my private island, where you can engage with Dr. Zhao Hailuan and Dr. Hank. The environment is exquisite. I am certain you will enjoy it," Chen Feng proposed. "Wherever I can advance my work on the artificial sun is acceptable," Dr. Octopus agreed. "I will have Optimus Prime assist you with transportation. Should you require anything, feel free to contact him," Chen Feng assured. Dr. Octopus nodded. "Understood." Chen Feng turned, commanding, "Optimus Prime, assist Dr. Octopus in transporting his belongings to the private island, and await my summons." "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime affirmed. With that, Optimus Prime and Dr. Octopus departed, while Chen Feng chose not to follow. He intended to seek Spider-Man, determined to acquire his genetic material. Chen Feng hailed a taxi to Mary Jane's residence. Upon arrival, he did not knock, but stealthily entered, much like Spider-Man himself. His agility was remarkable, allowing him to effortlessly enter the villa and scale the water pipes along the wall. With Optimus Prime's guidance, he accurately located Mary's room. To his surprise, he seemed to have arrived at an inopportune moment, as Spider-Man was engaged in a workout with Mary. Not wishing to intrude upon their intimacy, Chen Feng chose to crouch outside the window, waiting for them to finish. However, Spider-Man's acute hearing picked up the sounds from outside. "Peter, what are you doing?" Mary exclaimed, her frustration evident. "I'm not done yet. How can we stop now?" "There's someone outside," Spider-Man whispered. "Who is it?" "It can't be my dad, can it?" Mary gasped, concern etched on her face. "It's not your dad. He doesn't possess such skills," Peter replied. "Then who could it be? A thief? Or has Dr. Octopus sent someone?" Mary asked anxiously. "Anyone with such skills would never stoop to thievery, and Dr. Octopus doesn't fit the profile," Peter assured her. Listening to Peter and Mary's conversation from outside, Chen Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. However, since he had already been discovered, there was no need to hide any longer. He stood up. Mary let out a shrill scream, her voice breaking. Chapter 22. Mary's father wants me as a son-in-law. Chen Feng waved awkwardly, greeting them. "Hi, how are you?" "Oh my goodness." Spider-Man quickly shielded his girlfriend. Without hesitation, Chen Feng opened the window and climbed inside. "Peter, it's me, Chen Feng. What are you doing in Mary's room at this hour?" Spider-Man questioned, suspicious that Chen Feng might have ulterior motives with his girlfriend. "Peter, don't misunderstand. It's nothing regarding your girlfriend. I'm here to see you," Chen Feng clarified. "What do you want with me?" Spider-Man relaxed slightly, relieved that Chen Feng was not there for Mary. "I saved both you and your girlfriend. Surely you owe me some form of gratitude," Chen Feng stated confidently. "What do you propose?" Spider-Man replied readily. "I possess a unique ability to extract genetic material from others, but it requires their willing consent. Rest assured, the extraction process causes no harm," Chen Feng explained. "Why would you want my genetic material?" Spider-Man asked, his wariness evident. To be honest, he was reluctant to share his abilities, as he wished to remain the sole Spider-Man. "I need to grow stronger. It's as simple as that," Chen Feng elucidated. Before Spider-Man could respond, Mary interjected. "Peter, just let him extract the genes. If it weren't for him today, you might not have seen me again, and Dr. Octopus could have killed you. He is our savior. We ought to repay him," Mary urged. Chen Feng silently applauded Mary for her perceptiveness. After her persuasive argument, Spider-Man reluctantly agreed, saying, "All right, I consent to the gene extraction." Chen Feng beamed with joy as he took a few steps to the bedside, extending his hand to Spider-Man. "Simply grasp my hand and remember, it must be of your own free will. Otherwise, I cannot extract it." "All right," Spider-Man weakly replied. Suddenly, the door creaked open. "Mary, what is the matter?" Mary's parents burst in, and upon seeing Peter with a strange man in their daughter's room, they were utterly astonished. Particularly striking was the scene of one person on the bed and another standing beside it, while their daughter lay there with a dazed expression. "Oh my goodness!" Mary's mother gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. She never imagined her daughter would be so audacious as to require two men for satisfaction. "Mary, how could you do such a thing? Don't forget you are already engaged." Mary's father exclaimed furiously, appalled not only by the infidelity, but by the scandalous nature of it, especially with such loud cries. Mary looked utterly bewildered. Spider-Man quickly withdrew his hand and descended from the bed, feeling extremely awkward as he addressed Mary's parents. "Uncle, Auntie. Humph. I warned you before, yet you still came to find Mary. Do you think my words are mere nonsense?" Mary's father retorted angrily. "Uncle, Spider-Man hesitated, unsure of what to say. In stark contrast, Chen Feng remained unperturbed, having engaged in no impropriety. He approached Mary's parents with courtesy, greeting them. "Uncle, Auntie, hello. I am Chen Feng. I apologize for entering through the back door. What do you do?" Mary's father inquired sternly, his eyes reflecting his materialistic nature, drawn to wealth as evidenced by his daughter's engagement to a wealthy heir. After a moment of thought, Chen Feng replied, "I suppose I could say I am a scientist. Or perhaps a seeker of power." Mary's father disregarded both descriptions and bluntly asked, "Are you wealthy?" Taken aback, Chen Feng chuckled. "Indeed. Not only am I affluent, but I also possess a private island." Mary's father's expression shifted, transforming into a warm smile as he fervently grasped Chen Feng's hand. "Chen Feng, you are my only hope. My company is on the verge of collapse due to cash flow issues. You must assist me." "That is a trivial matter, uncle. How much do you need?" Chen Feng declared boldly. Recently, with Optimus Prime continuously aiding him in the stock market, he had amassed a fortune, making him a world-class billionaire. With only a handful of individuals wealthier than him, $1 million would suffice, Mary's father said, elated. Chen Feng responded grandly. "I shall provide you with $100 million. I hope you can expand and strengthen your company. Since acquiring Optimus Prime, Money had merely become a series of numbers for him. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, he had not handled physical cash, relying solely on online transfers. Mary's father's hands trembled in disbelief. He could hardly fathom Chen Feng's generosity. It was utterly unexpected. Mary's mother stood nearby, covering her mouth, her expression one of astonishment. Once the shock subsided, her gaze toward Chen Feng transformed, akin to a mother-in-law surveying her son-in-law. Chen Feng wasted no time and contacted Optimus Prime, commanding, Optimus, transfer $100 million to the gentleman's bank card. Understood, my lord, came Optimus Prime's voice emanating from Chen Feng's watch. Wow, this is high technology, Mary's father exclaimed, recognizing that only the affluent could afford such advanced gadgets. If you like it, I shall gift you one another day, Chen Feng generously offered. His actions aimed at pleasing Mary and Spider-Man, as he had been interrupted by Mary's parents and failed to extract Spider-Man's genes in time. Wonderful, wonderful, Mary's father repeated several times, clearly satisfied with Chen Feng. My lord, the transfer has been successfully completed, Optimus Prime reminded him. No sooner had Optimus Prime's voice faded than a text notification chimed from Mary's father's phone. Ding. Understanding the significance of that sound, he shakily retrieved his phone and opened the message. Bank of America, your account ending in 27 completed a transfer of $100 million on 00000 at 2216. Balance, 100,009, 156. Mary's father gasped, having never seen such an immense sum of money before. Dear, has the money arrived? Mary's mother asked anxiously. He nodded, joyfully declaring, yes, it's here, $100 million. Splendid. Our company is saved. Mary's mother rejoiced. Mary observed Chen Feng engaging in cheerful conversation with her parents, feeling oddly sidelined, as both she and her boyfriend were overlooked. Suddenly, Mary's father grasped Chen Feng's hand again, excitedly stating, You, my son-in-law, I have chosen you. I too recognize you as my son-in-law, Mary's mother echoed. Chen Feng was taken aback. Mary was bewildered. Spider-Man was equally perplexed. No, uncle, you are mistaken. I am Mary's boyfriend, Spider-Man nearly cried. Father, Chen Feng is here to see Peter, not me. You've misunderstood, Mary explained, bemused. Uncle, I genuinely appreciate your fondness for me, but I have no romantic involvement with Mary, Chen Feng clarified, realizing the gravity of this misunderstanding regarding being recognized as a son-in-law. Mary's father remained stunned. Mary's mother was equally confused. What is happening? They thought, confronted with an unexpected situation in their daughter's room, where the supposed suitor was not her boyfriend. This misunderstanding was exceedingly awkward. Mary's father continued to hold Chen Feng's hand, earnestly inquiring, You truly are here to see Peter? Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Do you have feelings for Mary? Mary's father questioned, envisioning a potential son-in-law in the wealthy Chen Feng. Uncle, I only met Mary today. Chen Feng replied with a wry smile. As long as you have feelings for Mary, I will take it upon myself to arrange your marriage, Mary's father declared generously. Mary could no longer endure it and protested, Dad, I have already told you, Peter is my boyfriend. Although she harbored a fondness for Chen Feng, the depth of her relationship with Peter made it awkward to consider being with Chen Feng. Mary's father turned his head and glared at her, retorting curtly, I did not ask you. Chen Feng shook his head, declining. Uncle, it appears I must disappoint you. I cannot marry Mary. Mary's father released Chen Feng's hand, his expression darkening as he questioned, If you do not like my daughter, what are you doing in her room? Don't say you were looking for Peter. If you were looking for him, how could you find my daughter's room? Who would believe that? Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Yet he recognized the logic in Mary's father's statement. Uncle, I possess an intelligent system called Optimus, which can access any camera and locate anyone's phone. I arrived here because my system tracked Peter, leading me to Mary's room, Chen Feng explained. Then why did you offer me $100 million? Mary's father inquired, perplexed. It baffled him that someone who had just met his daughter would offer such a sum without hesitation. I have the means, and besides, I am Peter's friend. While you are Peter's future father-in-law, it is only fitting that I assist you, Chen Feng replied with a smile. What if I can't repay such a large sum? Mary's father asked anxiously, knowing he would never repay money borrowed from a son-in-law. However, Chen Feng had no intention of becoming his son-in-law, which meant the money would naturally need to be returned, unless Chen Feng decided to give it as a gift, which seemed unlikely given the substantial amount. I have the resources, there is no need to repay me. Feel free to use the funds, and if you require more, you can always come to me, Chen Feng said generously. Mary's father sighed in relief, glad that repayment was not required. Spider-Man, feeling increasingly ignored, thought that if this continued, his girlfriend would surely end up with someone else. He then exclaimed loudly to Chen Feng, Rest assured, I will repay you the $100 million. Chen Feng burst into laughter. Mary's father could not contain himself either. Just give it up. Mary's mother shook her head in disappointment. Observing the expressions and reactions of those around him, Spider-Man felt deeply hurt, wondering if he was truly that inadequate. After all, he was a superhero who had saved countless lives. Surely, earning $100 million was within his reach if he tried hard enough. Peter, my dad does not appreciate boastfulness, Mary cautioned. After enjoying a hearty laugh, Mary's father turned to Spider-Man and said, Peter, it is not that I look down on you. But consider your situation. You are merely a lowly reporter earning a meager salary each month. If you cannot even support yourself, how do you expect to earn $100 million? Dream on. Unless you possess the talents of Mr. Chen Feng, your intelligence makes it uncertain whether you could earn even $1 million in your lifetime, Mary's mother added with sarcasm. I will work hard, Spider-Man shouted defiantly, spurred on by the remarks of those around him. As he reminisced about his birthday, when his aunt gifted him the last $20, a pang of sorrow struck him. He was Spider-Man, yet life felt so impoverished. Previously, this had not crossed his mind. Now, witnessing the stark contrast in treatment from Mary's father towards Chen Feng and himself, a realization dawned upon him. To be a hero, one must also earn money. He resolved to amass a fortune, to prove to all those who looked down upon him that he, Peter, was not merely a loser, but a wealthy man. Then come find Mary after you've made $100 million. Mary's father retorted, clearly skeptical of Peter's prospects. He viewed Peter as lacking talent and possessing a timid disposition, questioning how he could entrust his daughter to someone who struggled even with basic sustenance. With clenched fists, Spider-Man replied earnestly, All right. I will come for Mary after I earn $100 million. I will be waiting, Mary's father replied coolly. Uncle, Auntie, could you please step outside? I have matters to discuss with Peter, Chen Feng requested politely. I understand, Mary's father smirked. As they closed the door, Mary's mother advised her, Mary, remember to take good care of Chen Feng. Chen Feng pondered the implication of her words. Spider-Man was on the verge of losing his composure. Thinking how could parents be so oblivious? Mary's cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet Chen Feng's gaze. Once her parents exited, Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man, saying, Peter, rest assured, I will finance your entrepreneurial venture. It won't be long before you earn $100 million. Spider-Man shook his head, gratefully asserting, No, I wish to earn that $100 million through my own abilities. Very well, I respect your choice. Now, can we proceed with the gene extraction? Chen Feng inquired eagerly. Spider-Man nodded, yes. Chen Feng extended his hand to Spider-Man. System, initiate the extraction of Spider-Man's genes and integrate them within me, he mentally commanded. Ding. The extraction of Spider-Man's genes was successful and is currently merging. Ding. Congratulations, host, on the integration of Spider-Man's genes. As the system notifications chimed, an unusual power began to transform Chen Feng's body. This feels incredibly itchy, he exclaimed as he experienced a peculiar sensation in his wrists, unable to resist scratching. In the midst of this, he inadvertently produced a strand of web. Chen Feng, can you truly extract another's genes? Spider-Man inquired, astonished. Indeed, Chen Feng affirmed. Can I also acquire Peter's abilities? Mary asked eagerly, feeling exhilarated at the thought of swinging between skyscrapers like Spider-Man. Chen Feng shook his head, with my method. That is impossible for you. However, you could use Peter's genes for research. Perhaps you could develop a serum from the spider's blood. Chapter 24. A journey through space. Mary's expression fell, disappointment evident on her face. Now that Chen Feng had acquired Spider-Man's genes, there was no need for him to linger. He waved goodbye to Spider-Man and Mary, saying, Peter, Mary, I am leaving. Until we meet again. As Chen Feng prepared to depart, Mary suddenly recalled his earlier promise to take her on a journey into space. She hurriedly called out, Chen Feng, wait. You promised me during the day that you would take me to explore the cosmos. Chen Feng paused, turned to face Mary, and with a wry smile replied, Well, let us go now then. While watching the film earlier, he felt a deep connection between Mary and Spider-Man, yet at this moment, he sensed that their bond was somewhat trivial, as Mary seemed indifferent to Spider-Man's feelings. Mary clapped her hands joyfully and exclaimed, That's wonderful. Meanwhile, Spider-Man wore a pained expression, thinking to himself, Mary, have you ever considered my feelings while you frolic with another man before me? Optimus Prime, come here for a moment. Chen Feng commanded. Yes, my lord. I shall arrive within 5 minutes, Optimus Prime responded. After an awkward 5-minute wait, a gust of wind heralded the arrival of the Transformers. Hovering outside the window, My lord, I am here, Optimus Prime announced. Transform into aircraft mode, Chen Feng ordered. As you wish, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. With a series of mechanical sounds, the Transformers swiftly morphed into a sleek airplane. Chen Feng turned to Mary and Spider-Man, saying, You both can board. He felt it inappropriate to invite only Spider-Man's girlfriend without extending the invitation to Spider-Man himself. Without a second thought, Mary dashed to the window, using both her hands and feet to climb out, skillfully settling into the co-pilot's seat. Your aircraft only has a pilot and co-pilot seat. I think I shall decline. Spider-Man awkwardly remarked. You can hold on to Mary, Chen Feng suggested. Spider-Man glanced at Mary, who was enthusiastically examining Chen Feng's aircraft, and felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Mary had never been this joyful when she was with him, aside from during their athletic endeavors. Forget it. You both go have fun, Spider-Man said, his mood visibly dampened. All right then, Chen Feng replied, having acquired Spider-Man's genes. He felt no need to consider Spider-Man's feelings any longer. If he wished to go, he would go, and if not, that was fine too. With a leap, Chen Feng soared through the window, passing over Mary's head and landing deftly in the pilot's seat. Such a feat would have been impossible for him before, but now, thanks to the agility bestowed by Spider-Man's genes, he accomplished it with ease. Once seated, Optimus Prime closed the cabin door. Optimus Prime, maintain normal speed. Our destination is space, Chen Feng commanded, mindful of Mary's ordinary human constitution, which would not withstand excessive velocity. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. With a whoosh, the aircraft ascended rapidly, soon traversing thousands of miles in mere moments. Before long, they broke through the Earth's atmosphere, entering the weightlessness of space. With the absence of gravitational pull, the aircraft accelerated even further. Wow, space is truly magnificent, Mary exclaimed, marveling at the unfiltered beauty of the cosmos, unobstructed by any atmospheric layers. In the vast expanse of the sky, one is met with either the inky darkness of space or the resplendent glow of celestial bodies. Under the caress of sunlight, these planets resemble a myriad of tiny lanterns, each radiating its own unique brilliance against the monotony of the cosmos. The breathtaking beauty of the stars captivated even Chen Feng, who marveled, it is truly magnificent. Mary turned to him, her voice sweet as she replied, thank you. Were it not for you, I would never have witnessed such a breathtaking spectacle of space. Mary felt an overwhelming joy at that moment. Although they were merely enjoying an outing rather than a romantic date, the atmosphere was undeniably enchanting. In such a romantic setting, had Chen Feng chosen to profess his feelings, Mary would surely have been moved to accept. How about we embark on a journey to the moon? It is the closest celestial body to Earth, Chen Feng suggested. Mary nodded obediently, responding, sure, I will follow your lead. Optimus Prime, is there any issue with the Transformers' performance? Chen Feng inquired. My lord, everything is functioning normally. Should any problems arise, I will promptly inform you. Please rest assured, Optimus Prime assured him. That is reassuring. Let us swiftly proceed to the moon, Chen Feng directed. Understood. My lord, Optimus Prime affirmed, as the aircraft expelled powerful jets of gas and rapidly soared towards the moon. As they distanced themselves from Earth, Chen Feng and Mary beheld the planet in its entirety, half shrouded in darkness and half bathed in blue. The distance from Earth to the moon is approximately 384,000 kilometers. Human-engineered rockets take several days to traverse this journey, following an elliptical trajectory. In contrast, Chen Feng's transformer advanced in a straight line, and due to its immense energy and speed, they reached the moon in just a few hours. Upon landing on the lunar surface, Chen Feng turned to Mary and asked, would you like to control the transformer and play freely on the moon? Mary's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, can I really? Optimus Prime, if I transform into a Titan, how long can I remain on the moon? Chen Feng queried. Given your physique as a Titan, my lord, you can indeed stay on the moon. However, I am uncertain how long you can endure without breathing, Optimus Prime replied. Chen Feng lowered a helmet, gently placing it on Mary's head, saying, once you wear this helmet, you will be able to control the transformer with your thoughts. Oh, thank you, Mary said, unable to contain her delight as she bestowed a kiss upon Chen Feng. You are welcome, he replied nonchalantly, accustomed to the open nature of Americans, who are known for greeting and expressing gratitude with kisses. Optimus Prime, separate the co-pilot and pilot seats, and allow me to exit, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime replied. As the cockpit was partitioned, the hatch opened. With a fierce roar, Chen Feng transformed and leapt from the cabin, becoming a towering Titan standing 3 meters tall, landing on the lunar surface. The moon's gravity is merely 1/6 that of Earth, allowing Chen Feng to leap several meters high with ease. With a little more force, he could even defy the moon's gravitational pull altogether. Chen Feng transformed into a Titan on the moon. Aside from feeling a slight chill and the absence of breathable air, he experienced no other discomfort. Inside the cabin, Mary covered her mouth in astonishment, exclaiming, oh my God, He can actually become a giant. Master, the moon is too eerily silent, given human nature. We tend to dislike such an environment. Shall we play some music? Optimus Prime suggested. Chen Feng remained silent, but nodded in agreement. As the exquisite and romantic melody of Every Night in My Dreams resonated, it shattered the moon's stillness. Hearing this familiar tune, Chen Feng was at a loss for words. Why play such a piece as the Titanic theme My Heart Will Go On? It made no sense, as he had no romantic ties with Mary. Suddenly, an intriguing thought crossed Chen Feng's mind. He could hear the sounds emitted by the Transformers. This revelation astonished him, for sound requires a medium, solid, liquid, or gas, to propagate, none of which exist in the near vacuum of the moon. Yet, he heard the sounds clearly. He recalled a news story he had once read about a report from the United States, detailing how signals detected by the Voyager spacecraft could be played at frequencies audible to the human ear. He understood this principle and was aware that space is not an absolute vacuum. Otherwise, countless celestial bodies could not exist. The molecules in space are merely sparse, with vast distances between them, leading to the common misconception that space is a complete void. In reality, space is not entirely devoid of matter, and sound can propagate, albeit through different means than on Earth. In the cosmos, sound travels via electromagnetic vibrations. The existence of plasma in space, which is compressible, allows for the generation of sound waves. Plasma is abundant throughout the solar system, with solar winds and coronal emissions continuously releasing it into the void. Long ago, scientists created a device capable of recording electromagnetic vibrations and converting them into sounds perceivable by the human ear. Chen Feng was astounded to discover that his ears possessed this extraordinary capability. With a mere thought, he focused on hearing other sounds and was surprised to actually perceive additional noises emanating from the universe, chaotic and loud, causing his ears to ache. He quickly concentrated on adjusting his ears to receive different frequencies. When My Heart Will Go On once again filled the air, he felt a wave of joy. It was simply enchanting. Mary had successfully mastered the art of controlling the Transformers with her thoughts. She resembled a carefree child, maneuvering the Transformers with glee, leaping about and occasionally lifting meteorites to hurl them into the distance. How exhilarating it is! As if I have transformed into a mighty warrior capable of lifting such a colossal meteorite, exclaimed Mary with uncontainable excitement. After spending some time outside, Chen Feng began to feel uncomfortable due to the prolonged lack of oxygen, so he hurriedly approached Optimus Prime and gestured his intent to enter. The mighty Autobot shifted into its truck form, creating a separation between the driver and passenger seats before opening the driver's door. As Chen Feng reverted to his ordinary human state, he was immediately struck by a piercing chill. Fortunately, his integration of Spider-Man's genes spared him from the fate that would have befallen an unenhanced human. He swiftly climbed inside the vehicle, and once the door closed, Optimus Prime promptly supplied oxygen. Taking a deep breath of fresh air, Chen Feng felt significantly more at ease. The partition between the driver and passenger seats descended. Noticing Chen Feng's pallor, Mary inquired with concern, "Chen Feng, are you all right?" "Rest assured, I'm fine," Chen Feng replied with a reassuring smile. Although he had just endured a bit of hardship, he harbored no regrets about the perilous escapade. On the contrary, he found it exhilarating and thrilling. Reluctant to let it go. "I'm glad to hear that," Mary sighed in relief. "Let us cruise across the lunar surface in truck form for a while before heading back," Chen Feng proposed. Mary nodded. "All right, I'm with you." On the moon's surface, which was even more level than the prairies and deserts, Chen Feng drove at great speed. The heavy truck thundered across the terrain, crashing through any minor obstructions without concern, given the robust mass of the Transformer. "Ah, this is so thrilling. Go faster," Mary urged. "Look ahead, there's a slope. Let us charge towards it and see how high we can fly." Mary was in high spirits, frequently shouting and suggesting daring ideas, some of which left Chen Feng speechless. One of her suggestions was to write enormous words on the lunar surface proclaiming Mary was here. Succumbing to her playful persuasion, Chen Feng agreed. Taking control of the Transformer, they ascended thousands of meters above the moon's surface before unleashing a barrage from the pulse cannon, etching the proclamation into the moon until it was clearly visible. Before ceasing fire, this endeavor consumed a significant portion of the Transformer's energy, equivalent to the force of 2 mushroom clouds. Through specialized glass, Mary beheld the gigantic inscription on the lunar surface, moved to tears. "Hey Mary, why are you crying?" Chen Feng asked in confusion. "I'm just overwhelmed with emotion." "Thank you, Chen Feng. You're the first person to treat me with such kindness." "I'm truly touched," Mary sobbed. Chen Feng pondered in bewilderment. What does this mean? Has Mary developed feelings for him? "It's getting late. We should head back," he declared. Mary nodded, still sniffling. "Yes, let us return. Optimus Prime, take us back to Earth and drop Mary off at home. Chen Feng commanded. As you wish, my lord, Optimus Prime replied obediently. As Chen Feng and his companions returned to Earth, dawn was approaching. The aircraft-shaped transformer descended upon the rooftop of Mary's residence. The cabin door opened. Yet Mary did not exit. We're home, Chen Feng reminded her, with her head bowed and hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her dress. Mary responded in a subdued tone. Oh, then why don't you go home? Chen Feng urged. Suddenly, Mary lifted her gaze, her eyes brimming with emotion as she stared at Chen Feng. Biting her lip and taking a deep breath, she asked, Do you like me? Chen Feng was taken aback. He had never pursued Mary, nor had he entertained any romantic notions towards her. His promise to rescue her and take her on a journey to space was solely to create a favorable impression on Spider-Man, hoping that he would willingly allow him to extract his genes. Little did he anticipate that his actions would lead Mary to fall for him. Should he accept or decline? Observing Mary's infatuated expression and recalling her past relationships with Spider-Man and a wealthy heir, among others, he confirmed his thoughts. Awkwardly, he stated, Miss Mary, your boyfriend is Peter. Yes, Peter is my boyfriend, but now I love you more. I want to break up with Peter and be with you, Mary professed passionately. We only met yesterday. Your change of heart is rather swift. Chen Feng exclaimed, bemused. My relationship with Peter was based on his honesty. He would never deceive me. But I've come to realize that it was not love, nor was it what I desired. He cannot provide the romance I seek, nor the life I long for, and he certainly cannot ensure my safety. You, however, are different. You are talented, affluent, a powerful man, and most importantly, you offer me the romance I crave. Mary earnestly declared. Chapter 26. The Weeping Spider-Man. Miss Mary, it was you who suggested the space trip, and you were the one who wanted to inscribe Mary was here on the moon. I merely facilitated your dreams. Thus, the romance was crafted by you, not bestowed upon you by me, Chen Feng contended. But you helped me realize it. Mary insisted, unwilling to relinquish the enchanting memories of their time in space. My assistance stemmed solely from your connection to Peter, Chen Feng clarified. I don't care. I've fallen for you, Mary stubbornly declared, launching herself toward Chen Feng. Hey, what are you doing? Chen Feng exclaimed, attempting to ward off Mary's advance, albeit awkwardly, as his hands inadvertently pressed against her chest. I want you to accept me, Mary professed with fervor. Spider-Man, concerned for Mary's well-being, chose not to return home and instead settled in her room for the night, in a state of drowsiness. He seemed to hear the sound of an aircraft engine. Suddenly alert, he sprang up, straining to listen to the voices outside. Upon recognizing Chen Feng and Mary's voices, a surge of joy filled his heart. Chen Feng and Mary had returned. He hastily clambered out of the window, scaling the wall with both hands and feet until he reached the rooftop. Just as he was about to call for help, he was confronted with a heart-wrenching sight. Chen Feng's hands were upon his girlfriend's most sensitive areas, and she uttered the words, I don't care. I've fallen in love with you. His heart bled, although he had sensed something amiss earlier. It was not until the moment unfolded that he realized he could not withstand such a blow. With keen hearing, Chen Feng detected cries not far off. Turning his head, he exclaimed, Damn it, instinctively retracting his hands. Without Chen Feng's hands to impede her, Mary lunged at him, transforming into a ravenous tigress, attacking him with fervor, her hands roaming indiscriminately. The scene was too provocative for Spider-Man to endure. He roared, Mary, how could you do this? Startled, Mary quickly scrambled to her feet. Upon seeing Spider-Man, her complexion drained of color. How could you act this way? Spider-Man lamented, his voice thick with emotion. I. Mary stammered, at a loss for words. Peter, if I told you it was your girlfriend's one-sided affection, would you believe me? Chen Feng said with a grimace. Spider-Man leaped up, pointing an accusatory finger at Chen Feng, shouting, I wouldn't trust you for a second. I knew you had ulterior motives, pretending to rescue Mary, playing the hero. Then you sneak into her room at night, claiming to look for me. Who would believe that? And taking her on a space trip? Mary is my girlfriend. What gives you the right to whisk her away? You're just trying to steal her from me. Don't think I'm oblivious to your schemes. You even had the audacity to make excuses. Just moments ago, with your skills, you couldn't possibly evade Mary's leap or withstand her onslaught. You're thoroughly despicable. And I will never trust you again. Deeply aware of the misunderstandings that had spiraled out of control, Chen Feng realized that explaining was futile, especially with Spider-Man's jealousy flaring. He decided against further elucidation and turned to Mary, saying, Miss Mary, you have arrived home. It's time for you to leave. Grasping the door handle stubbornly, Mary declared, I want to go. I want to be with you. Chen Feng then called out to Spider-Man, Peter, come and take your girlfriend away. Yet, Spider-Man remained unmoved, continuing to stand there, weeping. Leave. No, I won't leave. If you don't go down now, I will take action, Chen Feng threatened. Go ahead. Show me you can strike a woman who loves you. Mary, resolute, thought that since Peter had seen everything, she might as well pursue a life with Chen Feng, for he was 1,000 times more exceptional than Peter. Mary clutched the door handle tightly. Forcing her fingers away could result in injury, so Chen Feng suddenly reached out and grasped her chest. Mary instinctively gasped, her grip loosening. Seizing the moment, Chen Feng swiftly lifted her and hurled her towards Spider-Man. Although Spider-Man resented Mary for her betrayal, his inherent kindness prevented him from witnessing her in pain. Thus, he opened his arms and caught her. Optimus Prime, we shall depart, commanded Chen Feng. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied, taking his leave. The aircraft transformer ascended into the sky, its tail roaring forth powerful jets of gas as it soared into the void. Chen Feng's current physical condition was exceptional. Even breaking the sound barrier posed no challenge to him. Upon seeing Chen Feng leave, Mary burst into tears, her sobs laden with profound sorrow. This left Spider-Man in a quandary. Should he offer comfort or cast blame? After a brief moment of weeping, Mary turned to Spider-Man and reproached him. It is all your fault. You cannot provide me with happiness, yet you seek to obstruct my quest for it. The eloquent Spider-Man found himself at a loss for words, unable to retort. Mary pointed towards the moon and angrily chastised Spider-Man. Have you seen the inscription on the moon? Mary visited here. That was written by Chen Feng for me. He can offer me everything I desire. Is it wrong for me to fall in love with him? Spider-Man, possessing keen eyesight, could discern the faint inscription on the lunar surface even without a telescope. To see such words from Earth was astounding. Truthfully, he was taken aback. Mary's subsequent declaration, he can give me anything I wish for, so is it wrong to love him? Prompted him to reflect. Indeed, there was no fault in her pursuit of happiness. For every individual has the right to seek their own joy, just as he himself did. Considering that Mary was already engaged to marry into a wealthy family, while he lingered in her life, he suddenly comprehended her predicament. His resentment towards Mary diminished significantly. Placing his hands gently on her shoulders, Spider-Man spoke softly. Mary, I apologize. I was in the wrong. You have every right to pursue your own happiness. My happiness has already flown away. Where am I to find it? Mary lamented. Harry is a good friend of mine. He can help me locate Chen Feng, Spider-Man stated earnestly. Wiping her tears, Mary smiled through her grief, asking, really? Spider-Man nodded vigorously. Indeed. Then I forgive you. Let us be good friends from now on. Mary declared. Good friends, Spider-Man replied, his heart aching. Chen Feng departed from Mary's home, returned to his private island, and replaced his cold fusion reactor. He also crafted a web shooter device to wear on his wrist, enabling him to shoot webs like Spider-Man. Subsequently, he returned to New York, determined to seek out the Green Goblin, Harry, for tritium. While he could extract tritium himself, the process would be time-consuming, and he preferred the expedience of directly requesting it from the Green Goblin. Chapter 27. Collaborating with the Green Goblin. At Oscorp, Harry was engrossed in business affairs when he heard his secretary mention a visitor claiming to be from SHIELD, which struck him as peculiar. The Osborn Group had maintained a distance from SHIELD, avoiding any interference with one another. Yet, why had SHIELD suddenly sought him out? Was it due to the incident involving Dr. Octopus, a deliberate attempt to create trouble for him? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. It would be best to inquire directly. He instructed his secretary to bring Chen Feng into his office. Upon the arrival of Chen Feng, a robust figure exuding an aura of wildness, he could not help but marvel at SHIELD's apparent regard for him, dispatching such a formidable presence. The Osborn Group ranked among the top 10 conglomerates in the United States, its might rivaling that of Stark Industries. However, he dared not dismiss SHIELD with the same flippancy as Iron Man. After all, the Osborn Group's core business was not in armaments, thus he felt compelled to show SHIELD the respect it deserved. He rose, gesturing invitingly, and said warmly, please, take a seat. Chen Feng seated himself with an air of confidence and stated, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. It seemed he was not here to create trouble. He smiled and replied, what kind of collaboration? I require all the tritium from the Osborn Group, Chen Feng declared. Harry's expression shifted, his fingers drumming on the desk as he responded. Tritium exists in a mere 25 pounds globally. Dr. Octopus wasted a significant amount of my tritium last time, and our supply is now dwindling. If you wish to acquire all of it, what do you intend to offer in exchange? I can cure your family's hereditary disease, Chen Feng asserted. The hereditary ailment afflicting the Osborn family would pose little challenge for Dr. Zhao Hailuan's regeneration cradle technology. Harry abruptly rose, astonished. Are you serious? The hereditary disease had plagued his family for centuries. Despite the brilliance of his lineage, they had been unable to find a cure. Thus, their greatest aspiration was not wealth or power, but liberation from this genetic curse, which explained his shock. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, but you will need to wait a while. My team will soon develop the regeneration cradle technology, and at that time, every member of your family will be cured. With a thud, Harry slumped back into his chair, disappointment etched across his face. Irritated, he remarked, "You haven't even developed a cure for my family's hereditary disease. Yet you come asking for tritium. Is this the sincerity of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I was eager to obtain the tritium, hence my early visit." Chen Feng explained. "I am curious, what do you intend to do with the tritium? Create weapons? Or perhaps plan to annihilate the Earth?" Harry inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. The potential devastation of tritium was indeed terrifying. A single drop could obliterate an entire city. "I intend to support Dr. Octopus's artificial sun project," Chen Feng replied. Suddenly enlightened, Harry realized that the artificial sun technology held great promise, and he had vigorously supported Dr. Octopus in that endeavor, though regrettably, it had failed. "I can provide you with tritium from the Osborn Group, but I have two stipulations," Harry stated. Chen Feng, filled with joy, replied that he would agree to not just 2 demands, but even hundreds, for he had grown stronger by then. The fulfillment of past promises now hinged solely on his whims. "The first condition is to cure all hereditary ailments afflicting my family. The second is that once the artificial sun technology is successfully developed, I wish to share in its benefits." Harry responded earnestly. Chen Feng rose, extending his right hand in a gesture of camaraderie, exclaiming, "A delightful collaboration." He was elated, having effortlessly secured the tritium from the Osborn Group. As Harry and Chen Feng shook hands, both shared a smile, affirming their partnership. They joyfully signed a contract, and upon its completion, Harry promptly handed over the tritium to Chen Feng. Though the tritium was no larger than a ping-pong ball, it was, in fact, a significant quantity, for the entire Earth contained merely 25 pounds of it. The previous experiment conducted by Dr. Octopus utilized a mere speck of tritium the size of a fingernail. Yet it caused a considerable commotion, nearly resulting in an explosion in New York. This highlights the extraordinary value of the ping-pong ball-sized tritium. Upon exiting the Osborn Group, Chen Feng initially intended to procure some vibranium from S.H.I.E.L.D., but as he overheard numerous pedestrians discussing him, he paused. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the conversation revolved around his attempts to impress Mary by inscribing a message on the surface of the moon. Amused, he realized many regarded him as a romantic hero, jesting that the pinnacle of wooing was etching a woman's name upon the lunar landscape. He retrieved his phone and commanded, "Optimus Prime, retrieve the news concerning me." "As you wish, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. The screen promptly displayed a plethora of news articles, followed by a video segment. In the footage, a reporter was interviewing Mary. "Miss Mary, could you share how Mr. Chen Feng managed to take you to the moon?" the reporter inquired. "He possesses a robot known as Transformers, capable of myriad transformations. He transformed it into an airplane to carry me to the moon," Mary replied, her face radiant with happiness. "Was it enjoyable on the moon?" the reporter pressed. Mary nodded enthusiastically, reminiscing, "It was incredibly fun, the dazzling starry sky, the boundless lunar surface, especially in the tranquil void of space. While the romantic melody My Heart Will Go On played, it was truly enchanting." "Wow, Miss Mary, we envy you," the reporter expressed with admiration. "Miss Mary, how was that inscription, 'Mary was here,' created on the lunar surface?" "We are all quite curious," the reporter asked. "That was accomplished by Chen Feng controlling the Transformers to emit a pulse cannon. The scene was as beautiful as fireworks," Mary explained. "Miss Mary, could you divulge Chen Feng's true identity?" the reporter inquired with a hint of curiosity. Originally wearing a blissful expression, Mary's countenance immediately fell, and she spoke with displeasure. "He was driven away by my ex-boyfriend, and now I cannot find him. The reason I agreed to this interview is to convey through the television that I love him. Please do not leave me." Chen Feng, caught between laughter and tears, turned off his phone. "What is this nonsense? Are foreign girls so capricious? Just yesterday, she was with Spider-Man, and mere hours later, she professes her undying love." At this moment, Spider-Man must have drenched his pillow with tears, Chen Feng mused. Suddenly, his phone rang. To his astonishment, it was Spider-Man calling. He had given his number to Spider-Man just the day before. Pressing the answer button, he heard Spider-Man's anxious voice. "Chen Feng, you must go save Mary. She has been captured by the Lizard Professor." Chapter 28. The Lizard Professor has captured Mary. Chen Feng furrowed his brow, expressing his displeasure. "Peter, are you truly foolish? I have already told you that your girlfriend's affections are one-sided. I do not harbor any feelings for her. She has been taken by the lizard professor. And it is you who should rescue her, not me. I am quite busy and have no time to play the hero. He was well aware of why the lizard professor had taken Mary. It was entirely the trouble that Spider-Man had stirred up that led to Mary's predicament. Chen Feng, I misunderstood you. I was wrong, and I apologize. I had no choice but to call you. I genuinely cannot locate the lizard professor, and I am compelled to seek your assistance, Spider-Man pleaded. Upon hearing Spider-Man's words, Chen Feng's mood lightened slightly. He commanded Optimus Prime, Optimus, locate Mary's phone and investigate the whereabouts of the lizard professor. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. However, my lord, the lizard professor is quite cunning. Through the street surveillance footage, I observed him discarding Mary's phone into the river, after which he took Miss Mary into the sewer. Since neither the lizard professor nor Miss Mary possessed any electronic devices capable of emitting a signal, and given the absence of cameras in the sewer, I am unable to track their location. Hearing Optimus Prime's report, Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man with an apologetic tone. Peter, my apologies. You heard what Optimus just said, and I am powerless to assist. But Chen Feng, you must have a solution. I implore you. You must save Mary, Spider-Man pleaded desperately. I have pressing matters to attend to, and I cannot locate Mary, Chen Feng replied. Please help me rescue Mary, and consider it a favor owed to you, Spider-Man implored. A favor from Spider-Man? Chen Feng pondered for a moment. While Spider-Man may not possess overwhelming strength, he excelled in areas where other superheroes might falter, such as stealth and agility. Spider-Man could silently scale walls and shoot webs to ensnare objects. Chen Feng contemplated that if S.H.I.E.L.D. refused to provide him with vibranium, he could enlist Spider-Man to pilfer it. Moreover, the genetic attributes of Professor Lizard are remarkably impressive. With an extraordinary regenerative ability that allows him to heal even the gravest of injuries instantaneously. Possessing such a power, he will no longer fear harm. Contemplating this, he addressed Spider-Man, saying, Very well, I shall agree to your request. Upon hearing Chen Feng's acquiescence, Spider-Man felt a sense of relief wash over him and gratefully replied, Chen Feng, thank you. No need for thanks. Please inform me of your whereabouts, and I shall come to you. Chen Feng responded. I am on the street where Mary was abducted by Professor Lizard, Spider-Man stated. All right, wait for me. I will be there immediately, Chen Feng assured him. This time, Chen Feng refrained from driving the Transformer, as its size was too large to navigate the narrow sewer passages. Instead, he instructed the Transformer to escort the tritium element back to the private island and deliver it to Dr. Octopus. Chen Feng hailed a taxi and proceeded to the street indicated by Spider-Man. However, due to traffic congestion, it took him over an hour to arrive. Spider-Man had been waiting at the roadside and, upon seeing Chen Feng alight from the taxi, rushed over, calling out, Chen Feng. Noticing Spider-Man's anxious demeanor, Chen Feng comforted him, saying, Peter, do not worry. Professor Lizard will not harm Mary for the time being. Why? Professor Lizard is a villain, Spider-Man replied, puzzled. Let me ask you, why did Professor Lizard abduct Mary? Chen Feng inquired. Because of me. I disrupted Professor Lizard's mutation plans, and he despises me, frequently causing me trouble, Spider-Man explained. Precisely. He took Mary solely for the purpose of revenge against you. Until he exacts his vengeance, he will not harm her, so you need not be overly concerned. Chen Feng elucidated. Spider-Man appeared even more perplexed and remarked, but very few people know my identity. Only Dr. Octopus, you, Mary, and Harry are aware. Others are oblivious. How could Professor Lizard know that Mary is my girlfriend? You are rather slow on the uptake. Who sent Dr. Octopus to trouble you? Chen Feng replied, half amused. Harry. Spider-Man exclaimed. And how did Dr. Octopus lure you out? Chen Feng probed. Spider-Man suddenly clapped his hands, realization dawning upon him. Oh, I see. Professor Lizard was also sent by Harry to trouble me. Chen Feng nodded in affirmation. Exactly. It is my fault for not concealing my identity properly, which has put Mary in jeopardy. Spider-Man expressed his guilt. Let us go. We shall find a few scent tracking hounds, and then search the sewer for Mary, Chen Feng proposed. After the fusion of Spider-Man's genes, Chen Feng's physique, hearing, vision, olfactory senses, and sixth sense had all been enhanced. However, in terms of smell, he still could not compete with dogs. Furthermore, the stench of the sewer was so overpowering that even if he could, he would prefer not to endure it. Spider-Man initially assumed that Chen Feng intended to purchase dogs from a pet market, but to his surprise, Chen Feng brought him to the police station. Upon seeing Chen Feng produce credentials from S.H.I.E.L.D., the officers promptly provided a few military dogs to him. Spider-Man watched with envy, thinking that he too would like to join S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future. Emerging from the police station, Chen Feng and Spider-Man each held the leashes of 2 military dogs. They drove to Mary's residence to retrieve some of her belongings for the dogs to smell, which would aid in locating her. To Chen Feng's astonishment, Mary's parents greeted him as if he were a savior, pleading with him to rescue their daughter. Meanwhile, Spider-Man was utterly disregarded by them. It was undoubtedly an era that prioritized wealth, Chen Feng mused. Were Spider-Man wealthy, Mary's parents would certainly have acknowledged him. Having secured some of Mary's clothing, they returned to the street. Chen Feng and Spider-Man approached the entrance of the sewer where Professor Lizard had descended, allowing the military dogs to sniff Mary's garments. After memorizing the scent, the dogs barked a few times and, without further prompting, ventured into the sewer on their own accord. Upon entering, Chen Feng quickly held his breath. The stench was overwhelming, triggering a wave of nausea. Spider-Man, clad in his suit, was somewhat shielded from the foul odor, thus faring somewhat better. As they navigated the twists and turns of the sewer, Chen Feng soon found himself engulfed in a noxious stench, his attire besmirched with unsightly grime. He endured this for the sake of repaying Spider-Man's favor and in pursuit of Professor Lizard's genetic material. After a prolonged search, they had yet to uncover any trace of Mary or Professor Lizard. Frustrated, Chen Feng declared a strike. "Peter, let us exit and devise another plan to locate her." He insisted. "Just a little longer. We may yet find Mary," Spider-Man implored, reluctant to abandon their quest. "Endure? Look at my state. I resemble a vagrant. And if I step outside, people will flee not out of fear of my strength, but due to my foul odor," Chen Feng exclaimed, having nearly retched countless times. "Shall I procure a breathing filter for you?" Spider-Man suggested meekly, aware of the predicament he had put Chen Feng in. Despite Chen Feng's influential position, he felt a pang of guilt for dragging him through the sewer, but the necessity of saving Mary left him with no choice. "We shall exit. I possess a method to coax Professor Lizard out," Chen Feng asserted. "What method?" Spider-Man inquired. "Let us discuss it outside," Chen Feng replied impatiently. "Very well," Spider-Man acquiesced. The duo, accompanied by 4 dogs, emerged from the sewer, their foul stench causing passers-by to cover their noses in disgust, truly achieving the effect of repelling all. Chen Feng led Spider-Man to a luxurious hotel, intending to cleanse the repugnant odor from his body, only to be obstructed by the doorman and security. "Filthy beggar, begone!" The security guard barked. "Seek your alms elsewhere. You are not welcome here," the doorman sneered. Spider-Man's countenance darkened, filled with embarrassment. As Chen Feng released the dog leash in his grasp and gestured towards the doorman and security guard, he commanded the military dog, "Attack them." The once docile canine immediately transformed into a frenzy upon receiving Chen Feng's command. Barking ferociously, it lunged at the doorman and security guard. "Ah, help! Don't bite me. Restrain your dog. It's bitten my foot. Save me." The military dog was no ordinary hound. It was specially trained and knew precisely where to bite. If provoked, it could leap and target the throat, delivering a fatal strike. Dogs have a propensity for commotion. The 2 dogs held by Spider-Man, witnessing their comrade's aggression, yearned to join in the fray and strained forward. Spider-Man tightened his grip on the leash, preventing his dogs from attacking, and urged Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, let it go. Given our disheveled appearance, misunderstandings are inevitable. Come back." Chen Feng called out, and the 2 military dogs immediately released their grip, obediently returning to his side and sitting down. Chen Feng approached, looking down at the moaning doorman and security guard, and imperiously inquired, "Will you still obstruct my entry?" The doorman and security guard hastily waved their hands, nervously replying, "No more obstruction. Please, you may enter." Accompanied by Spider-Man and the 4 military dogs, Chen Feng strode into the hotel, causing the staff to scatter in panic, fearing he would unleash his dogs upon them. While the staff could flee, the receptionist had no such option. Her position prohibited her from abandoning her post. Gritting her teeth, she addressed Chen Feng and his entourage. "Sir, I sincerely apologize, but our hotel cannot permit pets inside. $1 million to book the hotel for a day," Chen Feng declared grandiosely. "Ah!" The receptionist gasped in astonishment, instinctively inhaling deeply before bending over, overwhelmed by nausea. The stench was unbearable, and she retched for some time, eventually stopping when her stomach was empty. After regaining her composure, she appeared pale and feeble, forcing a smile as she addressed Chen Feng. "Sir, are you truly willing to spend $1 million to book our hotel for a day?" Chen Feng nodded, his impatience evident. "Yes, hurry. I need to wash off this stench." "Oh, please don't rush. I will inform the manager right away," the receptionist replied politely, recognizing that such a significant matter required managerial approval. In America, wealth commands respect, regardless of one's status. Upon hearing the receptionist mention the incredible offer of $1 million to book the hotel for a day, the manager rushed to the front desk, exuding enthusiasm that nearly bordered on reverence. "Sir, here is our Hotel's bank account. Please transfer the funds here," he said with a beaming smile. Optimus Prime. "Transfer $1 million, Chen Feng commanded. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied dutifully. Ding. The Hotel's computer chimed. Upon seeing the bank confirmation, the manager's smile broadened to an almost euphoric extent, addressing Chen Feng. "Sir, please, you are most welcome. Our presidential suite is at your disposal. Return my 4 military dogs to the police station," Chen Feng instructed as he tossed the leash to the manager. Undeterred by any dirt, the manager accepted the leash. The clever Spider-Man also handed the leash to the manager, who then directed a staff member to escort the military dogs back to the precinct. This gesture only heightened the manager's enthusiasm towards Chen Feng. Wealthy and connected to law enforcement, Chen Feng was undoubtedly a figure of significance. Ingratiating himself with him could lead to immense success. Under the manager's guidance, Chen Feng entered a presidential suite. The first thing he did upon entering was to take a long bath. After an hour in the bathroom, he emerged, his senses delighted by the fragrant atmosphere that enveloped the room. Spider-Man, not as fastidious as Chen Feng, merely freshened up before heading to Chen Feng's room to wait. Upon seeing Chen Feng emerge from the bathroom, he quickly inquired, "Chen Feng, what was the method you mentioned earlier?" As he dried his hair with a towel, Chen Feng replied, "It's quite simple. Just inform Professor Lizard of your whereabouts, and he will come to find you." "But how do we let him know?" Spider-Man questioned, visibly distressed. "Deliberately let Harry know your location, and Professor Lizard will undoubtedly come," Chen Feng suggested. "All right, I'll don my spider suit and head to Oscorp," Spider-Man resolved. "Go ahead. I will provide further assistance," Chen Feng affirmed. After Spider-Man departed, Chen Feng requested the hotel manager to procure various unique fabrics, some rigid, some elastic, and others soft. He intended to craft a suit akin to Spider-Man's. Once donned, he would no longer fear being recognized by Harry. It was not that Chen Feng feared Harry. Rather, he was reluctant to confront such a formidable force at this moment, as he had yet to establish his own power. The advantages of wealth were evident. One could acquire whatever one desired. With the aid of an electric sewing machine and Optimus Prime's assistance, Chen Feng fashioned a tailored spider suit. His suit diverged from Spider-Man's. It was entirely black, devoid of any other hue. This was the effect he sought, allowing him to remain concealed in the shadows. Aesthetics were irrelevant. Practicality was paramount. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector to monitor Spider-Man's situation. To his astonishment, he witnessed Harry donning the Green Goblin armor, pursuing Spider-Man. Why is Harry personally intervening? Did Spider-Man provoke him in some way? Chen Feng pondered. He refrained from intervening, choosing instead to await the arrival of Professor Lizard. Chapter 30. The hellish symphony of the Green Goblin. Spider-Man held a significant advantage when facing cumbersome, non-flying supervillains like Dr. Octopus and Professor Lizard, who were utterly ineffective against him. However, in the presence of a flying adversary like the Green Goblin, armed with advanced weaponry, Spider-Man found himself at a distinct disadvantage, compelled to evade and seek opportunities for counterattack. Spider-Man diligently utilized his webbing to perform an array of intricate maneuvers, soaring through the air while deftly evading the Green Goblin's relentless assaults. The Green Goblin, perched upon his glider, leisurely trailed behind, reveling in Spider-Man's beleaguered state with boisterous laughter. "Run, little spider, run faster," he taunted, then silently hurled several throwing knives. Upon hearing the ominous whir of the spinning blades, Spider-Man swiftly shot out a strand of webbing, forcefully altering his trajectory to narrowly escape the lethal projectiles. "Very good, continue," the Green Goblin applauded, before retrieving a pumpkin bomb, setting its timer, and launching it towards the swinging Spider-Man. Having clashed with the Green Goblin on multiple occasions, Spider-Man was well acquainted with his tactics. He quickly fired another strand of webbing, pulling himself forward to accelerate his momentum. However, the explosive might of the pumpkin bomb was formidable. Upon detonation in midair, the resulting shockwave sent Spider-Man plummeting to the ground with a resounding crash. He landed on a taxi, crumpling its roof, shattering the windows, and bursting all 4 tires. Wincing in pain, Spider-Man struggled to roll off the taxi. Aware that Chen Feng's Optimus Prime could eavesdrop on him, he called out into the void, "Chen Feng, come help me. If you don't hurry, Harry will finish me off." From the wrecked taxi, Chen Feng's voice emerged, "If you can't defeat him, why not hide? If I hide, Harry might not find me, and if he doesn't, he could alert Professor Lizard. What should I do?" Spider-Man expressed his concern. "All right, hold on. I'll be there shortly," Chen Feng replied, resigned. He contemplated that by assisting Spider-Man, they could confront the Green Goblin together, who would surely falter against their combined strength. The Green Goblin, unable to withstand their united front, would inevitably seek reinforcements. With Dr. Octopus out of New York, the only potential ally left was Professor Lizard. The moment Professor Lizard appeared, Chen Feng's objective would be achieved. Dressed in his spider suit, Chen Feng opened the hotel window, inhaled deeply, and leaped into the abyss. The rush of wind accompanied his rapid descent, which accelerated with alarming speed, stirring a flicker of fear within him. After all, this was his inaugural leap from a building, and he lacked experience, apprehensive of a fatal fall. As he descended to the height of 5 stories, he extended his right hand, shooting out a white strand of webbing towards the opposite building. Grasping the webbing, which anchored to the structure, he swung towards it with natural ease. As he neared the opposite edifice, he reached out with his left hand to shoot another strand of webbing towards an even further building. Releasing his right hand and pulling with his left, his body surged forward with an exhilarating speed, surpassing his previous momentum. Thus, he continuously shot out strands of spider silk, soaring forward with remarkable speed. Unlike Spider-Man, he prioritized practicality, eschewing any flamboyant maneuvers. While Spider-Man enjoyed performing acrobatic flips mid-swing, seeking to impress, Chen Feng's velocity escalated until he no longer swung but flew in a straight line. With both hands, he incessantly released strands of spider silk, rapidly pulling himself forward, creating the illusion of flight. Ah, what an exhilarating sensation! Chen Feng laughed heartily. This method of advancing through the air solely by his own strength imparted an extraordinary sense of joy and freedom. Soon, Chen Feng arrived at the battleground where Spider-Man and the Green Goblin clashed. Spider-Man lay battered and bruised, his costume tattered, even his mask missing. A throng of onlookers surrounded the scene, many capturing the moment on their phones, cheering and gasping in excitement. Some fervent fans shouted encouragement for Spider-Man, exclaiming, "Spider-Man, you are the best. Spider-Man, I love you. Spider-Man, defeat that demon and avenge the innocent victims." The support for Spider-Man was abundant, yet it mattered little as he continued to suffer at the hands of the Green Goblin. With a thunderous explosion, Spider-Man was struck again by a pumpkin bomb hurled by the Green Goblin, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. "Chen Feng, why aren't you here yet?" Spider-Man murmured in despair, realizing that the Green Goblin had grown more formidable than before, and he was no match. He could only pray for Chen Feng to arrive swiftly. The spectators, witnessing Spider-Man's fall, erupted in cries of alarm. "Spider-Man, get up. You cannot fall. Spider-Man, keep fighting." Wearing the Green Goblin's armor, Harry underwent a drastic transformation, becoming exceedingly malevolent, devoid of any compassion. He even found the screams of others to be the most beautiful music in the world, often brutally slaughtering innocent citizens merely to revel in their cries, weeping, and pleas for mercy. He referred to these sounds as the symphony of hell. Such a man would not tolerate the taunts of the crowd. He produced 2 pumpkin bombs, casually tossing them towards the terrified spectators, who immediately fled in panic. "Spider-Man, help me. I'm your fan. Save me. Spider-Man, even if I perish, I must tell you I love you." The Green Goblin, reveling in the citizens' terror, cackled mockingly. "Weren't you all so bold a moment ago? Now you're fleeing? Don't run. Stay and play with me." Meanwhile, Spider-Man, lying on the ground, attempted to use his webbing to ensnare the pumpkin bombs, intending to launch them into the sky to detonate above. He extended both hands and exerted himself. Yet the web only shot out 2 meters. "This won't do. I lack the strength. What should I do?" Spider-Man lamented. Just as the pumpkin bombs were about to descend upon the citizens, 2 strands of white webbing suddenly appeared, securing each of the bombs, lifting them skyward. Boom! 2 thunderous explosions erupted in the air, yet miraculously, no one was harmed. Chapter 31. The Battle with the Green Goblin in the Aftermath of the Blasts. A shadow descended slowly from the sky, landing beside Spider-Man. It was Chen Feng, clad in a sleek black spider suit, seemingly invisible in the heights, which explained why no one had noticed him earlier. Lowering his head, he whispered to Spider-Man, "Peter, do not utter my name. I wish to remain undiscovered by Harry." "How shall I address you then?" Spider-Man inquired. "Call me Spider Tyrant," Chen Feng declared. He was currently wielding the powers of a spider, and given his domineering nature, the title Tyrant suited him perfectly. Spider Tyrant, a fitting moniker. "Very well. Spider Tyrant, I am utterly exhausted and need a moment to recuperate. You handle the Green Goblin," Spider-Man weakly stated. "Leave it to me," Chen Feng responded, eager to test the combat prowess bestowed upon him by Spider-Man's genes. The Green Goblin, arrogant and disdainful, regarded all with contempt and harbored no fear, embodying a reckless fiend. As he soared on his glider, he loomed over Chen Feng, sneering, "Another foolish spider seeking its demise. I believe it is you who seeks death," Chen Feng retorted. Before the Green Goblin could finish his taunt, he found himself ensnared by Chen Feng's webbing around his neck. Had his feet not been secured to the glider, he would have been yanked down immediately. Chen Feng, already formidable in strength, had now merged with Spider-Man's genes. rendering him extraordinarily powerful in his current state. With a forceful tug, he pulled the Green Goblin down more than a meter. With such feeble strength, you dare mock me? Utterly deluded, Chen Feng mocked. Humiliated, the Green Goblin, unwilling to concede, summoned his glider to extend 2 gun barrels. As the glider revealed its weaponry, Chen Feng swiftly released the webbing and leaped aside, evading the barrage of gunfire. Once safely out of harm's way, he shot another strand of webbing, ensnaring the Green Goblin's neck once more and yanking forcefully. The Green Goblin was compelled to bend over. "Damn you, Black Spider," he cursed, realizing that Chen Feng's speed and strength were formidable, leaving him at a disadvantage. "My name is Spider Tyrant," Chen Feng coldly replied. "Spider Tyrant? I shall not rest until I shatter your skull," the Green Goblin snarled, regaining control of his glider and unleashing another volley at Chen Feng. Once again, Chen Feng evaded the attack by releasing the webbing, then simultaneously launched 2 strands of webbing with lightning speed. The Green Goblin was ensnared once more, caught in Chen Feng's web. "Ah, I shall end your existence." The Green Goblin roared in a fit of madness, feeling humiliated by Chen Feng, his dignity trampled upon. Unable to endure such degradation, he was driven to madness, intent on eliminating Chen Feng. "Descend, you lunatic." With all his might, Chen Feng yanked, violently pulling the Green Goblin from the air. As the Green Goblin landed, Chen Feng rushed forward, delivering a powerful punch to his head, causing it to snap to the side. Fortunately, the devilish helmet prevented serious injury. Before the first punch could fully register, Chen Feng engaged in close combat, striking the Green Goblin's neck with his elbow, eliciting a pained cry from him. Following that, Chen Feng executed a fierce shoulder charge, sending the Green Goblin flying. Yet, before he could soar a meter away, Chen Feng seized his wrist and yanked him back. With a swift turn, Chen Feng faced away from the Green Goblin, grasping his hands and applying pressure while bending his body and thrusting his hips, executing a flawless over-the-shoulder throw that slammed the Green Goblin onto the ground, cracking the concrete beneath. Temporarily incapacitated, the Green Goblin groaned in agony. Chen Feng raised his foot and stomped down hard on the Green Goblin's chest, making the formidable armor bend slightly. He looked down at the Green Goblin and calmly remarked, "Dare you mock me again?" The Green Goblin's armor possessed healing capabilities, and being encased within it mitigated the severity of his injuries. In that brief moment, he regained some strength and, utilizing the armor, controlled his glider to launch an attack on Chen Feng. The sound of gunfire echoed as the glider's machine guns unleashed a barrage. Chen Feng, having anticipated the Green Goblin's intentions, was not deceived. He had seen such tactics in films and swiftly evaded the incoming fire. Seizing the opportunity, the Green Goblin leaped onto the glider and ascended into the sky. Fear did not grip him. He harbored no dread of anyone. However, that did not equate to foolishness. When faced with defeat, he devised a strategy. His strength lay not in brute force, but in high technology, capable of eliminating Chen Feng from a distance. Chen Feng shot a strand of webbing that adhered to the Green Goblin's glider, then propelled himself upward with a forceful tug, soaring toward his adversary. To his astonishment, the Green Goblin quickly produced 2 throwing knives, launching one toward Chen Feng while using the other to sever the webbing. Coated in poison, the Green Goblin's knives were not to be caught barehanded. However, Chen Feng skillfully ensnared the thrown blade with another strand of webbing, flinging it aside. The Green Goblin successfully severed the webbing, yet Chen Feng's supply was limitless as long as he remained able. He shot another strand, pulling himself up to grasp the edge of the glider. The Green Goblin, wielding control over the glider, unleashed an electric shock. Chen Feng was caught off guard by this feature, convulsing under the shock and unable to release his grip. "You are finished," the Green Goblin cackled. The Green Goblin sneered wickedly, then slowly produced a flying knife and aimed it at Chen Feng's hand. The knife was laced with deadly poison. A hit would ensure certain death. Chen Feng gritted his teeth against the pain, shooting a strand of spider silk towards the ground and pulling with all his might. The glider suddenly descended, preventing the Green Goblin from striking Chen Feng. Thanks to the force of the spider silk, Chen Feng successfully separated from the glider. As he landed on the ground, his hair stood on end, smoke billowing from his mouth as he cursed. "Damn it, that hurt. I've had enough." Chen Feng was furious, and the consequences would be dire. Spider-Man approached, running to Chen Feng's side, saying, "Spider Tyrant, let us join forces against him." Chen Feng pushed Spider-Man away with one hand, refusing, "Stay out of this, he is mine." Spider-Man was left speechless. Was this really the time to show off? Chen Feng turned to the Green Goblin, declaring, "Prepare yourself for my onslaught. Are you ready?" The Green Goblin quickly took control of the glider, soaring to a height of 100 meters, and mockingly retorted, "If you have the guts, come up here and fight me." "Humph, do you think I'm defenseless just because I'm high up? Is that so? Then come down." Chen Feng replied coldly, Then come on. The Green Goblin taunted. Here, catch a small missile. The Green Goblin guided the glider to launch a small missile. Chapter 32. Overwhelming Power Spider Tyrant. Get out of the way. Spider-Man shouted before cowardly retreating to hide in a crater created by the Green Goblin's previous bombardment. Chen Feng did not flee or hide. Instead, he raised his head, his gaze fixed on the two missile launchers beneath the Green Goblin's glider. As the small missiles emerged and launched, Chen Feng swiftly extended his right hand, shooting a strand of spider silk that adhered to one of the missiles, and with a quick flick, sent it soaring dozens of meters away. A thunderous explosion erupted. The shockwave from the blast scattered debris everywhere. A chunk of a car was sent hurtling towards Chen Feng. Without even glancing at it, he swatted it aside with a swift and stylish motion. Damn, you can even redirect my missiles? How is that possible? The Green Goblin was astonished. He thought to himself, the Spider Tyrant's abilities were evidently similar to Spider-Man's. Yet why was the Spider Tyrant so much stronger? While Spider-Man could only dodge his attacks, the Spider Tyrant not only avoided the missiles, but redirected them with ease. Such power was truly astonishing. Hiding in the crater, Spider-Man witnessed Chen Feng's impressive display, equally astounded. He too possessed spider silk, but had never considered using it to alter the trajectory of a missile. Chen Feng glared at the Green Goblin, coldly stating, "Show me all your tricks. If you can't even handle my missiles, you no longer have the luxury to underestimate me." The Green Goblin, no longer daring to belittle Chen Feng, drew forth another flying knife, deftly twirling it in his hands before launching it one after another towards Chen Feng. The sound of flying daggers slicing through the air resonated sharply. Chen Feng's hands moved with the precision of a machine gun, deftly striking down each dagger hurled by the Green Goblin. The sharp blades fell like rain, producing a crisp symphony upon their descent. Stunned, the Green Goblin gaped as he unleashed dozens of daggers at breakneck speed. Yet, Chen Feng, employing strands of spider silk, skillfully deflected each one. This remarkable display left the Green Goblin utterly astonished. Nearby, Spider-Man, merely a bystander, gasped in admiration, exclaiming, "Chen Feng, you are incredible." Had the previously frightened citizens not fled from the Green Goblin, fervent applause would surely have erupted at this moment. Fixating on the Green Goblin, Chen Feng coldly commanded, "Continue." Utilizing a unique method, he stimulated his latent potential, significantly amplifying his strength in an instant, thus overpowering the Green Goblin with ease. However, this technique exacted a toll on his body. The longer he employed it, the more it drained his spirit and vitality, potentially leading to exhaustion. Fortunately, Chen Feng no longer feared the aftermath, as his recovery abilities were remarkably enhanced. The Green Goblin, no longer able to maintain his arrogance, readied his glider's machine gun, aiming it menacingly at Chen Feng. As the glider whirred ominously, Chen Feng sensed the impending attack. With a swift motion of his right hand, he released a strand of spider silk, adhering it to a rock dislodged from the ground. With a powerful tug, he sent the stone hurtling towards himself. Chen Feng caught it with both hands, raising it above his head. The relentless barrage of bullets from the machine gun struck the stone, the sounds of impact growing sharper, indicating that the stone was on the verge of shattering. Anticipating this, Chen Feng crouched slightly, drawing his hands back before springing upward, forcefully propelling the stone toward the airborne Green Goblin. The Green Goblin hastily dodged to the side to evade the projectile. "Continue," Chen Feng declared with audacious confidence. Infuriated, the Green Goblin gritted his teeth and retrieved his final weapon, a pumpkin bomb. Adjusting its timer to 1 second, he hurled it towards Chen Feng. With unwavering focus, Chen Feng acted the moment the bomb was a mere centimeter from the Green Goblin's grasp. He shot out a strand of spider silk, quick as lightning, rivaling the speed of a bullet. Once the silk adhered to the bomb, he yanked it towards himself. As the bomb neared him, he twisted his wrist, causing it to spin before releasing it. The pumpkin bomb soared back toward the Green Goblin at an even greater velocity. The Green Goblin, taken aback by Chen Feng's astonishing skill, cursed under his breath as he maneuvered his glider to flee. Alas, it was too late. Although the pumpkin bomb did not strike the Green Goblin directly, it detonated in close proximity, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The blast sent the Green Goblin hurtling through the air, crashing down from the sky. The glider, too, was caught in the chaos, plummeting to the ground, extinguished of its brilliance. Chen Feng approached and picked up the glider, examining it before exclaiming, "This is quite impressive." Although the Green Goblin's equipment may not be the most formidable, it is undoubtedly the most stylish, even outshining Iron Man's suit. The glider, in particular, is striking. Soaring through the air upon it would be incredibly exhilarating. Chen Feng envisioned integrating this technology into a transformer, a towering 85-meter robot, gliding majestically on a massive glider. Just imagining such a scene is awe-inspiring. Chen Feng gave the glider a shake and attempted to have Optimus Prime control it, but the glider remained unresponsive, utterly broken. Once the coast was clear, Spider-Man emerged and praised Chen Feng, saying, "Spider Tyrant, you were magnificent. You left Green Goblin Harry completely defenseless, especially with your moves. They were so impressive. Enough flattery. You should be demanding to know Mary's whereabouts," Chen Feng reminded him. "All right, I'm on it." The recent battle with the Green Goblin had been so thrilling that Spider-Man had momentarily forgotten about his girlfriend. Had it not been for Chen Feng's prompt, he would have remained oblivious, as his mind was consumed with thoughts of Chen Feng's techniques. He yearned to master those moves, so he would no longer fear being pursued by supervillains wielding firearms. With a few agile leaps, Spider-Man reached the Green Goblin and crouched down, shaking his shoulder as he inquired, "Harry, where did Lizard Professor take Mary? You must tell me." Protected by his armor, the Green Goblin gradually regained consciousness. Hearing Spider-Man's anxious voice, he chuckled sinisterly. "It's futile. Lizard Professor will never return Mary to you." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man felt a chill in his heart, his face paling as he trembled and asked, "Why?" "Guffaw. Because the Lizard Professor intends to transform your girlfriend into a lizard person, just like him." The Green Goblin taunted maliciously. In a fit of rage, Spider-Man struck the Green Goblin's head with a punch, resulting in a resounding thud. The Green Goblin, protected by his helmet, felt no pain, while Spider-Man's fist throbbed with discomfort. "Tell me where Mary is. Speak up," Spider-Man urged anxiously. The Green Goblin continued to laugh, refusing to divulge any information, wearing an infuriatingly smug expression. "You must tell me." Spider-Man was on the verge of tears, nearly begging the Green Goblin for answers. Chen Feng stepped forward and forcefully kicked Spider-Man aside, asserting, "Let me handle this." Chapter 33, I Am Born to Be Strong. While the Green Goblin version of Harry is fearless, the ordinary Harry is not. As long as the Green Goblin's armor remains intact, Harry will remain in his monstrous form. And under pressure, he would reveal nothing. Faced with Chen Feng, the Green Goblin's amusement faded. With a glint in his eye, he pointed to a nearby hotel, saying, "The Lizard Professor and Mary are inside that hotel." Upon hearing this, Spider-Man immediately turned and dashed towards the hotel. Chen Feng, however, remained stationary, skeptical of the Green Goblin's words, for he knew the villain possessed no integrity. The Green Goblin, seeing that Chen Feng was not falling for his tricks, performed a roll, covering a distance of 1 or 2 meters before rising and fleeing swiftly. Yet, could he outrun Chen Feng's web? With a flick of his right hand, Chen Feng shot out a strand of webbing, ensnaring the Green Goblin's neck. Instantly, his escape was thwarted. Trying to run? It won't be that simple, Chen Feng sneered. As a blade emerged from the Green Goblin's elbow, he pivoted, slicing through the webbing with the curved knife. Though the web had been severed, he did not flee, for he realized escape was futile. Without his glider, he could never outrun Chen Feng's webs. "Have the Lizard Professor bring Mary here," Chen Feng commanded. "Fine. But you must answer a few questions first," the Green Goblin replied helplessly. "Who are you? Why do you possess powers akin to Peter's? And why are you saving Mary?" The Green Goblin bombarded him with inquiries. "I am the Spider Tyrant, bitten by a spider, thus acquiring powers similar to Peter's. As for my strength, I was born a formidable being. I am saving Mary at Peter's request. Now, I have divulged all you wish to know. Can you summon the Lizard Professor now?" Chen Feng coaxed. "All right, I'll call him." The Green Goblin smirked, reaching into his armor, but instead of a phone, he produced a pumpkin bomb. "Damn you all!" Chen Feng exclaimed, leaping away. Delighted by Chen Feng's disarray, the Green Goblin laughed heartily. He hurled the bomb toward Chen Feng, bidding, "Farewell," before making his escape. Chen Feng, having distanced himself, watched the pumpkin bomb tumble to the ground, yet it did not detonate, inciting his fury as he realized he had been deceived. The Green Goblin, astutely avoiding the streets, dashed into a large department store. Once inside, he utilized the system within his armor to contact his subordinates, "Bring weapons and my spare armor to assist me, and inform the Lizard Professor that Spider-Man is here. He must come immediately." Chen Feng pursued him into the department store, where chaos reigned as terrified shoppers scattered in all directions. "Help! Mommy!" they cried, helplessly screaming and weeping for assistance. The Green Goblin disregarded the plight of others, sending anyone who stood in his way flying. Occasionally, he seized individuals and hurled them toward the approaching Chen Feng to impede his pursuit. Chen Feng caught each person thrown by the Green Goblin, gently placing them on the ground. "Ah, don't kill me, please." One seductive woman was seized by the Green Goblin, who showed no mercy as he tossed her toward Chen Feng. To his surprise, she clung to him tightly, her legs wrapping around his waist. Chen Feng, in a panic, implored, "Let go." "No, I'm scared," she replied. The woman was evidently terrified, her body trembling. Chen Feng disregarded any sense of chivalry and forcefully pulled the woman off him, continuing his pursuit of the Green Goblin. To his surprise, the woman seemed reluctant to part ways, calling out loudly, "Hey, who are you? I wish to repay you. How about I become your woman?" Chen Feng chose to ignore her. American women were far too liberated for his taste. The Green Goblin, realizing he could not outrun Chen Feng, retreated to a corner where he hid among dozens of people. He approached, holding a pumpkin bomb in each hand, and shouted, "Everyone, get down. Otherwise, I will blow you all to pieces." "Ah, no please. We'll crouch. Big guy, don't be impulsive, we'll do whatever you say." The crowd of terrified individuals crouched on the ground, trembling in fear, unwilling to resist in the slightest. Chen Feng caught up with them. The Green Goblin, emboldened, laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha. Spider Tyrant, come at me. I have 2 pumpkin bombs here, each with a blast radius of 20 meters. If they explode, everything within that range will be obliterated. If you come closer, I'll manually detonate them, and we'll all descend into hell together. Please save us, hero. We beg you. My elderly mother needs care. I cannot die. Hero, if possible, please ensure my daughter is saved. She is only 3 years old." The pleas of the hostages unwittingly placed immense pressure on Chen Feng. It was extremely uncomfortable. He felt no connection with these strangers. So why should he compromise for their sake? Yet, the thought of dozens of lives being indirectly endangered by his actions weighed heavily on his conscience. "Spider Tyrant. We were deceived by Harry. There are no Professor Lizard or Mary in the hotel." Spider-Man had arrived. An idea struck Chen Feng. He turned to Spider-Man and said, "Peter, you arrived just in time. The Green Goblin is yours to handle. I'm fatigued and will take a rest." He retreated 20 meters, positioning himself beside a wine rack. Casually taking a bottle of red wine and sipping through a straw, leisurely observing the scene unfold. Spider-Man was utterly bewildered. What was going on? Was he truly expected to shoulder the safety of dozens of hostages and confront the ruthless Green Goblin? The Green Goblin, seeing Chen Feng retreat, erupted into gleeful laughter, entirely dismissing Spider-Man. He was well aware of Spider-Man's numerous vulnerabilities. For instance, Spider-Man's compassion often prolonged his adversaries' lives, and his heroic aura compelled him to save others, making him frequently play games with the lives of hostages. Unlike Chen Feng, the Green Goblin had little leverage over him. "Peter, you must subdue the Spider Tyrant, or I will blow these people to smithereens," the Green Goblin taunted, deliberately putting Spider-Man in a precarious position. Spider-Man was at a loss, unsure of how to navigate this dilemma. 20 meters away, Chen Feng spoke coldly, "Green Goblin, do you truly believe I would surrender due to the lives of a mere handful of individuals? Dream on. If you provoke me, I shall eradicate the entire Osborn family." "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding," the Green Goblin chuckled nervously. Fearful of his family's safety, he understood that the Osborn family was his foundation. Without it, his audacity would surely lead to his demise. Chapter 34. The Green Goblin bows down. "Humph. Then why don't you hasten to summon Professor Lizard to bring Mary here?" Chen Feng thundered. "Do not be upset. I have already informed Professor Lizard. He will arrive shortly with Mary. However, I must clarify that Professor Lizard is not under my command, and should he offend you, please do not vent your anger upon the Osborn family." The Green Goblin replied with feigned politeness. Intimidated by Chen Feng's threat, he backed down, unwilling to provoke him further. Yet, this was contingent upon Chen Feng not seeking trouble with him. Should Chen Feng choose to confront him, even at the cost of his family, he would fight to the bitter end, for he was the Green Goblin and had his own principles. The Spider-Man, unsure how to rescue the hostages, overheard the exchange between Chen Feng and the Green Goblin and quickly implored, "Spider Tyrant, please spare these innocent lives." He believed that since the Green Goblin feared Chen Feng, the latter's words would compel the former to release the hostages. "I am no hero. I share no bonds with those hostages. Why should I demand the Green Goblin heed my words?" Chen Feng replied coldly. Had it not been for Spider-Man's presence, he might have considered intervening, for so many lives hung in the balance. But with Spider-Man here, he felt indifferent. Hearing Chen Feng's response, the Green Goblin cackled, "Very well, Spider Tyrant. You are indeed a discerning individual. Let us turn our enmity into friendship. After all, we harbor no grudges against one another." "Humph," Chen Feng retorted. "Then I shall trouble Spider-Man. You have no objections, I trust?" The Green Goblin replied gleefully. "Do as you wish, but you must not harm Mary," Chen Feng stated. "Agreed." The Green Goblin readily acquiesced. "How can you behave like this?" Spider-Man exclaimed in frustration, unable to contend with either Chen Feng or the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin, chest puffed out, held a pumpkin bomb in each hand and commanded Spider-Man, "Peter, I now order you to kneel." "Not a chance," Spider-Man gritted his teeth. With a press of his right hand, a mechanical click echoed, the sound of the bomb's activation, as he grinned maliciously. "Ha! Did you hear that? If I loosen my thumb, it will explode." The hostages, not oblivious to the situation, grew anxious upon seeing Spider-Man hesitate, urgently pleading for his help. "Spider-Man, save us. Please. Just kneel. We beg you." "Spider-Man, I will kneel with you. Kneeling to save lives is noble, it is not shameful." Spider-Man's face turned ashen. He longed to unleash his fury and deliver a harsh blow to the Green Goblin. The hostages, one by one, besieged him with pitiful eyes, and his kind heart could not bear to disregard their plight. With a thud, Spider-Man knelt down. "Wah wah wah, Spider-Man, you will forever be our hero, we love you. Spider-Man, you are the true hero, the hero of all Americans, and we shall always stand by you. Brother Spider-Man, do not be afraid. When I grow up, I will help you defeat the villains." The people in the department store were deeply moved by Spider-Man's actions, expressing their gratitude. Many young women were moved to tears. Upon hearing their heartfelt appreciation, Spider-Man felt a sense of relief and shunned his embarrassment. "Peter, bark like a dog," the Green Goblin taunted, advancing further. The more the citizens adored Spider-Man, the more he sought to torment him, intent on demonstrating that to him Spider-Man was merely a fool to be toyed with. Torn within, Spider-Man ultimately chose to acquiesce, barking a few times. "Woof woof woof." The Green Goblin erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Is this the hero in your hearts? I see nothing but a dog." His mirth was so exuberant that he became somewhat reckless. Seizing the opportunity, Spider-Man unleashed a flurry of webbing from both hands, ensnaring the Green Goblin's arms. Unable to throw his pumpkin bombs due to the webbing, the Green Goblin was compelled to hold on, fearing that a moment's release could spell his own demise. Despite donning his armored suit, he was acutely aware that its defenses might not suffice. Realizing he could no longer threaten Spider-Man, the Green Goblin kicked a bystander toward him and made his escape. With his compassionate nature, Spider-Man caught the individual the Green Goblin had hurled before pursuing his foe. His agility was unmatched, yet the Green Goblin's incessant interference made it challenging to capture him. The Green Goblin ascended from the first floor to the 8th, ultimately leaping from the window. "Harry!" Spider-Man shouted. They were classmates and close friends. Despite the Green Goblin's current malevolence, Spider-Man's friendship remained steadfast. He could not bear the thought of his friend perishing. Witnessing the Green Goblin's desperate leap, he was overwhelmed with guilt and regret. He leapt from the window with utmost speed, intending to use his webbing to rescue him. Yet, as he soared through the air, he did not see the Green Goblin plummeting, but rather standing triumphantly upon a glider. "Ha ha ha. Peter, do you truly care for me that much?" The Green Goblin sneered. His descent was merely a ruse, as he had sensed the arrival of a spare glider. To his astonishment, Spider-Man exhibited a reluctance to see him die. However, despite Spider-Man's desire for mercy, the Green Goblin was resolute in his intent to kill him. Driven by the vengeance for his father, the original Green Goblin, who had perished at Spider-Man's hands, the debt of blood could never be forgotten. Spider-Man, suspended in midair by his web, declared, "Harry, we are friends. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing?" The Green Goblin, using his elbow to dislodge the web entangled around his hand, retorted with a mocking tone, "Friends? Peter, do you truly consider me a friend?" "Of course, we have always been friends," Spider-Man replied earnestly. During his school days, he was an underdog, frequently bullied and looked down upon by his classmates, becoming the object of their ridicule. Yet, the affluent Green Goblin never shunned him and was willing to befriend him. Thus, he genuinely regarded the Green Goblin as a friend, regardless of his transformation. In essence, it could be summarized as, "Though you may torment me 1,000 times, I shall still cherish you as my first love. And yet you killed my father? Do you not comprehend the depth of my love for him? Or is this how you treat your friends?" The Green Goblin questioned coldly. "Your father was consumed by darkness. If I had not killed him, he would have taken many more lives. I hope you can understand," Spider-Man explained, guilt-ridden. "Understand? Huh? You killed my father and expect me to empathize with you? Am I a fool?" The Green Goblin raised his voice in fury. "I did it to save lives." Spider-Man desperately defended himself. "I do not care about your intentions. All I know is that you killed my father, and for that, you must pay with your life." The Green Goblin declared, launching a pumpkin bomb at Spider-Man. Swiftly, Spider-Man shot a web to the opposite side, evading the explosion. The Green Goblin, soaring away on his glider, was not retreating out of fear. He intended to replenish his ammunition before returning to battle Spider-Man. Believing the Green Goblin had departed, Spider-Man returned to the department store, where he found Chen Feng indulging in fine wine. "Chen Feng, you went too far just now," Spider-Man fumed, frustrated that Chen Feng, who possessed the power to assist him, had chosen to stand idly by. Setting down the wine bottle, Chen Feng replied coolly, "I went too far? Very well, I shall take my leave. Save Mary on your own." Rising to leave, Spider-Man quickly grasped Chen Feng's hand, pleading, "No, you promised to save Mary. You cannot go back on your word." He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Facing the Green Goblin had nearly cost him his life, and with the immortal lizard professor, especially with Mary as his hostage, he felt utterly devoid of confidence. Chen Feng turned back and asked, "Am I truly being unreasonable?" Spider-Man shook his head, a grimace on his face, contradicting himself. "Absolutely not unreasonable. When the lizard professor arrives, I will handle him. The rest is not my concern," Chen Feng stated. Spider-Man nodded, thinking to himself that this was for the best. Granting Chen Feng another opportunity for heroism might mean losing his girlfriend entirely. "This is not the battlefield. Let us proceed to the square," Chen Feng suggested. Spider-Man agreed. "Very well." Chen Feng was unconcerned that the lizard professor would not locate him, for the Green Goblin would surely inform him. Chen Feng and Spider-Man departed from the department store and made their way to a spacious square not far away. Before long, the wailing of police sirens filled the air as numerous officers emerged from the scene of the earlier battle to assist the injured. The arrival of the police seemed almost ironic, but Chen Feng understood all too well. The combatants were far too formidable for the police to contend with. Their involvement would only lead to their own demise. "Chen Feng, how did you execute those moves just now?" Spider-Man bombarded him with questions. "Your hand speed is incredible. How did you hone such skill? And during your fight with Harry, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Did Harry stand no chance against you?" "Enough with the chatter. Call me Spider Tyrant. If Harry discovers my true identity, I won't spare you," Chen Feng retorted with annoyance. "Oh, Spider Tyrant. Why are you so afraid of Harry knowing who you are?" Spider-Man inquired, puzzled. "Because he is still of use to me, and I do not wish to make him an enemy just yet," Chen Feng explained. "What use?" Spider-Man's curiosity was insatiable. "Silence," Chen Feng snapped, feeling exasperated by Spider-Man's incessant chatter. Embarrassed, Spider-Man fell quiet. The two waited in the square for over an hour when suddenly, a tremendous rumbling echoed from underground. Startled, Spider-Man leaped up into a tree and exclaimed, "Spider Tyrant, hurry up. There's danger below." Chen Feng remained grounded, knowing full well that the disturbance was likely orchestrated by the lizard professor. "Ha ha ha. Spider-Man, I'm back." The Green Goblin cackled triumphantly from above. Spider-Man looked up at the Green Goblin and shouted, "Harry, where's Mary?" "Her? I have no idea. Why don't you ask the lizard professor?" The Green Goblin replied with wicked glee. From the Green Goblin's laughter, Chen Feng sensed that the lizard professor had instilled considerable confidence in him. During the film, Chen Feng learned that the lizard professor was not particularly powerful. His only strength lay in his regenerative abilities. As long as his brain remained intact, he could not die. Yet, how could such a being provide the Green Goblin with such profound confidence? This was indeed a conundrum. With a series of thunderous eruptions, gigantic lizards began to emerge from the ground, saturating the square in astonishing numbers. Chen Feng was taken aback by the sight. The lizards were all colossal, standing half a meter tall, stretching 3 meters in length, and weighing over 300 pounds. Given their immense size and overwhelming numbers, it was no wonder the Green Goblin exuded such confidence. From his aerial vantage point, the Green Goblin proclaimed, "What do you think? Surprised? Are you frightened?" Neither Chen Feng nor Spider-Man acknowledged him as another explosive sound reverberated through the air. A colossal humanoid lizard emerged from the earth, tilting its head skyward to unleash a resounding roar. This half-man, half-lizard monstrosity was none other than Professor Lizard, towering at 2 meters and weighing over 500 pounds. "Where's Mary?" Spider-Man inquired impatiently. "If you wish to discover her whereabouts, you must first defeat my legion of lizards," Professor Lizard retorted arrogantly. Previously, he had found himself outmatched by Spider-Man, whose interventions consistently thwarted his schemes. In a bid for revenge, he reached out to the Green Goblin, another adversary of Spider-Man. With the backing of the Green Goblin's Osborn Corporation, he developed a plethora of serums capable of transforming small lizards into giant ones, who would heed his command. To utterly vanquish Spider-Man, he assembled an army of 30,000 lizards. This formidable legion rendered Spider-Man insignificant in his eyes. Consequently, he abducted Mary, intending to lure Spider-Man out and eliminate him to sever any future threats. Spider-Man, casting a worried glance at Chen Feng, said, "Spider Tyrant, can you handle so many giant lizards?" Chen Feng was troubled. He had initially thought that only Professor Lizard posed a threat, unaware that the latter had orchestrated an entire lizard army. Were he to transform into a titan, he would dismiss the legion without a second thought. However, he could not reveal his identity, and he was uncertain whether his Spider-Man genetic capabilities would suffice against the lizard army. Yet, one thing was clear. The lizard legion posed no real threat to him, and he could escape at any moment. With a sweeping gesture, Professor Lizard commanded, "Kill them." The lizard army erupted in chaos, charging towards Chen Feng and Spider-Man. The ground trembled under the weight of over 30,000 giant lizards, their charge imposing. Spider Tyrant. We must flee, Spider-Man suggested in fear. In the city, with its towering skyscrapers, he could utilize his spider-like abilities to evade, but in the vast plaza, devoid of significant elevation aside from a few trees, he found no refuge to ascend. Thus, he contemplated retreating to a more vertical environment where he could maneuver against Professor Lizard's army. Chapter 36. Grasping the Scepter of Domination. Who dares to battle? Peter, go find me a sharp sword or a spear, Chen Feng instructed. Given the regenerative capabilities of Professor Lizard's army, striking them down with mere fists would prove futile. The most effective approach would be to use a sharp weapon to deliver a lethal blow. All right, I'll hurry. Take care, Spider-Man replied, swiftly leaping atop the giant lizards to escape. The Green Goblin, having learned his lesson, silently pursued the direction in which Spider-Man fled. Professor Lizard did not chase after Spider-Man, for he understood that as long as Mary remained in his grasp, Spider-Man would be unable to evade him. Thus, he resolved to eliminate Spider-Man's ally, a brawny man clad in all-black combat gear. Faced with the simultaneous charge of 30,000 giant lizards, Chen Feng would not be foolish enough to confront them head-on. As the legion of lizards surged towards him, he leaped gracefully, landing upon the head of a colossal lizard, narrowly evading the terrifying charge of the reptilian horde. Standing atop the giant creature, he found himself at the heart of the lizard army. The legion halted its advance, encircling Chen Feng and initiating their assault. With a resounding thud, Chen Feng delivered a powerful kick, forcing the head of one giant lizard to the ground. However, as he withdrew his foot, the creature merely shook its head, seemingly unfazed. Remarkable defense, Chen Feng marveled. In a one-on-one confrontation, he could easily dominate such a giant lizard, yet against this vast army, his strikes proved futile. With no other option, he began to search for a suitable weapon. At the edge of the plaza, fitness equipment was typically found. Chen Feng discovered a piece, and, using sheer strength, forcibly snapped it in two. Grasping the iron pipe, he advanced fearlessly towards the lizard legion. With a leap, he spun in midair, thrusting the pipe forcefully into the skull of a giant lizard, which fell lifelessly to the ground. As he extracted the now slightly bent pipe, it became evident that the giant lizard's head was exceptionally tough. In this manner, Chen Feng dispatched over 20 giant lizards before the pipe became unusable, twisted beyond recognition. He hurried back to dismantle another piece of fitness equipment. Observing the situation, the lizard professor waved his hand commandingly, flattened everything around. The remaining giant lizards, refraining from attacking Chen Feng, began to demolish their surroundings. The ground trembled as grass was trampled, utility poles and trees were toppled, and the plaza was reduced to rubble. Without a weapon, Chen Feng found himself in despair, unable to fell the giant lizards. Though he could evade the lizard professor, he knew that fleeing would prompt the legion to pursue him relentlessly. Their path would leave no trace and lead to widespread carnage, a calamity for humanity. However, lingering in this predicament was not a viable solution. Was he truly to transform into a titan? Spider Tyrant, I am here, came the voice of Spider-Man. Turning, Chen Feng beheld a disheveled Spider-Man, wielding a long weapon, swiftly navigating the bodies of the giant lizards as he approached. Following closely behind was the menacing Green Goblin. As Spider-Man drew near, he hurled the elongated weapon towards Chen Feng. Leaping atop several giant lizards, Chen Feng caught the weapon midair, wasting no time as he plunged it downward. With a sickening squelch, a giant lizard was pierced through. Subsequently, he withdrew the weapon, spinning to inflict deep gashes upon the nearby lizards, their grotesque green blood oozing forth. Upon witnessing the astonishing effect, Chen Feng scrutinized the formidable weapon in his grasp. Weighing over 100 pounds and extending more than 3 meters in length, its handle was adorned with a spiraling golden dragon, while the head featured a colossal tiger roaring with might. This weapon, a magnificent fusion of a halberd and spear, boasted both a straight edge and a cross blade, resembling the shape of the character Bu. He could almost feel the palpable aura of malice emanating from it. Is this not the halberd of our esteemed Huagua? Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Spider Tyrant, this weapon is indeed impressive, Spider-Man remarked while deftly evading the assaults of the colossal lizard and the Green Goblin. Chen Feng swung the halberd, cleaving the nearby giant lizard in two, and inquired of Spider-Man, "Where did you procure this?" "From a museum not far from here. It appears to be the weapon of a figure from ancient Huagua known as the Overlord of Chu," Spider-Man replied. "Goodness, the weapon of the Overlord of Chu. The Overlord's halberd? Peter, your fortune is truly remarkable to have unearthed such a potent weapon." Chen Feng marveled. The Overlord's halberd, forged from a meteorite, was known for its formidable hardness and keen edge, making it a rare heavy melee weapon in the world. The halberd was versatile, capable of hooking, pecking, piercing, and slicing. However, Chen Feng had yet to master its use. Fortunately, its sturdiness allowed him to wield it as a club without fear of breakage. Thus, armed with the Overlord's halberd, Chen Feng embodied the spirit of the Overlord of Chu, approaching the giant lizards with lethal intent, either piercing their heads or cleaving them in half. The ground was soon drenched with green blood and strewn with the remnants of the colossal lizards. Understanding the principle of capturing the king to catch the thieves, Chen Feng advanced with determination toward the lizard professor. The lizard professor, witnessing the godlike Chen Feng, felt a twinge of panic. He bellowed to his lizard army, "Stop him! Kill him!" After merging with Spider-Man's genes, Chen Feng displayed remarkable agility, augmented by his strength and the lethal Overlord's halberd, rendering the lizard army incapable of halting his advance. At best, they could merely slow his pace. Concerned that Chen Feng might eliminate the lizard professor outright, Spider-Man urgently cautioned, "Spider Tyrant, do not kill the lizard professor. First, rescue Mary." With swift precision, the giant lizards fell victim to Chen Feng's prowess. The lizard professor continued to retreat, as Chen Feng grew increasingly adept with the Overlord's halberd, even executing intricate maneuvers. The Green Goblin, frustrated by his inability to target Spider-Man without harming the giant lizards, directed his ire at the lizard professor, saying, "Lizard professor, instruct your minions to stand aside. They are merely a hindrance. Lizard professor, focus on dealing with this individual. He is rapidly decimating my lizard army." The Green Goblin urged. "I apologize, but I have reached an understanding with him. My only adversary is Spider-Man, so I must decline your request," the lizard professor responded. "You refuse to assist me while I extend my help to you? Very well, I shall remember this," the lizard professor retorted with ire. "Professor Lizard, our adversary is Spider-Man, not the Spider Tyrant. Perhaps you should release Mary first, allowing the Spider Tyrant to rescue her. Then he would not oppose you," suggested the Green Goblin. Chapter 37, Fully Armed, Confronting the Lizard Legion. Humph. It sounds simple enough. If I release Mary, where shall I find Spider-Man? The lizard professor retorted, seething with anger. "Do not worry. I have already uncovered Spider-Man's true identity. He cannot escape." The Green Goblin chuckled wickedly. "That does not justify releasing her," the lizard professor insisted stubbornly. He thought to himself that with Mary in his grasp, he need not fear Spider-Man's wrath. He would be a fool to relinquish such a valuable hostage. "Then you shall deal with the Spider Tyrant on your own. I have no desire to provoke him," the Green Goblin replied irritably. "Humph. Do not expect my assistance in the future," the lizard professor exclaimed, severing their alliance. Meanwhile, Chen Feng wielded the tyrant spear with deadly precision. The giant lizard was formidable, with tough skin, immense strength, and a jaw capable of crushing bone. However, its movements were sluggish, allowing Chen Feng to effortlessly evade its attacks and retaliate fiercely. As he advanced towards the lizard professor, he was 10 meters away when the lizard professor hurled several poison gas grenades. Upon impact, they released a thick plume of green gas. Chen Feng quickly held his breath, recalling from films that inhaling this gas would result in mutation into a lizard man. The density of the green gas obscured his vision. With a loud crash, a massive lizard struck him with its tail, sending Chen Feng flying. He collided with another giant lizard, feeling as though he had been struck by a speeding heavy truck. He was severely shaken. The lizard professor, witnessing Chen Feng's downfall, felt a surge of satisfaction as he continued commanding the lizard legion to attack him. Despite the internal injuries he endured, Chen Feng navigated atop the giant lizard's body, escaping the area filled with poison gas. Free from its interference, he regained his momentum and resumed his assault on the giant lizard. The lizard professor quickly tossed more poison gas grenades in Chen Feng's direction, but this time, Chen Feng had learned his lesson and fled. As the battle progressed, Chen Feng found himself drawing closer to Spider-Man, who was nimbly dodging the Green Goblin and the giant lizards. Chen Feng was exasperated. He was engaging with all his might against the 30,000 giant lizards, while Spider-Man appeared to be playing a game, having not yet subdued a single giant lizard or the Green Goblin. "Peter, if you do not assist in eliminating these giant lizards, I shall take my leave without further ado," Chen Feng admonished. "Ah," Spider-Man exclaimed, hastily clarifying, "Do not misunderstand. It is not that I do not wish to fight, but rather that these giant lizards are indestructible monsters. Are you foolish? Do you not know how to wield a weapon?" Chen Feng retorted, exasperated. I truly do not know. I only utilize webbing in my fists," Spider-Man confessed honestly. "Very well, you are impressive, but I shall no longer engage." Chen Feng, in a fit of frustration, abandoned his responsibilities. With such a teammate, he felt he might very well perish from exasperation. Upon witnessing Chen Feng's determination to depart, Spider-Man was nearly brought to tears. Leaving the Green Goblin behind, he hastened to pursue Chen Feng, traversing the massive lizard's body. Spider Tyrant, please do not leave. I beseech you. Must I slay the giant lizard? Spider-Man implored desperately. Then show me your prowess. Chen Feng halted, retorting as he dealt with the giant lizard. Spider-Man found himself in a dilemma. He was aware of his own limitations. While he could temporarily subdue the giant lizard, his offensive capabilities were insufficient to vanquish it. Observing Spider-Man's conflicted expression, Chen Feng's frustration boiled over. He hurled his spear towards Spider-Man, declaring, "Catch! If you cannot slay the giant lizard with this, then may you meet your end." Spider-Man skillfully caught the spear, which weighed over 100 pounds, yet felt as light as a feather in his grasp. With determination, he emulated Chen Feng's technique and aimed for the giant lizard's head. Having departed, Chen Feng sought weaponry. He found the lethality of cold weapons to be inadequate, dissatisfied with their limited range. With over 30,000 giant lizards to contend with, relying solely on melee weapons would be an exercise in futility. Once he exited the square, he contacted Optimus Prime. Optimus, ascertain the nearest source of firearms. My lord, the Green Goblin's minions possess an extensive arsenal of firearms and spare armor in a nearby underground garage, Optimus responded. Excellent, that shall suffice, Chen Feng replied with enthusiasm. Following Optimus's guidance, he arrived at the underground garage, encountering the Green Goblin's fully armed subordinates, poised for action. Chen Feng severed the power supply to the garage before launching his assault. In the darkness, his spider suit activated its cloaking ability, rendering him invisible to the Green Goblin's minions. Power outage? What is happening? Quickly, investigate the circuit. All personnel, remain alert. Engage any unfamiliar faces with lethal force. The Green Goblin's subordinates exhibited remarkable composure in the face of the sudden blackout. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chen Feng, concealed in the shadows, unleashed a barrage of webbing. Those ensnared by his webs found themselves utterly immobilized. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted as the minions retaliated against the direction of the webbing. Chen Feng had already evaded their shots, scaling the ceiling to position himself above the Green Goblin's henchmen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He fired more than a dozen strands of webbing, adhering to their firearms, and with a forceful tug, disarmed them. Subsequently, he leapt down from the ceiling. Bang, bang, bang. In mere moments, he incapacitated the Green Goblin's subordinates. There was no contest. He was a superhuman, while the Green Goblin's minions were mere mortals, an insurmountable disparity in power. Having subdued the Green Goblin's minions, Chen Feng commenced his selection of weapons. Handguns possess insufficient power and slow firing rates. I shall not choose them. The machine gun, with its average rate of fire and power, was deemed unnecessary. The Gatling heavy machine gun, however, boasted an astonishing rate of fire and formidable strength, making it a coveted choice. The hand grenade, lacking in potency and incapable of vanquishing the giant lizard, was rejected. The pumpkin bomb, with its immense power and timing mechanism, was eagerly selected. Ultimately, Chen Feng chose the glider, the Gatling heavy machine gun, and the pumpkin bombs. He had initially considered donning the Green Goblin armor, but his robust physique rendered it unwearable, leading to its abandonment. Entering the underground garage unarmed, Chen Feng emerged transformed, exuding an imposing presence. Adorned with a golden bullet belt, a circle of pumpkin bombs at his waist, wielding the Gatling heavy machine gun, and standing upon the glider, he epitomized the quintessential warrior, radiating an undeniable coolness. Upon returning to the plaza fully equipped, he left the Green Goblin, Professor Lizard, and Spider-Man utterly astonished. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng launched pumpkin bombs from the glider, raining destruction upon the giant lizard in the plaza, leaving it strewn across the ground. He also commandeered the glider via Optimus Prime, launching a barrage of small missiles. After exhausting the pumpkin bombs and the glider's missiles, over half of Professor Lizard's reptilian army lay defeated. Chapter 38. The rift between Professor Lizard and the Green Goblin. With a buzz, Chen Feng raised the Gatling heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless hail of bullets upon the giant lizard below. The power of the Gatling was overwhelming. Those caught in its fire were either pierced or torn apart. Driven by an electric motor, the six-barreled weapon could unleash 6,000 rounds per minute, a truly terrifying spectacle. In mere moments, as he swept around, the plaza was engulfed in a thick, green mist of blood. While exhilarating, Chen Feng relished the sensation, yet the ammunition expenditure was staggering. He had already depleted half of the bullets adorning his belt after just one sweep. Professor Lizard, witnessing the carnage of his minions, felt a pang of anguish. This army had been painstakingly amassed with the intention of eliminating Spider-Man. To his dismay, Spider-Man remained unscathed while his own forces dwindled rapidly. He cast a furious glance at the astonished Green Goblin hovering above and bellowed, "Green Goblin, you deceived me. You and Spider-Man are in cahoots." Are you jesting? Spider-Man killed my father. How could I possibly ally with him? The Green Goblin retorted, visibly enraged. And what of the Spider Tyrant-S equipment? Do not tell me that is not yours. Professor Lizard countered assertively. How would I know? The Green Goblin stammered, at a loss for words. Indeed. The pumpkin bombs and glider were undeniably Chen Feng's, likely seized from his subordinates. Yet, the Green Goblin was perplexed. How could Chen Feng control the glider? It was intricately linked to the Green Goblin armor, requiring it for operation. However, Chen Feng did not don the Green Goblin armor, yet he adeptly maneuvered the glider, leaving him utterly perplexed. From this day forth, Green Goblin, we are adversaries. It is either your demise or mine, declared the Lizard Professor with fierce determination. The Green Goblin chose not to respond to the Lizard Professor's words, but instead addressed Chen Feng, who was still firing at the colossal lizard, Spider Tyrant. How did you take control of my glider? While continuing to fire at the giant lizard, Chen Feng replied with a grin, do not assume your network skills are unparalleled. There are many in this world who surpass you in that regard. His meaning was clear. He had infiltrated the Green Goblin's armor system through cyber technology to commandeer the glider. Did we not agree to transform our conflict into reconciliation? Why do you persist in troubling me? The Green Goblin accused. Your subordinates provoked me, and I simply dispatched them as a matter of convenience. My current equipment is the spoils of my conquest, Chen Feng retorted arrogantly. The Green Goblin seethed with anger, yet found himself powerless against Chen Feng. Forced to swallow his pride, for he could not best him in combat. Though he could not contend with Chen Feng, he could certainly take his frustrations out on Spider-Man. Thus, he unleashed a barrage of attacks on Spider-Man, disregarding the collateral damage to the Lizard Professor's Legion. With poison-throwing knives, pumpkin bombs, small missiles, and the glider's machine guns, he relentlessly assaulted Spider-Man, forcing him into a desperate flight. The Lizard Professor, witnessing his own lizard army being manipulated for his torment, clenched his teeth in rage. While he might have been able to hold his ground against Chen Feng, now that Chen Feng was airborne, he was utterly at a loss. To prevent the annihilation of his lizard army, he opted for retreat. Withdraw, back to the sewers, commanded the Lizard Professor. The sewers were his domain. The remaining giant lizards, upon hearing the Lizard Professor's orders, hastily burrowed underground. The Lizard Professor fled with his legion, leaving behind a field of giant lizard corpses. Without hesitation, Chen Feng discarded his weapon and leaped from the glider into the sewer. The glider, under the control of Optimus Prime, soared away towards a private island. Spider-Man, eager to dive into the sewer to pursue the Lizard Professor and rescue Mary, found himself obstructed by the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin collapsed the entrance to the sewer, thwarting Spider-Man's entry. As Chen Feng descended into the sewer, he was met with a powerful stench and a thick cloud of toxic gas. He held his breath and advanced rapidly. The giant lizards attacked him, but he refrained from retaliating, evading their strikes while continuing his pursuit of the Lizard Professor. In the sewers, the Lizard Professor held a significant advantage, able to maximize the effectiveness of his toxic gas and navigate nimbly through the confined space. Particularly familiar with the labyrinthine passages. Yet, Chen Feng too possessed an advantage. He was no longer fearful of the Lizard Professor's army. For in the narrow confines of the sewer, the collective strength of the Lizard Professor's legion could not be fully realized. Chen Feng's physique was remarkably agile. He could effortlessly squeeze through any narrow crevice. The colossal lizard was utterly incapable of obstructing his path. Soon, he caught up with Professor Lizard. Upon noticing Chen Feng's pursuit, Professor Lizard hastily hurled several gas grenades at his feet. The toxic fumes began to spread. Relying on his keen sixth sense, Chen Feng dashed forward and collided with Professor Lizard, subsequently firing strands of spider silk that adhered to the professor, ensuring he could not escape. With a series of resounding thuds, Chen Feng engaged in close combat with Professor Lizard. Both exhibited considerable strength. Chen Feng's nimbleness and fierce techniques contrasted with the professor's sluggishness. Yet his claws could tear through steel, his teeth could sever iron bars, and his tail could sweep aside utility poles, making him a formidable adversary. After sustaining a few scratches from Professor Lizard, Chen Feng finally maneuvered him into an area free from toxic gas. At that moment, he unleashed his full potential through a unique method, amplifying his strength several-fold in an instant. The professor's attacks appeared to slow in Chen Feng's perception, allowing him to evade with ease. With a powerful punch, he struck Professor Lizard on the jaw. The professor's head jerked back, and as he swung his claw, Chen Feng propelled himself forward, dodging the strike. He then shot strands of spider silk from both hands, ensnaring the professor's neck and yanking forcefully. Professor Lizard's body, now uncontrollable, toppled toward Chen Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng leapt, driving his knee forcefully into the professor's head, leaving him dazed. Yet, this was only the beginning. Aware of Professor Lizard's remarkable regenerative abilities, Chen Feng denied him even a moment's respite, delivering a relentless barrage of blows to the professor's head. He refrained from targeting the professor's body, knowing that his regenerative power was formidable. Even a severed torso would eventually heal. Thus, he concentrated solely on the professor's head, recognizing it as the most vital area. Even if the brain could regenerate, the memories housed within would likely be lost or distorted, potentially rendering the professor a fool or an imbecile. Chapter 39. Extracting Professor Lizard's genes. Under the relentless assault delivered by Chen Feng, Professor Lizard succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing motionless in the filthy sewage. The giant lizards at either end of the sewer roared at Chen Feng but refrained from attacking, likely awaiting orders from Professor Lizard. Chen Feng placed his hand upon the professor's body and silently commanded, "System, extract Professor Lizard's genes and integrate them into me." Ding. Gene extraction from Professor Lizard successful. Integration in progress. Chen Feng's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated the extraction would truly succeed. He speculated that the professor's unconscious state was the reason for the success of the procedure. Ding. Congratulations to the host for merging with the genetic essence of Professor Lizard. As the system notification resonated, an overwhelming force began to transform Chen Feng's body. A piercing cry escaped his lips as he experienced excruciating pain. His bones, tendons, flesh, and skin were forcibly stretched, rendering him in agony, feeling as if death were a preferable alternative. Gradually, Chen Feng's spider suit ruptured, and a robust tail sprouted from his posterior. His feet morphed into powerful, beastly appendages, and his hands transformed into claws, effortlessly carving deep scratches into the walls of the sewer. The most agonizing transformation occurred in his cranium, as his skull contorted and his head began to resemble that of a lizard, taking on a grotesque appearance. A guttural roar, reminiscent of a dragon's, erupted from Chen Feng. After successfully integrating the genetic material of Professor Lizard, he collapsed, kneeling on one leg, panting heavily. At that moment, Professor Lizard awoke, letting out a pained exclamation. Upon opening his eyes and beholding the lizard-like figure kneeling before him, he was momentarily taken aback, then inquired with astonishment, "Who are you?" The regenerative abilities of Professor Lizard's genes were unparalleled among all superheroes, recovering at an astonishing speed. In just a few minutes, Chen Feng, who had initially lacked the strength to stand, regained his optimal state. Rising to his feet, Chen Feng examined his clawed hands and flicked his unfamiliar tail, feeling a surge of power coursing through him. Though it paled in comparison to that of the Abomination or the Hulk, it was somewhat akin to Spider-Man's strength. His power may not be immense, and his transformation appeared unseemly, yet it mattered little. What Chen Feng truly desired was the extraordinary regenerative ability. With this power, as long as his brain remained intact, he could regenerate any lost body parts. Professor Lizard remained reclined, while Chen Feng towered over him, smirking wickedly. "I have come to rescue you." Possessing a high intellect and extensive knowledge, particularly in genetics, Professor Lizard had made significant advancements, notably with his successful development of the lizard DNA serum. Although the side effects included transforming individuals into monstrous half-human, half-lizard beings with malevolent tendencies, these could be rectified. If he could enlist Professor Lizard to serve his purposes, then his subordinates would rival even the greatest superheroes. "What about that detestable spider tyrant?" Professor Lizard inquired. Perhaps due to their shared nature, he felt an instant affinity towards Chen Feng, devoid of hostility. "I drove him away," Chen Feng replied. "Really? He is so formidable. You managed to chase him off?" Professor Lizard questioned, skepticism evident in his voice, recalling the overwhelming power of Spider Tyrant that had left him utterly defenseless and unconscious. "If you knew my true identity, you would not doubt my capabilities," Chen Feng asserted with pride. "And what is your identity?" Professor Lizard asked, curiosity piqued. "Listen well. I am Chen Feng, the master of a private island." Chen Feng introduced himself. I haven't heard of you," Professor Lizard awkwardly replied. "That's all right. You must have heard of Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank, two titans of the scientific community. Haven to you?" Chen Feng inquired. Professor Lizard climbed up and nodded. "They are both celebrities. Dr. Octopus is even my friend. How could I not have heard of them? Both of them are currently collaborating with me. Furthermore, I must tell you, there is also a genius girl among my associates, Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Even the Green Goblin, Harry, has worked with me. Most importantly, I am a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng earnestly attempted to elevate his stature to entice Professor Lizard. "Really?" Professor Lizard was evidently awestruck by Chen Feng's impressive credentials. Chen Feng nodded, "Indeed. So, would you consider joining me? I can support your research in developing a more potent lizard DNA serum. I aspire to transform humanity into formidable lizard people. If you assist me, I shall agree to collaborate with you, Professor Lizard declared. Why must you necessarily transform humans into lizard people? Chen Feng asked, somewhat baffled. Because humanity is frail. Over 90% succumb to illness or accidents, with less than 10% naturally reaching old age. Thus, if humanity were to become lizard people, they would no longer suffer from ailments, and even severe injuries could heal rapidly. This would be a boon for mankind, Professor Lizard asserted passionately. Though Professor Lizard's intentions were commendable, his actions were perceived as terrifying and misunderstood by society. Actually, there are better alternatives, such as developing a lizard DNA serum without side effects, which would be more readily accepted by humanity, Chen Feng suggested. A lizard DNA serum without side effects? Professor Lizard murmured to himself. After a considerable pause, he remarked, lizard people possess powerful physiques and agile movements, capable of climbing walls and burrowing. Why can't humanity accept this? They constantly oppose me. Professor Lizard, you must not be so obstinate. Understand that being larger does not equate to being stronger, and being smaller does not imply weakness. Take that spider tyrant, for instance. He is not larger than you, yet can you defeat him? Chen Feng countered. While Professor Lizard was about to respond, he was interrupted by Chen Feng. If you could grant humanity the abilities of lizards without requiring transformation and without any side effects, you would undoubtedly become humanity's savior, beloved by all. Rather than feared as you are now, Chen Feng proclaimed. Professor Lizard pondered for a moment, then turned to Chen Feng and said earnestly, all right, I will join you. But you must promise to support me in developing a lizard DNA serum without side effects. Of course, Chen Feng replied, elated. This outing had proven extraordinarily fruitful for him. He acquired Tritium, a glider, Spider-Man's genes, and Professor Lizard's genes. Additionally, he had successfully recruited two brilliant scientists, Dr. Octopus and Professor Lizard, which was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. Chapter 40. The Lizard Professor's recruitment. Chen Feng followed the Lizard Professor for an extended period, eventually arriving at a vast underground cavern teeming with lizards of various sizes, sending a shiver down his spine. Fortunately, the lizards moved aside, for a misstep could easily lead to dire consequences. The Lizard Professor led Chen Feng into his laboratory, a rather rudimentary space cluttered with numerous jars and bottles, creating a chaotic and disheveled appearance. Suddenly, Chen Feng heard muffled sounds, as if someone had their mouth covered. He approached a large box, opening it to reveal Mary, bound and crouched, her mouth gagged with cloth. Upon seeing Chen Feng's visage, her eyes widened in terror, and she struggled desperately against her restraints. Realizing that his appearance had frightened her, Chen Feng composed himself, calming his emotions, and gradually returned to his normal human form. Like transitioning from a titan, reverting to his ordinary self left him momentarily weakened. Mary, witnessing Chen Feng's transformation back to a human, was filled with immense joy, though her gagged mouth prevented her from expressing her elation vocally. The Lizard Professor, intrigued by Chen Feng's ability to revert to human form without the antidote, inquired, Chen Feng, how did you manage to return to your normal state without the antidote? I simply control my emotions to regain my human form, Chen Feng replied. Then why can't I do the same? The Lizard Professor questioned, perplexed, as he believed he needed the antidote to revert. That is because you are not calm enough, Chen Feng explained. The Lizard Professor transformed into a lizard man whenever he became agitated, suggesting that tranquility was indeed the key to his restoration. Is that so? The Lizard Professor pondered, still skeptical. Chen Feng then cut the ropes binding Mary and removed the cloth from her mouth, cradling her as he carried her out. Mary clung tightly to Chen Feng's neck, burying her face in his chest, her emotions overwhelming as she sobbed. Chen Feng, I knew you would come to save me. I knew it. I knew you cared for me. Chen Feng gently patted her back, soothing her with kind words. Do not cry. It is all right. I am not crying. I am simply overjoyed. I am so happy you came to rescue me, and that you care for me, Mary exclaimed through her tears. The Lizard Professor, noticing Chen Feng's familiarity with Mary, grew wary and questioned, Chen Feng, what is your relationship with Mary? Or are you allied with Spider-Man? Chen Feng set Mary down and clarified to the Lizard Professor, Mary and I are friends, which is why I came to her aid. As for my connection to Spider-Man, rest assured, it is merely a casual acquaintance. If you seek trouble with Spider-Man, I will not intervene. I hope you are not deceiving me, for if you are, I will ensure you suffer, the Lizard Professor threatened. I assure you, I am not deceiving you, Chen Feng responded earnestly. What if I were? He added, unperturbed. He believed that as long as Professor Lizard joined his team, he would certainly not mind being deceived, for a scientist's greatest passion lies in research. He ardently supported Professor Lizard's endeavors, and the professor would undoubtedly relish the pursuit, indifferent to any deception. Suddenly, Mary interjected, Chen Feng, Professor Lizard has kidnapped me and confined me in a narrow box. I nearly died from fright. You must help me seek vengeance. Chen Feng's expression darkened, inwardly cursing Mary for her naivety, failing to recognize that she was collaborating with Professor Lizard. He could only comfort Mary, saying, "Let it go. Professor Lizard is unaware of our relationship. It's merely a misunderstanding." "Yes, just a misunderstanding." Professor Lizard awkwardly nodded in agreement. "Humph." Mary pouted, clearly displeased. Chen Feng handed Professor Lizard a business card, saying, "Take what you need, and then call this number. I will send someone to retrieve you." Upon receiving the card, Professor Lizard inquired, "May I bring the Lizard Legion with me?" "Of course," Chen Feng replied. Although the private island was modest, accommodating a few lizards posed no issue, especially since Professor Lizard required a substantial number for his research. "That's splendid," Professor Lizard exclaimed happily. "Then I shall take Mary with me," Chen Feng stated. "Very well. You may go. I'll pack my belongings and call you," Professor Lizard assured. Chen Feng supported Mary as they exited the professor's cave. Once outside, Mary suddenly embraced Chen Feng. He stiffened, recalling that he had forgotten to replace his torn spider suit after transforming into a lizard man. At that moment, his bare physique, combined with his robust build, was particularly striking, which undoubtedly captivated Mary. "Chen Feng, I love you," she declared passionately, her voice laced with a flirtatious tone. "Stop it," Chen Feng urged, striving to maintain his composure. "I want to stop," Mary playfully insisted. "Then I shall ignore you," Chen Feng retorted, pushing her away and walking forward. Mary hurriedly chased after him. "Chen Feng, wait for me. I'm scared alone. I won't tease anymore." Emerging from a sewer entrance, Chen Feng swiftly utilized his spider silk to pilfer garments left out to dry, donning them himself. Upon seeing Chen Feng clad in attire, Mary could not suppress her disappointment. "Let us go," Chen Feng urged. "We need to find Peter. He must be worried about you." Grasping Chen Feng's hand, Mary pouted her lips and sweetly said, "Chen Feng, it's quite late, and I'm exhausted. Let us find a hotel to rest. Then I'll carry you," Chen Feng offered, squatting down. Mary was exasperated. She had heard of such stoic men, but never expected to encounter one herself. She wished Chen Feng were a ravenous beast, eager to devour her. Frustrated by his restraint, she sighed in disappointment, lamenting her fate, before climbing onto his back. Chen Feng hurriedly carried Mary on his back, swiftly making his way to the square where the earlier battle had taken place. Soon, he arrived at the disheveled scene of the square. The Green Goblin and Spider-Man were nowhere to be found, only a multitude of police officers busily clearing the area. "Chen Feng, Mary," Spider-Man's voice called from behind. Chen Feng turned to see Spider-Man, dressed in ordinary attire, approaching them at a brisk pace. He gently set Mary down, yet she clung to his arm, unwilling to let go. "Peter, I helped rescue Mary. Remember, you owe me a favor," Chen Feng remarked. Spider-Man nodded. "Yes, don't worry, I remember." He then turned to Mary with evident concern. "Mary, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Chapter 41. The Deal of Vibranium. "Humph. That's none of your business." Mary huffed coldly, offering Spider-Man nothing but disdain. "Mary, it was Peter who sent me to rescue you. How can you treat him like this?" Chen Feng interjected, hoping to foster a connection between Spider-Man and Mary to prevent her from clinging to him. "Humph. If it weren't for him provoking the lizard professor, would I have been kidnapped?" Mary retorted angrily. "Mary, I'm sorry for putting you in danger," Spider-Man said, filled with remorse. "That's unnecessary. Just stay away from me," Mary replied curtly. Through this ordeal, she realized one vital truth. When seeking a partner, it is crucial to choose someone responsible, like Chen Feng, who only engages in ventures he can manage, unlike Spider-Man, who creates chaos and drags those around him into turmoil without resolution. Spider-Man felt a wave of injustice wash over him, almost moved to tears. "Chen Feng, finally, I've found you." Upon hearing the familiar voice, Chen Feng looked up to see Natasha approaching him. As she approached with her alluring figure, Mary felt a pang of jealousy and wrapped her arms around Chen Feng's, asking, "Darling, who is she?" "She is Natasha, a senior agent of SHIELD, famously known as the Black Widow. She is formidable. So be cautious," Chen Feng explained. "Do you like her?" Mary asked earnestly, for this was what she cared about most. Clap, clap, clap. Natasha applauded mockingly. "Oh, Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person, stealing Spider-Man's girlfriend while he can't do anything about it. Impressive." Her teasing left Spider-Man feeling particularly awkward, prompting him to say, "I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave now. Goodbye." And he quickly departed from this sorrowful place. "Chen Feng and I are in a relationship of free love, so don't speak carelessly," Mary asserted sweetly. "Do you love Chen Feng?" Natasha asked with a playful grin. Mary nodded emphatically yes. "Does Chen Feng love you?" Natasha continued with a smile. Mary lifted her chin defiantly. He does. But when he was with me at the bar, he also said he loved me. What happened to that? Natasha lamented. What? Mary's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked up at Chen Feng, jealousy seeping into her tone. Chen Feng, you choose to be with a woman like her. Yet you neglect me. I am quite upset. Perhaps it is because I am more beautiful than you. Natasha tossed her hair with a sense of self-importance. Mary, with a proud stance, retorted, but my assets are far more substantial than yours. Feeling exasperated by the two women's bickering, Chen Feng decided to withdraw. He shot a strand of spider silk towards the towering skyline, soaring into the air and gliding away. Chen Feng, wait for me. Don't abandon me, Mary exclaimed, dashing after him like a forsaken bride. Chen Feng, we still need to settle the score from last time. You can't escape. Natasha, quick-witted, revved her sleek motorcycle, racing after Chen Feng. With his spider silk, Chen Feng maneuvered effortlessly, swiftly distancing himself from Natasha. He then summoned Optimus Prime to come and collect him. To his surprise, Natasha had managed to locate him with a helicopter, landing deftly on the rooftop. Chen Feng, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you, Natasha stated gravely. What is it? Chen Feng inquired. The recent chaos you stirred up in New York has displeased S.H.I.E.L.D. You were well aware that Dr. Octopus had gone rogue. Yet you chose to ignore it, nearly causing a catastrophe. Furthermore, during your confrontations with Green Goblin, Spider-Man, and Professor Lizard, you possessed the power to subdue them instantly. Yet you refrained, resulting in numerous civilian casualties. Is this how you conduct yourself as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Natasha challenged him. Is it wrong for me to conceal my abilities? Chen Feng retorted, somewhat irritated. It is unacceptable. As an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., your duty is to safeguard humanity, and you have failed in that regard. Our director has stated that if you continue this way, your status as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent will be revoked, Natasha declared. Whatever, Chen Feng replied nonchalantly. He felt he had exhausted the value of his S.H.I.E.L.D. identity. It mattered little to him now. You no longer wish to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Natasha questioned in surprise. Let us not dwell on that, Natasha. Tell me, can you acquire vibranium? Chen Feng asked. If he could obtain vibranium, he would no longer regard S.H.I.E.L.D. with any significance. What do you need vibranium for? It's quite scarce. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. has only a minuscule amount, not enough to forge a dagger, Natasha asked, her curiosity piqued. If you can assist me in acquiring even a small fragment of vibranium, I shall reward you handsomely, Chen Feng replied. A small fragment of vibranium wouldn't be too difficult to procure, but how exactly do you intend to repay me? Natasha inquired coyly, secretly resolving not to be deceived by Chen Feng again. Suddenly, Transformers descended from the sky, landing beside Chen Feng, with Optimus Prime's voice echoing, My lord, I have arrived. Natasha's eyes sparkled as she beheld the Transformers. While she was not well versed in their lore, she had witnessed their formidable prowess in video recordings. Their ability to transform into aircraft, heavy-duty trucks, and humanoid robots was awe-inspiring. Their strength was such that they could halt even the fastest trains, far surpassing Iron Man's robotic creations. With excitement coursing through her, she pointed at the Transformer and declared, I want that one. Chen Feng nodded without hesitation, responding, Very well. As long as you provide me with vibranium, I shall immediately procure this Transformer for you. Despite the first-generation Transformer being significantly more advanced than Iron Man's, it was far from satisfied. It deemed its energy insufficient. Its defenses lacking, its offensive capabilities inadequate, and its sheer size cumbersome. Thus, it displayed indifference. The Transformer would readily agree to an exchange for vibranium, even if it were offered by Iron Man himself, for it knew that with vibranium, it could forge the most sophisticated Transformer in the cosmos. Allow me to borrow the Transformer. I shall swiftly return to S.H.I.E.L.D. to retrieve the vibranium, Natasha implored eagerly. The prospect of exchanging a mere fragment of vibranium for a Transformer seemed too advantageous to resist. Although vibranium was exceedingly rare, the technology to forge it into weaponry was absent within S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering it undervalued there. Otherwise, Natasha would not have dared to pursue such a precious commodity. Optimus Prime, you are to take orders from Miss Natasha for the time being, Chen Feng commanded. Understood. My lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged before turning to Natasha. Greetings, Miss Natasha. It is my pleasure to serve you. Natasha was delighted to witness such intelligence in the Transformer, and with a playful tone, she commanded, Take me back to S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 42. My man is Chen Feng. Natasha soared towards S.H.I.E.L.D. atop the Transformer. Chen Feng gazed after the departing figure, musing to himself, Have I caught the eye of Lady Luck? Everything I desire comes effortlessly to me. This is simply delightful. He perched at the edge of the rooftop, awaiting Natasha's return. After more than 10 minutes had passed without her arrival, he was instead greeted by Mary. She burst forth from the rooftop entrance, her face lighting up with joy upon seeing Chen Feng. "Chen Feng, I finally found you," she exclaimed, just as Mary was about to leap into his arms. Chen Feng deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding her embrace. "Ah!" Mary shrieked, nearly losing her balance and tumbling off the ledge due to Chen Feng's sudden evasion. A swift shot of spider silk ensnared her, preventing her from plummeting. Regaining her composure, Mary bounced over to Chen Feng with exuberance, sweetly exclaiming, "Chen Feng, I was looking for you. How did you manage to find me?" Chen Feng inquired, curious. Unlike Natasha, who had the backing of SHIELD. To facilitate her searches, Mary was merely an ordinary girl from a modest background, yet she had managed to locate him with remarkable precision, piquing his intrigue. Mary, with the demeanor of a child, raised her head and said with a hint of arrogance, "I may not outrun you, but I am not foolish. I followed you here in a taxi while you arrived in a helicopter. Mary, must you continue to deceive yourself? You ought to know that I harbor no affection for you, nor have I ever contemplated disrupting your relationship with Peter," Chen Feng stated earnestly. Observing Mary's unwavering devotion towards him, he felt compelled to intervene, for a union with her was utterly implausible. His ideal partner could not be ordinary. She must possess intelligence. Thus, it was evident that he and Mary were destined to remain apart. Certainly, he could entertain the notion of having Mary as a mistress. Yet that was not in accordance with his principles, as he believed in loving but one woman throughout his life. Much like his relentless pursuit of martial arts, which revolved around a singular dream, he had ascended to the pinnacle of his craft, potentially explaining his transposition into the Marvel Universe. Tick-tock. Tears streamed down Mary's face in torrents. "This cannot be true. Tell me it isn't." "Woe is me," she sobbed, her heart shattered by repeated rejections from Chen Feng. A reality she had never faced before. It felt as though the entire world had forsaken her, leaving her in anguish, yearning to weep. "Though I wish to spare you from pain, I cannot deceive you. It is indeed true that I do not harbor feelings for you. The previous excursion to space was merely to leave a favorable impression on your boyfriend, Peter. My act of saving you today was also for him, as he implored me to do so and promised to assist me with a favor in return. His feelings for you are evident. He is the one you ought to love," Chen Feng spoke gently. Wiping away her tears, Mary fixed her gaze upon Chen Feng and shouted, "But I love you now." "It's you. Shut up. Who the hell is making noise in the middle of the night? I swear I'll end you if you don't stop. I'll call the police if this continues. Crazy people, yelling at this hour. Tell me where you are so I can come and deal with you," came the angry voices of the awakened neighbors. Mary's outburst had roused them, and her already fragile emotional state deteriorated further. She rushed to the railing, cupping her hands to project her voice, declaring, "My man is Chen Feng. Come at me if you dare." Chen Feng chuckled, taken aback by this unexpected facet of Mary. The disgruntled neighbors retaliated with curses. "You tell him to come down. I'll make sure he pays for this. What is so great about having a boyfriend? How formidable is he to challenge us all? Don't leave. I've already called the police. We'll see whether your Chen Feng is more formidable than the authorities. I can't find you, but if your boyfriend dares to show up, my gun isn't just for show. Come down if you have the guts. Chen Feng, I dare you to a duel." As Chen Feng's expression shifted dramatically, he unleashed a furious roar, transforming into a titan. He would hurl insults at him, gauging his mood. If he was in good spirits, he could be disregarded, but if not, then there would be consequences. However, insults directed at his family would not go unpunished. Standing at the edge of the railing, Chen Feng bellowed, "So, you wish to challenge me? I have arrived." The voice of the Titan resonated powerfully, far surpassing that of a colossal horn. Nearby, all were roused by Chen Feng's outburst, with many children frightened into tears. In the streets, car alarms blared, echoing through the night. The previously arrogant individual who sought to confront Chen Feng fell silent, and even those who had been vocally annoyed were now hushed. Apart from the blaring alarms and the terrified cries of children, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. Could silence absolve them? No. Indeed, there was a reckoning. Chen Feng etched the voice of the one who insulted his family into his memory. Without hesitation, he leaped from the rooftop. The ground trembled with a thunderous crash as he landed, creating a massive crater. By a window, a trembling African-American man crouched in fear, whispering a prayer, "God, please spare me from that monster." Indeed, he was the very one who had impulsively hurled insults at Chen Feng in a moment of irritation. Awakened from sleep by the commotion, he had not anticipated that the boyfriend of the woman on the rooftop was a veritable beast. Though he could not see him, the roar alone hinted at his monstrous nature. Having seen reports of monster rampages on American television, he understood their ferocity all too well. Regret was futile now. He could only pray for divine protection. With a thunderous sound, Chen Feng began to sprint, causing the ground beneath him to fracture, vehicles and trees trembling in his wake. He zeroed in on a lit floor, the fifth one. Crouching low, he propelled himself with tremendous force. A resounding boom echoed as he soared into the air. With a powerful thrust, Chen Feng's hands pierced through the wall of the fifth floor, and he crashed through the glass window. A sharp crack resonated as his head entered the room, where he heard a commotion below. Lowering his gaze, he spotted the trembling figure of the African-American man, cowering beneath the window in sheer terror. "Was it you who insulted my family?" Chen Feng's voice was icy. The man, paralyzed with fear, felt warmth spreading in his trousers as he desperately stammered. "It wasn't me. I didn't insult you, I swear. But I remember your voice," Chen Feng replied coldly. The man's distinct voice was unforgettable. With a thud, the man fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head, pleading for mercy. "I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I realize my mistake. To insult my family is to invite retribution. I shall sever your tongue as penance, and I challenge you to a duel, wherein your limbs shall be broken," Chen Feng uttered coldly, devoid of any semblance of mercy. In this Marvel universe, where strength reigns supreme, he felt no obligation to show leniency to the weak. His punishment of the African American had been merciful. Had it been another, particularly a supervillain, he would not hesitate to eliminate everyone in the vicinity. Thud, thud, thud. The African American, his forehead bloodied, pleaded with a quivering voice, "Please, do not harm me. I beg you." With a resounding boom, Chen Feng's fist crashed through the wall, striking the man. He was sent hurtling against the opposite wall, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Coughing up blood feebly, with a violent force, Chen Feng dismantled the outer wall and entered the man's dwelling. In the living room, he found a fruit knife, which felt as delicate as a mere needle in his grasp. Approaching the man, he grasped his hair with one hand and hoisted him effortlessly, stating coldly, "Stick out your tongue, or I shall sever your head." The African-American, gravely injured yet conscious, trembled in fear. He did not wish to lose his tongue. Yet life was paramount. After a moment's internal struggle, he slowly extended his tongue. With a swift motion, Chen Feng's knife glimmered. The man let out a harrowing scream. Writhing in agony, snap, 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 Chen Feng broke the man's limbs. Such was the price the weak paid for their arrogance towards the strong. With a powerful leap, Chen Feng emerged from the man's home, landing in the center of the street. He bellowed, "Who else desires to challenge me?" His voice resonated so forcefully that nearby glass shattered. The sound traveled far and wide, and once it faded, silence enveloped the area. Those awakened by the commotion wisely chose to remain silent, swallowing their pride. Seeing no response, Chen Feng regained his composure and transformed back into a semblance of an ordinary man, before swiftly ascending back to the rooftop he had previously occupied. Mary, witnessing Chen Feng in his warrior-like demeanor, felt her heart race with admiration. "This is the man I desire, so commanding," she thought. His dominance reminded her starkly of Peter's timidity. As Spider-Man, Peter often faced rebuke from his mundane superior, too cowardly to retort, desperately pleading for his job. How unlike Chen Feng, who silenced adversaries with his fists. Regardless of whether Chen Feng reciprocated her feelings, Mary was drawn to him, captivated by his masculine charm, his assertiveness, and his strength. Unable to contain her impulses, she rushed forward and wrapped her arms around his waist, pleading, "Chen Feng, please accept me." "Mary, why do you persist in this manner? If you continue, you may never see me again," Chen Feng replied, distressed. Mary looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears. And in a pitiful tone, she asked, "Do you truly despise me so? As friends, there is no issue, but I cannot endure this behavior," Chen Feng stated candidly. "Are you doubting my sincerity towards you?" Mary speculated. "Not at all," Chen Feng replied. Mary released her grip on Chen Feng, swiftly climbed onto the railing, and turned to him, declaring, "I shall prove my sincerity to you right now." With that, she closed her eyes and leaped off. With a swift motion, Chen Feng shot out a strand of spider silk, wrapping it around Mary's waist. To avoid causing her harm, he gradually lengthened the silk, allowing her a gentle descent. Only after she had stopped falling did he pull her back up to the rooftop. Once back on solid ground, Mary wore not a trace of fear, but rather a radiant smile of joy. "What are you doing? Have you lost your mind?" Chen Feng asked, bewildered. How can someone about to jump laugh so freely? "You now know my sincerity, and I am aware that you care for me as well, though you refuse to admit it," Mary replied with a smile. Sighing, Chen Feng felt utterly at a loss regarding this woman. Mary stepped closer, gently embracing him, resting her head against his chest, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, and softly declared, "I love you, and that is enough, regardless of whether you accept me." Mary's words were undeniably moving. Yet Chen Feng still remembered the night she confessed her feelings to him, right after proclaiming her love for Peter. He was hesitant to embrace such sudden affection, fearing that today she might love him, but tomorrow she could easily fall for someone else, too unpredictable for his liking. Chen Feng remained silent, too weary to engage, as he feared that any misstep in conversation might provoke her to leap once more. Thus, Mary held Chen Feng tightly, standing motionless by the railing. Half an hour later, she unknowingly drifted into slumber. Chen Feng took out his phone and called Spider-Man. "Peter, your girlfriend has fallen asleep. You should come and get her." He intended to be kind, but was met with Spider-Man's furious roar. "Chen Feng, you have gone too far. I have already handed Mary over to you, and now that you have exhausted her, you expect me to come fetch her? Do you take me for a mere errand boy? I may not be able to defeat you, but I am not afraid of you," Spider-Man shouted, feeling increasingly overwhelmed with jealousy. Chen Feng reflected on his words and realized that Spider-Man had misinterpreted him. He attempted to clarify. "I was with her on the rooftop." Chen Feng's explanation was abruptly cut off. "Is it necessary to inform me about your frolics on the rooftop? Or are you deliberately trying to humiliate me further with such antics?" Spider-Man roared. "For heaven's sake, Peter, can you not calm down?" Chen Feng's temper flared as well. Mary, fast asleep in his arms, stirred slightly but did not awaken. She must have been deeply exhausted after her prolonged ordeal with the lizard professor. "How can I stay calm when you have slept with my girlfriend and then expect me to retrieve her?" Spider-Man bellowed. "Listen, I did not sleep with your girlfriend," Chen Feng explained. "Huh? Who are you trying to fool?" Spider-Man retorted. "Damn you. Well, since you are so eager for me to sleep with your girlfriend, I shall do so now and place a grand green hat upon you," Chen Feng responded with irritation. He had intended to facilitate a connection between Spider-Man and Mary, but to his dismay, Spider-Man was utterly unappreciative, failing to pick up Mary and instead relentlessly accusing him of having been with her. This infuriated him to no end. If Spider-Man desired it so much, then he would oblige, making him regret it later. Chapter 44, Spider-Man's Frustration. Spider-Man exclaimed, realizing from Chen Feng's words that he might have misunderstood. "Chen Feng, please, don't." Spider-Man cried out. "Don't what?" Chen Feng inquired. "I was wrong. Please don't sleep with my girlfriend," Spider-Man pleaded. Let me tell you, it's too late. I am determined to sleep with your girlfriend today," Chen Feng shouted. In Chen Feng's embrace, Mary sleepily murmured, "Stop making noise, let me sleep a bit longer." Her words only heightened Spider-Man's anxiety as he urgently asked, "Brother Chen Feng, I truly made a mistake. Please tell me the address. I will go get Mary back immediately." Beep, beep, beep. Chen Feng hung up the phone. If Spider-Man dared to confront him, he would give him a taste of his own medicine. However, that would not be today, for he had more pressing matters at hand. Holding Mary, Chen Feng sat on the railing, remaining there throughout the night. As morning dawned, the sun rose, casting a beam of light upon Mary. The piercing sunlight roused her from slumber, and as she opened her eyes, she discovered herself still nestled in Chen Feng's arms. She looked up at him, whose gaze was fixed on the horizon. Following his line of sight, she beheld the beautiful sunrise. The light of the dawn shimmered like golden threads, intricately weaving the black and white clouds into an exquisitely stunning tapestry. "How beautiful," Mary said blissfully. "Indeed, it is beautiful, but how long can such serene beauty last?" Chen Feng mused. The Marvel world was chaotic, so tumultuous that Earth seemed on the brink of explosion. "If only we could watch the sunrise together like this every day," Mary longed. Sighing, Chen Feng remained silent. He continued to sit on the railing, while Mary contentedly stayed in his embrace. However, as the sun climbed higher, the intense heat caused Mary to break into a sweat, her skin reddening. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, she said to Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, let us go back. It's too hot here. I can't take it." With a swift turn, Chen Feng set Mary down and replied, "You can go back. I am waiting for someone." Mary grasped Chen Feng's hand, reluctant to part. "We can wait downstairs." "No, I shall wait here," Chen Feng insisted stubbornly. The fierce sunlight had no effect on him. There was no need to seek shade. "Then you wait for me here. I will be back shortly," Mary said before swiftly descending the stairs. Mary purchased a sultry outfit and checked into a hotel. After freshening up, she donned the alluring attire and, as she departed, discreetly pocketed a box of condoms. At a nearby shop, she bought an umbrella, a battery-operated fan, and 2 bottles of mineral water before returning to the rooftop. Upon seeing Chen Feng still perched on the railing, Mary felt a wave of relief wash over her. With the fan in one hand and the umbrella in the other, she approached Chen Feng, setting the fan down before offering him a bottle of water. "Chen Feng, this is for you," she said softly. He accepted it without hesitation. Twisting off the cap, with one hand gripping the bottle and the other forming a palm, he struck the base, causing the bottle to crumple instantaneously, sending the water gushing forth. He opened his mouth wide and gulped it down. Mary gasped in astonishment, having never witnessed such a bold way of drinking water before. It struck her as incredibly cool. After discarding the crushed bottle behind him, Chen Feng resumed his watch over the bustling street below. Mary, setting down her umbrella, mimicked his earlier action, grasping the bottle with her right hand and striking the base with her left. However, her reflexes faltered, resulting in a splash that drenched her face and upper body, the fabric of her top clinging enticingly to her form. "Ah!" she exclaimed, turning around. Chen Feng was taken aback by her appearance, realizing she was once again teasing him. "My clothes are wet," Mary said, her tone laced with faux innocence. "Then take them off," Chen Feng replied, his tone lacking sympathy. Mary's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she shyly protested. "Oh, that wouldn't be appropriate. Someone might see us. Perhaps we should go to the hotel across the street. I truly wish I could crack open your skull to see what makes you so lecherous," Chen Feng responded, bemused. "How could you say such a thing? I only act this way with you. I'm quite proper with others," Mary retorted, casting him a flirtatious glance. "Proper? The day I visited your home looking for Peter, I saw no sign of propriety. You were practically straddling him," Chen Feng teased. As expected, Mary's expression soured. She pouted, falling silent in a huff. Chen Feng, relishing her displeasure, remained seated on the railing, confident that Natasha would eventually arrive, for after all, vibranium was far less precious than his transformers. Around noon, Mary, ever considerate, descended to procure a heartfelt lunch, envisioning a shared meal where they would take bites alternately. However, to her dismay, Chen Feng displayed little regard for delicacy, finishing the meal in a matter of moments, leaving her with nothing but an empty container. Loving such an unromantic man was truly disheartening, Mary lamented inwardly. At that moment, Spider-Man appeared on the rooftop. He had been desperately searching for Chen Feng and Mary since he received a call from Chen Feng, finally locating them at last. He observed that Mary was not adorned in the attire from the previous evening. A frown creased his brow as he pondered whether Chen Feng had truly lost his temper, possibly injuring his girlfriend and tearing her garments, thus necessitating a change of clothing. Upon seeing Spider-Man, Mary placed her hands on her hips and indignantly exclaimed, "Peter, what are you doing here? Do you intend to disrupt the world that Chen Feng and I have created for ourselves?" "It is Chen Feng who sent me to fetch you," Spider-Man explained. As for the conversation from yesterday with Chen Feng, he dared not bring it up, nor did he wish to. It was better to bear the burden of jealousy internally than to vocalize it. "Leave. I do not require your assistance." "Chen Feng is sufficient for me," Mary asserted resolutely. Previously, she had harbored some fondness for Spider-Man, but his repeated intrusions into her private moments with Chen Feng had soured her feelings, leading her to blame Spider-Man for preventing her from being with Chen Feng. Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man and remarked, "Peter, do you realize that you possess no semblance of masculinity? You are even more effeminate than a woman." Spider-Man frowned, clearly displeased. "Why do you say that?" "Because you heed every word spoken by women, lacking any semblance of opinion. Have you not heard that when a woman says no, she often means yes?" Chen Feng admonished. "I have never heard such a thing. Perhaps you could enlighten me," Spider-Man replied eagerly, suspecting it to be Chen Feng's secret to wooing women. In simple terms, it is imperative for a man to assert his dominance. To put it plainly, a man must be assertive. For instance, if Mary refuses to accompany you, then you should take her by force and conquer her anew, Chen Feng declared with conviction. Chapter 45. The true man. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Spider-Man felt an exhilarating rush, finding great wisdom in them. His gaze towards Mary transformed. It was no longer tender but imbued with wild desire. "Mary, return with me," he said sternly. Mary rolled her eyes, ignoring Spider-Man, determined to heed Chen Feng's advice. He shot a web that adhered to Mary, yanking her towards him uncontrollably. He then wrapped his arms around her and smiled, "You are mine," with a resounding slap. A red mark appeared on Spider-Man's face. Mary had struck him. "Let me go," she protested, flustered. "I will not release you," Spider-Man insisted stubbornly, resolved to assert his newfound dominance. With another slap resonating against the opposite side of his face, Mary struck him again. "Let me go," she repeated, her tone firm. "I refuse to let go, even if it kills me," Spider-Man declared loudly. In retaliation, Mary raised her knee and struck Spider-Man painfully, showing no mercy. "Ah!" he howled, releasing Mary and collapsing to the ground, cradling his injured self, writhing in agony. Although Spider-Man was no ordinary individual, even he had vulnerabilities. Struck mercilessly by Mary, Spider-Man's resilience was commendable, for he did not shatter under the force. Yet, despite his unbroken exterior, the excruciating pain left him on the verge of unconsciousness. Mary, devoid of any remorse, chastised him. "Peter, I am not yours to command. Where do you expect me to return with you? To your aunt's house? Humph. A man without a home has no right to summon me back." Spider-Man's remarkable healing abilities soon kicked in. After a few minutes of agony, he regained his footing. Though his legs trembled, perhaps still reeling from the pain. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Mary, I once stubbornly refused to monetize my powers, leaving me a destitute fool, vulnerable to others' contempt. But now, I have realized my folly. I shall no longer conceal my identity. I will harness my abilities to provide you with a life of comfort and happiness." Possessing formidable skills and strength, Spider-Man could easily secure a decent income as a police officer or a mover. Yet, he clung to his stubbornness, unwilling to reveal his identity or exploit his powers for financial gain. Consequently, his circumstances were worse than those of ordinary individuals, which understandably led Mary to disdain him. "Peter, can we not part ways amicably? If you continue this way, we may not even remain friends," Mary said sternly. "Mary, grant me a chance. I promise to cherish and protect you, sparing you from suffering," Spider-Man implored sincerely. In his desperation, he momentarily forgot his resolve, reverting to a more timid demeanor. Observing from the sidelines, Chen Feng shook his head in disappointment. Initially, when Spider-Man had forcibly embraced Mary, he thought his friend had truly found his courage. However, witnessing Spider-Man's inability to retaliate against Mary's blows and his subsequent pleas revealed a lack of masculine spirit. Such a cowardly man, nay, such a cowardly superhero, was utterly disheartening. With her hands on her hips, Mary proclaimed confidently, "My boyfriend will only be Chen Feng." Turning away, she nestled against Chen Feng, wrapping her arm around his, resting her head on his shoulder, embodying a picture of sweetness. Spider-Man turned to Chen Feng, seeking assistance. "Brother Chen Feng, please help me." Chen Feng replied earnestly, "Peter, I must impart a serious piece of advice." Spider-Man nodded, believing Chen Feng was about to share secrets of romantic success, and respectfully urged, "Brother, please go on. You are never to mention knowing me to anyone. I cannot bear the shame of being associated with someone so pathetically cowardly," Chen Feng said, his frustration palpable. Spider-Man's face fell, crushed by the weight of the revelation. "Chen Feng, this is not cowardice, it is love. I do not wish to harm her, and I am willing to accommodate her every whim. This is love, not weakness," he insisted, desperately seeking to justify his actions. "I find myself at a loss with you. Do as you will. I shall retire to rest with your girlfriend," remarked Chen Feng with a hint of irritation. He then embraced Mary and made his way towards the rooftop entrance. Upon hearing Chen Feng utter the words "going to sleep" and feeling his arm around her, Mary was filled with joy, her heart blooming with happiness as her small hand involuntarily patted the bag containing a box of safety helmets. Spider-Man leapt up, exclaiming, "Chen Feng, do not provoke me further. I am already in enough distress." Chen Feng halted, turning to Spider-Man. "Oh, by the way, since you have nothing to do, wait here for a woman named Natasha. Call me when she arrives. You asked me to wait for someone while you retire with my girlfriend? That is utterly outrageous." Spider-Man retorted, his anger flaring. "Let me show you what it means to be a man," Chen Feng declared with an air of dominance. "Chen Feng, I do adore your domineering nature," Mary said shyly. The two then embraced and vanished onto the rooftop, leaving behind Spider-Man, fists clenched, on the verge of an emotional explosion. "Ah!" he shouted, tilting his head back to release his pent-up frustration. As Mary descended the stairs, she teased Chen Feng, "You're quite cruel. Using this method to get at Peter, but I must admit, I find this wicked side of you appealing. Mary, make no mistake. My desire to be with you stems from the irritation caused by your boyfriend. This is purely a physical need with no emotional ties. And I will not be held accountable," Chen Feng stated solemnly. "Entrusting my body to you is entirely my choice, regardless of how you treat me afterward. I shall have no regrets," Mary professed with fervor. "I trust you as far as I can throw you," Chen Feng scoffed, lacking faith in Mary's words. He contemplated that if Mary were to encounter Iron Man, Tony Stark, she would undoubtedly develop a fleeting infatuation, for Tony was a master of charm, exceptionally wealthy, handsome, renowned, and of noble status, qualities that few women could resist. Chen Feng was serious, following Mary to the nearest hotel. Upon entering, they wasted no time. Chen Feng's physique was formidable, while Mary was merely an ordinary girl. Nonetheless, Chen Feng paid no heed to this and showed no mercy, for Mary had persistently pursued him. Chapter 46. Wealth and Willfulness. 2 hours later, Chen Feng returned to the rooftop, only to be surprised that Spider-Man had not left. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Spider-Man sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "What have you done with Mary?" Chen Feng tossed a card to Spider-Man, stating, "This is the room key. You shall discover the truth for yourself." Spider-Man gazed at the key card, his heart aching, eyes brimming with tears, then silently took the card and departed. Without a doubt, Spider-Man was on his way to find Mary. Chen Feng was unperturbed. He had acted openly, acknowledging the truth while refusing responsibility. After all, it was Spider-Man who had wronged him the previous night and had confronted him. It was Mary who had continually entangled him in her affections. Without showing any signs of intimidation, Chen Feng remained perched on the railing, patiently awaiting Natasha's return. As the sun dipped below the horizon, doubts began to creep into his mind. Had Natasha encountered some sort of trouble? Given the speed of a transformer, her prolonged absence seemed implausible. He retrieved his phone to contact Optimus Prime. Optimus, what is Natasha's current status? Master, Natasha was discovered last night while attempting to steal vibranium from SHIELD. She is presently in conversation with Director Fury. From the tone of the exchange, it appears Fury is not angry. Which is why I did not inform you sooner, Optimus replied. Is there any way you could extract the vibranium? Chen Feng inquired. If Optimus could procure the vibranium, he would not hesitate to offend the entire SHIELD organization. Vibranium was the finest material for crafting Transformers' defenses. Regrettably, Master, the size of Transformers is too immense to infiltrate. Furthermore, many areas within SHIELD lack automation and humanoid robots, preventing me from accessing the vibranium through the network, Optimus explained. Very well, continue to await news from Natasha. Should she find herself in danger, proceed to rescue her. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, Master, Optimus acknowledged. At 8 p.m., Spider-Man assisted Mary as they ascended to the rooftop once more. Mary's gait appeared peculiar, her feet struggling to align, resembling a duck waddle. With each step, her brow furrowed slightly, yet a look of happiness and contentment graced her face. Chen Feng, Mary called out weakly. Are you still unsatisfied? If not, we can head to the hotel for more, Chen Feng replied, somewhat exasperated by Mary's tenacity. Mary seemed to recall something, her body trembling slightly as she bit her lip. No, I'm satisfied. Then why are you still here? Chen Feng asked. I miss you, Mary admitted shyly. Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man, whose expression was particularly grim, as though he had just consumed something distasteful. Peter, while I find your timidity exceedingly irritating, I must concede that your heart is remarkably large. Your girlfriend has been with me, yet you bring her to seek me out. Do you not feel a twinge of jealousy? Chen Feng, I know you are trying to provoke me, and I admit I am angry. However, I want you to understand that I love Mary dearly, and I would do anything for her, Spider-Man declared passionately. Goodness, you two are quite the odd pair. I cannot endure this any longer. You may continue your tete-a-tete. I am leaving, Chen Feng stated, leaping from the railing and swinging away with his web. Upon seeing Chen Feng depart, Mary urgently urged Spider-Man, Peter, hurry and take me to chase after Chen Feng. Spider-Man hesitated. Mary stamped her foot in frustration, exclaiming, You promised to love me and support me unconditionally. Are you going back on your word now? I will not go back on my word, Spider-Man gritted through clenched teeth. Then what are you waiting for? If you don't hurry, Chen Feng will be gone, Mary pressed anxiously. Spider-Man embraced Mary Jane tightly around her slender waist, hastily making his way towards the rooftop's edge before leaping into the void. With one hand free, he shot out strands of webbing, rapidly pursuing Chen Feng. Chen Feng, leisurely soaring through the city, occasionally executed intricate maneuvers. Suddenly, he heard Mary Jane's joyous exclamation behind him. Turning around, he was left speechless. Spider-Man was indeed chasing him with Mary Jane in tow. Chen Feng found himself utterly astounded by Spider-Man's lack of decorum, deeming him the unrivaled king of embarrassment in the Marvel Universe. Employing both hands, Chen Feng swiftly launched strands of webbing, propelling himself forward in a straight line. Spider-Man, inherently less potent than Chen Feng, was unable to perform such complex maneuvers relying solely on webbing, especially while carrying another person. Within mere breaths, Spider-Man and Mary Jane lost sight of Chen Feng. Noticing Chen Feng's escape, Mary Jane expressed her dissatisfaction towards Spider-Man, taunting, Peter, Chen Feng is utilizing your abilities. Why are you so inadequate? Can't keep up with him? Or is it intentional? Dangling from a lamppost by a single strand of webbing, Spider-Man grimaced. Chen Feng is inherently stronger than me. There's nothing I can do. You're doing it on purpose. No, I am not. You are indeed. The two began to bicker. Meanwhile, Chen Feng purchased a sports car from a passerby and set off towards the seaside, simultaneously commanding Optimus Prime to dispatch an iron armor suit to the shore to collect him. He planned to retreat to his private island to await Natasha. In New York, he had no desire to encounter Spider-Man and Mary Jane again. They were indeed quite the odd pair. Bored, Chen Feng sped down the road. His driving skills mediocre, but his reflexes sharp, allowing him to push the car to its limits. As he overtook vehicle after vehicle, those he passed were left considerably startled. Hours later, upon reaching the coast, Chen Feng maintained his speed, driving the sports car directly into the ocean. With a splash, the car skimmed across the water for several hundred meters before slowly sinking. Chen Feng opened the car door and swam to the surface, where he immediately spotted the iron armor suit hovering above. "Master, I have come to retrieve you." Optimus Prime's voice resonated from within the suit. "Yes," Chen Feng replied, raising his right hand. The iron armor suit grasped his hand, lifting him into the air, enveloping him in its body. "Optimus Prime, return to the private island," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, Master," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Clad in the iron armor suit, Chen Feng departed, leaving behind the extravagant sports car without a second thought. Such was the indulgence of wealth. Upon returning to his private island, it remained as tranquil as ever. Chen Feng visited Dr. Octopus, Dr. Hank, and Dr. Zhao Hailuan. The three brilliant scientists were engrossed in their respective research and paid him no heed, treating him as if he were invisible. Seeing Dr. Hank and his colleagues so earnestly engaged in their research filled him with joy, as he believed that it would not be long before his second-generation super invincible life mechanical transformers would come to fruition. Chapter 47. The first meeting. Chen Feng returned to his room, refreshed himself, and dressed meticulously. Upon entering the living room, he commanded Optimus Prime, "Optimus, please notify Dr. Hank, Dr. Zhao Helen, and Dr. Octopus to convene in the living room." "Understood, my lord," replied Optimus Prime, acknowledging the order. After a wait of several minutes, Dr. Hank and the others reluctantly arrived in the living room, their expressions reflecting displeasure. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Hank bluntly remarked, "We are in the midst of our research. Why are you interrupting us? Did we not agree to focus solely on research, disregarding everything else?" Dr. Zhao Helen chimed in, "My research is at a critical juncture, and Optimus has halted my virtual calculations for the preliminary nanotechnology because I declined to attend this meeting. It is utterly intolerable." Dr. Octopus, with a stern demeanor, added, "I prefer not to be disturbed while conducting my research, as my temperament is rather volatile at the moment. A momentary impulse could very well ignite an artificial sun." Chen Feng's expression darkened as he faced the barrage of complaints from his subordinates. Yet, he could only swallow his frustration, for these individuals were indeed his treasures. He cleared his throat and stated, "I convened this meeting out of concern for your progress. If you have matters to discuss, please do so. I still have my own research to attend to." Dr. Octopus showed no regard for Chen Feng's authority. "First of all, in a few days, we shall welcome another genius scientist, Professor Lizard, who possesses extensive knowledge in biological research. When he arrives, I hope you can engage with him amicably." Chen Feng responded, "We each pursue our own research, which is entirely unrelated. Is this worth convening a meeting? Biological research. Will his studies assist my regeneration cradle?" inquired Dr. Zhao Helen. Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed, it will be beneficial. He has developed a lizard DNA serum that, when injected into a human, results in a transformation into a lizard-human hybrid. The side effects are rather severe. However, as long as the brain remains intact, any missing body parts can regenerate rapidly." "Wow, when will he arrive? I have so many questions for him," Dr. Zhao Helen exclaimed, her eagerness palpable. "Patience, he will be here in a few days." Chen Feng smiled reassuringly. "Chen Feng, do you have any other matters to discuss?" Hank inquired. Currently, he was engrossed in his research and wished to expedite the rescue of his wife, who was lost in the quantum realm. "I would like to learn about your research progress," Chen Feng stated. "My artificial sun can be controlled freely as long as the energy is not excessive. It effectively serves as a perpetual energy source," reported Dr. Octopus. "My explorations in the quantum realm have yet to yield any substantial leads," Dr. Hank admitted despondently, as among the trio, his research was the most intricate. "My nanotechnology and regeneration cradle are still in the conceptual phase, with no tangible outcomes as of yet. However, I am confident that it will not be long before I develop these two technologies," Dr. Zhao Helen asserted resolutely. Chen Feng nodded, expressing his satisfaction. "Indeed. Everyone is quite diligent. I am aware of your efforts through Optimus Prime. You dedicate most of your days to research, sleeping only a few hours each night. What I wish to convey is that while your perseverance is commendable, your minds require respite. Only with proper rest can your brains yield greater inspiration, facilitating the swifter development of your desired creations." Although Chen Feng yearned to create the second generation of Transformers promptly, he did not wish for his subordinates to overexert themselves. It is crucial to recognize that these subordinates are among the finest scientists in the Marvel Universe, and their contributions are invaluable. His journey to strength greatly relies on their assistance. "Oh, understood," Dr. Hank and the others nodded, yet a hint of unease lingered in their hearts. "There is one more announcement to make. I will soon acquire vibranium from SHIELD. With this vibranium, The quality of your research equipment will be exceptional. Therefore, I hope that once I obtain it, you can collaboratively devise a method for refining vibranium, Chen Feng stated. That sounds excellent. I wholeheartedly support it, Dr. Octopus replied. I support it as well, Dr. Hank added. When the time comes, I will transform the vibranium into nanovibranium. It will undoubtedly be spectacular, Zhao Hailuan exclaimed with joy. And lastly, I am in high spirits today. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated tonight. Chen Feng declared cheerfully. Compared to drinking, I prefer conducting research, Dr. Hank remarked. Agreed, Dr. Octopus echoed. I do not drink, Zhao Hailuan said playfully. Very well. You all go ahead with your research. I shall drink alone, Chen Feng responded with a wry smile. Unbothered by the solitude. Chen Feng had grown accustomed to isolation even before his traversal into the Marvel Universe, for the path of the strong is often a solitary one. With a box of whiskey in hand, he made his way to the beach. Reclining in a chair, feeling the sea breeze, listening to the sound of the waves, gazing at the beautiful starry sky, and sipping on the fiery liquor was a rare indulgence. Optimus Prime, clad in steel armor, stood beside Chen Feng, attending to him. He spoke. My lord, Miss Mary has posted a missing person notice about you on the online platform. Would you like me to remove those notices? Yes, delete them. Erase my name and photo from the internet, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord. It has been deleted, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Please send a text message to Mary's father, informing him that if his daughter continues to bother me, I shall render him bankrupt, Chen Feng instructed. Understood, my lord. The message has been sent, Optimus Prime confirmed. Ding ding ding, Chen Feng's phone rang. My lord, it is a call from Mary's father, Optimus Prime alerted. Answer it, Chen Feng commanded. When he found it inconvenient to use his phone, he could utilize the steel armor or transformer as a communication device. Ding. The voice of Mary's father emerged timidly from the steel armor. Mr. Chen, I sincerely apologize. It is my daughter who has acted thoughtlessly and caused you displeasure. Rest assured, when she returns, I shall admonish her sternly, ensuring she does not disturb you henceforth. Now that sounds reasonable, Chen Feng replied with satisfaction. Mr. Chen, do you truly harbor no affection for my daughter? Mary's father inquired weakly, still hoping that Chen Feng might become his son-in-law, considering Chen Feng's considerable wealth and strength. Your daughter is but a clingy little imp. I do not fancy her. You should marry her off to Peter instead, Chen Feng declared. Oh, Mary's father responded perfunctorily, inwardly thinking, marrying her off to Peter is out of the question. That wealthy heir I mentioned previously would be a better match. Optimus Prime, end the call. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Within the confines of Mary's family villa, upon hearing the beep of the call being disconnected, Mary's father sighed heavily, lamenting, such a splendid son-in-law, just like that, lost. I cannot fathom how that girl Mary managed to repel him so thoroughly. Chapter 48. The SHIELD agency rejects the deal. The following day, at noon, Chen Feng received a call from Natasha. She informed him that she had been apprehended while attempting to steal vibranium. The SHIELD agency had not made things difficult for her and agreed to surrender a small quantity of vibranium to Chen Feng, albeit with conditions. Chen Feng would need to provide the technology for transformers as well as the method for refining vibranium. The technology for transformers, combined with the method for refining vibranium, in exchange for a mere smattering of vibranium, seemed utterly ludicrous to Chen Feng. The technology behind transformers is exceedingly precious, encapsulating a wealth of advanced innovations. Not only would he refuse such a paltry exchange for vibranium, but even if he were to propose a portion of Stark Industries, Iron Man would likely acquiesce. For leading-edge technology is the true source of wealth. The technique for refining vibranium had been the subject of study for centuries by scientists in the Marvel Universe, with only Dr. Myron McClane achieving a successful outcome during World War II, and that success was purely accidental, never to be replicated again. Such a rare and invaluable technique far surpasses even the technology of the first generation of Transformers. To trade two extraordinary techniques for a mere fraction of vibranium is an absurdity. Unless Chen Feng were a fool, he would categorically refuse. Thus, without further contemplation, Chen Feng rejected the proposal. Should negotiations with the SHIELD agency falter, he planned to enlist Spider-Man to steal the vibranium or collaborate with Iron Man to procure it. It is worth noting that Iron Man's prowess is on par with that of the SHIELD agency, as he is entrenched in weapon manufacturing and maintains favorable relations with many high-ranking officials and military leaders across various nations. Should Iron Man leverage these connections to exert pressure on the SHIELD agency, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to stand their ground. After all, the SHIELD agency relies on national support to sustain its operations. Without such backing, it would merely be a disjointed entity, potentially devolving into an illegal organization ostracized by the global community. Thus, It is considerably easier for Iron Man to acquire vibranium than for Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng will not agree to collaborate with Iron Man until the very end. After concluding the call with Natasha, an hour later, Chen Feng receives another call from her. Natasha, irate, informs Chen Feng that SHIELD has rejected the deal. In her frustration, Natasha resigns from SHIELD on the spot, seeking solace on a private island. This island has been transformed into a research base by Chen Feng, who is reluctant to have Natasha disrupt his work. Consequently, he declines her visit and instructs Optimus Prime to return immediately. Once the Transformers return, Chen Feng pilots Optimus Prime back to New York. Although he had no desire to go there, the allure of vibranium compels him to endure the journey. Through Optimus Prime, he locates Spider-Man, who is employed at a newspaper. Upon arriving at the newsroom, Chen Feng is met with an astonishing sight. Spider-Man is engaged in a physical altercation with his superior. The sound of fists striking is unmistakable. Spider-Man is no ordinary individual, and his boss stands no chance against him. The confrontation only ceases when his superior loses consciousness. As Spider-Man stands up and turns to leave, he is taken aback upon spotting Chen Feng. Applauding, Chen Feng exclaims, "Peter, splendid work. Now, that is what it means to be a true man. What brings you here?" Chen Feng. Spider-Man replies, his expression darkening. "I have matters to discuss with you. But first, do you enjoy the journalism profession?" Chen Feng inquires. Spider-Man nods. Irritation evident in his voice as he responds, "What difference does it make? I've already been fired." Chen Feng does not respond to Spider-Man's comment, but instead addresses the onlookers in the office. "Who can help me get in touch with your newspaper's owner? I am prepared to offer a reward of $10,000. I can help. Sir, choose me." A clever employee exclaims, having already dialed the owner's number and handing the phone to Chen Feng. Taking the phone, Chen Feng confidently states, "Name your price. I wish to purchase your newspaper." "Miller, have you lost your mind? You, a mere editor, dare to claim you want to buy my newspaper? Do you have the funds?" The owner bellows through the line. "I am not Miller. I am Chen Feng, a wealthy individual interested in your newspaper. State your price, and I shall acquire it," Chen Feng asserts. "Oh, my apologies. I mistook you for that little editor at my newspaper. Do you truly possess the wealth necessary to buy it? My newspaper is valued at $3 billion. The owner responds politely. "I will offer $500 million for your newspaper," Chen Feng declares grandly, confident in his financial prowess, aided by Optimus Prime's relentless revenue generation. "Very well. As long as you genuinely provide me with $500 million, I shall sell you the newspaper," the owner replies, excitement evident in his voice. Chen Feng hung up the phone and addressed Optimus Prime. "Mary, Optimus, please transfer $10,000 to the owner of this phone, and $500 million to the owner of this newspaper." Having spoken, he returned the phone to the young editor. Upon receiving the phone, the editor noticed a text message from the bank. As he opened it, a joyful smile spread across his face. Indeed, $10,000 had been credited to his account. Chen Feng announced to everyone in the newspaper, "I have purchased this newspaper as a gift for Peter. From now on, Peter will be your boss. Those who obey may stay, those who do not may leave." Is this real or just a jest? He hasn't even signed a contract with the owner yet. How can he act so authoritatively? The staff members questioned whether Chen Feng had genuinely acquired the newspaper. "You truly bought the newspaper for me?" Spider-Man asked in disbelief. Chen Feng nodded and replied, "Indeed, I need you to assist me with a task, and this shall serve as your reward." The young editor who had previously handed Chen Feng the phone received a call. After a brief conversation, he approached Spider-Man, bowed respectfully, and exclaimed, "Greetings, boss. Feel free to command me whenever necessary." The other staff members quickly understood that the newspaper had indeed been purchased by Chen Feng, and they flocked around Spider-Man, showering him with flattery. "Peter, congratulations on becoming the owner of the newspaper. Peter, I always knew you had limitless potential. Look at you now. Peter, we're good brothers. Do take care of us. Peter, I've brewed you a cup of coffee. Do give it a taste." Previously, Spider-Man had been the subject of ridicule among the staff, so this sudden shift left him feeling quite disoriented. He turned to Chen Feng and said, "Chen Feng, let us find a place to talk." Spider-Man surmised that Chen Feng's generosity must stem from a significant request he needed help with. He led Chen Feng to a cafe. "Speak your mind. What do you require of me?" Spider-Man inquired. "I need you to help me steal a special metal called vibranium from SHIELD. We don't need much, just a small piece will suffice. If you succeed in acquiring it, I will consider my previous favor repaid," Chen Feng explained. "All right. I agree to help you," Spider-Man replied. Chen Feng sensed that Spider-Man had truly changed, perhaps due to Mary's influence. He produced a small box and handed it to Spider-Man, stating, "Inside, You will find a multifunctional watch and a wireless earpiece. Once equipped with these, you can seek assistance from my intelligent assistant, Optimus Prime. He will help you with all electronic matters. Spider-Man silently accepted the items. When do you plan to make your move? Chen Feng inquired. Tomorrow. I need to familiarize myself with SHIELD to ensure success, Spider-Man responded. Very well, I await your good news, Chen Feng said. After parting ways with Spider-Man, Chen Feng made his way to the lair of Professor Lizard. Professor Lizard was busy tidying up when he noticed Chen Feng's arrival, which brought him great joy as he assumed Chen Feng had come to escort him. Chen Feng, I shall be ready soon, and tomorrow I can accompany you to the private island, he remarked. No rush. I merely came to check on you. Chen Feng replied with a smile. By the way, yesterday you had Mary come to ask me for a vial of lizard DNA serum. What was it for? Professor Lizard inquired while continuing to pack. The smile vanished from Chen Feng's face as he responded, I did not send her to request the lizard DNA serum. After leaving New York, I severed all ties with her. She deceived me. What could she possibly want with the lizard DNA serum? Professor Lizard questioned, perplexed. Chen Feng was equally baffled. He commanded Optimus Prime, Optimus, call Peter. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Once the call connected, Chen Feng asked, Peter, your girlfriend tricked Professor Lizard into giving her a vial of lizard DNA serum in my name. Are you aware of this? Spider-Man fell silent for a moment before sighing. Although I do not know why she deceived Professor Lizard, I have an inkling of her intentions. What intentions? Chen Feng asked, curiosity piqued. She intends to kill you. Spider-Man stated seriously. Chen Feng was left speechless. He understood that refusing Mary would incite her hatred towards him, but he had not anticipated her madness would lead her to contemplate murder. Mary must have realized her limitations as an ordinary person and sought the lizard DNA serum to gain strength. Do you know where she is now? Chen Feng inquired. I do not know. After a fierce argument with her family, she ran away without taking anything. I searched for a long time and did not expect her to hide in the sewers while also deceiving Professor Lizard for the serum. Chen Feng, you should be cautious. Mary has truly lost her mind, Spider-Man warned. If you love her so much, why not continue searching for her? Chen Feng asked. I no longer love her. She is no longer the Mary the first once knew, and I have chosen to let go, Spider-Man replied, his mood somber. Your girlfriend wants to kill me. And you are unconcerned? Chen Feng exclaimed, angered. Among the three, Chen Feng, Spider-Man, and Mary, Chen Feng was undeniably innocent. He had never pursued Mary. It was she who relentlessly clung to him. Spider-Man had misunderstood him, and he was merely a victim of circumstance. Anyone would be infuriated to find themselves entangled in such a perilous situation. I have severed all ties with her, so it is no longer my concern. You must handle it yourself, Spider-Man asserted. Damn, Chen Feng cursed before instructing Optimus Prime to end the call. Professor Lizard overheard the conversation between Chen Feng and Spider-Man. In an attempt to appease Chen Feng, he eagerly volunteered, Chen Feng, I shall assist you in eliminating Mary. You would do well to refrain from that, Chen Feng replied. Shaking his head, he was well aware of Professor Lizard's lackluster combat abilities. He was concerned that Professor Lizard had not eliminated Mary, but rather had fallen victim to her. If that were the case, his losses would be considerable. Optimus Prime, please assist me in locating Mary's whereabouts, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, Master, Optimus Prime replied dutifully. Before long, Optimus Prime reported, Master, I have discovered that once Mary entered the Osborn group, she has not emerged since. My data analysis suggests that she is seeking the assistance of the Green Goblin, Harry. Alas, let it be, Chen Feng sighed. He had initially intended to rid himself of Mary, especially since she sought to kill him. However, the thought of her past affections for him and their shared intimacy made it difficult to proceed. After some contemplation, he reasoned that as long as Mary could not reach his private island, her potential for destruction would prompt intervention from SHIELD and a cadre of superheroes. Turning to Professor Lizard, Chen Feng inquired, Professor Lizard, how much more do you need to prepare? If it is not much, I shall take you to the private island today. Not much longer, just a few hours and I shall be ready, Professor Lizard replied. Very well, Chen Feng said. Then commanded Optimus Prime, deploy all the steel armors to the private island, arrange for a cargo ship to await at the coast, and organize 100 trucks to wait for us on the outskirts of the city. In this digital age, although Optimus Prime was not human, he could utilize the internet and financial means to employ humans to execute his tasks. Professor Lizard possessed limited equipment, primarily various vials and a vast legion of lizards. Chen Feng requested the cargo ship for the transportation of the lizard army. He actively assisted with the preparations. 2 hours later, Chen Feng and Professor Lizard emerged from a secluded sewer entrance on the outskirts of the city, accompanied by a substantial number of lizards. Most of the lizard army had been eradicated by Chen Feng, leaving only a few hundred, while the remaining multitude consisted of unmutated small lizards, numbering in the tens of thousands. When the transportation company dispatched 100 large trucks to the designated location and beheld the swarming lizards, the drivers hastily accelerated, attempting to flee. With a wave of his hand, Chen Feng commanded a dozen steel armors, armed with Gatling guns, rotating missile launchers, and shoulder-guided missile systems, to aim at the 100 trucks. The drivers immediately cowered, obediently steering their vehicles back. Under Professor Lizard's direction, the lizard army swiftly climbed into the trucks. Once all the lizards were aboard, Chen Feng, controlling the transformers, lifted Professor Lizard and soared towards the coast. After the 100 trucks successfully transported the lizard army to the seaside, Professor Lizard orchestrated the loading of the lizards onto the cargo ship. 3 hours later, they finally arrived at the private island. Chen Feng instructed Professor Lizard to arrange the lizard army within the island's forest, then led him into the villa, leaving the handling of Professor Lizard's vials to Optimus Prime. Chen Feng then asked Optimus Prime to notify everyone to come and meet Professor Lizard. Zhao Hailuan was the first to emerge, and upon seeing the appearance of Professor Lizard, she instinctively shielded her mouth with her hands and let out a piercing scream. Ah! A monster! Chapter 50. Professor Lizard returns to his human form. Chen Feng swiftly stepped forward and caught Zhao Hailuan before she collapsed to the ground. Overcome by fright, she fainted. Initially, Chen Feng contemplated reviving her by pinching her philtrum, but upon gazing at her exquisitely delicate features, he devised an alternative method: chest compressions and artificial respiration. A man must not waver. He lifted Zhao Hailuan and made his way back to his room. Chen Feng, wait. Professor Lizard called out urgently. I have a restorative potion. Just let her inhale it, and she will awaken. No need, Chen Feng replied without looking back, carrying Zhao Hailuan to his room, where he gently laid her on the bed. After an intimate method of revival, Zhao Hailuan let out a soft moan and regained consciousness. Feeling something slippery in her mouth, she instinctively took a sip, then opened her eyes wide in shock to discover Chen Feng kissing her. His hands rested on her chest, occasionally giving a gentle squeeze. Summoning all her strength, she forcefully pushed him away and sat up, her face flushed as she demanded, "What on earth are you doing?" A bit embarrassed, Chen Feng explained. You fainted after being startled by Professor Lizard. You had no breath or heartbeat, so I performed chest compressions and artificial respiration. Thankfully, I managed to bring you back. Otherwise, I would have been heartbroken. You're talking nonsense. There's no way artificial respiration and chest compressions should be done like that. You were taking advantage of me, Zhao Hailuan retorted, her cheeks burning with indignation. Absolutely not. You must believe me, Chen Feng insisted, adamantly denying any ulterior motives. A confession he would never make in this lifetime. Humph. Zhao Hailuan pouted, turning her head away, choosing to sulk. Chen Feng sought to divert the conversation, saying, All right, don't be upset. Now that you're awake, let us go greet Professor Lizard. After all, you'll be collaborating with him on research. Hearing Professor Lizard's name, Zhao Hailuan's formerly rosy cheeks drained of color. I don't want to see him. He looks too frightening, she whimpered. It's all right. I'm here. You have nothing to fear, Chen Feng reassured her. Shaking her head, Zhao Hailuan timidly replied, No, I'm truly scared. Chen Feng approached her and lifted her into his arms. Ah, what are you doing? She exclaimed in panic. I'm carrying you so you won't be afraid, Chen Feng said with a grin. Put me down. I'll go see him myself, Zhao Hailuan shyly protested. It was her first experience being held by a boy, and she felt a mix of nervousness, excitement, and sweetness, a peculiar sensation indeed. Let me carry you down, Chen Feng insisted, unwilling to squander such a delightful opportunity. In the living room, Professor Lizard was engaged in an animated conversation with Dr. Octopus and Dr. Hank. The three of them, upon seeing Chen Feng carrying Zhao Hailuan, revealed mischievous smiles. Zhao Hailuan, a naive girl who had never experienced love, felt an overwhelming shyness as she nestled her head into Chen Feng's embrace, too bashful to meet anyone else's gaze. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, have you injured your foot? Dr. Octopus teased playfully. Dr. Hank nodded gravely and remarked, It must be so, otherwise she wouldn't be in Chen Feng's arms. Dr. Zhao Hailuan, I have a remedy for contusions. I shall fetch it for you now, Professor Lizard declared as he stood and headed for the door. Chen Feng felt an urge to throttle Professor Lizard. Could he not see that he was attempting to woo a lady? Zhao Hailuan struggled, saying, Chen Feng, please put me down. Reluctantly, Chen Feng set her down. Upon seeing that Zhao Hailuan could stand, Professor Lizard returned, exclaiming, Oh, so you're fine. Despite the presence of others, Zhao Hailuan still felt a twinge of fear towards Professor Lizard. She grasped Chen Feng's arm and greeted him with a slight tremor in her voice. Hello, Professor Lizard. I am Zhao Hailuan. I have heard about you from Chen Feng. Your research on lizard DNA serum is remarkable and possesses regenerative capabilities. My own regenerative cradle bears some similarity to your research, so I hope we can collaborate more in the future. Professor Lizard was delighted to encounter a fellow scientist and approached to shake her hand. However, upon seeing his claw-like appendage, Zhao Hailuan instinctively hid behind Chen Feng. Chen Feng shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Professor Lizard, couldn't you use an antidote to return to your normal form?" Professor Lizard glanced down at his imposing physique and narcissistically replied, "I am quite splendid as I am. Robust, strong, and full of energy. I am far superior to a normal state. Professor Lizard, you should revert to your normal form," Dr. Zhao Hailuan timidly suggested. "Very well." Professor Lizard conceded reluctantly, then produced a vial from his person and injected himself. He cried out in pain several times as his body gradually diminished, returning to a typical human appearance. Although he had previously donned tattered clothing, his robust frame had lent him a distinctive character. Yet now, in his normal state, the ragged clothes, disheveled hair, and haggard complexion rendered him akin to a beggar. Still weak, Professor Lizard turned to Zhao Hailuan and said, "Now you need not fear me, correct?" "I am no longer afraid," Zhao Hailuan replied joyfully. "Zhao Hailuan, you should avoid that patch of woods on the island," Chen Feng advised. "Why?" Zhao Hailuan inquired, puzzled. "Because there are thousands of lizards raised by Professor Lizard within," Chen Feng explained. "Ah, so many," Zhao Hailuan exclaimed. "Fear not, my children are quite well behaved. They will not attack humans without my command," Professor Lizard reassured her. "That is good to know," Zhao Hailuan said, patting her ample chest. "To commemorate Professor Lizard's induction into our team, I shall instruct Optimus Prime to procure some delectable cuisine. We shall host a barbecue and revelry on the beach shortly," announced Chen Feng. "Indeed, I concur," Dr. Octopus responded enthusiastically, as Professor Lizard was his friend, and it was only fitting to extend a warm welcome to a friend on their inaugural visit. On a private island, several humanoid steel armors took flight. Some ventured into the city to gather provisions. Others dove into the depths of the sea to capture seafood, while a few busied themselves setting up barbecue equipment on the beach. Stark Industries, with Iron Man Tony having thoroughly researched Chen Feng's supercomputer, found himself capable of interfacing with it through his mind. Utilizing this technology, along with the expertise of Stark Industries computer specialists, he upgraded Jarvis multiple times. Each time, he believed Jarvis had reached the pinnacle of intelligent systems. Yet, every attempt to infiltrate Chen Feng's intelligent system, Optimus Prime, ended in failure, leaving him both astonished and eager to uncover the true sophistication of Optimus Prime's intelligence. Chapter 51, Entering S.H.I.E.L.D. The following day, Chen Feng awoke early and activated the 3D holographic projector to monitor Spider-Man's movements. Since Spider-Man was equipped with the multifunctional watch Chen Feng had given him the day prior, Chen Feng could observe Spider-Man's figure through Optimus Prime. He beheld a well-prepared Spider-Man driving a modest elderly vehicle towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Observing the choice of transportation, Chen Feng could not help but lament, "A loser remains a loser. Even with immense wealth, one cannot alter the habits of a lifetime." The elderly vehicle moved at a glacial pace, and Chen Feng felt an overwhelming urge to smash it and provide Spider-Man with a sports car to expedite his arrival at S.H.I.E.L.D. By noon, as Chen Feng dined, Spider-Man was still languidly traversing the road in the elderly vehicle, having barely completed half the journey. In the evening, during dinner, Spider-Man continued his slow progression, and the dim headlights of the aging car filled Chen Feng with concern for Spider-Man's safety. Late at night, while enjoying a late-night snack, Chen Feng noted that Spider-Man had finally reached the vicinity of S.H.I.E.L.D. The headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. was an airborne aircraft carrier capable of soaring through the skies, floating on water, and even functioning as a submarine, a truly multifunctional marvel. Typically, when S.H.I.E.L.D. was fully mobilized, they would deploy the airborne carrier into battle. In times of peace, it resided in this remote mountainous region, far from civilization. The secrecy of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s lair was remarkable. Not only was its location obscure, but there was also no road leading to it. Had it not been for Optimus Prime, Chen Feng would have surely been unable to discover the hidden sanctuary of S.H.I.E.L.D. As Chen Feng observed Spider-Man exit the elderly vehicle, he dashed into the depths of the mountains under Optimus Prime's guidance. Without the burden of the elderly vehicle, Spider-Man's speed was astonishing. In just half an hour, he successfully arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. Spider-Man arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D., but did not act immediately. Instead, he lingered around the vicinity. Chen Feng, however, remained unperturbed, as he discerned that Spider-Man was awaiting the opportune moment. The ideal time for theft is in the dead of night, when others are ensconced in slumber. Indeed, at 4 in the morning, Spider-Man made his move. Utilizing his agile limbs, he ascended the airborne aircraft carrier, evading the watchful sentinels, and pressed the multifunctional watch that Chen Feng had given him against the electronic lock of the main entrance. To gain access to the interior of the aircraft carrier, S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel required an electronic access card. Although Spider-Man lacked such a card, he possessed something far more formidable, the multifunctional watch. This watch, while not inherently powerful, was enhanced by the remote control system known as Optimus Prime. By placing the watch near the electronic lock, Optimus Prime instantaneously decrypted it and muted the audible alert that signaled the lock's opening. Consequently, the two sentinels stationed by the door remained oblivious to the intruder's entry into the aircraft carrier. Spider-Man cautiously opened the door a crack and nimbly slipped inside, gently closing the door behind him. Through the 3D holographic projector projected by Optimus Prime, Chen Feng observed Spider-Man's deft maneuvers and mused that the hero must have engaged in thievery numerous times before. Once within the confines of the aircraft carrier, which also constituted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interior, Spider-Man did not traverse the floor like an ordinary person. Instead, he crawled along the ceiling, his movements swift and silent. Suddenly, he paused mid-climb at a corner, pressing himself flat against the ceiling, remaining utterly still. Chen Feng, puzzled, then saw through the 3D holographic projector two fully armed soldiers patrolling the corridor. Understanding dawned upon him. Spider-Man's extraordinary ability, known as Spider Sense, had alerted him to the presence of others, prompting him to seek the optimal hiding spot. Spider-Man's Spider Sense allows him to perceive his surroundings by detecting vibrations in the air, akin to a spider. Chen Feng marveled at the thought that Spider-Man would be woefully underappreciated if he were to pursue a life of crime. He even speculated that with Spider-Man's innate talent and capabilities, stealing anything from a mere sewing needle to the moon would not be beyond the realm of possibility. As Spider-Man advanced, he adeptly avoided detection, thanks to his Spider Sense and the assistance of Optimus Prime, allowing him to navigate S.H.I.E.L.D. with ease. However, the quandary lay in Spider-Man's lack of knowledge regarding the location of vibranium. He could only search haphazardly. The vastness of S.H.I.E.L.D. resembled a labyrinth, and Spider-Man found himself wandering, dizzy from the endless searching. As dawn approached, Spider-Man pilfered a few pieces of bread and took refuge in a ventilation shaft. He chose not to depart, leading Chen Feng to surmise that Spider-Man intended to continue his quest for vibranium that night. Spider-Man settled into slumber within the ventilation system. Consequently, Chen Feng commanded Optimus Prime to alert him when Spider-Man awakened to act, before he himself retired for the night. As night fell, Chen Feng received a notification from Optimus Prime in the dead of night. He instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector, instantly revealing the elusive figure of Spider-Man. After hours of searching, Chen Feng addressed Optimus Prime, inquiring whether S.H.I.E.L.D's database contained any information on vibranium. Indeed, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. The S.H.I.E.L.D. system does hold data on vibranium, but its precise location remains unspecified. Direct Spider-Man to investigate the S.H.I.E.L.D. weapons laboratory and armory, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Upon receiving the directive from Optimus Prime, Spider-Man ventured to the S.H.I.E.L.D. weapons laboratory. The lab was vast, and though it was late at night, numerous fervent scientists continued their research. With cunning, Spider-Man stealthily acquired a suit of protective gear. Once donned, he was rendered unrecognizable. He rummaged through the lab for an extended period, yet vibranium remained elusive. Reluctantly, he exited the laboratory and proceeded to the armory. The S.H.I.E.L.D. armory was a spectacle to behold. Rows of shelves were adorned with an array of weaponry, ranging from diminutive handguns to formidable tanks, and even several large missiles. The armory was of utmost importance, thus it was patrolled around the clock by numerous personnel. Although the patrolling agents were unarmed, they possessed remarkable skills. In a one-on-one confrontation, Spider-Man would likely find himself outmatched, for these individuals were elite agents rigorously trained by S.H.I.E.L.D. and had been administered super serums akin to Natasha's. The overwhelming presence of patrolling agents slowed Spider-Man's search considerably. He could barely sift through a few items before retreating to the ceiling, utilizing his webbing to evade detection. Chen Feng, savoring a glass of 1982 Lafite red wine, observed the densely packed advanced weaponry within the S.H.I.E.L.D. armory through the holographic projector, muttering to himself, "Once I grow powerful, I shall seize all of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s weaponry to equip my own subordinates." Chapter 52, A Toast. Down in one, Spider-Man devoted 3 days to scouring the entire armory, yet vibranium remained undiscovered. The incessant stealth took a toll on him, leading to feelings of depression, prompting him to suggest to Chen Feng that he depart from S.H.I.E.L.D. and return at a later time to continue his search. Chen Feng, however, did not acquiesce, insisting that Spider-Man persist in his endeavors within S.H.I.E.L.D. In truth, Chen Feng could have ordered Spider-Man to capture a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative and extract the whereabouts of the vibranium. Yet, he feared that should Spider-Man fail and alert S.H.I.E.L.D., they would undoubtedly conceal the vibranium even more securely. Having diligently searched for several days without success, Spider-Man reluctantly resolved to seek out Natasha. "Optimus Prime, contact Natasha," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. In a bar in Los Angeles, Natasha was drowning her sorrows, consuming one drink after another, feeling as though she was imbibing not alcohol, but rather her own melancholy. She resigned from S.H.I.E.L.D., no longer holding the title of a senior agent, and has relinquished her impressive privileges. While this might not have been a significant concern, given her discovery that S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by Hydra, her covert investigations revealed that many of its members were indeed affiliated with Hydra. Thus, she bore no regrets about her departure from the organization. However, her heart was heavy with discontent regarding Chen Feng. She yearned to escape to Chen Feng's private island to clear her mind, only to find her request denied, and to add insult to injury. He had taken back the Transformers, which incensed her greatly. It was worth noting that she had bravely shouldered the pressure from S.H.I.E.L.D. alone after being caught attempting to steal vibranium for Chen Feng. In light of this, Chen Feng's attitude towards her was infuriating, far beyond acceptable bounds. If circumstances permitted, she would have relished the opportunity to confront him on his private island. Alas, guarded by Optimus Prime, the island was out of her reach, leaving her with no choice but to drown her sorrows in a bar. Suddenly, her phone rang. She glanced at it and felt a surge of anger. That insufferable Chen Feng dared to contact her again, assuming she could be easily trifled with? With a scoff, Natasha grumbled and pressed the reject button. The phone rang once more, and she pressed the reject button again, only to discover that her phone had malfunctioned. No matter how many times she pressed the button, it was ineffective. Then, a flash of white light illuminated her screen, revealing Chen Feng's image. "Hello, Natasha," Chen Feng greeted her. "How dare you, Chen Feng, to have Optimus Prime invade my phone?" Natasha accused, her voice laced with indignation. "What can I do? You refuse to take my calls," Chen Feng replied matter-of-factly. "Why should I? Are we even that familiar?" Natasha retorted, still fuming. Understanding the source of her ire, Chen Feng explained. "I merely wanted to invite you to the private island." I agreed to it. In pursuit of vibranium, he had little choice. He figured that once Natasha arrived, he could have her stay in a charming wooden cottage by the sea, ensuring she would not disturb the research of Dr. Hank and his team. "You think that is paradise? Everyone wants to go, but I have no interest. That is final. I'm hanging up now," Natasha declared angrily, attempting to shut her phone off, but to no avail. Optimus Prime had even commandeered her phone's power system. Realizing she was powerless against Optimus Prime, Natasha tucked her phone into her pocket and resumed drinking. The noise of the bar drowned out the sounds from her phone's speaker. In response, Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to cut the power to the bar. Through the electrical grid, Optimus easily plunged the establishment into darkness. The instant the lights went out, chaos erupted. Unscrupulous individuals seized the opportunity to engage in nefarious deeds, taking advantage of unsuspecting women and robbing patrons. With her striking beauty and the allure of a mature woman, Natasha soon became the target of 2 unscrupulous men. Natasha was not one to be trifled with. She swiftly incapacitated 2 ruffians with her fists, and in a fit of rage, she stomped on them repeatedly, reducing them to a pitiful state. Then, as if nothing had transpired, she resumed her seat at the bar, sipping her drink. "Natasha, let us have a serious conversation," Chen Feng proposed. Without the distraction of the bar's music, his voice resonated clearly through Natasha's phone, reaching her ears with pristine clarity. In a fit of anger, Natasha hurled her phone to the ground, shattering the world's most advanced device into pieces. While her phone lay in ruins, the other patrons' devices remained intact. The bartender, closest to Natasha, heard Chen Feng's voice emanating from his phone. "Natasha, I wish to inquire about something. If you provide me with the information, I shall gift you a suit of Tony's iron armor, along with a copy of the Jarvis system. What do you say? I have no use for Tony's outdated armor. If you are sincere, give me a transformer instead, Natasha retorted. Find a secluded spot. Let us converse properly. Chen Feng suggested. I refuse to move. I am here, and you may either come to me or cease your bothersome attempts, Natasha replied haughtily. Relishing the leverage she held over Chen Feng. Very well, I shall come shortly, Chen Feng conceded, feeling helpless. After hanging up, he commanded, Optimus Prime, restore power to the bar and prepare. We are heading to Los Angeles. Chen Feng donned a specially designed suit that boasted elasticity, ensuring that he would not shred his attire during his transformation. Before long, he piloted the transformer to the skies above the bar where Natasha awaited, landing on the rooftop before leaping down. With a flick of his wrist, he deployed his web and gracefully descended to the entrance of the bar. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Natasha at the bar, indulging in her drink. He approached and sat beside her, declaring, I have arrived. Shall we talk? Natasha gestured to the waiter. Bring this gentleman the largest bottle of whiskey you have. The waiter, delighted, placed an enormous bottle of whiskey before Chen Feng, contemplating how the commission from this sale would sustain him for months. Natasha pointed at the whiskey and stated, Drink this entire bottle in one go, and then we shall discuss matters. Still harboring her anger, she sought to retaliate against Chen Feng in this manner. Chen Feng silently mused, Be as arrogant as you wish. Once I acquire the vibranium, we shall see how you hold your ground. For the sake of the vibranium, Chen Feng chose to comply with her demand. He rose, placed a foot upon the chair, and lifted the colossal bottle of whiskey. Tilting his head back, he opened his mouth wide, and with a continuous flow, he downed the whiskey without pausing to swallow. His audacious manner of drinking, combined with the sheer size of the bottle, drew the attention of many in the bar. Several patrons whipped out their phones to capture the spectacle, while others cheered and applauded him. Chapter 53. Chen Feng's outburst after downing an entire bottle of whiskey. Chen Feng's stomach swelled with the effects of the liquor. He let out a hearty belch and placed the empty bottle heavily on the bar, turning to Natasha and saying, Now we can converse, can't we? Applause erupted throughout the bar, with patrons exclaiming, Brother, what a remarkable capacity for alcohol. What is your name? Incredible. To finish such a large bottle in one go is truly impressive. Enthusiastic admirers were eager to learn Chen Feng's name and forge connections with him. While some women expressed a desire to engage in deeper conversations, Natasha observed a group of alluring women surrounding Chen Feng, her expression filled with amusement as she remained silent. Chen Feng could be amiable at times, yet at other moments, he was a force to be reckoned with. With a resounding crash, Chen Feng slammed his palm onto the bar, producing a thunderous sound. The force was so great that it left an imprint of his hand on the surface, causing numerous barware to topple over. He bellowed at the women clinging to him, Leave. The frightened women scattered, as did the onlookers, all taken aback by the intimidating display of strength. Sensing that even the bartender had fled, Chen Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. He turned to Natasha and demanded, Tell me where vibranium is stored within S-H-I-E-L-D. What do you intend to do? Natasha asked sternly, suspecting that Chen Feng's inquiry was motivated by a desire to steal the precious metal. Mind your own business. Just tell me where it is, Chen Feng replied insistently. With a clever glint in her eyes, Natasha responded, First, you must give me the transformers, then I will divulge the information. Is it truly worth such a valuable item for just a piece of information? Chen Feng retorted. Perhaps it is a bit greedy, but you deceived me. Had Optimus Prime destroy my aircraft and cause me to plunge into the sea. I resigned after being caught attempting to steal vibranium for you, only to find that you rejected my request for solace. You have misled, harmed, and turned me down. Shouldn't there be some form of compensation? Natasha argued passionately. I will upgrade Iron Man Tony's armor and the J-A-R-V-I-S intelligence system for you, ensuring they surpass even the latest versions Tony has created. Chen Feng asserted. He was aware that Tony, following a significant setback, had been diligently enhancing his armor and the J-A-R-V-I-S system. Chen Feng had learned from Optimus Prime that Tony's most recent upgrades rendered his armor and system 2 to 3 times more powerful than before, far surpassing the capabilities of his Transformers and Optimus Prime's intelligence system. Tony's research achievements are known to Chen Feng through Optimus Prime. Therefore, he upgraded Tony's creations slightly and gifted them to Natasha without a hint of regret. Natasha hesitated for a moment and then stated, That is acceptable. But the iron armor I desire must be a female version, capable of transforming like Transformers into an aircraft, a speedboat, a submarine, a drilling machine, and a sports car. Natasha's requests were not difficult, so Chen Feng readily agreed. Very well. First, create my iron armor. and then I shall inform you of the location of the vibranium within S-H-I-E-L-D. Natasha, being astute, had been deceived by Chen Feng several times and thus doubted his integrity, believing this was the safest approach. Can't you just tell me first? I urgently need it. Chen Feng retorted irritably. Spider-Man is still on standby at S-H-I-E-L-D. Moreover, manufacturing the female version of the iron armor according to Natasha's specifications would take more than just a few days. He worried about Spider-Man growing restless. Considering he was already impatient to leave, Natasha pursed her lips and remarked, "Your character is questionable. Without acquiring the item, I fear you may deceive me again." Should he agree or refuse? Chen Feng was conflicted. He contemplated the idea of kidnapping S-H-I-E-L-D agents to extract the precise location of the vibranium. But he feared setting off alarms. Natasha, however, was in a different situation. S-H-I-E-L-D had already abandoned her. Even if she was unaware of the current whereabouts of the vibranium, she could easily gather information through her acquaintances within S-H-I-E-L-D. Considering she had many admirers there, Chen Feng inwardly muttered, "Natasha is too stubborn. Perhaps I should kidnap her?" Noticing Chen Feng's gaze fixed upon her, Natasha smiled slightly and teased, "Am I too beautiful for you? You seem unable to blink. Are you truly unwilling to tell me first?" Chen Feng asked solemnly. "Provide me with what I desire first, and then I will speak," Natasha insisted stubbornly. "Very well. You cannot blame me then," Chen Feng replied as he stood up. Natasha immediately sensed something amiss and warily regarded Chen Feng, questioning, "What are you planning? Did you not wish to visit a private island? I shall take you there now." Chen Feng grinned mischievously. "I have no desire to go there now," Natasha replied, alert. "That is not for you to decide," Chen Feng declared before making his move. Chen Feng was exceptionally skilled and swift, but Natasha was no slouch either. Having lived for over 90 years, her combat experience was unparalleled, especially in life and death situations. Furthermore, her body had been enhanced during World War II by the secretive Red Room Agency, which improved her physical abilities and slowed the aging process. She was also an expert martial artist, proficient in karate, judo, ninjutsu, aikido, French boxing, and various other styles of combat. In terms of weaponry, she excelled as a sharpshooter and a weapons expert. Additionally, she was a tactical specialist, possessing the acumen of an efficient strategist, tactician, and commander. Thus, Chen Feng's endeavor to triumph over Natasha in a state of normalcy proves to be no simple feat. He extends his arms toward Natasha, attempting to restrain her freedom with sheer force. Natasha, however, swiftly leans back, delivering a powerful kick to Chen Feng's abdomen, propelling herself 2 meters away. With an impressive somersault, she regains her footing. This marks Chen Feng's inaugural encounter with Natasha, and he is taken aback by her remarkable reflexes. Consequently, he commands, Optimus Prime, deactivate all power sources in the vicinity. Having integrated Spider-Man's DNA, he possesses spider sense, rendering him less vulnerable to the surrounding darkness. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responds. Executing the order. Instantly, the bar and its surroundings plunge into darkness, chaos erupting anew within the establishment. To prevent any distractions from their confrontation, Chen Feng bellows, "Everyone, get out. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." The patrons, having previously witnessed Chen Feng's formidable prowess, heed his ominous warning and hastily vacate the bar. Chapter 54. The Transaction of Lizard DNA Serum. Chen Feng wields the ability of spider sense, while Natasha possesses acute auditory localization. Although her skill slightly lags behind spider sense, Natasha's extensive combat experience compensates for this shortcoming. Within the dimly lit bar, only Chen Feng and Natasha remain. In the pitch-black surroundings, they engage in a fierce battle. With the aid of his spider sense, Chen Feng accurately detects Natasha's position and launches a strand of webbing. The web adheres to Natasha's hand. Swift as lightning, Natasha unsheaths a dagger concealed in her calf, slicing through the web. Chen Feng continues to unleash strands of webbing, but Natasha skillfully evades most, occasionally getting ensnared. Yet, her speed allows her to promptly sever the webbing with her dagger, rendering Chen Feng unable to capture her. Ceasing his web shooting, Chen Feng charges toward Natasha. Unfazed, she confronts him head-on. Having experienced battle and taken lives, she fears no one unless Chen Feng transforms into a titan. Chen Feng leaps high, executing a flying kick aimed at Natasha. Clutching her dagger, Natasha leans back, and just as Chen Feng soars above her, she thrusts her dagger upward. Chen Feng shoots a strand of webbing from his right hand, anchoring it to the ceiling. With a powerful pull, he ascends, narrowly evading Natasha's lethal strike. While Natasha lacks the ability to fly, her bullets can certainly soar. She swiftly retrieves her pistol from her waist, firing 2 rounds at the ceiling without a moment's hesitation. Hearing the sound of the guns chambering above him, Chen Feng promptly shoots a strand of webbing toward the wall, utilizing it to propel himself swiftly. The rush of air generated by his rapid movement produces a sound, which Natasha adeptly uses to pinpoint his location, sprinting toward the wall. With a powerful push of his feet against the wall, Chen Feng lunged towards Natasha. The sound of gunfire echoed as Natasha fired several shots in quick succession. Although she struck him, Chen Feng managed to tackle her to the ground. Having integrated the genes of the lizard professor, he was impervious to all but fatal wounds. Natasha, adorned with numerous valuable items, activated her wristwatch, releasing a potent electric current that immobilized Chen Feng momentarily. Although Natasha herself was shocked, her resilience allowed her to recover quickly. Seizing the opportunity, she kicked Chen Feng away and fled. "How can you remain unscathed? I clearly hit you," Natasha exclaimed in astonishment. Though the dimly lit bar obscured her vision, the metallic scent of blood in the air led her to believe that Chen Feng had sustained at least 3 gunshot wounds. Yet, he appeared as lively as ever, showing no signs of injury. "I will cease my attacks if you reveal the exact location of the vibranium," Chen Feng stated calmly. "Are you immortal?" Natasha questioned skeptically. Noticing her reluctance to respond, Chen Feng elaborated, "It is a unique serum. As long as the brain remains intact, even the most severe injuries can heal rapidly. Would you be interested in a trade? Are there any side effects?" Natasha inquired thoughtfully, her interest piqued. "To be frank, I utilize a serum derived from the lizard professor's DNA. The side effect is a transformation into a half-human, half-lizard creature. However, if you can manage your emotions, you won't become a lizard person," Chen Feng explained. "If I were to request a vial of the lizard DNA serum along with a female version of the iron armor, would you comply?" Natasha proposed. "I can provide you with the lizard DNA serum immediately, but the female iron armor will require several days to fabricate," Chen Feng replied. "Very well, administer the serum to me first. If all goes smoothly, I shall disclose the precise location of the vibranium," Natasha conceded. "Then accompany me to my private island." Chen Feng invited, knowing that the terms would be dictated by him. "I must first make a phone call," Natasha insisted. Cautious and astute, Natasha contacted a close friend at SHIELD, informing them of her impending visit to the private island. She warned that if anything were to go awry, Chen Feng would be responsible, prompting her friend to seek vengeance on her behalf. By making the call in Chen Feng's presence, she effectively signaled him not to act recklessly. Chen Feng, however, was indifferent. In the face of mutual benefit, even the deepest grudges could be set aside. Just moments prior, they had been engaged in a fierce struggle, yet they were now poised to become allies. He transformed his transformer into an aircraft, ferrying Natasha back to the private island. Upon their arrival, Chen Feng summoned the lizard professor. When Professor Lizard heard that someone wished to inject his lizard DNA serum, he joyfully seized a vial of the serum and a syringe, hastening out of the laboratory and into the living room, eagerly inquiring, "Who is it who desires to inject the lizard DNA serum?" The serum, which he had developed, had long been rejected by humanity. Now, with someone expressing interest, he believed it signaled a newfound acceptance of his creation, filling him with elation. Chen Feng pointed at Natasha and informed the professor, "It is she. She is a senior agent of SHIELD, and during World War II, her body underwent secret enhancements by the Soviet Union's Red Room, making her a superhero. Upon learning of your lizard DNA serum, she became intrigued and wished to inject it, which is why I brought her here. She is from the World War II era? Yet, how does she appear so youthful?" Professor Lizard exclaimed in astonishment. "Her aging process is approximately 100 times slower than that of an ordinary person," Chen Feng explained. "Oh, that is remarkable," Professor Lizard marveled. Then, donning a solicitous expression, he addressed Natasha. "Miss, as a biologist, I wonder if I might draw some of your blood for research purposes? And what benefits can you offer me?" Natasha retorted. Her blood was already in SHIELD's possession for research, so unlike others, she was not overly protective of it. As long as the price was enticing, she would agree to part with a sample. Benefits? Professor Lizard pondered, feeling conflicted. He was merely a penniless scholar, possessing only some research equipment and a multitude of lizards. "How about $100 billion? Chen Feng proposed. Natasha's genes held little value for Chen Feng, as he had not previously considered her in that light. Primarily, it was her cunning nature that made it difficult to extract her genetic material. However, he was somewhat intrigued by Natasha's anti-aging properties. If he could develop a serum with similar effects from her blood, spending $100 billion would indeed be worthwhile. Should he succeed, he could then extract genes from others, thus avoiding any personal risk. Chapter 55. The mutated Natasha. I previously sold the supercomputer you sent me to Iron Man, Tony Stark, for $100 billion, so I am not lacking in funds. Natasha stated. What do you desire then? Chen Feng inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Natasha replied. I want a fitted combat suit that I can wear as clothing in everyday life, yet which will also provide protection during battles. I trust that with your capabilities, you can certainly develop such a suit. Chen Feng nodded. Very well, I promise you that. Natasha rolled up her sleeves, exposing her fair arms, and said to Professor Lizard, Go ahead, draw my blood. Professor Lizard's eyes gleamed with excitement as he took the syringe he had intended to use for injecting Natasha with the lizard DNA serum and instead extracted her blood, filling an entire vial before he finally ceased. Professor Lizard carefully placed the vial containing Natasha's blood aside before re-emerging, holding a syringe filled with lizard DNA serum. He addressed Natasha, Are you prepared? Natasha turned to Chen Feng, her expression serious as she inquired, Chen Feng, is this serum truly safe? Rest assured, the lizard DNA serum developed by Professor Lizard has been administered to numerous animals without incident. Humans should be no different. Otherwise, I would not be considering this injection. Chen Feng reassured her. Professor Lizard, with an air of arrogance, declared, Miss, please trust in my expertise. Natasha approached the window, grasped the curtain, and yanked it down with force, draping it over herself, concerned about the potential for exposure following her transformation. Professor Lizard administered the injection to Natasha's arm. Ah! Natasha cried out in unbearable pain. As the lizard DNA serum coursed through her veins, her skin began to take on a green hue, gradually sprouting scales. With a resounding crack, a small tail emerged from her backside, slamming against the ground and shattering the tiles beneath her. Next, her hands elongated and her nails sharpened. As green scales enveloped her body, a subsequent transformation occurred. The scales shifted to a fiery crimson. When Natasha's anguished cries ceased, both Professor Lizard and Chen Feng were left in a state of shock. Once the pain subsided, Natasha lowered her gaze to inspect her form. Wasn't it supposed to grow larger? Why isn't that happened? And why have I turned red? Natasha queried. Miss, might you test the strength of your claws? Professor Lizard suggested. All right, Natasha replied, discarding the curtain, relieved that her body had not expanded and she had no fear of exposure. Wow, how adorable! Chen Feng exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment at Natasha's transformed appearance. Unveiled, Natasha had not become grotesque. Instead, she radiated an alluring charm. With a slender figure, artistic hands, golden hair, and striking crimson scales, complemented by a small tail playfully swishing behind her, she embodied beauty, sensuality, and a hint of cuteness. If the previous Natasha exuded mature elegance, this new incarnation resembled a goddess from myth, both peculiar and exquisite. With a swift motion, Natasha clawed at the floor, leaving 5 deep gouges and producing a jarring sound. What sharp nails! Natasha exclaimed, realizing they were sharper than the dagger she typically carried. Try your strength, Professor Lizard urged excitedly. This was a remarkable discovery. Natasha surveyed her surroundings and remarked, I can already lift things like sofas. There is nothing suitable here. Optimus Prime, compete in strength with Natasha, Chen Feng commanded. Understood. My lord, Optimus replied, ready to comply. Optimus Prime, clad in a formidable suit of steel armor, approached Natasha with grace, extending his hands as he courteously inquired, Miss Natasha, I humbly seek your guidance. Very well, Natasha replied, positioning her hands against those of the armored giant. Let us commence, Chen Feng announced. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of 4 resounding impacts echoed as both Natasha and the armored suit's feet sank into the ground, ensuring they maintained their footing against the slick tiles. Natasha felt a surge of exhilaration, sensing her strength had magnified tenfold. Together, she and the armored suit exerted their might. The resulting pressure produced a hissing sound. Yet, after merely a few seconds, Natasha found herself being pushed back by the relentless force of the armor. With each step, the armored suit left a crater in its wake. Optimus, halt, Chen Feng commanded. Chen Feng, this lizard DNA serum is incredibly potent. I feel as though I could tear through anything, Natasha exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Chen Feng gestured towards the armored suit and instructed Natasha, use your claws and see if you can leave a mark. With a leap, Natasha swiped her claws, leaving 5 distinct scratches upon the suit. This armor, crafted personally by Iron Man Tony, is made from a special alloy. Thus, your current prowess is impressive, Chen Feng complimented. This venture has proven to be quite rewarding, Natasha replied with a satisfied smile. Now, you may wish to regulate your emotions to see if you can revert to a more human state, Chen Feng suggested. All right, Natasha acquiesced, commencing her emotional calibration. Unlike Professor Lizard, who was unable to control his emotions and required an antidote to return to normalcy. Natasha, having lived through 9 decades of life's tempests and passionate romances, found emotional regulation to be child's play. In no time, Natasha succeeded. The scales adorning her body began to fade, and her tail gradually shrank until it vanished completely. Chen Feng could not suppress a laugh as he noticed a peculiar opening behind Natasha, revealing a rather clear view within. Overjoyed at her transformation back to humanity, Natasha leaped and exclaimed, "Yes, I have returned to normal." Suddenly, she felt a chill at her backside. Before she could investigate, Chen Feng draped the curtain she had previously torn down around her shoulders, chuckling as he admonished, "Do be mindful of your appearance." This only piqued her curiosity further, prompting her to reach back and touch. "Oh," Natasha gasped, her face flushing a deep crimson. Concerned for her well-being, Professor Lizard inquired, "Natasha, what is the matter? Is there an issue with your body?" His concern, however, stemmed from the integration of the lizard DNA serum with Natasha. Blushing and covering her rear, Natasha replied awkwardly, "It's nothing, nothing at all." "Optimus Prime, fetch a suitable outfit for Natasha," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime replied. Given Natasha's voluptuous figure, the tight-fitting garments meant for Zhao Hailuan were unsuitable, so Optimus Prime selected a lovely dress for her. Chapter 56, The S-H-I-E-L-D. Vault. Once clad in the dress, Natasha transformed. She no longer exuded the sultry maturity, but instead embodied the essence of a poised and intelligent woman. Chen Feng, however, was too preoccupied to appreciate her unique beauty and eagerly inquired, "Natasha, can you now disclose the exact location of the vibranium?" Natasha nodded and replied softly, "Yes, I can." The vibranium was originally stored in the weapons lab, accessible to all S-H-I-E-L-D personnel. Unfortunately, I was spotted by a scientist while he was conducting weapon research, which led to my capture. Although I am no longer with S-H-I-E-L-D, I have cultivated relationships with many agents over the years. From them, I learned that Fury has relocated the vibranium to the most secure vault in S-H-I-E-L-D. This vault is quite substantial, roughly the size of your living room. It lacks an electronic lock, instead secured with a massive iron padlock. This lock is unique, requiring 3 keys to open. If any key is incorrect, or if someone attempts to force it open, an alarm will be triggered, emitting a deafening sound. Therefore, it is imperative to gather all 3 keys. There are 3 keys. One is held by S-H-I-E-L-D, Director Fury, another by Deputy Director Maria Hill, and the last is located at S-H-I-E-L-D's Command Center. Chen Feng, do you find what I have shared to be challenging? Not particularly difficult. Please, continue. Chen Feng responded. Theft is Spider-Man's specialty. He believed that Spider-Man could successfully acquire the 3 keys. Indeed, gathering the 3 keys is not exceedingly difficult. As Fury and Hill are not particularly formidable, their strengths lie primarily in their command abilities. However, the real challenge lies with the vault's door. Crafted from special steel, that door weighs a staggering 20 tons, equivalent to 40,000 pounds. If it could be opened by pushing, it would be manageable. However, someone devised the notion that it must be lifted upwards to open, necessitating the strength of multiple strong individuals to access the vault. I witnessed Fury enter before, accompanied by 4 mutated strongmen who lifted the iron door. Thus, even if you manage to gather the 3 keys, it is impossible to enter alone, Natasha elaborated. Optimus Prime, project the schematics of S-H-I-E-L-D using the 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. A beam of light emitted from the armored figure's eyes, revealing a grand image of an aerial aircraft carrier in midair. Chen Feng turned to Natasha and said, "Locate the position of that vault." The 3D holographic projector was commonplace in this world, so Natasha found it unremarkable. Natasha extended her hand, deftly maneuvering the controls, and then pointed to a specific spot, addressing Chen Feng. "It is right here." At first glance, this appears to be an ordinary wall, but in fact, it conceals a disguised door. Pressing down with both hands allows it to slide open, revealing the safe I mentioned. "Thank you. You may rest now. I assure you, I will honor my promise," Chen Feng replied with a smile. After Natasha departed, Chen Feng returned to his room and commanded, "Optimus Prime, relay the precise location of the vibranium to Peter, along with the method to access the safe." "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Meanwhile, in a ventilation shaft of S-H-I-E-L-D, the slumbering Spider-Man was roused by Optimus Prime. Upon learning the exact location of the vibranium and how to enter the safe, he grimaced and gritted his teeth, setting off to steal the key. Fury and Hill, the director and deputy director respectively, wielded immense power. Thus always had guards protecting them around the clock. Unable to enter Fury's room through the front door, Spider-Man opted for the ventilation shaft. The opening was quite small, and he had to contort his body to squeeze through. Upon entering Fury's room, a smile spread across his face as he spotted the key resting on the bedside table. With a swift flick, he shot a web, ensnaring the key and lifting it gently. Key in hand, he hurried to Hill's room. Hill was a striking beauty, rivaling Natasha in allure. As Spider-Man entered her room, he nearly suffered a nosebleed at the sight of her alluring pose. He rummaged through her belongings, but found no key, so he stealthily lifted the collar of Hill's blouse. There lay a key, accompanied by her ample curves. Unable to resist, he stole a few lingering glances before proceeding with his task. He retrieved a pair of scissors, poised to sever the string holding the key when, suddenly, he noticed Hill's eyes fluttering open. Without a moment's hesitation, he covered her mouth and delivered a swift punch to her temple. Lacking any superpowers, Hill's rise to deputy director stemmed from her rigorous training as asphalt agent, her extensive experience in espionage, and her remarkable combat skills alongside proficiency with various weapons. Thus, Spider-Man's punch rendered her unconscious. Binding Hill securely, he made a hasty exit toward the command center. Although the command center was more heavily guarded, Spider-Man easily blended in and effortlessly acquired the final key. With all 3 keys now in his possession, his earlier melancholy had significantly diminished. Guided by Optimus Prime's directions, he found himself in a corridor where he lingered for 2 hours, memorizing the patrol schedule before making his move. In the center of the corridor, he pressed against a wall, sliding it to the right to reveal a heavy iron door. He swiftly produced the 3 keys. Click, click, click. He turned them 3 times. Click. The lock clicked open. Upon unlocking the door, he crouched down, grasping the iron gate with both hands, exerting immense effort to lift it. The door rose slightly, but then became immovable. Estimating that the patrolling guards would soon arrive, he gently lowered the door back into place, securing the camouflaged entrance before climbing back up to the ceiling. Chen Feng, having witnessed the entire sequence of events, remarked, "Optimus Prime, instruct Peter to procure some tools." "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime responded dutifully. Under Optimus Prime's guidance, Spider-Man discovered an array of tools, including a jack and iron bars. Taking action once more, Spider-Man pried the door open slightly with the iron bar, then grasped the bottom of the door with both hands. With an explosive surge of strength, he managed to lift the 20-ton door by 50 centimeters. This elevation was sufficient. He swept his foot to position the jack beneath the door before releasing his grip. With the jack in place, he leveraged it to raise the door further, swiftly slipping inside. The interior of the vault was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light. Fortunately, he possessed a multifunctional wristwatch, which illuminated the contents within. The vault housed a modest collection of items, yet they were meticulously arranged. On the private island, Chen Feng gazed at the rows of vials within the safe, feeling a surge of excitement. If his assumptions were correct, these contained the serums of various superpowered individuals from the Marvel Universe. Chapter 57. Impersonating Fury to issue orders. Optimus Prime, once Spider-Man retrieves the vibranium, devise a means for him to acquire additional superpowered serums. When he returns safely, I can offer him wealth, women, a flourishing career, and more, Chen Feng declared with enthusiasm. "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime affirmed. He relayed Chen Feng's words to Spider-Man, who felt a mix of eagerness and conflict upon hearing them. His spider suit lacked pockets, while stowing some vibranium within his attire posed no issue. He was apprehensive about placing the serums inside. If these vials were to break, they could prove fatal. Even if they did not result in death, they could transform him into a monstrous being, a lesson he had learned all too well. With little time for contemplation, Spider-Man swiftly searched and found a metal box labeled vibranium. The box was unlocked, and upon opening it, he discovered a small assortment of metal pieces, varying in size. He quickly took several small metal pellets and tucked them into his suit, then secured 10 vials of superpowered serums with spider silk, slinging them over his back before making his hasty exit. Just as he completed his task, the patrol time of SHIELD personnel arrived. He had no time to close the iron door or retrieve the jack, so he abandoned all concerns and sprinted away, using his spider silk to escape rapidly. Having secured the vibranium, he felt emboldened against discovery. As soon as Spider-Man exited the corridor housing the vault, the alarm of SHIELD blared. The entire facility was thrown into disarray as countless guards, soldiers, agents, and superpowered individuals rushed out in response. A thief has breached the vault, hastily securing all exits. Upon encountering a stranger, he seized them immediately, showing no mercy to those who dared to resist. Everyone gather round. I just witnessed a fleeting crimson shadow. It must be the thief. You pursue him while I alert the chief. They may be in peril. The situation worsened as Deputy Director Hill was knocked unconscious. Blast it. How audacious to intrude upon S.H.I.E.L.D., not only stealing my keys, but also plundering the contents of the vault. Capture that scoundrel. Spider-Man, once a hero, had become a target of disdain, viewed as a mere rat scurrying through the streets. S.H.I.E.L.D. was now on high alert, with guards stationed at every entry point, even scouring the vents, leaving no nook unsearched. Unbeknownst to the guards, Spider-Man had escaped detection by hiding in a trash bin, camouflaged by refuse. Inside his makeshift sanctuary, anxiety gripped him as he feared being apprehended by S.H.I.E.L.D., fully aware of their formidable prowess. Should they discover his presence, he would surely be captured. Meanwhile, on a private island, Chen Feng shared similar trepidations, worried that if S.H.I.E.L.D. apprehended Spider-Man, his precious vibranium would be lost. Optimus Prime dispatched the Transformers to retrieve Spider-Man. If necessary, they must engage S.H.I.E.L.D. in battle. Chen Feng commanded, determined to grow stronger, even at the expense of enmity with S.H.I.E.L.D. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. The Transformers, under Optimus's guidance, soared into the sky towards S.H.I.E.L.D. Upon learning of the impending rescue, Spider-Man's tension eased slightly. He was well aware of the might of Chen Feng's Transformers, capable of traversing the skies. Once they arrived, he planned to escape the confines of S.H.I.E.L.D. and secure his safety. Minutes later, Optimus informed Spider-Man that the Transformers had arrived. However, Spider-Man remained silent, for his hiding place was subject to frequent passers-by and searches. Had he not concealed himself so effectively, he would have been discovered long ago. He knew that if this continued, it would not be long before he was found. Yet, he felt powerless in his predicament, much to his dismay. On the private island, Chen Feng, unable to see the unfolding events within S.H.I.E.L.D., due to Spider-Man's concealment, listened intently. The incessant footsteps led him to conclude that Spider-Man was currently trapped within S.H.I.E.L.D. He cared not for Spider-Man's fate, but was solely focused on the vibranium he possessed. Hence, he deemed it imperative to rescue Spider-Man. To divert S.H.I.E.L.D.'s attention and create an opportunity for Spider-Man's escape, he instructed Optimus Prime, Optimus, does S.H.I.E.L.D.'s command center possess a 3D holographic projector? Indeed, my lord, they have several. S.H.I.E.L.D. frequently utilizes them for conferences with high-ranking officials, Optimus Prime responded. You infiltrated the command center of S.H.I.E.L.D., utilizing a 3D holographic projector to cast a crimson silhouette that swiftly concealed itself within the agency. Execute the plan, commanded Chen Feng. Yes, my lord, responded Optimus Prime. At that moment, Director Fury of S.H.I.E.L.D. was scrutinizing surveillance footage alongside Deputy Director Hill, aiming to uncover the thief's hiding place. Fury focused intently on the monitor when, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a hazy red figure. He quickly turned, yet found nothing amiss. Noticing Fury's unease, Hill inquired, Director, what is it? I just saw a red shadow flicker by. I am certain it was real, absolutely not an illusion, Fury replied gravely. I shall dispatch personnel immediately, Hill stated, having no doubt in Fury's words. Send Hawkeye with a team, Fury ordered. Hawkeye, a senior agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., possessed no superhuman abilities but boasted exceptional eyesight, reflexes, and hand-eye coordination, making him the finest archer on Earth. With Hawkeye on the case, the thief could not evade capture. Thus, Fury sent Hawkeye to apprehend the intruder. Upon arriving at the command center, Hawkeye searched thoroughly but found nothing. Chen Feng observed the entire scene from his vantage point. After a moment's contemplation, he commanded Optimus Prime, imitate Fury's voice and issue orders to all members of S.H.I.E.L.D. to assemble on the deck of the airborne aircraft carrier. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Everyone, immediately proceed to the deck. Fury's voice resonated in the ears of every S.H.I.E.L.D. member. The sound of hurried footsteps followed. Upon hearing Fury's command, the agents swiftly congregated on the deck. Every individual received the order, including Fury himself. Stunned, Fury heard his own voice through the wireless earpiece. All eyes in the command center turned towards him. Hill spoke up. Director, was that your command? But I did not hear you speak. Someone is impersonating the director. Hawkeye asserted. Everyone, disregard that previous order. It was not issued by me. Return to your posts immediately and do not let the thief escape. Fury commanded urgently. Chapter 58. Acquisition of Vibranium. After Fury issued his orders, Hawkeye remarked, Director, my earpiece did not transmit your voice. I suspect the same holds true for others. Indeed. We did not hear it either, others concurred. Hawkeye, quickly inform everyone to return to their posts. We must not allow that audacious thief to flee. Fury urged anxiously. Yes, Director, Hawkeye responded, leading his team to relay the message. Meanwhile, Hill sat at a computer, her fingers dancing across the keyboard as she entered a series of command codes. Suddenly, the computer emitted a beep and then went dark, yet it continued to function normally. Seeing the situation unfold, Hill lamented, Director, we are facing top-tier hackers. Our systems have been completely compromised. Then sever the network, Fury replied. Without internet access, no matter how skilled they are, they cannot control our systems. Hill acknowledged his command, then proceeded to disconnect the network cables and shut down the command center's computers, thereby safeguarding against further intrusions. Fury and Hill believed themselves clever, thinking that by cutting off the network and shutting down the computers, they had rendered DS electronic devices impervious to their adversaries. However, they overlooked the electronic devices carried by the SHIELD members, walkie-talkies, mobile phones, and the like, which could still transmit information. Hawkeye rushed to the deck to inform everyone to return to their posts. Those returning heard Fury's voice over the walkie-talkie. Attention, a thief is impersonating a SHIELD agent. Subsequently, all phones received a text message from the SHIELD system stating, the thief possesses the ability to disguise themselves as anyone. Remain vigilant of those around you. If you observe familiar individuals exhibiting strange behaviors, they may be the thief and should be apprehended immediately. Thus, unease settled among the agents, who scrutinized their companions as if they were foes. Meanwhile, Spider-Man, alerted by Optimus Prime, emerged from a trash bin and swiftly made his escape. With the guards deceived by Optimus Prime, Spider-Man exited SHIELD. Without hindrance, the Transformers activated their cloaking mode and swiftly approached Spider-Man. He entered their body, and under Optimus Prime's guidance, they sped away. Once the Transformers had successfully evacuated Spider-Man from SHIELD, normalcy gradually returned to the agency. On a private island, Chen Feng, witnessing Optimus Prime's success in rescuing Spider-Man, celebrated by downing a bottle of 1982 Lafite. He then hurried to the villa's rooftop, eagerly awaiting the Transformers' return. Moments later, the Transformers reappeared, landing atop the villa. They opened their chassis, and Spider-Man promptly emerged. Chen Feng gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Peter, you were incredible. Spider-Man replied with a wry smile, Chun, please don't ever ask me to do something like this again. All right, now hurry and hand me my vibranium and the serum for the superhumans, Chen Feng urged impatiently. Spider-Man produced 10 vials of serum from behind him and then removed his suit, shaking out several small vibranium particles. Chen Feng quickly seized the vibranium, holding the particles in one hand and the vials in the other, beaming at Spider-Man. Peter, I keep my promises. Women, career, wealth, whatever you desire, just say the word. Spider-Man's thieving prowess had been laid bare, and Chen Feng, impressed, thought it wise to cultivate a favorable relationship with him for future endeavors. The woman I shall seek for myself. I aspire to transform the newspaper into the largest in the world. As for wealth, a sum of $100 billion will suffice. Since being abandoned by Mary and subsequently disheartened by Chen Feng, he has undergone a transformation, no longer retaining his innocence. He yearns to reclaim the dignity he has lost, thus embarking on a grand endeavor to demonstrate to those who once scorned and derided him that Peter is indeed formidable. Although both his career and fortune are bestowed by Chen Feng, he perceives these as rewards earned through his own merit, albeit through unconventional means. I shall provide you with an intelligent system that will assist in promoting your newspaper across the entire network. If your news is compelling enough, achieving the status of the world's largest newspaper will be effortless. As for the $100 billion, that is rather modest. Instead, I shall grant you $1 trillion for your indulgence, Chen Feng declared with bravado. Thank you. I shall not be modest then, Spider-Man replied gratefully. Come to my villa for a cup of coffee. Shortly, I shall present you with the intelligent system and the $1 trillion, Chen Feng invited warmly. Very well, Spider-Man acquiesced. following Chen Feng downstairs. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to entertain Spider-Man while he retreated to his chamber, addressing Optimus Prime. Optimus, duplicate the Jarvis intelligence system, ensuring it is programmed to heed only Peter's commands. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. Moments later, Optimus Prime reported, my lord, the duplication is complete. The intelligence system will respond solely to Peter. Now, transfer $1 trillion to Peter's bank account, Chen Feng commanded. My lord, the transfer has been completed, Optimus Prime responded. Download the duplicated intelligence system onto my phone, Chen Feng instructed. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Once these tasks were accomplished, Chen Feng descended and handed the phone to Spider-Man, saying, this phone contains an advanced intelligence system that will obey only your commands. It currently lacks a name. You may bestow one upon it. Spider-Man accepted the phone, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. I have just transferred $1 trillion to you. You received it, correct? Chen Feng inquired. Spider-Man nodded. Indeed, I have received it. Do you have any other matters to discuss? None, Spider-Man replied. I shall have Optimus Prime escort you home. Chen Feng said. Very well, Spider-Man responded. As Chen Feng was about to issue the command, Professor Lizard emerged, syringe in hand, grinning as he approached Spider-Man. Peter, may I draw a vial of your blood? Having found a new focus, Professor Lizard no longer harbored animosity towards Spider-Man. Sensing Spider-Man's hesitation, Chen Feng encouraged, Peter. Professor Lizard aims to develop a serum that enhances human capabilities without any side effects. That is why I wholeheartedly support his research. As a national hero, you should contribute to humanity. Please allow him to draw a small sample of your blood. Very well, Spider-Man conceded, acknowledging Chen Feng's stature. Professor Lizard was in high spirits after extracting a vial of blood from Spider-Man, cheerfully returning to his laboratory to conduct research. Chapter 59. A bounty of $1 trillion after Spider-Man's departure. Chen Feng arrived at Professor Lizard's laboratory, clutching 10 vials of serum from superhumans. The laboratory was in utter chaos, with bottles and jars scattered haphazardly and numerous lizards scuttling about, resembling a landfill rather than a scientific space. Professor Lizard, hold on a moment. I have something splendid to present to you, Chen Feng called out. The professor, engrossed in extracting serum from Spider-Man's blood, looked up and inquired, what remarkable item do you possess? Chen Feng placed the 10 vials on the workbench and replied, these serums were procured from asphalt. I am unaware of their origin. Please conduct your research on them, and do share any promising findings with me. Professor Lizard picked up a vial, exclaiming joyfully, this is indeed a treasure. Do bring me more in the future, and I shall undoubtedly concoct the most perfect potion. Best of luck, Chen Feng smiled, feeling a sense of gratification at the professor's dedication. Upon exiting the laboratory, he was intercepted by Natasha. Chen Feng, you have acquired vibranium. It is time to fulfill your promise, Natasha stated. Very well, Chen Feng replied, somewhat resigned. In accordance with Natasha's request, he began crafting a suit resembling clothing. He asked Natasha to design an outfit of her liking, which he would then transform into battle gear. While Natasha focused on the design, Chen Feng researched materials suitable for the attire. The battle suit did not require advanced technology, allowing Chen Feng to develop a robust fabric with excellent defensive properties that very day. Although the fabric was heavier due to its metallic composition, it would pose no hindrance to Natasha. Pursuing perfection, Natasha, a genius in her own right, took 3 days to finalize her design. Upon receiving the design blueprint, Chen Feng immediately set to work, having already prepared the fabric. In just a few hours, he completed the suit. When Natasha donned the battle suit, she admired her reflection in the mirror, pleased with the appearance but uncertain about its defensive capabilities. Your suit boasts high-quality materials, rendering it impervious to ordinary bullets and resistant to both water and fire. The cape at your back features a switch at your wrist. With a simple press, it unfurls into a formidable barrier capable of withstanding small missiles, Chen Feng elaborated. Chen Feng, you truly are a genius. Such ingenuity is remarkable, Natasha commended him. If you are satisfied, then let us proceed with designing your female version of the iron armor so I can create it for you promptly, Chen Feng suggested. The armor need not be overly aesthetic. Grant me an hour, and I shall provide you with the design, Natasha responded joyfully. It was through her encounters with Iron Man, Tony, and Chen Feng that Natasha came to appreciate the significance of equipment. With formidable equipment, even an ordinary person can overpower a superhero. Natasha spoke no falsehood. She truly delivered the female version of the iron armor to Chen Feng within an hour. Upon receiving Natasha's design schematics, Chen Feng commenced the construction of the iron armor. While he was engrossed in this endeavor, SHIELD welcomed Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony had been summoned by Fury to investigate a hacking incident. His computing prowess is unparalleled globally, particularly exemplified by his creation of the JARVIS intelligent assistant, which is decades ahead of its contemporaries. Thus, Fury sought Tony's expertise in tracing the audacious thief through cyber means. Tony instructed JARVIS to infiltrate SHIELD's system and personally conducted a search, only to find no trace whatsoever of the intrusion. The proud Tony, unsatisfied with the results, seized several mobile devices belonging to SHIELD members for further investigation, yet still found nothing. No clues remained. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before gravely addressing Fury. The individual who breached SHIELD's system possesses remarkable skill. With my technology, I could not uncover a single trace, leading me to suspect one individual. Who? Fury inquired urgently. Chen Feng. His computing skills surpass mine by leaps and bounds, and the Optimus Prime intelligence system he developed can dominate the entire network. My JARVIS was once ensnared by his Optimus Prime system. At that time, I was utterly powerless against him. He even extorted an island from me, along with the rare materials I painstakingly gathered from it. Tony gritted his teeth as he spoke. Chen Feng, indeed. He previously enlisted Natasha to steal vibranium, and after that failed attempt, he audaciously returned to steal again, believing SHIELD would not dare confront him. How brazen! Fury exclaimed, visibly irate. The items pilfered from the vault included a few grains of vibranium and 10 vials of super soldier serum. While he found these losses minor, what truly vexed him was how Chen Feng had toyed with him and infiltrated SHIELD's system, an affront to the agency's dignity. Clenching his fist, he vowed, I shall confront him. He resolved to lead SHIELD to Chen Feng's private island, determined to reclaim his honor. Director Fury, if you intend to deal with Chen Feng, you must absolutely avoid using electronic devices. Otherwise, it could be perilous, Tony cautioned. This very reason had deterred him from provoking Chen Feng. I understand. SHIELD boasts a plethora of highly skilled superheroes. Capturing him will be no issue, Fury asserted confidently. Humph. Tony scoffed, unconvinced. If Chen Feng could disregard SHIELD, how much more so would he dismiss them, given his superior abilities? He was certain that should SHIELD confront Chen Feng, the outcome would be utterly disastrous, for Chen Feng not only possessed an advanced intelligence system, but had also crafted formidable transformers. Tony, Chen Feng is your enemy. Do you not wish to seek revenge and join us in creating trouble for him? Fury urged. My organization is currently quite occupied. I have no time for such matters. You may proceed on your own. Should you succeed in capturing or eliminating Chen Feng, I shall reward you with $10 trillion from SHIELD. Tony declared with grandiosity. Tony was not lacking in funds. Very well, it is settled, Fury responded with delight. With Tony's $10 trillion, he would no longer need to concern himself with the whims of high-ranking officials, as he now possessed ample resources to pay his subordinates and develop weaponry on his private island. At that moment, Chen Feng, who was in the process of crafting a female variant of the iron armor, suddenly heard Optimus Prime's voice. My lord, I have intercepted communication from Iron Man Tony. SHIELD has discovered that you were the one who stole the vibranium and 10 vials of super soldier serum, and they are coming to confront you. Tony has even issued a bounty, stating that if SHIELD manages to capture or kill you, they would be rewarded with $10 trillion. The director of SHIELD, Fury, agreed to this. Chapter 60, Declaring War on SHIELD. How did they come to the conclusion that I was the thief? Chen Feng inquired. Director Fury requested Iron Man Tony to investigate within SHIELD to see if any clues could be uncovered. However, since Tony found no leads, he informed Fury that the only person capable of leaving no trace online is you. Optimus Prime elaborated. Tony, you are courting death, Chen Feng replied coldly. He had not yet sought trouble with Tony, yet Tony was already coming after him, truly believing him to be an easy target. Optimus Prime, issue a global bounty. Whoever eliminates Iron Man Tony shall receive a reward of $10 trillion, Chen Feng commanded. Ever since the intelligence system of Optimus Prime was established, it had continuously aided Chen Feng in amassing wealth. Online, Optimus Prime fervently harvested resources, accruing an astonishing fortune for Chen Feng. Particularly in the stock market, it became nothing short of Chen Feng's personal ATM. Chen Feng's current wealth undoubtedly surpassed that of Iron Man Tony. However, in terms of overall strength, he had yet to exceed Tony. Would he cower simply because he was outmatched? Absolutely not. He was determined to confront Tony head-on. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The moment Optimus Prime finished speaking, a bounty of $10 trillion appeared across the entire network of the Marvel Universe. This announcement was visible on any device capable of connecting to the internet. Whether it be a computer, television, or smartphone, Chen Feng was resolute. He issued the bounty in his own name. Furthermore, he deposited substantial sums with various assassin organizations to ensure they believed in his wealth. People across the globe witnessed the bounty announced by Chen Feng, including S.H.I.E.L.D. Director Fury, upon seeing the bounty displayed on his phone, was infuriated and shouted, "It must be that damned Chen Feng behind this. Otherwise, he would never have issued such a bounty." Hawkeye sympathetically remarked to Tony, "Tony, you are in serious trouble. Tony, I believe it is in your best interest to remain with S.H.I.E.L.D. With our protection, no one would dare to harm you." Hill expressed with evident concern. "Chen Feng is undoubtedly eavesdropping on our conversation," Tony lamented, his face a mask of regret. Had he known the extent of Chen Feng's wealth, he would never have placed a bounty of $10 billion on him. The current Chen Feng, wealthy, technologically adept, and possessing formidable strength, could traverse even the highest echelons of organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. with ease, rendering him a formidable adversary. "Tony, let us unite against Chen Feng," Fury proposed. "At this juncture, I have no other options. I consent," Tony replied, a tone of resignation in his voice. It had come to this. Either he would perish, or Chen Feng would. For the sake of survival, he could no longer retreat. Suddenly, the Iron Man suit at his side began to stir, emitting Chen Feng's domineering voice. "If you wish to fight, then let it be so. Whoever flinches is a coward." The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. tensed, adopting a stance of readiness as they brandished their weapons, aiming them at the suit. Witnessing his Iron Man armor under Chen Feng's control, Tony felt a wave of despair wash over him. This was the end of his identity as Iron Man. Without the assistance of the intelligence system, he could not harness the full potential of the suit, rendering him incapable of assuming that role. "Chen Feng, you have pilfered from S.H.I.E.L.D. and dare to declare war? Do you truly believe we are powerless against you?" Fury bellowed in fury. "Indeed, I did steal. What will you do about it?" Chen Feng retorted defiantly. "I shall annihilate you," Fury roared, wielding immense power and commanding a cadre of formidable subordinates. On Earth, aside from the president, he regarded no one with respect, even daring to confront Hydra. Now, with Chen Feng's audacity to treat him with such disrespect, Fury perceived it as a challenge to his authority. He felt compelled to teach Chen Feng a lesson that would be unforgettable, to serve as a warning to others. "Humph. Fury, do you truly believe that with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strength, you can extinguish me? A farce. I await your arrival for battle on my private island." Chen Feng replied coldly. "We shall arrive punctually next Monday," Fury declared, issuing a challenge. "As you wish," Chen Feng responded nonchalantly, then turned to Tony with a sardonic tone. "Tony, I once believed you to be a genius. However, since you rejected my collaboration and provoked me this time, I realize that aside from your technological prowess, you are astonishingly inept in other respects. Once you conquer S.H.I.E.L.D., then come back to mock me. Until then, you lack the means. You will soon discover whether I possess them or not." Chen Feng grinned wickedly. Tony intended to retort, but suddenly the suit emitted a countdown, sending him fleeing in terror. "What is Tony doing? Is he frightened by something?" Hawkeye questioned, glancing around in confusion. "There is nothing here." At that moment, the Iron Man suit announced, "Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. "Goodness, everyone run," Fury exclaimed, then swiftly dashed for the exit. Hill, Hawkeye, and the core members of S.H.I.E.L.D. rushed outside with great urgency. They were well aware of the formidable power of Tony's Iron Man suit. It could effortlessly demolish a building, and self-detonation was even more devastating, turning those nearby into mere mist of blood rather than mere fragments. A deafening explosion echoed through the air. The entire airborne aircraft carrier trembled, and alarms blared automatically. S.H.I.E.L.D. descended into chaos, as everyone assumed they were under attack. The command center had been obliterated, and several nearby rooms were left in ruins by the shockwave. Fury and his team, having fled swiftly, narrowly escaped disaster, though they suffered internal injuries from the blast. The only one unscathed was Iron Man, Tony, who had managed to run far enough away to evade any harm. Fury glared at the wreckage of the command center, his fury boiling over. This is intolerable, utterly intolerable. I will see him dead. Chen Feng's technological prowess is unparalleled. As long as he lives, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never feel secure in the digital realm, Hill remarked. Indeed, his skills are so advanced that even Tony's J.A.R.V.I.S. could be replaced at a whim, Hawkeye lamented. With the command center in ruins, the airborne carrier was rendered incapable of flight. How will we reach the private island next week? One of the agents inquired. Fury cast a reproachful glance at Tony. This destruction is your suit's doing, and you are responsible for the repairs. Ensure it is restored by next Monday. Very well, Tony replied, his face contorted in resignation. There was no room for refusal, as it was indeed his suit that had caused the devastation, and no one else could restore the command center in a timely manner. Ah, it's so hot. Suddenly, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. member shouted, pulling a phone from his pocket and discarding it. Chapter 61. Appointing Natasha as commander. Ah, my phone is scorching. Mine too. It's about to explode. Every member of S.H.I.E.L.D. discarded their phones due to the extreme heat. Bang, bang, bang. Phones exploded in quick succession. This must be the work of Chen Feng, Tony declared, as his own device met the same fate. This man is despicable. I will see him dead. Fury seated. Director, without phones, and with no other means of communication, how shall we contact the other members? Hill pondered anxiously. Alas, that is indeed a dilemma. Until we resolve the Chen Feng issue, we will have to rely on human messengers, Fury lamented. Let us use planes as our means of communication, Tony suggested. It appears we have no other option, Fury replied, resigned. S.H.I.E.L.D. had completely lost its digital capabilities. On Chen Feng's side, after orchestrating the explosion of every S.H.I.E.L.D. member's phone, he smirked wickedly. You dare to challenge me? Watch as I obliterate you all. With a wicked grin, he commanded, Optimus Prime. Gather all the Iron Man suits Tony has created, and do not forget to include additional weaponry. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Furthermore, simulate Tony's voice and instruct Stark Industries to transport all weaponry to a private island. Once the deliveries are made, transfer the funds from Stark Industries. Chen Feng commanded. Aye, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. The presence of such an intelligent system as Optimus Prime is indeed advantageous. Commands can be issued continuously, and he executes them flawlessly. Additionally, simulate Fury's voice and announce to the upper echelons of the United States that S.H.I.E.L.D. is severing ties and will no longer be under American control, Chen Feng commanded. Aye, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. Furthermore, send sensitive data from S.H.I.E.L.D. to the President of the United States, particularly information regarding Hydra members within the agency. Chen Feng commanded. Aye, my lord, Optimus Prime complied. From this moment forth, Optimus Prime, you are to control global satellites and networks, rendering the American internet inoperative, Chen Feng commanded. Aye, my lord, Optimus Prime affirmed. Chen Feng aimed to dismantle Iron Man Tony Stark's empire. He also sought to create turmoil for S.H.I.E.L.D., leveraging the internet to apply pressure on its members from the U.S. government. Ultimately, his goal was to make life difficult for S.H.I.E.L.D. At Stark Industries, Tony's laboratory was abuzz with activity as numerous Iron Man suits, equipped with advanced weaponry, took flight. The entire workforce was mobilized, responding to Tony's command to transfer all weapons to the private island. A state of panic enveloped the nation. As the entire network collapsed, citizens were unable to access the internet, make calls, or watch television. The U.S. leadership was taken aback upon receiving notification from S.H.I.E.L.D. They had not anticipated such a severance. The president was even more astonished, as the agency he had staunchly supported was not only distancing itself from his authority, but also harbored numerous Hydra members. Consequently, the U.S. leadership unanimously declared war on S.H.I.E.L.D., denouncing any form of betrayal. Stark Industries was nearly evacuated, all while Iron Man Tony remained oblivious. The members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were equally unaware of the impending declaration of war from the U.S. government. This exemplifies the dire consequences of a network collapse. Chen Feng, utilizing his technological prowess, manipulated various factions with ease. After issuing numerous commands to Optimus Prime, he sought out Natasha. At this juncture, he desperately required her assistance, for Natasha was an exceptionally efficient strategist, tactician, and commander. His own strength lay in his physical prowess. Thus, he needed her to direct the Iron Legion and the Lizard Legion of Professor Lizard. This arrangement was temporary. Once he amassed a larger following and established his mechanical army, he would not require her guidance. Natasha was leisurely fishing on the beach. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see Chen Feng, offering a slight smile and greeting him. "Aren't you quite busy? What brings you here?" "Natasha, would you be interested in joining my team?" Chen Feng inquired earnestly. Natasha was taken aback and inquired, "What prompts your sudden invitation for me to join your team?" "Tony Stark has declared war against me." Chen Feng replied. "Ah, did he not previously claim he was no match for you? What has caused this sudden declaration?" Natasha questioned, puzzled. "Have you offended him again?" "It is because SHIELD has also declared war on me that he dares to challenge me," Chen Feng explained. "What?" Natasha sprang to her feet, unable to believe what she had just heard. Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed, SHIELD has declared war on me, and a time has been set for next Monday. Could it be that SHIELD discovered you stole the vibranium, prompting them to declare war?" Natasha asked. "Yes, SHIELD has declared war on me, and I have reciprocated. My current strength is insufficient, which is why I require your assistance and hope you will join my team," Chen Feng stated. Furrowing her brow, Natasha replied, "You have already entangled yourself with SHIELD, and yet you invite me to join? Do I dare? SHIELD is the world's foremost organization, composed entirely of elite members. With just you and me, how could we possibly contend against them? I have acquired dozens of Iron Man suits from Tony, and Professor Lizard's reptilian army is also available for battle. Moreover, with 5 days until Monday, I can produce hundreds of Iron Man suits, so we may not necessarily lose. I have also allowed Optimus Prime to control the global network, including satellites in space," Chen Feng declared with unwavering confidence. "Are you truly this formidable?" Natasha asked, astonished. If what Chen Feng said was indeed accurate, the outcome of a confrontation with SHIELD was uncertain. Chen Feng affirmed, "Absolutely true. To bolster my power, I have also procured a substantial arsenal from Stark Industries, essentially emptying their stock. Furthermore, I impersonated Fury's voice to announce to the U.S. government that SHIELD is severing ties with them." "You are indeed quite cunning," Natasha remarked. "Natasha, you must understand that while my team may be small, it comprises the world's finest talents. With them by my side, I will only grow stronger. One day, I will declare to the world, in the Marvel Universe, chaos or order is dictated by me," Chen Feng proclaimed with grandiosity. "If I were to join, what benefits would I receive?" Natasha inquired. "I can grant you strength beyond measure, even the gift of immortality," Chen Feng replied earnestly. "In the Marvel Universe, anything is possible." "Really? You are not deceiving me." Natasha felt a stirring in her heart. The allure of immense power and immortality was a desire shared by many. Chapter 62. The Frenzy of Weapon Manufacturing. Chen Feng nodded and continued to persuade her. "Indeed, I am not deceiving you. You should know, I was once an ordinary person. But look at me now. I command the digital realm, wield the most advanced technology, and my body can transform into a titanic figure of immense strength, or become nearly indestructible like a lizard person, possessing abilities akin to Spider-Man. What I have now, you too shall possess in the future." Hearing Chen Feng's words, Natasha couldn't help but reminisce about her days in SHIELD. She has dedicated several decades to SHIELD, contributing immensely to its current glory, yet has received little more than a salary and some privileges in return. If what Chen Feng claims is true, it would certainly pique her interest. Despite Chen Feng's somewhat peculiar and even volatile temperament, she perceives him as fundamentally good-hearted, not one to indiscriminately harm the innocent due to his formidable strength. Noticing Natasha's hesitation, Chen Feng stoked the flames further, saying, "Did you not desire a transformer? I will grant you one now." "Really?" Natasha exclaimed with delight. "Indeed, and I shall also ensure it is tailored as a female version, equipped with the highest level of intelligence," Chen Feng replied. "All right, I agree. I will join your ranks," Natasha smiled. With their handshake, Chen Feng joyfully welcomed her aboard. With Natasha's presence, the Iron Armor and Lizard Legion would finally have someone to command them. Henceforth, He could focus solely on the battle without the need to divert his attention elsewhere. Having secured Natasha's support, Chen Feng returned to the villa to assemble everyone. In the living room, Hank Pym and the others sensed an unusual tension. Chen Feng, what brings us here? Hank Pym inquired. S-H-I-E-L-D. And Iron Man Tony have declared war on me, and I hope for your support, Chen Feng stated. What? Hank Pym gasped. S-H-I-E-L-D. Has declared war on you? Professor Lizard was astonished. S-H-I-E-L-D. Is not to be trifled with. Dr. Octopus expressed his concern. But Chen Feng, aren't you part of S-H-I-E-L-D? Why would they declare war on you? Zhao Helen asked in confusion. Because I have offended Iron Man Tony and pilfered a small amount of vibranium along with 10 vials of super soldier serum. They felt embarrassed and thus seek to regain their honor through this declaration of war, Chen Feng explained. Stealing is wrong, Zhao Helen remarked. Stealing is not inherently wrong. The error lies in stealing from S-H-I-E-L-D, Dr. Octopus countered. Chen Feng, perhaps we should relocate? Hank Pym suggested, disliking the notion of war. His collaboration with Chen Feng was purely for research in the quantum realm, not for engaging in combat. I only require your support, not your involvement. Before the war commences, I will ensure your safety by relocating you to a secure place, thus eliminating any threat, Chen Feng assured them. What kind of support do you envision? Hank Pym queried. Certainly, I wish for you to utilize your expertise, Chen Feng responded, then addressing Professor Lizard. He continued, Professor Lizard, please expand the Lizard Legion, and they shall join the fray when the time comes. Of course, Professor Lizard readily agreed. Turning to Hank Pym, Chen Feng added, Hank, I am aware you possess a colony of flying ants. I hope you can enlarge them and entrust their command to Natasha. Hank Pym had a device that simulated ant pheromones. Once donned by Natasha, it would allow her to direct the ants in battle. Dr. Hank's heart was filled with reluctance. Yet he feared that if he turned down Chen Feng, the latter would cease to assist him in his quantum research. With a firm resolve, he conceded, very well, I shall agree. Chen Feng then turned to Dr. Octopus, stating, Dr. Octopus, I hope you can aid me in the production of numerous intelligent weapons. Much like the mechanical tentacles behind you. The mechanical tentacles of Dr. Octopus exhibited astonishing speed, capable of intercepting even bullets. Coupled with his remarkable engineering prowess, Dr. Octopus's assistance would undoubtedly enable the rapid creation of a multitude of combat machines. No problem, Dr. Octopus replied. Chen Feng then glanced at Zhao Hailuan, who was blinking her eyes expectantly, awaiting his request. Amused by her adorable demeanor, Chen Feng chuckled. Perhaps you should sit this one out. Why not? I am quite capable too. I can create weapons as well, Zhao Hailuan protested. All right, then you shall assist me in weapon production, Chen Feng said with satisfaction. Standing up, Chen Feng declared loudly. All right, the tasks have been assigned. Everyone, let us proceed swiftly. The fate of our private island rests upon your efforts. Professor Lizard returned to the laboratory, transporting a substantial amount of lizard DNA serum to the island's small grove, preparing to transform all the lizards into giant versions to aid Chen Feng in overcoming their adversaries. Dr. Hank returned to his laboratory, bringing the flying ants to an open area outside the villa. Utilizing Pym particles, he enlarged the flying ants to an immense size akin to that of an elephant. In a bid to enhance their combat capabilities, he commanded the flying ants to seek out companions and return with them, thereby expanding their ranks. Zhao Hailuan, upon her return to the laboratory, began contemplating weapon creation. In her kindness, she refrained from considering lethal designs, focusing instead on devising methods to incapacitate the enemy. Dr. Octopus, undoubtedly a workaholic, immediately started crafting intelligent weapons upon returning to his laboratory. With the assistance of his 4 mechanical tentacles, his speed was remarkable, as he could complete the construction of an intelligent weapon in mere minutes. While the weapons were not large, their intelligence allowed them to automatically engage enemies upon receiving a single command. Chen Feng also returned to his own laboratory, commencing the fabrication of steel battle armor. His ambition was to create transformers. However, the complexity of such constructs necessitated several days for completion, unlike the steel armor, which could be produced in 1 to 2 hours. With Optimus Prime's help, his pace of steel armor production accelerated significantly. Each newly crafted piece would autonomously assist in the manufacture of further armor under Optimus Prime's control, exponentially increasing Chen Feng's efficiency. The inhabitants of the private island were all diligently occupied, and Natasha was no exception. She was learning to command the Lizard Legion from Professor Lizard while also studying how to direct the swarm of flying ants under Dr. Hank's guidance. The private island had entered a state of urgency, with everyone striving in preparation for the impending battle. The sound of a ship's horn echoed before it docked. In the laboratory, Chen Feng, upon hearing this sound, could not help but feel elated. Stark Industries was delivering weapons and equipment. With Stark Industries' arsenal, his pace in creating intelligent weaponry would accelerate significantly. Chapter 63. The Legion of Beasts, enormous in number perhaps due to the abundance of steel armor. The personnel from Stark Industries remained oblivious to any anomalies, assuming that Chen Feng was merely assisting their boss, Iron Man Tony. Thus, with the aid of Stark Industries employees, the cargo ship's mountain of equipment and weapons was transported to the private island. Once the Stark Industries team departed, Chen Feng stood amidst the towering crates filled with weaponry, wearing a sinister smile, declaring, with S-H-I-E-L-D, and Tony arriving, "I shall graciously entertain you all with these arms." Natasha pried open a crate, lifting out a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. After a brief examination, she placed it back and turned to Chen Feng, saying, "Chen Feng, these weapons are exceptionally advanced. It is unfortunate for S-H-I-E-L-D to face an adversary like you. I do not wish to be at odds with S-H-I-E-L-D, but having declared war on me, I cannot be blamed for my ruthlessness," Chen Feng replied. "Chen Feng, with so many weapons here, how many robots do you plan to manufacture to utilize them all?" Natasha inquired. "I will not create an excessive number of robots, as time is of the essence, and producing ordinary robots would merely squander materials. Instead, I will equip these weapons onto aircraft and vehicles, transforming every mobile unit into a moving fortress, the might of which should not be underestimated," Chen Feng explained. "I can hardly believe that you, alongside Optimus Prime and just a handful of us, have orchestrated such a grand scale. I am beginning to admire you," Natasha remarked. "Time is of the essence. Hurry and train the Lizard Legion and the Ant Swarm," Chen Feng urged. Natasha obediently set off to train her subordinates. With Optimus Prime's assistance, Chen Feng designed dozens of mobile fortresses. There were speedboat fortresses capable of navigating water, submarine fortresses for underwater travel, land vehicles transformed into fortresses, and aerial fortresses soaring through the skies. Each of these fortresses was armed with an array of weaponry, including handguns, machine guns, and artillery, along with ample ammunition. The fortress systems featured programs for automatic missile interception, enemy targeting, and evasive maneuvers. While they were susceptible to being destroyed by enemies, their overwhelming numbers would render any resistance virtually futile. The mobile fortresses designed by Chen Feng were not technologically sophisticated. Even ordinary scientists could replicate them. Thus, he set them aside for the time being, intending to have the robots assist in their production once he had created a substantial number. Chen Feng left 2 suits of steel armor to guard the mountainous cache of weapons, then returned to the laboratory to fervently manufacture robots. The speed at which Chen Feng produced was astonishingly terrifying. As he crafted an increasing number of robots, his once desolate laboratory transformed into a bustling hub, filled with a multitude of robots working in concert under the guidance of Optimus Prime. Meanwhile, Dr. Octopus, aided by his mechanical appendages, operated with remarkable speed, even surpassing Chen Feng. However, he was confined to solitary creation, unlike Chen Feng, who seemed to replicate effortlessly. The creations of Dr. Octopus were peculiar and varied, ranging from robots to mechanical dogs and serpents. Though modest in size, these constructs boasted unparalleled strength, rendering them impervious to weaponry. Moreover, they possessed self-destruct capabilities, functioning as living bombs that would assure the demise of any approaching adversary. A day later, Chen Feng had manufactured 10 steel armors and 100 robots, while Dr. Octopus had produced 60 mechanical beings. Professor Lizard had successfully evolved all lizards into gigantic counterparts, totaling an impressive 100,000, having even transformed newly hatched lizards into their larger forms. Dr. Hank's swarm of flying ants was the most extensive, fearing that Chen Feng might be eliminated by S-H-I-E-L-D. He relentlessly dispatched flying ants to locate additional swarms, resulting in a number so vast that he himself could scarcely keep track. Dr. Helen Zhao, renowned as the most intelligent female in the Marvel Universe, developed a gas within a single day that posed no harm to humans but rendered them completely powerless upon inhalation. She also concocted an antidote, which, when ingested, would negate the gas's effects. Exuding childlike enthusiasm, Zhao approached Chen Feng to boast about her recent invention. She entered his laboratory, exclaiming joyfully, "Chen Feng, look, I have developed this gas that will leave anyone who breathes it utterly weak." "Will the weakness persist indefinitely?" Chen Feng inquired. Zhao nodded eagerly, responding, "Yes, one will remain powerless for life unless they consume this antidote I hold in my hand." "Let me give it a try," Chen Feng said. If Zhao's claims held true, this gas could be produced en masse. With a large fan, it could incapacitate any enemy. Rest assured, I have tested it myself, and I am perfectly fine, Zhao reassured sweetly. Chen Feng opened the bottle, and a wisp of black smoke emerged. He lowered his head and inhaled the smoke, subsequently remarking, "It has a somewhat spicy flavor." Aware of the potency of her gas, which could incapacitate anyone upon exposure, Zhao stepped forward to support Chen Feng. Her concern evident as she asked, "Chen Feng, how do you feel now? Are you unable to exert any strength?" Chen Feng shook his head, stamped his foot, and with a resounding crash, left a crater in the ground. "It appears your gas has no effect on me," he stated. "How can that be? It is undeniably powerful." Zhao responded, disheartened. "Your gas may only affect ordinary individuals. It seems ineffective against those with superhuman abilities or true strength," Chen Feng explained. "Then my efforts were in vain," she lamented. Zhao Hailuan pouted in a sulk. "No, your efforts are not in vain. Your gas can be utilized against the ordinary agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Chen Feng reassured her. "No, I must continue my research and enhance the gas," Zhao Hailuan retorted defiantly. "Hailuan, stop tinkering. Come help me instead," Chen Feng implored. "What do you need help with?" Zhao Hailuan inquired, her spirits lifting. "Are you afraid of Dr. Hank's flying ants?" Chen Feng asked. Zhao Hailuan shook her head. "Not at all. Those flying ants are quite docile." "Then assist me in outfitting them with armor," Chen Feng requested. "All right," Zhao Hailuan readily acquiesced. Chen Feng intended not only to equip the flying ants with armor, but also to adorn the giant lizards, thereby enhancing the defensive and offensive capabilities of both factions. While Chen Feng was busily engaged on his private island, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. finally grasped the dire external circumstances. It was unavoidable, as the military had been dispatched to assault them. The attacking force was led by General Ross. Chapter 64. General Ross's assault on S.H.I.E.L.D. General Ross wielded considerable influence within the military, which underpinned his ambition to dominate the world. Particularly now, with the acquisition of the Abomination, he extracted serum from this creature, creating 10 monsters identical to it. He dared not produce more, fearing a rebellion from such formidable entities. With 11 nearly invincible monsters at his command, coupled with the finest troops of the United States, his ambitions swelled ever larger. Thus, upon hearing that S.H.I.E.L.D. had severed ties with the U.S., he proactively led his forces to besiege them. His intentions were clear. He sought to acquire S.H.I.E.L.D.'s advanced technology and the serums of those with superhuman abilities, aiming to forge the most powerful legion. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. found themselves in a state of bewilderment, unable to comprehend why General Ross had chosen to attack them. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., was incensed. The organization he led was the pinnacle of global power, dedicated to safeguarding Earth, and had never been brazenly provoked. However, since Tony Stark crafted the iron armor, S.H.I.E.L.D. had found itself in confrontations. Chen Feng crossed the line further, audaciously infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. to pilfer their assets and challenge them openly, showing them little regard. Now, even the military's General Ross sought to embroil S.H.I.E.L.D. in conflict. Fury was truly furious, feeling both anger and frustration. General Ross was set to assault S.H.I.E.L.D., yet they were unable to retaliate against him, as they were compatriots under the same leadership. Reluctantly, he gathered his subordinates and proceeded to the deck of the aircraft carrier. Wielding a megaphone to project his voice, "General Ross, what is the meaning of your encirclement of S.H.I.E.L.D.?" General Ross, imposing and dignified, stood atop a colossal tank. Flanked by 5 humanoid behemoths, surrounded by rows of fully armed soldiers, while helicopters and fighter jets occasionally soared overhead. The air was thick with the scent of war. General Ross, wielding a megaphone, proclaimed loudly, "Fury, I advise you to lay down your arms and surrender, otherwise my soldiers will crush you." Upon hearing General Ross's words, Fury's expression darkened considerably, and he retorted angrily, "General Ross, do you not fear Subject 1 for taking it upon yourself to attack S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or do you not regard Subject 1 with any seriousness?" General Ross smirked slightly and replied, "Fury, spare me the charade. The entire nation is aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intentions to sever ties with the United States. Are you truly so deluded as to question my motives for attacking S.H.I.E.L.D.? What do you mean S.H.I.E.L.D. wishes to break away from the United States? How could I be unaware?" Fury asked, astonished. The other members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were equally taken aback. "I care not whether you acknowledge it or not. I demand to know now, surrender or fight." General Ross bellowed, unwilling to waste time, aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. was no ordinary organization. Fury raised his hands in desperation, exclaiming, "General Ross, do not act rashly. I assure you, This is a misunderstanding. We at SHIELD have no intention of severing ties with the United States. You may inquire with others if you wish. Do not attempt to explain. I am not interested. I ask you again, surrender or fight. General Ross replied impatiently. Standing beside Fury, Iron Man, Tony Stark, interjected, Fury, I suspect this is the work of Chen Feng. Indeed. Director, it must be Chen Feng. Just as he impersonated your voice to issue orders last time, he has surely disguised himself as you this time, leading the U.S. leadership to misconstrue our intentions to flee the country. Hill concurred. I share your suspicions. Chen Feng is exceedingly cunning and will stop at nothing to achieve his aims. Hawkeye added. Others chimed in with similar opinions, unanimously believing that Chen Feng was behind the chaos. Fury shared this belief and quickly addressed General Ross. General Ross, you must be aware of Chen Feng. The general, initially poised to command an offensive, halted upon hearing Fury's words and inquired, why do you mention him? He is someone who has crossed Chen Feng, and the image of Chen Feng trampling on foes, with the Hulk at his side, is indelibly etched in my memory. Until I possess sufficient power, I have no desire to provoke Chen Feng. General Ross, you are unaware that Chen Feng was once part of SHIELD. He has been using our name to deceive others. Just yesterday, he brazenly infiltrated SHIELD to steal from us, and when discovered, he furiously declared war on our organization. Fury explained. What does that have to do with me? General Ross inquired, perplexed. Everything. Chen Feng's cyber capabilities are unparalleled. He can dominate the entire digital landscape. In retaliation against SHIELD, he has sabotaged our command systems and destroyed all our communication devices, rendering us unable to communicate with the outside world. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, he seems to be mimicking my voice or has infiltrated the official website of SHIELD, demanding a secession from the nation. This is a ploy to sow discord, aimed at inciting us to turn against one another, General Ross. We must not fall for it. Fury elucidated. Are you suggesting that the current paralysis of our nation's network is also the doing of Chen Feng? General Ross inquired, astonished. Tony stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, General Ross, I am Tony from Stark Industries. I can affirm that Fury speaks the truth. If the network in our nation is indeed incapacitated, it is undoubtedly the work of Chen Feng, for only he possesses the capability to execute such a feat. On his private island, Chen Feng was in his laboratory. Upon receiving a notification from Optimus Prime, he delegated his tasks to the robots and watched the unfolding chaos through a 3D holographic projector, hoping for a confrontation between General Ross and SHIELD. However, upon hearing Tony's words, he was infuriated and felt an urge to eliminate Tony. What was supposed to escalate into a conflict was quelled by just a few of Tony's remarks. Chen Feng stroked his chin and muttered, it is imperative that SHIELD and General Ross engage in battle. Optimus Prime, simulate General Ross's voice, amplify it, and do not cease. Simply utter the words, attack, Chen Feng commanded. General Ross sought to inquire further, yet when he attempted to speak, the loudspeaker broadcast not his intended words, but merely the command to attack. Thud, 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 thousands of soldiers marched in unison, armed and fearlessly advancing towards SHIELD. The Abomination, accompanied by 10 colossal humanoid beasts, surged forward to confront SHIELD. General Ross grew anxious. Regardless of what he said, the loudspeaker incessantly echoed the command to attack, drowning out his voice entirely. As he charged forward, the Abomination boasted, SHIELD, DS lackeys, I shall crush you. Huh? Chapter 65. The Ruthless Abomination with a thunderous crash. The Abomination forcefully breached the doors of SHIELD, followed by his 10 monstrous companions, embarking on a rampage. The sound of gunfire and explosions erupted. Pistols, machine guns, grenades. None could inflict harm upon the Abomination and his cohorts. Help! Director, save me. Run quickly. These monsters cannot be killed. Ha ha ha. Ants like you should not be alive. Perish. The Abomination cackled cruelly. Blonsky, this power is intoxicating, one of the humanoid beasts remarked. Only through slaughter do I find joy. Thus, I shall eradicate everyone in SHIELD, boasted another beast arrogantly. Enough talk. Let us swiftly ascend and capture Fury. That would be a grand accomplishment, urged one of the humanoid beasts. Boom, boom, boom. The Abomination, accompanied by his 10 colossal beasts, relentlessly charged toward the deck, dispatching anyone who resisted either by sheer force or by trampling them, their brutality almost exceeding comprehension. On the deck of the airborne aircraft carrier, Fury observed General Ross issuing orders to assault SHIELD. With the main gate already breached, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Any further delay would result in the annihilation of his subordinates. Thus, he bellowed, "Kill. Annihilate every enemy." "Yes, Director." His command was met with immediate compliance. Upon receiving Fury's directive, the agents of SHIELD launched a fervent counteroffensive. The armory doors swung open, equipping them with advanced weaponry. The superpowered agents began to leverage their unique abilities against General Ross's forces. Hawkeye stood resolutely on the deck, unleashing a barrage of explosive arrows with exceptional speed and precision, reminiscent of a rapid-fire cannon, bombarding Ross's legion below. Meanwhile, within his private island, Chen Feng reveled in the chaos of the battle between SHIELD and General Ross, popping a bottle of champagne in celebration. Taking a sip, he joyfully exclaimed, "Let them fight. It would be splendid if they could eliminate each other. That would free me from any troubles. Master, General Ross has destroyed all the loudspeakers capable of connecting to the network. I can no longer impersonate his voice through them," reported Optimus Prime. "No matter," Chen Feng replied. "They have already engaged in combat. Even if they reconcile in the end, they will still remain adversaries." On Ross's side, he smashed all the sound-emitting loudspeakers and urgently instructed his secretary, "Catherine, relay my orders at once. Everyone retreat." "What? Why, General?" Catherine responded in confusion, having just witnessed Ross fervently call for an attack, only to suddenly destroy the loudspeakers and now demand a retreat. She was utterly perplexed. That previous command was not issued by me. Someone impersonated my voice. If I am not mistaken, it must be the work of Chen Feng, Ross explained, his frustration palpable. "What do we do now? Our forces are already engaged with SHIELD, and we have sustained considerable casualties." Catherine expressed her concern. "First, we must retreat. We cannot allow Chen Feng to use us as pawns," Ross determined. "But General, if we retreat, SHIELD will take the opportunity to strike us. What then?" Catherine worriedly inquired. With a grimace, Ross declared, "While retreating, inform SHIELD that it was Chen Feng who impersonated my voice. If they continue to attack my troops, then let us not hesitate. We shall obliterate SHIELD and seize their wealth for ourselves." Ross's ascent to power as a prominent figure in America was fueled by his ruthlessness and ambition, propelling him to his current position. Thus, if SHIELD failed to recognize the gravity of the situation, he would proceed with his intentions to conquer them, regardless of the consequences. The agents of SHIELD were all elite operatives, some even superheroes or individuals with extraordinary abilities, demonstrating remarkable combat prowess. However, their numbers were insufficient. Faced with an army of over 100,000, they found themselves retreating time and again. Hawkeye continued his relentless assault from the deck, raining explosive arrows upon the soldiers below, while those on the ground were far from defenseless, deploying tanks, artillery, and rocket launchers in a fierce counterstrike against SHIELD. The resounding explosions echoed relentlessly. Under the protection of the soldiers, Catherine rushed forward, continuously issuing commands for retreat. The soldiers behind her heard the orders, yet those who had advanced too far remained oblivious. Consequently, the soldiers at the rear withdrew, while those at the front continued to engage in battle. Watching the frontline soldiers perish rapidly, devoid of any reinforcements, Catherine felt a surge of urgency as hundreds fell within moments. She pondered for a moment and devised a bold plan, one that might bring disgrace to General Ross. Yet she was willing to risk it for the sake of her comrades. With a swift motion, she tore the white shirt from her uniform, brandishing it fervently while shouting, "Ceasefire! Everyone stop! There has been a misunderstanding. It is all Chen Feng's fault." General Ross did not issue an order to attack. Although her voice could not reach SHIELD, those on the deck could witness her actions. Waving a white flag was the universal sign of surrender. Hawkeye, with his exceptional vision, recognized Catherine's face and quickly informed Fury, "Director, the one waving the white flag is Catherine, General Ross's secretary. It appears they are retreating and do not wish to continue the fight. Relay my orders. Cease all attacks." Fury commanded. Once SHIELD halted its fire, Catherine was finally able to reach the front to inform the soldiers of the retreat. The soldiers outside SHIELD began to withdraw, but the Abomination and his 10 monstrous forms did not relent. They continued their rampage within the facility. Lacking communication tools, everyone had to rely on running to inform their comrades. All personnel at SHIELD received the order to cease their assault on General Ross's forces, yet the Abomination persisted in his onslaught. With no other choice, Fury dispatched Hawkeye to handle the situation. Although Hawkeye lacked superhuman abilities, his unparalleled vision and archery skills, combined with the support of his allies, made him unflinching in the face of such grotesque adversaries. At that moment, Catherine had entered SHIELD. Witnessing the chaos within, the scene was drenched in blood, and even as a soldier, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Boom, boom, boom. Ha ha ha, ants. Truly ants. So weak, utterly pathetic. Don't run. I shall crush you. Catherine heard the Abomination's derisive laughter and hurriedly approached, shouting, Blonsky, General Ross has commanded an immediate retreat for everyone. The Abomination, in the midst of his murderous glee, retorted angrily, Why? Why must we retreat? Was it not agreed that I would tear through SHIELD? It has barely been a moment. And now you want me to withdraw? I refuse. I have not yet had my fill of slaughter. This is General Ross's command, and you must obey, Catherine replied sternly. With a furious roar, the Abomination crushed SHIELD guard into a gruesome pulp. Filled with disdain, the Abomination was about to command his 10 humanoid behemoths to retreat when suddenly an arrow shot towards him with astonishing swiftness, surpassing even the speed of a bullet. The Abomination had no time to evade and was struck immediately. At the moment of impact, the arrowhead erupted with a violent explosion. The force hurled the Abomination away, leaving a small gash on his abdomen from which green blood spilled forth. Rising from the ground, the Abomination raised his head and chest, bellowing furiously. Without a second thought, he charged towards the archer known as Hawkeye. Hawkeye, renowned as the world's foremost marksman, remained composed in the face of the colossal Abomination, unperturbed by its size. Calmly, he retrieved an armor-piercing arrow from his quiver, drew his bowstring taut, and released it. The arrow penetrated the Abomination's mouth and exited through its back. With a pained howl, the Abomination collapsed to the ground. Witnessing their leader's injury at the hands of Hawkeye, the 10 humanoid behemoths erupted in furious roars, charging towards him. Halt! I command you in the name of General Ross, stand down, Catherine shouted. If these humanoid behemoths continued their assault on SHIELD, the hard-won peace could descend into chaos once again. Thus, she knew she must intervene. Given the Abomination's formidable constitution, it would not perish easily. The authority of General Ross instilled enough fear in the 10 behemoths to compel them to remain in place, voicing their discontent with powerful growls. Catherine spotted Hawkeye readying another arrow and quickly called out, Hawkeye, cease fire. If you attack again, I will inform General Ross that you are provoking us. Hawkeye lowered his bow and replied, You must persuade these creatures to depart. After a brief respite, the Abomination's wounds healed rapidly, and his defiance surged anew. He rose and roared at Hawkeye. Although there was a distance of several meters between them, the force of his roar created a gust that rustled Hawkeye's garments. He understood the threat posed by the Abomination. From a distance, his arrows could intimidate, but in close combat, he would surely be crushed. To be cautious, Hawkeye raised his bow once more, aiming at the Abomination, prepared to shoot should it advance any closer. Bronsky, cease this folly, or General Ross will be displeased. Catherine urged loudly. The Abomination turned, seething with anger, and said to Catherine, Allow me to kill him, and I shall retreat. Yes, Bronsky, eliminate that wretch. We support you. Remove him, and we shall have one less adversary. Let us strike together. The humanoid creatures clamored, all eager to vanquish Hawkeye. They had been invincible since their inception, and encountering someone capable of inflicting harm upon them was intolerable. Retreat. All of you retreat. I am here to deliver General Ross's orders. Disobedience will lead you to a military tribunal, and your lives will be irrevocably ruined. Have you all forgotten your oath to General Ross? To remain loyal to him alone throughout your lives, and yet now you disregard his commands? Is this how you express your loyalty? Catherine rebuked. Her words resonated deeply within everyone, prompting them to obediently retreat, even the most resentful among them. Once General Ross's troops had completely evacuated the airborne carrier, he and Fury emerged in unison, positioned between the two factions, engaged in discourse. Fury, the command to attack was not issued by me. We have all been manipulated by Chen Feng, General Ross said with a bitter smile. Was it truly not you? Fury questioned, his skepticism evident. Prior to the battle, General Ross had been exceedingly eager to launch an offensive, leading Fury to suspect he was lying. My forces have already infiltrated your H-I-E-L-D. If I do not order a retreat, do you truly believe your organization could withstand them? General Ross replied tersely. Fury pondered this and realized the truth. General Ross's legion was indeed vast, bolstered by 11 formidable monstrosities, making the obliteration of S-H-I-E-L-D a plausible outcome. Very well, I will believe you, Fury conceded. However, this is a misunderstanding, and you have eliminated many of my elite personnel. Unless you offer some form of compensation, I will not agree to a retreat. Furthermore, without my assistance, Director 1 will never accept your explanation, and soon, the entirety of America will stand against you, General Ross cunningly threatened. Fury seethed with anger. He was the victim, yet was being coerced into compensating the enemy, a most unfair predicament. However, he found himself with no alternative. The airborne carrier could not take flight, making it impossible to evade the enemy's onslaught. Of course, he could abandon the carrier and lead all of S-H-I-E-L-D away. But such an action would result in significant losses, weaponry, resources, technology, and more, drastically diminishing S-H-I-E-L-D's strength. General Ross, speak. What do you desire? Fury gritted his teeth. I want the serum from all your superpowered agents, General Ross declared boldly. He lacked for neither wealth nor talent. What he needed were powerful beings. With a substantial supply of S-H-I-E-L-D's superpowered serum, he could create a legion of super soldiers and gain immense strength himself. Fury shook his head vehemently without a moment's hesitation. Absolutely not. Propose something else. Fury was no fool, having already severed ties with General Ross. He realized that providing the cherished serum of S-H-I-E-L-D's superpowered agents would be tantamount to aiding the enemy. Once General Ross grew powerful enough, he would undoubtedly turn against S-H-I-E-L-D. General Ross snorted dismissively and threatened, then let us prepare for battle. Fury was seething with rage. Seeing that Fury remained unyielding, General Ross turned to leave. Desperate to avoid further conflict, Fury hastily called out, wait. I agree to give you 10 vials of superpowered serum, but no more, as the rest has been stolen by Chen Feng. Chen Feng, what does he want with so much serum? General Ross inquired, perplexed. It is undoubtedly the intention to commit nefarious acts that has compelled S-H-I-E-L-D to declare war against him. Monday marks the appointed time for my confrontation with him. Fury paused momentarily before continuing. General Ross, just moments ago, Chen Feng impersonated you to command an attack from the military. Such audacity once exhibited can easily be replicated. This singular incident has inflicted grievous losses on both sides. Thus, I earnestly invite you to unite against Chen Feng and eliminate this scourge. Otherwise, tranquility shall forever elude our nation. Chapter 67. The Female Transformer. Upon hearing Fury's words, General Ross envisioned the terrifying image of Chen Feng trampling on abominations while brandishing the Hulk overhead. A shiver coursed through his body, compelling him to respond to Fury. I am not inclined to make an enemy of Chen Feng at this moment. I apologize. Given Chen Feng's actions against you, can you not harbor any resentment? Moreover, if you join forces with me to vanquish him, I shall relinquish all the stolen serums he has taken. How does that sound? Fury persuaded. General Ross hesitated momentarily before smirking. No, I would rather have 10 vials of serum from you. Once I obtain them, I shall depart. He had already devised a plan to ready his troops, and when S-H-I-E-L-D and Chen Feng were sufficiently engaged, he would swoop in to reap maximum rewards at minimal cost. Fury, exasperated, acquiesced and dispatched subordinates to procure 10 vials of serum. His subordinates, being astute, retrieved only the weakest serums. Upon obtaining the serum, General Ross departed, leaving Fury unable to intervene. After General Ross and his elite forces left, the S-H-I-E-L-D personnel surveyed the devastation of the airborne aircraft carrier, their spirits dampened and anxiety mounting. Due to the high-level misunderstandings within the U.S. government regarding an assault on S-H-I-E-L-D, the crisis remained unresolved, leaving the entire organization in disarray. Additionally, the airborne aircraft carrier, severely damaged from General Ross's forces bombardment, could not be restored to functionality before Monday, relying solely on S-H-I-E-L-D's capabilities. Without the aircraft carrier to engage Chen Feng, their strength would be significantly diminished. The odds of victory seemed bleak, with the possibility of being overrun by Chen Feng looming large. Faced with such a predicament, Fury had no choice but to seek assistance from Iron Man, Tony Stark. Tony, you have witnessed the plight of S-H-I-E-L-D If you do not lend your aid, we shall be unable to confront Chen Feng. While we can manage ourselves due to our numbers, he would not dare provoke us lightly. However, you are in peril. Chen Feng is aware of the billion-dollar bounty on his head and will not spare you. Moreover, your armored suit has been rendered ineffective against him, leaving you vulnerable without our support. Fury implored. Enough. I shall do everything in my power to assist S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony replied, his face etched with concern. He deeply regretted involving himself in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s investigations of petty theft, which had now escalated into a dire predicament from which he could not extricate himself. For the sake of his own safety, he was compelled to fully support S.H.I.E.L.D. in their battle against Chen Feng. Tony, the airborne aircraft carrier is in dire need of repairs. I require you to dispatch personnel from Stark Industries to assist with the restoration. Furthermore, I require your assistance in conveying to the nation's leadership that our SHIELD agency harbors no intentions of severing ties with the country. All of this turmoil has been orchestrated by Chen Feng. Understood, Fury responded. Hawkeye, take a few individuals and escort Tony back. Yes, Director, Hawkeye replied dutifully. Tony, accompanied by Hawkeye and others, boarded a plane bound for Stark Industries. After a half-hour flight, the aircraft landed atop the Stark Industries building. Upon his return, Tony was struck by the peculiar glances from his colleagues. Inquiring with Pepper Potts, he was nearly overwhelmed upon learning the truth. Chen Feng had absconded with all the weaponry from Stark Industries, and the company's accounts were depleted, with funds transferred away in his name. Once immensely wealthy, he now found himself destitute. Although the company remained his, he could no longer provide salaries for his employees. More critically, Chen Feng had cleared out all the weaponry, including those ordered by various nations and warlords. With deposits paid, failing to deliver on time would incur substantial penalties. Ironically, he now lacked the funds to fulfill these obligations. His only hope for salvation lay with the government. Thus, he hastened to meet with the president, accompanied by Hawkeye and others. Meanwhile, on his private island, Chen Feng reveled in Tony's apparent distress. Without even engaging in battle, he had nearly dismantled both the SHIELD agency and Tony Stark, a result he found exceedingly gratifying. The conflict with General Ross and the SHIELD agency had reached its conclusion, and he was content to witness Tony's misfortunes. He had no desire to continue eavesdropping on Tony's conversation with the president, deeming it unnecessary. While the United States was powerful, its strength did not reside in the government, but rather in the organizations and warlords. Thus, he remained unfazed by the president's authority. After instructing Optimus Prime to deactivate the 3D holographic projector, Chen Feng returned to his tasks. With the robots now capable of self-replication, his involvement was no longer necessary. He began to construct the female version of the iron armor, a promise he had made to Natasha. Previously, he had been hesitant to provide Natasha with such advanced technology. However, with her now a part of his team, he felt it prudent to lower his guard. Therefore, he resolved to create a female transformer for her. After several days, he had gathered nearly all the required materials. The following day, Chen Feng emerged from the laboratory, elated, with a graceful robot following closely behind. Outside, Natasha, engaged in training the Lizard Legion and Ant Swarm, gasped upon seeing the robot and rushed over, eagerly inspecting it. Chen Feng, is this my iron armor? Natasha inquired excitedly. This is not iron armor. It is the female transformer I crafted for you, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Wow, this is wonderful. Chen Feng, I adore you, Natasha exclaimed as she leaped into Chen Feng's arms, planting a fervent kiss on his lips. Chen Feng, unfazed by the display, wiped away the remnants of her kiss with a smile and introduced, this is the female version of a transformer. While its power may not match mine due to its size, it is still formidable, far surpassing Iron Man's armor by several magnitudes. The female transformer boasts 5 transformations: an aircraft, a sports car, a drilling machine, a submarine, and a humanoid robot. Additionally, I have equipped it with an advanced intelligence system, replicated from Optimus Prime, which means your system is of the same caliber. However, I must inform you that it is also subject to my commands. My directives take precedence over yours. Furthermore, I must caution you that the female Transformer's defensive capabilities are not exceptionally robust. It can disregard ordinary bullets and explosives, but it is advisable to avoid small missiles and artillery fire. Thank you, Chen Feng. I am quite pleased. Natasha expressed her gratitude. Unlike Chen Feng, who was a battle enthusiast, her desire for the female Transformer stemmed solely from convenience and personal safety. Why don't you try it on? Chen Feng suggested with a smile. How do I wear it? Natasha inquired. First, give it a name, then command it, and it will automatically envelop you, Chen Feng replied. All right, Natasha nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 68. Intelligent system. Alita, what should I name it? Natasha pondered, visibly conflicted. Choose any name. You can always change it later, Chen Feng encouraged. No, once I choose a name, it must remain, Natasha insisted earnestly. After waiting for 10 minutes without a decision from her, Chen Feng casually suggested, how about Alita? Alita, like my name, with the character Ta? Yes, that sounds wonderful. I shall name it Alita. Natasha exclaimed joyfully. I merely mentioned it offhand. You're actually going to use it? Chen Feng chuckled in disbelief. Of course. Why not use a lovely name? Natasha giggled. Very well. Let me tell you, Transformers originate from a comic. Optimus Prime is the leader of the robots, and Alita is his girlfriend, Chen Feng elaborated. Upon hearing this, Natasha cast a flirtatious glance at Chen Feng, laughing. Are you suggesting something? Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. Don't overthink it. I have no such intentions towards you. Natasha shot him a playful glare, teasingly retorting, as if I were interested in you. Then, with a sigh, she decided, all right, Alita it is. After all, it is a beautiful name. She stood before the female Transformer and declared, from now on, you shall be called Alita. Do you understand? A melodious voice emanated from the female Transformer. Yes, Miss Natasha. Natasha opened her arms and said, now, let us unite. The female version of the Transformer stood with her back turned to Natasha, retreating until her back made contact with Natasha. At that moment, it would indent and then envelop Natasha's entire form, exuding a sense of advanced technology. Once Natasha donned the female Transformer, she took a few tentative steps to acclimate herself and remarked, Chen Feng, you are truly a genius. This Transformer is even more comfortable than yours. In truth, they are quite similar, replied Chen Feng. Natasha crouched and then leaped, soaring to a height of 10 meters without the aid of a jet propulsion system. Upon landing, she knelt on one knee, exuding a striking presence. Do you not feel powerful? Chen Feng inquired. I must test its other functionalities to ascertain its true strength, Natasha responded. Let us venture underwater, otherwise, the sound of explosions may attract the attention of other factions, Chen Feng suggested. Very well, Natasha agreed. Optimus Prime, summon the Transformers, Chen Feng commanded. As you wish. My lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. Moments later, a thunderous roar echoed as a colossal Transformer descended from the sky, landing before Chen Feng. He leaped directly into the Transformer-S interior. Optimus Prime, submarine mode, Chen Feng ordered. As you wish, my lord, Optimus Prime replied, with a series of mechanical sounds. The Transformer transformed into a submarine and plunged into the ocean. Imitating him, Natasha sweetly commanded, Alita, submarine mode. Yes, Miss Natasha, Alita responded. With a series of clicks, the female Transformer morphed into a miniature submarine. Why is your submarine so small, Alita? I can barely move, Natasha voiced her dissatisfaction. Miss Natasha. The Transformer stands at 85 meters tall and is immensely heavy, while the female version matches your height and weighs over 300 pounds. Therefore, you must understand, Alita explained. Couldn't it be a bit larger? Natasha asked, feeling cramped. It can transform into a sports car mode, which offers the most space and can also enter the water. Though its speed underwater is limited, Alita replied. Then forget it. Hurry and catch up with Chen Feng, Natasha commanded. Understood, Miss Natasha, Alita affirmed. With a swift motion, the miniature submarine darted into the ocean. Though small, its speed remained impressive. Chen Feng guided Natasha to the location of his previous experiments. Natasha, your female Transformer is equipped with a minigun and guided munitions mounted on its shoulders, missile launchers and flamethrowers on its forearms, as well as jet systems and pulse cannons in its palms and soles, Chen Feng elaborated. How do I utilize these weapons? Natasha inquired. Simply name the weapons and issue commands to Alita, or you may also use your thoughts, Chen Feng explained. Natasha attempted to exert control through her thoughts for the first time. Her inexperience resulted in failure. Undeterred, she commanded, Alita, minigun. A minigun emerged from the shoulder of the female Transformer. Pointing in a particular direction, Natasha ordered, fire in that direction. The weapon responded with a rapid series of gunfire. Missile launcher, fire. Pulse cannon, fire. Rocket launcher, fire. Transform into car mode. With a series of clicks, it morphed into a sleek racing car. Transform into aircraft mode. With another set of clicks, it became an impressive airplane. Drilling machine mode. It transformed into a massive drilling apparatus with a satisfying series of clicks. Transformers mode. Once again, it reverted to the female Transformer. After Natasha enthusiastically tested all functions, she felt exhilarated, convinced that her female Transformer surpassed Iron Man Tony's armored suit by 100-fold. Once I've mastered it, we shall return. There is still much to attend to. Chen Feng remarked. There's no rush. Take me for a flight. I wish to see if the female Transformer can match your speed, Natasha replied. My transformer is powered by energy several times greater than yours. How could you possibly be faster? Chen Feng chuckled. Not necessarily. Your transformer is larger, thus facing greater resistance, while mine is more compact and faces less drag, enabling it to fly faster, Natasha asserted confidently. Elated and reluctant to return so soon, she sought to enjoy this rare moment of relaxation after a hectic few days, yearning for excitement. Very well. Let us race to see who reaches space first, Chen Feng proposed. Agreed, Natasha replied. Optimus Prime, full speed ahead. Destination, space. Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime responded. With a thunderous roar, the Transformer's legs expelled powerful jets of air, churning the surrounding seawater. The Transformer ascended rapidly. Elita, we must also advance at full speed. We must reach outer space before them. Natasha urged anxiously. Yes, Miss Natasha, Elita replied promptly. With a less thunderous boom, the smaller Transformer ascended, its compact size allowing for a quicker ascent than that of the larger Transformer. As the Transformer broke through the water's surface, it sent waves soaring over 20 meters high, showcasing its remarkable speed. Chapter 69. The three factions moved simultaneously with a splash. Natasha's female Transformer, being smaller, caused only a 5-meter surge of water upon emerging. Chen Feng's Transformer, upon leaving the ocean's surface, achieved the first cosmic speed of 79 kilometers per second. In just a second or two, its speed doubled, reaching the second cosmic speed of 112 kilometers per second. As the Transformer soared through the skies, it began to transform into airplane mode. Transformers in aircraft mode have achieved an impressive velocity, reaching the fourth cosmic speed of 110 kilometers per second. As time progresses, this speed continues to escalate. Inside the Transformer, Chen Feng experiences an overwhelming sensation of hypergravity that induces nausea. Fortunately, his robust constitution allows him to endure this extraordinary pace. A minute later, the rapid acceleration causes the temperature within the Transformer to rise swiftly. Thankfully, the internal cooling system prevents Chen Feng from being scorched. Natasha, piloting her female Transformer in aircraft mode, initially manages to keep pace with Chen Feng, but after a mere 1.5 minutes, his figure vanishes from sight. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng's Transformer breaches the atmosphere, and devoid of Earth's gravitational pull, the speed of the Transformer becomes alarmingly rapid. Chen Feng hastily decelerates using the jet propulsion system. Shortly thereafter, he spots a blaze piercing through the atmosphere. Natasha, you can slow down now. Chen Feng communicates through the device. Chen Feng, this is exhilarating. It's truly, truly fast. Natasha exclaims with uncontainable excitement. Are you satisfied now? Chen Feng smiles. Natasha maneuvers her female Transformer to perch upon the shoulder of the colossal machine, which is so vast that one could gallop a horse upon it. I am exceedingly pleased, Natasha affirms. With such a formidable female Transformer at her disposal, she feels liberated to venture wherever she desires, unimpeded by any obstacles. All right, time is of the essence. Let us return swiftly, Chen Feng suggests. Okay, Natasha obediently nods. The return journey unfolds at a slower pace, taking twice as long as their outbound trip to outer space. This precaution is essential to avoid collision with Earth. While the planet itself would remain unscathed, their Transformer would undoubtedly be reduced to rubble. Upon returning, Chen Feng begins constructing a glider acquired from the Green Goblin, intending to create a large glider for use while piloting the Transformer and transforming into the Titan Giant. He also plans to manufacture a glider comparable in size to the Green Goblin's for when he is not transformed. This preparation alleviates his concerns about aerial adversaries. The glider, akin to Dr. Octopus's mechanical tentacles, is controlled by neural impulses, resulting in a quicker response than thought-based commands. During the glider's construction, Chen Feng engages Dr. Octopus for assistance. Additionally, he intends to equip the back of the Transformer with 4 mechanical tentacles, ensuring he is well prepared for close combat and not vulnerable to overwhelming numbers. As for the robots, there is no need for him to construct them. Optimus Prime is more than capable of managing that task. Optimus Prime efficiently operates dozens of armored suits and hundreds of robots, continuously replicating them, thanks to the substantial resources and weaponry acquired through cunning from Stark Industries. Concerns over material shortages are a thing of the past. Another day passes. With the assistance of Dr. Octopus, Chen Feng crafted 2 gliders, one large and one small, along with 4 mechanical tentacles. While the gliders and tentacles underwent minimal alterations, their power was significantly augmented, thanks to the utilization of a cold fusion reactor, increasing their might by more than tenfold. Tony successfully persuaded the United States government, securing national support. The orders signed by his Stark Industries were fulfilled by the state, and the task of repairing the aerial aircraft carrier was also undertaken by the nation. However, he was required to relinquish his technology to them. Consequently, the crisis with SHIELD was resolved, and, with the aid of the government, the aerial aircraft carrier was restored. Monday arrived, marking the day of the decisive battle. On this day, personnel from SHIELD stationed around the globe returned, gathering on the aerial aircraft carrier, totaling over 10,000 elite members. Many capable of facing 100 foes single-handedly, with a considerable number of formidable warriors. Tony soared through the skies, clad in a manually operated Iron Man suit. Though it lacked the prowess of an intelligent design, it was better than nothing. Fury stood upon a podium on the deck, surveying the throng of over 10,000 SHIELD members, and proclaimed loudly, "Today is the day we confront Chen Feng. Until he is vanquished, we shall not return home. Until he is vanquished, we shall not return home." The elite SHIELD members echoed his battle cry, their spirits soaring. In a military camp somewhere in the United States, General Ross was also mobilizing his troops. Ambitious and aware of Chen Feng's formidable nature, he deployed the entire army, comprising 200,000 elite soldiers and 11 colossal humanoid beasts. This formidable force included the Navy, Army, and Air Force. Standing at the command podium, General Ross declared, "We are the mightiest army. We fear nothing. No matter how strong the enemy may be, we shall crush them." As many are aware, our nation's networks have been paralyzed these past few days. All network devices have become inoperative, rendering even mobile phones useless, causing national panic and chaos. The architect of this turmoil is none other than Chen Feng. He is a supervillain, a harbinger of doom, intent on annihilating our nation. I ask you, do you acquiesce? No, we do not acquiesce. The 200,000 soldiers bellowed in unison, their fury palpable. Chen Feng is exceedingly powerful, even more so than the Hulk. Are you afraid? General Ross provocatively inquired, aiming to incite defiance within the ranks. We are not afraid. The soldiers responded, emboldened by their sheer numbers. Very well, heed my command. March forth. General Ross gestured grandly. With synchronized precision, the 200,000 soldiers marched. The rumble of tanks and vehicles roared to life, while helicopters whirred into action. The naval fleet stirred from its mooring along the coastline. Private Island. Chen Feng did not deliver a rousing speech before embarking on his mission. Unlike General Fury and General Ross, on his private island, only he and Natasha remained. Dr. Hank, Dr. Octopus, Dr. Lizard, and Dr. Zhao Helen had all been sent away by Chen Feng in advance. Although Dr. Octopus had wished to stay and assist, Chen Feng had declined his offer, recognizing that enlisting scientists for battle was undeniably a foolish decision. As Chen Feng piloted the transformer, his feet resting upon a colossal gliding wing, he gazed down at the scene below, his heart swelling with pride. The surface of the sea was teeming with a legion of giant lizards, numbering an astounding 100,000. Chapter 70, Assault on SHIELD. On the sandy beach of the private island, there were 50,000 robots, 1,000 suits of armor, and 500 mechanized creatures, alongside 10,000 mobile fortresses. A swarm of flying ants obscured the sky, their numbers incalculable. With such a formidable force, Chen Feng felt confident in his ability to vanquish SHIELD. The private island was his territory. Bringing the conflict there would risk its destruction. Thus, he led his troops to confront SHIELD. To be prudent, he left a small contingent of giant lizards, mobile fortresses, flying ants, robots, and mechanized creatures on the private island while taking the rest with him. Turning to Natasha beside him, Chen Feng asked, "Are you ready?" Natasha nodded nervously. "I'm ready." Her anxiety stemmed not from fear of SHIELD, but from the weight of commanding such a vast army. She worried she might falter in her leadership. With a sweeping gesture, Chen Feng commanded, "Let us go." The lizard legions surged through the water with rapidity. Various mobile fortresses activated, some gliding across the surface, others submerging beneath the waves, and some ascending into the sky. The flying ants, like a dark cloud, blotted out the sun. Mechanical creatures, though unable to fly or engage in long-range attacks, moved with remarkable speed, climbing onto the backs of the giant lizards or onto the robots. With global networks and satellites under his control, Chen Feng had a clear understanding of SHIELD's status, while they remained oblivious to his situation. To his astonishment, General Ross had also mobilized a substantial force, advancing toward the private island. Facing overwhelming odds, Chen Feng, having set out ahead of time, arrived at the coastal land and organized his troops while SHIELD was still on its way. The organization flew a massive airborne aircraft carrier, cloaked in stealth mode. Optimus Prime detected this. Chen Feng entrusted all his forces to Natasha and, alone, piloted the Transformer to lead the assault on SHIELD. Given the sheer size of his army, it was inconceivable that SHIELD could remain unaware of his approach. Hawkeye observed the formidable army of Chen Feng and promptly reported to Fury, "Director, Chen Feng is just below," accompanied by an eclectic mix of forces including lizards, robots, and flying ants. "It appears to be a challenging encounter. Prepare for battle," Fury commanded decisively. "Director, Chen Feng is leading the charge in his Transformer," Hill cautioned. "Attack. Utilize the turrets of the airborne aircraft carrier to obliterate him," Fury ordered. Boom, boom, boom. Countless projectiles were unleashed upon Chen Feng. Skillfully evading the onslaught, he deftly operated the missile launchers mounted on his shoulders, releasing a barrage of missiles into the fray. He followed this with the deployment of heavy weaponry and unleashed a torrent of fire from the miniguns and Gatling guns affixed to his Transformer, annihilating the incoming shells that could not be evaded. Despite the massive size of Chen Feng's Transformer, the enemy's accuracy was notably lacking, unlike the airborne aircraft carrier of SHIELD, which could strike with unwavering precision even with closed eyes. SHIELD intercepted a portion of the missiles launched by Chen Feng, yet a few slipped through their defenses. The missiles struck the underbelly of the airborne carrier, dismantling its stealth mode and creating multiple breaches. A resounding explosion echoed as Chen Feng, however, could not evade the relentless barrage of projectiles and was hit, plummeting from the sky. With a thunderous crash, he created a massive crater upon impact. The Transformer, despite being grounded, remained unscathed. Rising to his feet, Chen Feng continued his advance towards SHIELD, flying ant swarm, robotic legions, mobile fortresses, and mechanical creatures. Advance, Natasha commanded, gesturing with authority. A multitude of colossal flying ants, robots, and aerial fortresses surged toward SHIELD. Some of the mechanical beings climbed onto the backs of the robots to join the assault. Natasha followed, soaring high above, accompanied by a cadre of armored sentinels for protection. As the commander, her role was to orchestrate the battle, not to engage directly in the fray. The cacophony of warfare erupted, gunfire, explosions, and anguished cries filled the air as an all-out assault commenced. A plethora of flying ants, robots, and aerial fortresses fell to SHIELD's counterattack. Yet the airborne carrier was increasingly battered by these relentless foes. After sustaining minimal casualties, Chen Feng's forces finally approached the airborne carrier. The giant flying ants, having grown in size, proved impervious to conventional weaponry, capable of delivering fatal bites. Their overwhelming numbers made them an inexhaustible threat. As the swarm of flying ants descended upon the deck of the airborne carrier, SHIELD, personnel retreated, relying on shooting apertures to eliminate the intruders. Upon arrival, the robots began to wreak havoc on the carrier's doors, facilitating entry for the flying ants. SHIELD agents fought valiantly to obstruct their advance, bolstered by numerous strongmen, making it difficult for the robots to breach the doors. At that moment, Dr. Octopus's mechanical creatures were deployed. A multitude of diminutive mechanical beings infiltrated through the shooting holes, water outlets, and ventilation shafts. These mechanical entities exhibited remarkable agility and excelled in close combat. Upon entering, they commenced a ruthless onslaught. The ordinary elite of SHIELD stood no chance against these formidable adversaries. Only true powerhouses possessed the capability to annihilate the mechanical creatures. With the chaos instigated by these beings, the robots successfully breached the entrance. The colossal flying ants seized the opportunity to follow suit. In the command center of SHIELD, the personnel were taken aback as they observed Chen Feng's team through the surveillance footage. "Director, what shall we do? Chen Feng's monstrous forces are overwhelming, and they have already infiltrated our headquarters," Hill expressed with urgency. "Let them advance. Within the airborne aircraft carrier, we have ample hiding spots. We can methodically eliminate the enemy, thus nullifying their numerical advantage," Fury replied with astuteness. A sudden tremor shook the entire airborne aircraft carrier. "What is happening?" Fury inquired. A technician responded, "Director, engine no. 2 has been damaged by Chen Feng." "Hawkeye, eliminate Chen Feng," Fury commanded. "Understood, Director," Hawkeye acknowledged, departing the command center with a few subordinates. Chen Feng had 100,000 colossal lizards awaiting orders on the ground, and he aimed to bring the airborne carrier down. On the ground, his advantage would be maximized. With another explosion, yet another engine succumbed to Chen Feng's assault. As he targeted the third engine, a massive arrow struck him. The arrow embedded itself in the chest of the transformer. Fortunately, Chen Feng had reinforced the armor, or he would have been pierced through. Chen Feng looked up to see Hawkeye operating a colossal crossbow. Swiftly, he maneuvered the Gatling gun to unleash a barrage of fire upon Hawkeye. Once more, Hawkeye released a massive arrow, this time affixed with a steel cable. Chapter 71. Transmuting into a Titan. The warrior, in the instant Hawkeye loosed the arrow tethered with a steel cable, he immediately evaded. The transformer was struck again, once more in the chest. Damn it! This rate of fire is impossible to evade. Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. He felt an immense pull emanating from the arrow. So, you wish to drag me in for a brawl? Very well, I shall oblige, Chen Feng replied coldly. The rapid tugging of the steel cable soon drew him into an entryway of the airborne aircraft carrier. Upon entry, he was immediately besieged. First, he was slammed against the iron wall by a heavy truck, followed by a vicious beating from Iron Man, Tony Stark. Additionally, several burly strongmen landed powerful blows against the transformer, each strike resonating with explosive force, rivaling the might of Tony's armored suit. Get off me, Chen Feng bellowed, controlling the transformer to forcefully shove aside the heavy truck that had him pinned against the iron wall. Tony and his companions would undoubtedly thwart Chen Feng's intentions, striving to impede his escape. They intensified their attacks on the transformer. Yet, the transformer's armor was formidable, despite their efforts to dent it. They could not penetrate its defenses to harm Chen Feng. Let me handle this, a hefty man declared, brandishing a large chainsaw, seemingly intent on slicing through the transformer. Chen Feng, controlling the transformer's hands, braced against the onslaught of a heavy truck, unable to free his hands. However, he had 4 mechanical tentacles at his disposal. With swift precision, the tentacles emerged from the transformer's back, sweeping aside all who dared to assault Chen Feng. The hefty man struck one of the tentacles with his chainsaw, sparks flying and producing a piercing noise. In retaliation, another mechanical tentacle, akin to a sharpened sword, lunged toward the hefty man. The speed of the tentacle was overwhelming, and given the proximity, the man had no chance to evade. He was pierced through and fell lifelessly to the ground. High-concentration energy pulse cannon, Chen Feng intoned silently. The transformer's palms erupted with a brilliant light, followed by 2 deafening blasts. The heavy truck was obliterated, and Tony and Hawkeye were thrown off balance by the shockwave of the explosion. Towering at 85 meters, the transformer, with its massive physique and 4 automated, flailing mechanical tentacles, resembled a deity of destruction. Tony felt a surge of fear. His armored suit appeared trivial in comparison. The sound of the transformer's movements echoed ominously. Chen Feng approached Tony and said, "Tony, at last, we meet. What do you intend to do, Chen Feng?" Tony's voice trembled with uncertainty as he sensed the transformer's immense presence. "Initially, I sought to make you regret your actions, to slap your face with retribution. However, given that you conspired with SHIELD to take my life, I, too, will take yours." With that, Chen Feng commanded the transformer to deliver a powerful punch toward Tony. Tony executed a desperate roll to evade the blow and then sprinted away. Hawkeye, witnessing Tony's retreat, erupted in anger. "Tony, you coward! How dare you abandon me? Rest assured, none of you shall escape," Chen Feng declared with unyielding authority. "Help! No, please." The sound of punches landing echoed as Chen Feng mercilessly struck down Hawkeye's subordinates. Gritting his teeth, Hawkeye turned to flee. The transformer was too large to enter the airborne carrier, prompting Chen Feng to exit and charge inside. Natasha, utilizing the 3D holographic projection deployed by Alita, monitored the unfolding battle. Observing Chen Feng single-handedly infiltrating the airborne carrier through an exit, she swiftly directed a portion of the robots, accompanied by mechanized creatures, to assist him. Chen Feng, propelled by spider silk, zoomed through the air, quickly closing the distance to Hawkeye. With a swift motion, a strand of spider silk adhered to Hawkeye's back. Hawkeye was suddenly taken aback, swiftly performing a roll to draw the dagger from his calf, intending to sever the spider silk. However, Chen Feng would not afford Hawkeye such an opportunity. With a forceful tug, he delivered a fierce kick towards Hawkeye. A dull thud resonated as Hawkeye was sent flying. He soared over 20 meters before finally coming to a halt. Coughing, he spat blood, clearly suffering a significant injury. The reinforcements dispatched by Fury arrived in rapid succession. In his eagerness to eliminate Chen Feng, Fury had mobilized thousands of the most formidable agents from SHIELD. The barrage of bullets was overwhelming. And with nowhere to evade in the corridor, Chen Feng transformed. With a roar, Chen Feng swiftly morphed into a towering titan, standing 3 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 kilograms, his skin gleaming with a bronze hue. All the attacks from S.H.I.E.L.D. struck his form without penetrating his skin, though they managed to inflict pain. Chen Feng was no fool. He would not merely stand there to be assaulted. Bowing his head and bending at the waist, he charged forward, indifferent to what lay ahead. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were not inept either, attacking while attempting to evade. With a resounding crash, Chen Feng collided with an iron wall at the corner, the impact creating a human-shaped dent. Suddenly, Chen Feng caught a glimmer of light, followed by a chilling sensation on his face. Touching it with his hand, he discovered it was his own blood. Looking up, he beheld a man dressed in a kimono, wielding a blade, his back turned towards him, emanating an aura of cold indifference. I am Ichiro Matsumoto, master of the one-sword style. To perish by my blade is an honor, Matsumoto proclaimed with arrogance. Humph, you dare to be so audacious just for breaking my skin. Watch as I turn you into mere pulp, Chen Feng retorted angrily, dismissing the island warrior as inconsequential. Matsumoto's speed was astonishing, nearly instantaneous. By the time Chen Feng sensed his presence, Matsumoto had already positioned himself behind him. In a heartbeat, Matsumoto unleashed dozens of strikes, carving crimson lines across Chen Feng's back. Chen Feng spun around, his massive hand reaching out. Matsumoto leaned back, and with a swift motion, his blade sliced across Chen Feng's wrist, successfully severing a vein. Damn you, I was just getting started. Chen Feng bellowed in fury, astonished at the prowess of this seemingly ordinary island warrior. If his conjecture was accurate, Matsumoto's remarkable skill was not solely due to his speed, but also the sharpness of his sword. Otherwise, such a warrior would not be capable of inflicting harm upon him. Fortunately, Matsumoto's strength was limited. Otherwise, Chen Feng would indeed be in peril. For the moment, Chen Feng disregarded Matsumoto and charged towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. All of you shall perish. He roared in wrath. Amidst the pursuit of the agents, he stumbled upon an iron chain. A sinister smile creeping across his face as he swung it wildly around him. Matsumoto was formidable, his agility undeniable. Yet Chen Feng was not slow, and his strength seemed inexhaustible. Finally, seizing upon an error made by Matsumoto Ichiro, Chen Feng's iron chain struck true. Chapter 72 The indestructible monster. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. unleashed a barrage of remote weaponry, desperately attacking Chen Feng to prevent him from eliminating Matsumoto Ichiro. With his head lowered and hands shielding his skull, Chen Feng charged towards Matsumoto Ichiro, intent on dispatching him at the earliest opportunity. Suddenly, a massive arrow pierced Chen Feng's abdomen. The excruciating pain rendered him incapable of advancing further towards Matsumoto Ichiro. Seizing the opportunity, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. intensified their assault on Chen Feng. As the relentless bullets rained down, his resilient skin began to yield, unable to match the pace of his injuries' deterioration, which only grew more severe. If this continued, Chen Feng would surely be ground down to nothing. With a resolute grit of his teeth, Chen Feng pivoted, bowing his head and turning his back on the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then, with a swift motion, he struck the base of the massive arrow embedded in his body with his palm. With a decisive motion, the arrow was expelled from his flesh. It was Hawkeye, alongside his subordinates, who simultaneously operated several gigantic crossbows, directing their fire at Chen Feng. Once more, his body was pierced. In a fit of rage, Chen Feng surged to his feet, violently swatting away the massive arrows that had lodged in him. It was then that he underwent a transformation. His form morphed, sprouting a robust tail, his feet shifting into powerful beast-like appendages, and his hands transforming into claws. His head elongated into that of a menacing lizard. He had no choice but to embrace this metamorphosis. His titan giant form had sustained too much damage, and his recovery was insufficient to wield his strength. Thus, he became a lizard man. The regenerative capabilities of the lizard man were astonishing. Even if a limb were severed, it would regenerate in mere seconds. Instantly, Chen Feng, who had been riddled with wounds, found that upon successfully transforming into a lizard man, all injuries healed, restoring him to his former state. The transformation left S.H.I.E.L.D. in utter shock. He was indeed an indomitable monster. How was he capable of this? Hawkeye marveled. Enough standing around. Open fire and kill him, came Fury's command. The agents unleashed a torrent of gunfire. Bullets struck Chen Feng, only to be expelled and healed almost instantaneously. Though the massive arrows could pierce his body, They too resulted in swift recovery once detached. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were lost in the thrill of their assault on Chen Feng, unwittingly neglecting other matters. The robots sent by Natasha had already infiltrated the area. Leading the charge were the robots, which, under the guidance of Optimus Prime, targeted the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. with pinpoint accuracy. Optimus Prime was acutely aware of Chen Feng's formidable defenses and remarkable recovery abilities, thus opting for a strategy of indiscriminate assault. The cacophony of gunfire, rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang, boom boom boom, echoed as heavy machine guns, small missiles, and rocket launchers unleashed their fury, catching the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. utterly off guard. In a mere instant, hundreds perished. "Quick, find cover!" Hawkeye shouted urgently. Suddenly, a small missile hurtled towards Hawkeye. With his keen eyesight and swift reflexes, he loosed a giant arrow at Chen Feng before deftly evading the incoming projectile. While Hawkeye managed to escape, his subordinates were not so fortunate. The explosion was deafening, reducing several of Hawkeye's men to mere fragments. With a cacophony of mechanical sounds, hundreds of various mechanical beings surged into the fray, inciting screams of terror from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. The mechanical entities, built with superior quality, boasted immense power and speed. Once they closed in, escape became nearly impossible. Robots and mechanical creatures exhibited no fear, executing commands with unwavering obedience. Consequently, they overwhelmed S.H.I.E.L.D., rendering the agents incapable of mounting a defense. Seizing the opportunity to regroup, Chen Feng's body healed, and he transformed once more into the Titan giant. Although the lizard men possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities, their strength and defenses were still inadequate. "Now it is my turn to subdue you," Chen Feng declared, advancing towards the concealed S.H.I.E.L.D. members. Ordinary cover could not withstand Chen Feng's formidable approach. He charged at an individual hiding behind a table, delivering a crushing kick. The table splintered with a thunderous noise, and the person behind it was sent flying, landing with a sickening thud, lifeless. "Chen Feng is here. Everyone, take cover," shouted the panicked agents as dozens scrambled into a nearby room, hastily closing the door behind them. The airborne carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed formidable. Even its door was a heavy iron barrier. Yet, no matter how thick, the iron door could not withstand Chen Feng's assault. With a resounding crash, he barreled through, sending the door flying. For individuals standing behind it were instantly killed, while others were propelled backward in its wake. Chen Feng was not one to show mercy. Regardless of whether his foes were alive or dead, he trampled and struck them. Within mere seconds, dozens of agents in the room met their demise at his hands. Emerging from the room, Chen Feng observed that the remaining S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel were in full retreat, firing as they fled. The air was filled with the relentless sounds of explosions, and S.H.I.E.L.D. agents continued to fall. Simultaneously, Chen Feng's robots and mechanical beings faced relentless destruction. Fury, observing the chaos unfold through surveillance feeds, watched as Chen Feng displayed his might, forcing his subordinates into a retreat. Panic surged within him. If this continued, it would not be long before Chen Feng reached the command center. "Strongman, engage," Fury commanded. The behemoths, trained by S.H.I.E.L.D., stood over 2 meters tall, their muscular physiques accompanied by simple minds. With a thunderous march, 100 of these colossi advanced towards Chen Feng's location. Meanwhile, General Ross, not far from the battlefield, observed the clash through his binoculars. The sight of the dark swarms of flying ants, the vast legion of robots, and the terrifying mobile fortress sent a shiver down his spine. He was astounded. "Chen Feng is indeed a formidable adversary," he mused. "General, Chen Feng's rate of growth is astonishing. We must eliminate him. Otherwise, once he fully develops, there will be no place for us in America, or even on Earth." Catherine expressed her concerns. "General, let us consider an alliance with S.H.I.E.L.D. If Chen Feng defeats them, we may find it impossible to overcome him," Abomination proposed, his confidence stemming from his 10 monstrous subordinates. "Patience. Now is not the time," General Ross replied. Upon witnessing the team suffer greater casualties after breaching the airborne aircraft carrier, Natasha ordered the robots to bombard the carrier's engines, aiming to bring it crashing down. In her urgency to expedite the downfall of the airborne fortress, she did not hesitate to sacrifice the flying ants, commanding them to launch suicidal assaults on the engines. Consequently, Countless flying ants plunged into the engines, their bodies shredded into a mist of crimson by the rapidly spinning blades. Chapter 73. Battling 100 behemoths. As more giant flying ants fearlessly charged into the engine's fans, the rotation speed plummeted. The airborne carrier, deprived of sufficient power, began its rapid descent. In the command center, Fury sensed the imminent crash and promptly alerted everyone. Attention! The airborne carrier is about to fall. General Ross, witnessing the downfall of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s airborne carrier at the hands of Chen Feng, was taken aback and swiftly commanded, attack. He feared that if Chen Feng eradicated S.H.I.E.L.D., he would no longer have access to the numerous serums. By the general's orders, advance. By the general's orders, advance. By the general's orders, advance. Ross's command echoed through the ranks. Aircraft from the carrier took to the skies, while warships readied their cannons, heading towards the conflict between Chen Feng and S.H.I.E.L.D. The army, poised on land, sprang into action, with tanks, armored vehicles, and troop transports mobilizing. Miss Natasha, General Ross's forces are on the move and are expected to arrive within 10 minutes, Alita notified her. Order the speedboat fortresses and submarine fortresses to intercept General Ross's navy. Divide 50,000 of the Lizard Legion to confront his ground forces. Half of the flying ants and half of the flying fortresses should also be dispatched to engage his air force. Natasha swiftly issued her commands. After Natasha issued these commands, the airborne aircraft carrier of S.H.I.E.L.D. was plummeting toward the ground. The descent of the carrier resembled an apocalyptic event, causing the earth to tremble beneath it, shrouded in smoke and chaos. The personnel aboard the carrier suffered greatly, with many sustaining fatal injuries from the fall. In the command center, Fury bellowed, everyone, focus all efforts on eliminating Chen Feng. If we kill him, victory will be ours. What about the giants and those monsters? Hill inquired. Forget them. There are too many monsters to deal with in a short time. Even if we could eliminate them, S.H.I.E.L.D. would incur significant losses. The best course of action now is to take down Chen Feng. Once he is gone, the monsters will retreat, Fury replied. The 100 strong men dispatched by Fury had already encountered Chen Feng. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The 100 strong men shouted in unison, brandishing their weapons as they charged at Chen Feng. The strong men, with shields in their left hands and massive hammers in their right, presented a formidable sight. Unfazed by the 100 strong men, Chen Feng led his robots into battle. The sound of gunfire erupted as the robots opened fire. The strong men reacted swiftly, raising their shields and advancing cautiously. The robots launched small missiles, the explosions failing to decimate the strongmen, but forcing them to retreat a few steps. With a powerful roar, Chen Feng surged forward. The collision between him and the 100 strongmen was thunderous, sending the front ranks reeling and spitting blood, while those behind remained unscathed. Chen Feng tore through the defenses of the strongmen, seizing one by the neck and slamming him to the ground with a resounding crash, killing him instantly. Then, with arms outstretched, he spun around, sweeping aside the strongmen who lunged at him. A dull thud echoed as one strongman leapt high, wielding his colossal hammer, striking Chen Feng's back, causing him to cough blood. Chen Feng had not anticipated the immense strength of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s strongmen. Their power surpassed that of the lizard professor, rivaling even that of the Abomination, and their defenses were formidable enough that even his full-force collision failed to bring one down. Though he coughed blood, Chen Feng was not severely injured. Within moments, he recovered from his internal wounds, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Turning swiftly, he seized the shoulder of the strongman who had ambushed him with his left hand while delivering a barrage of punches to the strongman's abdomen with his right. Each blow caused the strongman to spew blood, culminating in a final punch that pierced through the strongman's stomach. The battle between Chen Feng and the strongman was a visceral clash, fierce and intense. General Ross, displaying his cunning, commanded the troops to advance while remaining behind to observe through his binoculars. He has conferred with his senior officials and is now free to act independently. This eliminates the need for remote command, thereby avoiding the risk of Chen Feng impersonating his voice to issue orders. Upon witnessing the swarm of flying ants and the aerial fortress split in half to confront his air force, he realized that Chen Feng had long since discovered his presence. The arrow is already on the string and must be released. There is no retreat left for him. As long as Chen Feng lives, he shall never find peace. General Ross's air force clashed with the flying ants and the aerial fortress, engaging in mutual assault. General Ross's air fleet boasted armed helicopters, fighter jets, and bombers, all brimming with firepower. However, Chen Feng's aerial fortress clearly held the upper hand, bristling with long-range weaponry. Particularly daunting was the vast swarm of giant flying ants, which could be said to utterly dominate General Ross's air force. Gunfire echoed, rat-a-tat-tat, boom boom boom, as heavy machine guns, artillery, and missiles were relentlessly unleashed. The firepower of a single aerial fortress equated to that of 10 armed helicopters. Boom boom boom, General Ross's air force was continuously obliterated, plummeting from the skies. Likewise, Chen Feng's aerial fortress also faced destruction, falling from the heavens. The casualties among the flying ants were even more pronounced, as their numbers were vast and their size considerable. With a well-aimed shot, one could hardly miss. On the surface of the sea, General Ross's navy engaged in fierce combat with Chen Feng's speedboat fortress and submarine fortress. Although the firepower of Ross's aircraft carriers and warships was formidable, their sluggish speed made it arduous to strike at the enemy. In contrast, Chen Feng's speedboat fortress, while not as powerful, compensated with its ferocity and swiftness. Coupled with the support of the submarine fortress, they effectively subdued the navy. Boom boom boom, one fortress after another was destroyed, and warship after warship sank. The battle was extraordinarily brutal. When General Ross's army encountered the 50,000-strong Lizard Legion, it was undoubtedly the army's doom. The Lizard Legion was swift, strong, and devastatingly lethal, with remarkable resilience. Ordinary weapons were utterly ineffective against them. Even cannon fire could not fell a giant lizard unless it shattered its skull, allowing the creature to swiftly recover. Rat-a-tat-tat, bang bang bang, boom boom boom. The army fought desperately, yet could not halt the advance of the Lizard Legion. The Legion crawled at astonishing speed, crashing into the army's formation. The Lizard Legion, brandishing their sharp claws and gaping maws, lashed their tails, rendering 100,000 elite soldiers powerless to retaliate. Chapter 74. The Abomination joins the fray. Run. These monsters cannot be killed. Goodness, how can we combat so many creatures? We are not beasts like Bronsky. How can we possibly contend with them? I refuse to fight any longer. Let us flee. This is hell. I want to go home. Help. General Ross's army has crumbled under the onslaught of the Lizard Legion. The soldiers are fleeing in disarray. They have no choice but to run, for slaying the colossal lizards proves exceedingly challenging. Unless their marksmanship is exceptional enough to accurately shatter the giant lizard skulls, they stand no chance against the Lizard Legion. General Ross, his complexion ashen, gazes through his binoculars and sees his air force being decimated, losing a third of its strength in mere moments. His navy is relentlessly sunk by the fortifications conjured by Chen Feng. His army is a pitiful sight, collapsing and fleeing at the first encounter. Now, he can only hope that the Abomination can lead the humanoid behemoth squad to eliminate Chen Feng. The Abomination, accompanied by his subordinates, boards an armed helicopter to confront Chen Feng. However, misfortune strikes, and their helicopter is shot down mid-flight by a flying fortress. The aircraft bursts into flames. Yet they are fortunate to be monsters, sustaining minimal injuries. Nevertheless, finding themselves in the sea, they realize it will take at least half an hour to swim to shore. This leaves them speechless, for by the time they reach land, the battle may very well be over. General Ross, observing their fall into the ocean through his binoculars, darkens in countenance. All his forces are suppressed, and now even the Abomination is in peril, which deeply troubles him. Despite his distress, he resolves to assist them. He commands several speedboats to rescue the Abomination and his crew. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. discovers General Ross's army and is instantly filled with joy, shedding the earlier gloom and anxiety. Although it appears that Ross's forces are subdued, they can still alleviate some of the pressure on S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, with 11 humanoid behemoths at Ross's command, the odds of defeating Chen Feng significantly increase. On Chen Feng's side, after half an hour of combat, he finally vanquishes 100 powerful foes. Exhausted, he refrains from further assault and takes a moment to rest. After a minute's respite, he feels rejuvenated and resumes his onslaught. All S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel have been mobilized by Fury to confront Chen Feng. Consequently, the airborne aircraft carrier has been breached. With much of its interior occupied, the agents, ignited with fervor, regroup and charge toward Chen Feng. Abandoning their firearms, they opt for close-quarters combat with melee weapons. With a flourish, they unveil daggers, swords, chains, and other armaments. Their primary focus is on chains, as they intend to bind Chen Feng before delivering the fatal blow. Charge! Hawkeye bellows, leading the charge. His comrades echo his battle cry as they follow suit. Hawkeye runs and fires arrows simultaneously, unleashing a volley of explosive arrows. Chen Feng does not flinch. The explosive arrows detonate upon impact, yet he remains unscathed. I am fearless. Chen Feng let out a roar. a rallying cry to bolster his own spirits, for he was up against the entirety of SHIELD. Upon observing Chen Feng's predicament, Natasha promptly commanded the swarm of giant ants to commence their assault on the airborne aircraft carrier. The enlarged swarm possessed formidable mandibles capable of severing steel. Her intention was clear. Once the aircraft carrier was completely dismantled, nothing would obstruct the advance of the ants, robots, lizard legion, and mechanical creatures. Countless ants began to envelop the aircraft carrier, incessantly gnawing at its exterior with a cacophony of crunching sounds. "Attack!" Natasha ordered, as the lizard legion surged forward. Upon receiving the command, 50,000 lizards charged into the aircraft carrier. The sheer number of SHIELD agents overwhelmed them in a single charge, annihilating the robots and mechanical creatures surrounding Chen Feng. He sustained significant injuries, bloodied and battered. Hearing a commotion, Chen Feng turned to see his lizard legion approaching, a smile breaking across his face. "In terms of numbers, you can't possibly outlast me. Annihilate them," he commanded, pointing towards the SHIELD personnel. The lizard legion sprang into action, ferociously tearing into their foes. Chen Feng refrained from joining the fray. He needed to recuperate. More importantly, as the leader, he relied on the lizard legion to carry out the assault without his direct intervention. Quickly, swiftly, eliminate these giant lizards. Strike their heads. Aim for their skulls. Fury arrived at the scene, compelled to join the fray as all of SHIELD was present, making this the safest course of action. Upon seeing Fury, Chen Feng waved his hand, issuing commands. "Attack. Tear them apart. Capture them." The proximity of the lizard legion rendered them a terrifying force, their teeth, claws, and tails formidable weapons, catching the SHIELD agents off guard. However, SHIELD was not without its own formidable talents. Many skilled individuals could slay the giant lizards with mere daggers. 12 minutes later, a familiar voice reached Chen Feng from behind. Turning around, he found the Abomination, accompanied by 10 hulking humanoid beasts. "Chen Feng, I've come for you," he bellowed with a laugh. "Blonsky, what brings you here? Are you here to oppose me?" Chen Feng questioned, his brow furrowed. "Are you worried about me being your enemy?" The Abomination replied with a smirk. "Worry? That is out of the question," Chen Feng retorted. "If I cannot win, I shall simply leave. No one can stop me." "Well, to be frank, I have come to cause you trouble," the Abomination stated. "Sent by General Ross, I presume?" Chen Feng inquired. "Indeed, he desires the serums you pilfered from SHIELD. If you can hand over all the serums, perhaps I will spare you," the Abomination declared. "Good heavens, is your general out of his mind? I took 10 vials of serum from SHIELD, and he would go to war with me over that? How foolish." Chen Feng scoffed. "What? You claim you only stole 10 vials of serum?" Abomination exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I am not deceiving you." From Abomination's words, he inferred that SHIELD might be attempting to sow discord. With a fierce roar, Abomination directed his ire at Fury, who was concealed among the crowd, demanding, "Fury, did you not assert that Chen Feng had pilfered all the serum from SHIELD? He states he only took 10 vials. How do you account for this?" "Blonsky, he is our adversary. Can you truly take his word?" Fury retorted. Chen Feng interjected swiftly. "Blonsky, consider this. I dispatched but a single individual to infiltrate SHIELD. How much could one person possibly steal at a time?" Chapter 75, The Path of the Cursed Blade. "Blonsky, do not heed his fabrications. You must understand he is no ordinary foe. His technology is formidable. As you surely observed upon your arrival," Fury implored, desperate to prevent their newfound allies from turning against them. Upon reflection, Abomination realized Fury's point. Chen Feng's technological prowess was indeed terrifying, and what could he not achieve? The memory of Chen Feng once trampling him like an ant, radiating arrogance, ignited a surge of humiliation within him. "Chen Feng, you must perish today," Abomination bellowed. "Huh, if you do not believe me, then accompany SHIELD to your demise." Chen Feng scoffed. With a swift gesture, he summoned a legion of colossal lizards, charging towards Abomination and his allies. The roar of 1,000 giant lizards echoed as they surged forward, claws bared, eager to overwhelm their foes. Chen Feng intended to weaken the enemy's strength with the lizards before making his own move. After all, with the lizard professor continually producing these behemoths, he feared no losses. blocked by General Ross's men and S.H.I.E.L.D. Chen Feng found himself unable to retreat. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to seize the treasures within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vault amid the chaos. With no path available, he would forge one. Setting his sights on Ichiro Matsumoto, who was fiercely battling the giant lizards, he dashed forth, aiming to eliminate Matsumoto while securing his blade. Matsumoto's sword could effortlessly slice through steel, making it the perfect tool for his endeavor. Matsumoto, keenly aware of his surroundings, noticed Chen Feng advancing and swiftly chose to flee. Although his swordsmanship was formidable, it could only breach Chen Feng's skin, failing to inflict any true harm. Thus, he sought to evade further conflict. Matsumoto leaped onto the back of a giant lizard, quickly evading Chen Feng. As Chen Feng sprinted, he seized a giant lizard and hurled it with great force. Matsumoto, quick on his feet, dove to the ground, slipping into the throng of colossal lizards. A giant lizard, jaws agape, lunged at Matsumoto. Instead of dodging, he thrust his blade forward, piercing through the lizard's mouth, the tip emerging from the creature's head. With a swift motion, Ichiro Matsumoto drew his blade, causing the massive lizard to crash to the ground. He lingered for but a moment before Chen Feng caught up to him. With a thunderous roar, every giant lizard obstructing Chen Feng's path was sent flying, some even crushed underfoot. As Chen Feng approached Matsumoto, he extended his formidable hand to seize him. Matsumoto leaned back, propelled by a forceful push from his legs, and swung his sword. In a flash, a glimmer of light danced through the air. Although Chen Feng failed to capture Matsumoto, he felt the sting of a cut across his hand, a mere scratch that he dismissed. Such wounds would heal within seconds. Chen Feng sprinted forward, his hands reaching out in relentless pursuit. Suddenly, a colossal lizard clamped its jaws around Matsumoto, who was retreating. A surge of elation coursed through Chen Feng as he quickened his pace. The lizard had bitten into Matsumoto's waist, inflicting severe injury, shattering several bones and tearing through flesh, rendering him unable to escape. The blade in his hand grew heavy, sapped of strength, preventing him from slaying the beast that held him fast. In a ruthless act, Chen Feng dashed forward and crushed Matsumoto beneath his foot, simultaneously obliterating the lizard. After dispatching Matsumoto, he seized the fallen warrior's sword. The blade measured a meter in length, with a handle of merely 30 centimeters, forcing Chen Feng to wield it with one hand. The instant he grasped the sword, he felt an eerie energy coursing through him, swiftly consumed by his formidable genetic cells. He surmised that this weapon had claimed many lives, forged into a malevolent blade through the ritual of blood, explaining its ability to pierce his skin. Turning, Chen Feng approached the wall and, raising the sword, swung it with force. It sliced through as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, offering no resistance. With relentless precision, he wielded the blade, cleaving through the steel wall until he stepped inside. Optimus Prime, locate the S.H.I.E.L.D. vault, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord. Optimus Prime replied obediently. Chen Feng's wrist projected a 3D holographic image, revealing the layout of S.H.I.E.L.D., along with the locations of both himself and the vault. Guided by Optimus Prime's coordinates, Chen Feng discerned the vault's direction and continued to swing his sword, severing everything that hindered his path. Even when faced with doors, he disregarded them, opting for a straight line. Fury gripped fury as he witnessed Chen Feng breach the iron wall and enter another realm. Chen Feng has fled. Everyone pursue him. If we kill him, we shall claim victory, he commanded. The formidable agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., equipped with exceptional skills and strength, surged forth to penetrate the Lizard Legion, intent on chasing down Chen Feng. Those who lack prowess are destined to remain in place, continuing to clash with the Lizard Legion. The formidable have departed, leaving behind the feeble. The inept are fated to be engulfed by the Lizard Legion. Fry has pursued Chen Feng, calling upon the Abomination as well. The Lizard Legion is numerous, yet they cannot detain the Abomination who wishes to escape. As the Abomination departed with 10 colossal humanoid beasts, the previously commanded 10,000 giant lizards, instructed to attack the Abomination, swiftly followed suit. With a swift motion, Chen Feng cleaved through a wall. My lord, Fry and the Abomination have caught up. It is estimated that they will reach you in 30 seconds, Optimus Prime warned. Optimus, instruct Natasha to deploy some robots and flying ants to hinder their advance, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, Optimus replied. Additionally, have Natasha send more flying ants to accompany me. They will assist in transporting items shortly, Chen Feng ordered. Yes, my lord, Optimus affirmed. With renewed speed, Chen Feng hastened his efforts, determined to empty S.H.I.E.L.D. S vault before Fry and the others arrived. Moments later, he finally beheld the vault of S-H-I-E-L-D. The massive lock on the iron door fell victim to his blade. To avoid damaging the treasures within, Chen Feng meticulously sliced 2 iron pillars from the iron wall. Then, crouching down, he grasped the lower edge of the door and gently lifted it. The iron door, weighing 20 tons, was raised effortlessly. Once elevated, he supported the door with his shoulder and propped it up with the iron pillars he had just cut, ensuring it would not fall. Having accomplished this, Chen Feng turned his gaze toward the vault, only to be bewildered and shocked. "Goodness, Fry, you truly are ruthless," Chen Feng exclaimed in horror. Chapter 76, The Trap of S-H-I-E-L-D. Within the vault, Chen Feng encountered numerous bottles, jars, and an array of dazzling weapons. His remarkable memory allowed him to recall the precise arrangement of items within the vault during Spider-Man's visit. It was evident that S-H-I-E-L-D had swapped out all the treasures with fakes. To his alarm, a faint ticking sound emanated from a large box. The items within the vault were mere illusions, and the ticking sound indicated that a time bomb had likely been triggered upon his entrance. Cursing under his breath, Chen Feng swiftly turned and dashed for the exit, clutching the iron pillars that had supported the door. A thunderous crash ensued. Without the support of the 2 pillars, the 20-ton iron door fell. Instead of fleeing, Chen Feng pressed his body against the door, using it as a shield. The ticking grew more rapid. Anxiety surged within him as he realized the imminent explosion was drawing near. A thunderous explosion unleashed a terrifying force, transforming the area around the safe into a circular void spanning 20 meters. This catastrophic blast was primarily due to the fact that the airborne aircraft carrier was constructed from steel. Otherwise, even the mightiest of vessels would have met its demise. Chen Feng, pressed against the iron door, was instantaneously propelled into the air. As he soared backward, several walls behind him crumbled under the impact. The shockwave from the explosion was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving even Chen Feng, transformed into a titan, momentarily dazed. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D were thrown off balance by the ferocity of the blast, struggling to maintain their footing. Yet, rather than succumbing to fear, they erupted in jubilant cheers. "We have succeeded. We have triumphed." Even Nick Fury joined in the revelry, exclaiming, "Excellent. I knew Chen Feng would fall for our ruse." Hawkeye chimed in with enthusiasm. "A person like Chen Feng deserves to be outsmarted." However, Hill expressed her concern, pondering whether such a formidable foe could indeed be vanquished. Nearby, Abomination, intrigued, inquired, "Fury, what are you celebrating?" "Chen Feng has been fixated on the items we secured in the safe. During his last attempt, he only managed to steal a fraction, leading us to deduce that he would return. Thus, we planted a timed bomb within the safe. The moment he breached the iron door, it would be triggered. Clearly, our plan has borne fruit," Fury replied with evident satisfaction. Abomination, far from sharing in the joy, grew furious, seizing Fury by the collar and lifting him off the ground. Seething, "Fury, did you dare deceive me?" The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, witnessing Abomination's sudden aggression towards their director, instinctively aimed their weapons at him, even the attacking robots momentarily halting their assault. Hawkeye readied his bow, confronting Abomination with a loud demand. "Blonsky, what are you doing? Release our director. Let go of our director." The S-H-I-E-L-D agents shouted in unison. The 10 colossal humanoid creatures accompanying Abomination quickly formed a protective circle around him. "What have I deceived you about, Blonsky?" Fury asked, his expression darkening. "You previously claimed that all the serum in the safe was stolen by Chen Feng. Yet now you say he only took a small portion. If you dare to lie to me, I will see you dead," Abomination roared. "If I had said otherwise, would Chen Feng have fallen for it? This was all for the purpose of eliminating him. I hope you can comprehend," Fury attempted to soothe. "And where is the remaining serum? Hand it over, or I will annihilate your S-H-I-E-L-D, Abomination threatened. "It's right in the safe. The recent explosion obliterated everything inside. I assure you," Fury misled. "Do you truly think I am a fool?" Abomination, incensed, reached out to crush Fury's skull. In that moment, Hawkeye sprang into action, firing an armor-piercing arrow that struck Abomination's hand, leading the S-H-I-E-L-D agents in a charge. "Attack! Forward! Save the director!" The agents clashed with Abomination, but they faced dire consequences as Chen Feng's robots ruthlessly gunned them down. The agents of S-H-I-E-L-D do not harbor animosity towards their adversaries, possessing formidable physiques that allow them to disregard most assaults. Although they are suppressed by their foes, the damage inflicted upon them is minimal. Through relentless efforts, they successfully extricated Fury from peril. Witnessing the demise of numerous subordinates under the relentless onslaught of their enemies and machines, Fury urgently implored, "Cease this madness, for if you persist, we shall all perish. Remember, Chen Feng's remnants still linger. Surrender all the serum, or I shall not relent," retorted his adversary, filled with fury. "I assure you, should you proceed, devastation will ensue." Fury countered, attempting to deceive. The serum, a precious commodity, was something he was loath to relinquish, for it was the very essence that fortified S.H.I.E.L.D.'s might. "Do you take me for a fool? Watch as I dismantle your S.H.I.E.L.D. His adversary raged, as one by one, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fell before him. In ranged combat, he might not have triumphed, yet in close quarters, he boldly claimed invincibility. Natasha, observing through the cameras in the robot's eyes, noted the clash between General Ross's forces and S.H.I.E.L.D. A smile gracing her lips, a dog-eat-dog scenario, quite delightful. She harbored no concerns regarding Chen Feng's fate. Fully aware of his titan-like defenses and the extraordinary regenerative abilities of his lizard form, combined, these powers rendered him virtually unstoppable. "Miss Natasha, our submarine fortresses have assembled beneath General Ross's aircraft carrier. Shall we engage?" Alita inquired. "Attack. Send them to the depths," Natasha commanded. "Understood, Miss Natasha," Alita affirmed. Meanwhile, General Ross was receiving reports from his subordinates. Catherine swiftly approached him, stating, "General, our radar has detected anomalies, likely the work of Chen Feng, utilizing some device to interfere with our systems. Can we establish contact with our submarines?" "No," Catherine replied. "Then dispatch the Frogman unit immediately. We must ensure the carrier's safety," General Ross ordered, recognizing the urgency of the situation as he remained aboard the carrier. With a resounding splash, hundreds of frogmen plunged into the water. Explosions erupted incessantly as the submarine fortresses bombarded the carrier's hull, causing it to sway precariously. General Ross struggled to maintain his footing, nearly toppling into the sea, saved only by his secretary's timely intervention. "Catherine, we must depart. The carrier is lost," General Ross decisively stated. Chapter 77. The Swarm of Ants. True to his rank, General Ross exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Upon realizing the impossibility of preserving the carrier, he promptly relinquished it without a moment's hesitation. Catherine hurriedly followed his lead. As they departed, General Ross commanded the soldiers aboard the carrier to fend for themselves before he and Catherine took flight. Natasha witnessed General Ross fleeing in haste, prompting her to command 100 robots to pursue him relentlessly. After half an hour of relentless assault from countless flying ants, the exterior of the S.H.I.E.L.D. airborne aircraft carrier was completely devoured. With a sweeping gesture, Natasha summoned the incessant swarm of flying ants to infiltrate the aircraft carrier, where they continued their voracious feast. The cacophony of crunching reverberated throughout the vessel, causing both S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel and the Abomination to cease their skirmishes. An agent rushed in, breathless, to inform Fury, "Director, we have a dire situation. A multitude of gigantic flying ants have stripped the outer shell of our aircraft carrier and are now pouring in, consuming everything in sight." Fury furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Director, if we present Chen Feng's corpse to his subordinates and inform them of his demise, they will likely cease their desperate efforts to protect him. Perhaps we could even persuade them to join S.H.I.E.L.D., suggested Hill. Hawkeye nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that seems plausible." Fury turned to the Abomination, lurking in the shadows, and proposed, "Blonsky, you seek the serum to enhance your power. Assist us in our confrontation, and I shall share a portion of Chen Feng's serum with you. What say you?" Agreed. The Abomination readily accepted, exhilarated by the prospect of acquiring such formidable strength. "Then we must swiftly eliminate those accursed robots, lest Chen Feng's body be seized by his followers," Fury urged. "Understood, no problem," the Abomination replied, rallying his 10 monstrous minions. "For now, we shall ally with S.H.I.E.L.D. Once we secure Chen Feng's serum, we shall all benefit." "Absolutely, brother," they echoed, their excitement palpable at the thought of the serum. The conflict resumed with Fury's thunderous command, "Attack." The sound of gunfire and explosions filled the air as the Abomination, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the robots engaged anew. With the assistance of the 10 monstrous minions, they swiftly dispatched the robots barring their path. Upon reaching the vicinity of the vault, they were met not by the vault itself, but rather a vast circular chamber teeming with enormous flying ants. incessantly gnawing at the aircraft carrier. What now? So many gigantic flying ants, Hill lamented, her fear of clusters sending shivers down her spine. Forget the ants. We must locate Chen Feng's body, Fury commanded. With such explosive power, even a god like Chun would surely perish, the Abomination remarked. The moment the giant flying ants noticed the humans, they buzzed menacingly and launched their assault. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents fired relentlessly at the monstrous insects, causing them to plummet one after another, rapidly filling the circular chamber to half its capacity. The colossal flying ants are overwhelming, and we can hardly eliminate them. Director, I have run out of ammunition. I have no arrows left either. Relying solely on our close combat prowess, we are certain to be ground down by the giant flying ants. We must gather together, back to back, providing mutual cover. Those on the periphery shall slay the enemies while those in the center search for Chen Feng's corpse, Fury commanded. Disgust unleashed a powerful punch that exploded a giant flying ant, taunting S.H.I.E.L.D. You agents are far too weak. Indeed, we remain formidable. Facing our foes unarmed, a humanoid beast proclaimed with pride. Once we locate Chen Feng's body, we shall grow even stronger, another humanoid beast expressed eagerly. Although the giant flying ants were numerous and possessed great offensive power, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were not to be underestimated. Their seamless coordination prevented the ants from breaching their formation. As time passed, however, the agents' stamina waned, and their offensive capabilities diminished. Consequently, many agents succumbed to the bites of the flying ants. Fury watched helplessly, filled with anxiety. Where is Chen Feng's body? Why can't we find it? Hill fretted. Could it be that Chen Feng is still alive? That's why we can't locate his corpse, Hawkeye speculated. Don't be ridiculous, with such explosive force. Even the mightiest would perish, Disgust retorted. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Are you looking for me? The sound sent waves of tension and fear rippling through the group. It's Chen Feng, he is not dead. My heavens. He survived that explosion. He truly is a monster. What do we do now? He is still alive. The S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were thrown into a state of panic. Even if he is alive, he must be quite weak at this moment. We should strike while he is vulnerable, Disgust declared fiercely. Indeed, Blonsky is right. We must take him down while he is in a weakened state, Fury agreed. Then let it come. A thunderous crash resonated as a deformed iron door soared into the air, crashing into the formation of S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents were tightly clustered, leaving those in the center unable to evade. As a result, dozens perished under the impact of the flying iron door. All eyes turned toward the direction of the door, revealing Chen Feng embedded in a steel wall, appearing disheveled yet unscathed. Chen Feng spread his arms, extricating himself from the wall, stretched his sore neck, and spoke nonchalantly. Thank you for the gift. I truly appreciate it. In return, I shall refrain from striking. Will you keep your word? Fury inquired. I will, Chen Feng replied. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Should Chen Feng engage, they would surely perish. Yet his restraint offered a glimmer of hope. Disgust, however, was dissatisfied. He still desired Chen Feng's serum. Turning to Fury, he insisted, Fury, why do you fear him? We are many. Together we can certainly defeat him. Fury hesitated. Fury, I believe Bronsky is right. We have become mortal enemies with Chen Feng. Even if he does not kill us today, he will undoubtedly seek our demise in the future. The only way to ensure our survival is to eliminate Chen Feng. Tony, who had been intimidated by Chen Feng's formidable strength, had since lingered within the ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., exerting minimal effort. His intention was to conserve his strength, as long as S.H.I.E.L.D. faltered against Chen Feng, he would make his swift exit. Chapter 78, The Despairing S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury gazed at the mere 2,000 subordinates left, his heart heavy with sorrow. If they were to retreat now, perhaps some vestige of S.H.I.E.L.D. could be preserved. Should they choose to confront Chen Feng head-on, even if they succeeded in killing him, S.H.I.E.L.D. would cease to exist due to the monumental losses incurred. He himself might not survive the ordeal. Yet, with Chen Feng having decimated a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D., should he show any signs of weakness now, his position as director would surely be at risk. In pursuit of vengeance for his subordinates and to maintain his role as the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., he gritted his teeth and commanded, advance towards Chen Feng. If we kill him, victory will be ours. Chen Feng chuckled, transforming back into his human form. He raised his right hand and shot a strand of spider silk upwards, which adhered to a colossal flying ant. With a vigorous tug, he ascended into the air. Performing a flip, he landed atop the back of the giant ant, surveying the enemies below with a scornful laugh. If you wish to kill me, first you must eradicate my legion of giant ants. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, bite them to death. A deafening buzz ensued as countless giant ants surged towards SHIELD and their abominable foes, attacking with relentless fervor. The agents of SHIELD and the Abominations fought valiantly, but soon their ranged weaponry ran out of ammunition. They were left to rely solely on melee weapons to combat the swarm of ants. The giant ants, as large as elephants, could only be swiftly dispatched if one managed to climb onto their backs. Those fortunate enough to achieve this could successfully slay a giant ant, while the unfortunate met a grim fate, either being bitten or crushed. Without their firearms, SHIELD agents found themselves utterly incapable of resisting the relentless onslaught of the ants. In mere minutes, casualties mounted, with half of SHIELD's forces either dead or injured. The formation was shattered by the swarm, forcing the agents into a desperate scramble for survival. Lacking teamwork, the weaker individuals barely lasted a few seconds. Even the mightiest among them, despite their prowess, were compelled to flee, inflicting minimal damage on the ants. The Abominations, accompanied by 10 colossal humanoid beasts, fought fiercely against the giant ants. Their strength and defense proved formidable, leaving them unperturbed by the ants' attacks. Yet, as time wore on, fatigue set in. Unlike the Hulk, they could not indefinitely amplify their power through rage. A beam of sunlight pierced through the chaos. Chen Feng looked up to see that the swarm had already breached the ceiling above. With a series of sharp clicks, the hole carved by the swarm of flying ants grew larger, revealing the blue sky and white clouds to Chen Feng. With a mere thought, a small glider swiftly emerged from the opening and came to rest beside him. He leapt onto the glider and soared away from the airborne aircraft carrier. Upon exiting, he was taken aback to discover that the exterior of the carrier had been nearly devoured by the relentless swarm of flying ants, a sight that was almost beyond belief. Inside the carrier, the Abomination, witnessing Chen Feng's departure, suddenly realized the dire predicament. He and his companions could not fly, rendering their ability to confront Chen Feng impossible. With a grimace, he turned to Fury and asked, "What should we do? Chen Feng has escaped. I have no idea. All our equipment is destroyed. Even the guns in our hands are useless," Fury replied, his voice tinged with frustration. "Doesn't Tony have his Iron Man suit? Let him bring Chen Feng down, and we can all attack together," Hawkeye suggested. The lethargic Tony quickly waved his hands in refusal, exclaiming, "No, no, no. Chen Feng has me completely outmatched. I stand no chance against him. If you send me to face him alone, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. What then? We can't just linger here, wasting time against these gigantic flying ants," Hill insisted anxiously. "Alas, we must break through. As for seeking revenge on Chen Feng, we can address that later," Fury sighed, issuing the command out of sheer necessity. "Very well. I concur," the Abomination nodded. He had already resolved that the next time they sought trouble with Chen Feng, he would procure flying equipment for himself, ensuring that Chen Feng could not evade him by taking to the skies. "Blonsky, you and your men are formidable. Lead the charge while we provide cover from behind," Fury instructed. "Understood," the Abomination replied, elated by the compliment from SHIELD. How could he not be pleased? With a thunderous roar, the Abomination, accompanied by 10 colossal humanoid beasts, bulldozed through the giant flying ants obstructing their path, crushing or sending them flying. Under Fury's command, the SHIELD personnel regrouped and followed closely behind the Abomination as they made their way outward. In the command center above, Natasha turned to Chen Feng with a playful grin and said, "Chen Feng, if you don't descend soon, they will escape. I'm feeling a bit fatigued. Let the swarm of ants and the lizard legion play with them for a while. Once I've regained my strength, I shall descend and create some trouble for them," Chen Feng replied. "General Ross's forces have retreated. Should we call our troops back to attack SHIELD? Natasha inquired. "Let them return. Slaying ordinary people holds no interest for me," Chen Feng stated. "Understood," Natasha responded. As soon as Natasha issued the command, countless giant flying ants, massive lizards, various fortifications, robots, armored suits, and mechanical creatures swiftly converged towards SHIELD. 5 minutes later, the Abomination and his companions burst forth from the airborne carrier, their faces ashen. They beheld the sky filled with a dense swarm of giant flying ants, obscuring the heavens above. Amidst the chaos, colossal lizards roamed the landscape, their roars echoing as they sought to devour the beleaguered warriors. Various automatons and mobile fortresses intermingled with the monstrous reptiles, their barrels aimed menacingly at the beleaguered fighters. Is this hell? After enduring immense hardships, suffering grievous losses, we emerge only to find a greater enemy before us. Will we ever see the sun rise again? I have just married my beloved wife, and before we could enjoy our union, I am thrust into battle. If I perish, who will claim my enchanting bride? Fear not, I shall take care of your wife. Rest assured, I will accompany you to the depths of despair. The agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. felt an overwhelming sense of hopelessness. Fury turned to Abomination, stating earnestly, Blonsky, whether we escape hinges upon you. I'm afraid, Fury. There are too many foes. I must abandon you and flee, Abomination resolutely replied. In the aerial carrier, he could shield the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents amidst the multitude of obstacles, but now, devoid of such barriers. The creatures conjured by Chen Feng would swarm relentlessly. Even his formidable strength would be rendered futile, unable to protect the agents. Let us out, and once we are safe, I will hand over every serum in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession, Fury proposed, presenting a deal that Abomination could hardly refuse. Very well, but you must keep up with me. Those who cannot keep pace will be left behind. Abomination acquiesced, for the serum was a coveted prize, and the more he acquired, the mightier he would become. Rest assured, those who lag do so due to their own inadequacies, and it is not my fault, Fury lamented. The weaker agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. were immediately engulfed in despair, sensing their impending abandonment. Abomination turned to his 10 subordinates, instructing, when we charge, we shall form a wedge formation and break through. Understood, brother, the 10 towering humanoid beasts responded in unison. Charge! Abomination bellowed, leading his formidable cohort into a ferocious advance. Everyone, keep up, Fury urged anxiously. With a thunderous roar, Abomination and his monstrous entourage surged forward in their wedge formation, instilling terror in all that stood in their path. Toppling obstacles with brute force, the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. struggled to maintain their pace behind Abomination. Those who lagged would undoubtedly fall prey to the massive lizards, meeting a gruesome fate. Deploy the robots and mobile fortresses, bombard them, Natasha commanded. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions resonated through the air. Although the relentless onslaught could not deliver fatal blows to Abomination and his companions, it wreaked havoc upon the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Tony, you are our only hope to take to the skies and launch a counterattack against those robots and fortresses. Act swiftly, Fury implored with urgency. Understood, Tony replied. With that, he piloted his armored suit into the air, disregarding Fury's directive and soaring away. In his view, S.H.I.E.L.D. had largely lost all hope. Even if there remained a glimmer of possibility, their strength was greatly diminished. Hence, he felt no compulsion to regard S.H.I.E.L.D.'s authority. Fury, upon seeing Tony, dashed away in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently. Natasha turned to Chen Feng and inquired, Chen Feng, Tony is attempting to flee. Should we bring him down? Let him live for now, Chen Feng replied. In Marvel's Avengers, Endgame, Tony, Hulk, and Ant-Man collaborated to create a machine capable of traversing time and space. Chen Feng desired this time-traveling device, fearing his inability to construct it himself, which is why he hesitated to eliminate Tony. After all, Tony was firmly under his control and posed no real threat. However, while he could spare Tony from death, he would eventually seek retribution. What of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Abomination? Natasha asked. Eliminate them. They serve no purpose to me, Chen Feng replied coldly. With a disdainful snort, Natasha remarked, a suicidal assault. All the giant ants, massive lizards, robots, armored suits, mechanical creatures, and mobile fortresses launched a relentless attack on S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Abomination. Initially, the Abomination and his allies managed to maintain their cone-like formation and move swiftly. However, as they faced the frenzied onslaught of giant lizards and ants, their speed began to dwindle. In the midst of the chaos, losing speed would lead to an inescapable doom. Director, save me, came a cry. With a snap, a giant ant bit S.H.I.E.L.D. agent in half. There is no escape, no escape. A massive lizard sent a retreating S.H.I.E.L.D. member flying with its tail. After a few anguished cries, silence ensued. Director, if this continues, S.H.I.E.L.D. will be annihilated. Hawkeye exclaimed anxiously. Fury gritted his teeth and commanded the Abomination, Blonsky, have your 10 subordinates carry us out. And what about the others? The Abomination asked, aware that SHIELD had 8 or 900 personnel remaining. Let them fend for themselves. Fury replied resolutely. What about the promise of the serum? Will you honor it? The Abomination queried. Fury nodded. As long as I am alive, I will. Good. The Abomination responded, turning his back to Fury. Climb on. Without hesitation, Fury ascended onto the Abomination's back, gripping his neck tightly. The Abomination instructed his 10 subordinates. Each of you carry one, and follow me. The 10 monstrous figures were not foolish. They chose to bear the strong, knowing that strength would alleviate their burden, whereas the weak would only hinder them. Hawkeye, Hill, and the 10 strongest agents of SHIELD were carried by the 10 colossal beings. Stay close. The Abomination cautioned. Don't worry, brother. We are not much weaker than you. One of the colossal figures chuckled. Humph. The Abomination scoffed, then crouched down, propelling himself with great force. With a thunderous boom, he created a crater in the ground. His body soared high, swiftly propelling forward. Blonsky, slow down. You almost lost your grip and fell. Fury exclaimed. The Abomination leaped with such ferocity that, had he not possessed extraordinary strength, he would surely have failed to maintain his hold. Then hold on tighter, the Abomination retorted irritably, faced with swarms of flying ants and legions of lizards. Entrapment would spell peril, thus speed was of the essence. As he descended, he crushed a giant lizard underfoot, stunning several others nearby before leaping again. The Abomination's 10 subordinates followed suit, leaping rapidly. Their jumping prowess was remarkable, covering distances of several hundred meters in a single bound. Their velocity was so great that neither the flying ants nor the lizard legions could keep pace. Only the airborne robots managed to keep up. The drones buzzed overhead, relentlessly attacking. However, due to the Abomination's swift movements, they were unable to strike with precision. Chen Feng, you must intervene this time, Natasha urged. Natasha, surround the remaining agents of SHIELD. Without engaging, Chen Feng instructed. Why? Natasha queried, puzzled. Fury has abandoned them. They surely will not ally with him again. If possible, I wish to recruit them to pledge their loyalty to me, Chen Feng replied with a sly grin. SHIELD truly has met with misfortune in facing an adversary like you, Natasha chuckled. I aim to make him pay dearly for his losses, Chen Feng stated. With that, he donned his transformer suit, his feet planted on a massive gliding wing, striking a cool pose as he pursued the Abomination and his crew. No matter how swift they were, they could not outpace Chen Feng's gliding wings. Fury remained vigilant, glancing back to see Chen Feng closing in, prompting him to hastily warn the Abomination. Blonsky, Chen Feng is on our tail, we must flee. During one leap, the Abomination turned to glance back. Noticing only Chen Feng behind them, he proposed, let us lure him to a secluded area and then eliminate him together. But he possesses flying apparatus. We cannot reach him. Fury countered. We can head to General Ross's other military base, where anti-aircraft weapons are stationed. If we can bring Chen Feng down, he'll be finished. My 10 subordinates and I can certainly defeat him, especially with your assistance. Chapter 80. Annihilating the colossal humanoid. The Abomination and his allies had a commendable plan. Yet they needed to reach General Ross's military base to execute it. Chen Feng was no fool. He would not naively follow them. Upon catching up to the Abomination's group, he unleashed a barrage of firepower. Minigun, Gatling gun, shoulder-mounted missiles, pulse cannon, machine guns on the gliding wings, and medium-sized missiles were all discharged in unison. These weapons were procured from Tony Stark's industrial empire, free of cost and devoid of concern for waste. Such a concentrated assault was bound to hit the unfortunate. Several of the leaping humanoid beasts found themselves struck by Chen Feng's relentless onslaught. 3 were injured by Chen Feng, while 1 was obliterated by his medium-range missile. As for the individuals carried by the 3 injured humanoid behemoths, their fate was undoubtedly sealed. Aware of the rapid recovery capabilities of these behemoths, Chen Feng swiftly soared towards them, intent on eliminating them post-haste. With a thunderous crash, Chen Feng, on his gliding wings, collided with one behemoth, sending it sprawling. He then leapt from his glider, seizing the injured behemoth and delivering a powerful punch to its head. The behemoth's head snapped back, its neck broken, yet still alive. Chen Feng cast the behemoth to the ground and raised his foot, mercilessly stomping down. With a series of resounding thuds, he finally crushed the behemoth beneath his feet. He then hurried to the downed behemoth he had previously struck, repeating the same ruthless action. After dispatching 2 behemoths, the last one, having recovered from its injuries, leaped away in pursuit of the Abomination and others. Chen Feng aimed his weapon at the fleeing behemoth, unleashing a barrage of bullets that struck its feet. The relentless assault rendered the behemoth incapable of maintaining its balance, and it fell into the earth with a resounding thud. Chen Feng leapt into action. His glider automatically positioned itself beneath his feet as he ascended to over 100 meters above the behemoth, launching a medium-range missile before hastily pursuing the Abomination and his companions. A massive explosion echoed in the air, propelling Chen Feng forward with newfound speed. Within a minute, he had once again caught up to the Abomination and his associates. Fry, noticing Chen Feng's pursuit, urgently advised the Abomination, "Bronsky, Chen Feng is on our tail again. We should split up. Without me, do you think you can outrun Chen Feng?" The Abomination retorted without looking back. "Find a concealed spot to drop me off. Then divert Chen Feng. Once I've escaped, I will return with the serum," Fry insisted. "Huh, do you take me for a fool? If I let you go now, will you truly deliver the serum to me?" The Abomination scoffed. Fry fell silent, recognizing the truth in the Abomination's words. If he managed to escape, he would likely renege on his promise. After all, the serum was crucial for his resurgence, and handing it over would strip him of his leverage. As he continued to flee, the Abomination shouted, "Chen Feng, if you are a man, stop relying on high-tech gadgets." Chen Feng responded with continued gunfire. "If you are a man, face us in hand-to-hand combat." The Abomination provocatively challenged, hoping to draw Chen Feng into close quarters. "Very well, I accept." Chen Feng replied with a cold smirk. While he might have hesitated against the Hulk, he felt no such reservations regarding the Abomination. "Everyone halt," the Abomination commanded. The ground shook as the humanoid behemoths descended, each landing accompanied by a cacophonous explosion. With a disdainful gesture, Abomination set Fury down and instructed, "Stay put with your companions and witness how we shall vanquish Chen Feng." The other humanoid behemoths similarly released their passengers. Chen Feng emerged from the transformer, transforming midair into a titan. With a thunderous crash, he descended, creating a vast crater, sending dust swirling into the atmosphere. "Today, let us engage in a proper battle," Abomination declared before unleashing a roar and charging at Chen Feng. Chen Feng responded with equal fervor, and the two collided with a resounding impact. Abomination was immediately sent sprawling. A predictable outcome given the stark difference in their physiques. Chen Feng towering at 3 meters and weighing over 1,000 kilograms, while Abomination stood merely 2 meters tall and weighed just over 900 kilograms. The disparity in their stature rendered Chen Feng's triumph inevitable. Abomination was hurled several hundred meters away, but, remarkably unscathed, rose once more to assault Chen Feng. His minions, emboldened, joined the fray against Chen Feng. With a single punch, Chen Feng sent one humanoid behemoth flying, followed by a sweeping kick that cleared the surrounding foes. Abomination surged forward, swinging a fist at Chen Feng, who retaliated with all his might. The collision produced a deafening roar, the sheer force of their clash generating shockwaves that scattered dust all around. Once again, Abomination was sent flying, but this time, the impact was more severe. The hand he had used to strike Chen Feng was left mangled, bones shattered, and veins ruptured. With a powerful blow, Chen Feng struck through one humanoid behemoth, killing it instantly as his fist emerged from the back of its skull. The ferocity of Chen Feng's battle with the humanoid behemoths was staggering, each punch resonating like an explosion, creating an overwhelming din. Fury and his companions, watching from a distance, were rendered speechless. "Now this is true power," Fury mused. "They far surpass our SHIELD enforcers. How I wish we had their serum," Hill lamented. "Had I been prepared, my giant arrows could have dispatched them all," Hawkeye retorted defiantly, unwilling to concede. For he was the man capable of piercing both Abomination and Chen Feng. While technology must advance, we must also prioritize serum development. Without formidable strength, we become as helpless as we are now, bereft of our weapons, Fury stated gravely. "Our serum remains intact. We can continuously produce powerful beings, and we shall rise again," Hill declared confidently. "Indeed, once SHIELD is resurrected, we too shall replicate Chen Feng's model, creating a multitude of robots and monsters," Fury asserted resolutely. Fury had been thoroughly swayed by Chen Feng. Once committed to a path of cultivating talent, he now envisioned a future of monstrous creation. Creating monsters is indeed formidable. Yet without exceptional talent, they shall never gain the acknowledgement of humanity. For monsters, devoid of empathy, can unleash unparalleled calamity upon mankind when driven to madness. At this juncture, Chen Feng had annihilated all humanoid beasts, leaving only the Abomination. With its right arm temporarily incapacitated, its combat prowess significantly diminished, it chose to flee. Upon witnessing the Abomination's retreat, Fury and his companions hastily followed suit, scattering in different directions. Just as Chen Feng deliberated whom to pursue, he heard the unmistakable sound of a helicopter. As the armed helicopter swiftly approached, a figure descended from it with a thud, crashing into the earth below. With a resounding roar, a green giant emerged from the soil. Chapter 81. Deceiving Betty. Chen Feng, taken aback by the sight of the green giant, exclaimed in disbelief. What on earth is this? Is the green giant also opposing me? The giant, with a thunderous clap of its mighty fists, bellowed at Chen Feng but refrained from attacking. This peculiarity struck Chen Feng as odd. The green giant, known for its volatile temperament, was astonishingly able to suppress its rage in the presence of its adversary, an extraordinary occurrence indeed. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from above. Chen Feng, please spare my father. If you do, I promise he shall never trouble you again. With a thought, Chen Feng activated his glider, soaring towards the hovering, armed helicopter. The green giant, fearing for his girlfriend Betty's safety, let out a furious roar and leapt skyward, soaring to great heights. Despite its remarkable jumping ability, the giant lacked control in the air. In the blink of an eye, Chen Feng accelerated and evaded the giant's trajectory. Seeing Chen Feng approaching, the helicopter pilot hastily attempted to flee. However, the speed of the armed helicopter was no match for Chen Feng's glider, and within mere seconds, he caught up. A soldier, in a panic, attempted to wield a Gatling gun against Chen Feng. Betty, recognizing the situation, immediately intervened, exclaiming, "Don't shoot." To target Chen Feng with such a weapon was nothing short of folly, a delusion of grandeur. Attacking him would only serve to incite his wrath, which is why she had cautioned her boyfriend, the Green Giant, to refrain from any aggressive actions towards Chen Feng. Do you think I would spare you out of respect? Chen Feng mocked. You have already taken enough lives, Chen Feng. If you continue down this path, the entirety of America will rise against you. I implore you to cease. Betty pleaded sorrowfully. It was SHIELD, and your father who instigated me, bringing their forces to confront me. I emerged victorious and eliminated them. It is only just. Had I lost, I would have met my demise at their hands. Chen Feng replied coldly. Please, I beg you, spare my father. Betty implored. Leave with your giant boyfriend, or I shall take your lives, Chen Feng declared. Betty, this woman, is indeed a commendable individual, and Chen Feng harbored no desire to inflict harm upon her. What must I do for you to spare my father? Betty inquired. Although their conversations had been sparse, she was acutely aware of her father's deep affection for her. Otherwise, he would not have repeatedly released the Hulk for her sake. With a roar, the Hulk leaped forward. Chen Feng maneuvered the glider, ascending to evade the Hulk's advance. The Hulk missed Chen Feng, instead crashing into the armed helicopter. His massive weight of over 1,200 pounds combined with his momentum nearly sending the aircraft plummeting from the sky. Fortunately, it was a large military chopper. The Hulk clung to the aircraft's exterior, bellowing at Chen Feng, "Do not harm Betty." Chen Feng scoffed, retorting, "You would do well to take your girlfriend and leave, or I shall end her life." With that, he pivoted and swiftly departed on his glider. Chen Feng, do not leave. Do not harm my father. Betty cried out desperately. Unmoved, Chen Feng continued his retreat. Once Chen Feng had gone, the Hulk's fury dissipated. Reverting to his ordinary self, he reassured his girlfriend, Betty, do not worry. As long as I am here, Chen Feng cannot harm your father. Betty threw herself into the Hulk's embrace. Touched, she whispered, Chen Feng searched the vicinity again and enlisted Optimus Prime to utilize satellites for a search, yet they found no trace of Fury or Abomination. You may escape for a moment, but not for eternity, Chen Feng declared, turning to pursue the armed helicopter where Betty was located. Unable to locate Fury or Abomination, he resolved to seek General Ross instead. Chen Feng quickly caught up to the armed helicopter. The Hulk, seeing Chen Feng in pursuit, nearly transformed again. Banner, do not be angry. Chen Feng just stated he does not wish to harm us. Betty comforted the Hulk. Be cautious. If he makes a move, retreat behind me immediately. The Hulk replied with concern. Betty nodded sweetly. Upon catching up, Chen Feng called out, Take me to General Ross. I have matters to discuss with him. What matters? Betty asked, her curiosity piqued. Men's affairs are not for you to concern yourself with. Just take me there, Chen Feng asserted. Then you must tell me, the Hulk interjected. Oh, spare me. You are not even connected to General Ross. What use is it to tell you anything? Chen Feng mocked. The Hulk was at a loss for words. If you do not speak, I shall not divulge anything to you, Betty countered, wary of Chen Feng's intentions towards her father. I wish to discuss matters regarding SHIELD. If you are apprehensive, I swear upon the heavens that I will not harm your father, Chen Feng stated earnestly. Betty questioned his sincerity. Really? Chen Feng nodded emphatically, indeed. Very well. I shall take you. But you must promise not to harm my father, Betty pleaded sweetly. Okay, Chen Feng replied, pleased. It is impossible to avoid harm. General Ross has dispatched a formidable force of 200,000 elite troops from the Army, Navy, and Air Force to confront him. This vendetta must be avenged. After all, it was his inability to locate Fury and others that led to this predicament. Consequently, he must direct his ire towards General Ross. Chen Feng transformed back into his normal state and leaped from the glider into the armed helicopter, taking a seat beside Betty. The glider, now devoid of Chen Feng, ascended swiftly into the skies, vanishing from sight. In truth, both the glider and the transformers had not departed but had concealed themselves among the clouds, ever ready to respond to Chen Feng's summons. Inside the helicopter, Chen Feng turned to Betty and inquired, Miss Betty, did your father send you to plead for mercy on his behalf? Betty nodded, somewhat embarrassed. Yes, he has lost all his elite forces at your hands, leaving only the ordinary troops, so he fears your retaliation. He sent me as a negotiator, hoping for a reconciliation. Did he not promise you any benefits? Chen Feng probed further. He promised I could be with Banner, Betty replied cheerfully. Suddenly, Chen Feng recalled an amusing scene from the movie The Incredible Hulk. In that moment, the Hulk and Betty reconciled, and as they prepared to celebrate their love, the Hulk, overwhelmed with excitement, could only forego the moment of applause. Betty, with a forlorn expression, had asked, is it truly impossible? To which the Hulk had replied, it really is. I turn into the Hulk when I get excited. Chen Feng vividly remembered Betty's unsatisfied expression. Chapter 82. General Ross's secret base. Thus, Chen Feng deliberately inquired, Betty, how are things between you and Banner? Very well. I am quite happy with Banner, Betty responded with an innocent smile. Given your affection, why not take the plunge and start a family? Then the three of you could visit General Ross. At that point, regardless of his objections, he would have no choice, Chen Feng suggested provocatively. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Betty's smile faded, replaced by a look of melancholy. The Hulk appeared embarrassed, his confidence waning. Feigning ignorance, Chen Feng asked, what is with your expressions? Nothing at all, Betty replied to Chen Feng, though her gaze remained fixed on the Hulk. No, there is something. Speak up, perhaps I can assist you, Chen Feng insisted earnestly. Betty pondered for a moment and thought, indeed, Chen Feng can also transform into a giant. He must possess a method to control such transformations. Thus, Betty queried Chen Feng, do you transform when you become excited? Understanding the intent behind Betty's question, he boasted, whether I transform depends entirely on my will. If I do not wish to transform, even in excitement, I will remain unchanged. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, Betty could not help but grasp Chen Feng's hand, exclaiming joyfully, is that truly the case? Of course it is true. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to transform at will, Chen Feng boasted. How did you manage that? Could you possibly teach Banner? Betty implored. Countless nights of unfulfilled desire had left her yearning, her inner cravings insatiable. Now that Chen Feng could assist the Hulk in quenching her thirst, a tempest of emotions surged within her. The method is quite simple. It is the strength of one's will, Chen Feng replied. Betty turned, tapping the Hulk on the shoulder, and chided, others can do it. Why can't you? The Hulk, suddenly defiant, retorted, when it comes to such matters, I simply do not believe he can control his transformation. What matters? Chen Feng inquired. Feigning ignorance, Betty blushed, hesitant to speak. Nighttime activities, the Hulk aptly described. Chen Feng feigned enlightenment, exclaiming, oh, so it is in that regard. Betty shyly gazed at Chen Feng and asked, then, during your nighttime activities, do you ever transform due to excitement? Of course not. I just mentioned that it is through the strength of my will that I can transform at will, Chen Feng replied confidently. Then why can't Banner do it? Betty asked, disappointment creeping into her voice. Perhaps you are simply too alluring. Chen Feng chuckled. Flattered by Chen Feng's compliment, Betty's cheeks flushed deeper. Do you have any other methods to prevent Banner from transforming? Actually, it is quite simple. Just turn off the lights. If he cannot see, he won't be as excited, Chen Feng said with a grin. Betty still felt a tinge of disappointment. Though Chen Feng's suggestion was clever, without sight, there was little sensation. I think that method is good, the Hulk declared, his spirits lifted. Ha ha. Chen Feng could no longer contain his laughter. Both Betty and the Hulk understood the reason behind his mirth, leaving them feeling somewhat embarrassed. Half an hour later, the armed helicopter entered a pristine forest. As the dense mist enveloped the treetops, Chen Feng finally comprehended why he had been unable to locate anyone. The thick fog obscured the view from above, rendering the ground scene invisible. Betty noticed they were nearing her father's military secret base and turned to Chen Feng once more, asking, Chen Feng, you truly won't harm my father? Chen Feng nodded earnestly. I assure you, I will not harm him. You should know my credibility. The last time I captured you and Banner, I promised to release you, and I upheld that promise. Relieved, Betty nodded. Yes, you did. I believe in you. And I also thank you for forgiving my father. After a while, the helicopter pilot announced, "Attention, everyone. We have reached the base and are about to land. Please fasten your seatbelts." Aside from Betty, no one took the pilot's words seriously. General Ross, seeing his daughter return, personally came out to greet her. With a thud, the armed helicopter landed. Betty was the first to disembark, and upon seeing her father, she joyfully exclaimed, "Dad." "Yes, it's good that you're back," he replied. General Ross smiled kindly. However, when he saw Chen Feng descend from the armed helicopter, the smile vanished, replaced by a look of terror. Chen Feng greeted him warmly, waving. "Hello, General Ross. It is a pleasure to see you again." What are you doing here?" General Ross stammered in fear. "Your daughter brought me." Chen Feng replied with a grin. Ross turned to his daughter, his eyes wide with anger. "Betty, why did you bring him here? Don't you realize how dangerous he is?" Betty grasped her father's hand, smiling. "Dad, please don't worry. Chen Feng promised me he wouldn't harm you when he arrived." "Betty, are you out of your mind? He just attacked us. Why wouldn't he seek revenge?" General Ross lamented, feeling his daughter was his greatest nemesis. "Dad, you must trust me. Chen Feng truly swore not to harm you. He is here to discuss matters concerning SHIELD, Betty explained earnestly. General Ross remained unconvinced. Given the enmity between him and Chen Feng, it was implausible that Chen Feng would spare him. "Bravo. Truly deserving of being America's greatest warlord, you are indeed astute." Chen Feng commended. "Speak, what do you desire?" Ross asked through gritted teeth. Chen Feng approached him steadily, declaring, "I desire your life." As he uttered the word life, he transformed into a towering titan, standing 3 meters tall. Betty hurriedly positioned herself in front of her father, pleading with Chen Feng, "Please, do not harm my dad." With a thunderous roar, the Hulk swiftly morphed into a massive green giant over 2 meters tall, racing to Betty's side to protect her from Chen Feng's wrath. "Do not move. Stop." Many soldiers aimed their weapons at Chen Feng. He cast a glance at the soldiers wielding ordinary arms, dismissing them entirely. Such weapons posed no threat to him. Chen Feng continued his advance. General Ross turned to the Hulk, saying, "Banner, if you help me eliminate Chen Feng, I will consent to your marriage with Betty." The Hulk, upon hearing this, let out an exuberant roar and turned his fierce gaze towards Chen Feng. Chapter 83, Titan Giant vs. Hulk. "Banner, you could simply take Betty and leave. I will not hinder you. Staying here to oppose me could lead to your demise alongside General Ross," Chen Feng warned. "Banner, you must save my dad," Betty shouted. The Hulk roared back at Chen Feng. "Hulk, never surrender. If I can make you submit once, I can make you submit again," Chen Feng asserted dominantly. The Hulk let out a furious roar. Chen Feng took action. Without a command from General Ross, the soldiers opened fire on Chen Feng. The bullets from ordinary machine guns and handguns merely left minor dents in Chen Feng's skin. Once the impact dissipated, they were deflected harmlessly away. With a thunderous roar, Chen Feng unleashed a tremendous strike, his fist colliding with the Hulk in a fierce confrontation. The Hulk was sent flying, leaving a deep trench in the ground. General Ross, grasping his daughter's hand, urged her to flee. "Betty, come with me." However, Betty's presence became a hindrance. Her father was determined not to let her impede their escape. Defiantly, she shook off his hand and declared, "Banner is here. I won't leave. He will protect me." In a fit of anger, General Ross struck his daughter across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a clear mark on her fair complexion. Betty covered her face, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at her father in disbelief. "You actually hit me. I did it to wake you up, to make you understand that staying here will distract Banner. If you are not here, he can fight Chen Feng." Without hesitation, General Ross explained, his heart heavy with the burden of having such a daughter. "But you can't hit me," Betty cried. "You have never struck me before. Stop crying and come with me," General Ross insisted, forcibly pulling his daughter into the thicket. The soldiers, seeing their general's urgency, followed suit, some foolishly trailing after Ross, while the wise took alternate routes. Chen Feng's target was General Ross, and he pursued him swiftly. The Hulk, undeterred, charged forward with a fearsome roar. Chen Feng leaped aside, evading the Hulk's onslaught, and continued his chase after Ross. Just as Chen Feng was about to catch up with him, General Ross executed a serpentine maneuver, skillfully hiding behind massive trees to evade capture. With a thunderous crash, the Hulk leapt from a colossal tree, landing beside Chen Feng. Without hesitation, Chen Feng swung a punch, but the Hulk caught his fist with one hand, lowering his body and thrusting his shoulder forward. With a powerful push, he sent Chen Feng staggering backward. The Hulk's shoulder collided with Chen Feng, thrusting him against a giant tree, which split in two with a resounding crash. Chen Feng, seizing the Hulk's shoulder with his left hand, struck the creature's head with his right. The impact reverberated, bending the Hulk's head to one side, sending him careening 10 meters away. After regaining his balance, the Hulk adjusted his head with a few sharp twists, restoring it to its original position. What an indestructible beast, Chen Feng mused. If it had been Abomination receiving such a grievous blow, even if he survived, it would take a considerable time to recover. Yet the Hulk, astonishingly, seemed to regain his composure almost instantaneously. As a creature whose strength grew with anger, the Hulk was indeed extraordinary. The more he fought, the angrier he became. And with that anger came increased power and accelerated healing. However, the downside was a gradual decline in intellect as his strength surged. Now, the Hulk had completely forgotten about Betty. His sole focus was on Chen Feng, consumed by a singular desire to annihilate him. With a thunderous roar, the Hulk lifted his head and bellowed repeatedly. Chen Feng found himself unable to resolve the conundrum posed by the green giant in a short span of time. Thus, he concentrated his thoughts, reaching out to the glider hidden in the skies and the Transformers, instructing Optimus Prime to pursue General Ross relentlessly. The Hulk, brimming with invincibility, proclaimed, "I strike you down with ease." Chen Feng leapt high into the air, delivering a powerful punch aimed at the Hulk. Lost in a frenzy of rage, the Hulk was oblivious to any attempt at evasion, meeting Chen Feng's fist head-on. The collision of their fists generated a shockwave that sent the surrounding grass bowing away. Nonetheless, Chen Feng had undergone evolution, his strength surpassing that of the green giant. Consequently, the lower half of the Hulk was driven deep into the ground by Chen Feng's blow. Unrelenting, Chen Feng continued to rain down punches upon the Hulk's head. Instinctively, the Hulk shielded his head with both hands, but with each strike from Chen Feng, his body sank further into the earth. Chen Feng, bemused, noted that despite his full-force assaults, he could not vanquish the Hulk. Descend into the depths of hell, Chen Feng roared, applying his foot with great force. With a resounding crash, the Hulk was entirely buried beneath the soil, concealed from view. Though the green giant was entombed, Chen Feng could still hear his low growls. Leaning down, he clawed into the earth with his right hand, grasping the Hulk's head and lifting him from the ground. The Hulk shall never surrender, the green giant asserted defiantly. Chen Feng, with his left hand clenched into a fist, delivered an uppercut that sent the Hulk soaring into the sky. The force of Chen Feng's attack rendered the Hulk momentarily unconscious. Ascending to a height of 100 meters, the Hulk began his descent, a testament to the sheer terror of Chen Feng's blow. Awaiting below, Chen Feng prepared for the Hulk's return, unleashing another punch just as the giant began to fall, striking his back and shattering his spine. Blood erupted from the Hulk as he was propelled skyward once more. With each subsequent descent, Chen Feng would send the Hulk back into the heavens. Whether it was a newfound resilience or the culmination of his rage, the Hulk gradually tapped into a frenzied strength. As Chen Feng prepared to launch him skyward again, the Hulk unexpectedly seized Chen Feng's fist, pulling him in with tremendous force and crashing onto him. Then, with a ferocious bite, the Hulk sank his teeth into Chen Feng's neck. "Damn it, you mutt!" Chen Feng cursed vehemently, striking the Hulk's head with all his might. Yet, the Hulk clung stubbornly, refusing to relinquish his grip, enduring the blows without flinching. Chen Feng could sense the Hulk's bite growing increasingly fierce, piercing his skin. And if it continued, the Hulk might tear a chunk of flesh from his neck. What to do? Chen Feng found himself at a loss. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He spread his arms wide, enveloping the Hulk's waist in a tight embrace, and with a surge of strength, he locked his hands together. The Hulk, under the immense pressure exerted by Chen Feng, expelled the air from his lungs, leaving him breathless and devoid of strength. Chen Feng sensed that the Hulk's bites were growing increasingly feeble, prompting him to exert more force, nearly causing the creature to cough up blood. Chapter 84. The recruitment of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. With a sickening crack, the sound of breaking bones echoed as Chen Feng shattered the Hulk's spine. Unable to endure any longer, the Hulk released his grip and let out a mournful wail. As Chen Feng loosened his hold, the Hulk collapsed onto the ground. Just as Chen Feng prepared to continue his relentless assault, Optimus Prime's voice interrupted him. "My lord, I regret to inform you that General Ross has escaped." "What transpired? How did he manage to flee?" Chen Feng inquired, perplexed. General Ross ventured into a peculiar region shrouded in thick fog, teeming with ferocious beasts and magnetic interference, which allowed him to evade capture, Optimus Prime elucidated. "Bombard that area. If General Ross survives, then he is indeed fortunate," Chen Feng commanded. "Understood, my lord," Optimus Prime affirmed. Soon, the sound of explosions reverberated, an incessant roar that shook the very ground. Chen Feng glanced down at the recovering Hulk, and a sudden idea surged in his mind. If successful, This notion would undoubtedly make him the most formidable being on Earth. With a mere thought, a colossal glider materialized beside him. He tucked the Hulk under his arm and leaped onto the glider, soaring into the sky. His intention was to capture the Hulk, extract his blood, and, akin to General Ross, develop a serum to cultivate super soldiers and dominate the world. As for General Ross, Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to deal with him. The main battlefield awaited, with hundreds of elite SHIELD agents eager for his recruitment. Upon returning to the battlefield, Chen Feng beheld a swarm of flying ants above and a legion of lizard warriors below, encircling the SHIELD agents. He turned to Natasha and asked, "Are these individuals willing to pledge their allegiance to me?" Natasha, keeping her distance due to the formidable Hulk nestled under Chen Feng's arm, replied, "All 300 of them are willing to serve you. Those who are not have already perished. Your rapport with them will ensure their loyalty." "Excellent," Chen Feng stated. Natasha nodded with delight. She finally held real power under his command. "Optimus Prime, dispatch all robots and mechanical beings to pursue General Ross," Chen Feng ordered. "Understood, my lord." Optimus Prime responded, and one by one, mechanical creatures ascended onto the robots' frames, launching into the sky in pursuit of General Ross. "Natasha, direct the surrendering individuals to board the giant ants and transport them to a private island. Then, lead them in constructing land upon the ocean. They shall reside on this newly formed territory," Chen Feng commanded. The technology for creating artificial land in the Marvel Universe is astoundingly straightforward, with sufficient wealth and influence. One can forge vast expanses of land. Though Chen Feng lacked authority, he possessed unparalleled strength. He triumphed over the two most formidable forces in America, SHIELD, and General Ross's Legion. Now, in the United States, no one dares to provoke him. He intends to create land in American waters, and none dare to impede him. Such is the advantage of power. A swarm of colossal flying ants buzzed towards a private island. Meanwhile, the remaining thousands of gigantic lizards swiftly swam across the ocean towards the same destination. Various mobile fortresses also hurried towards the private island. Upon returning to the island, Chen Feng contacted Dr. Hank and his team, summoning them back. Half an hour later, Dr. Hank and his companions arrived on an advanced aircraft at the private island. As they disembarked, they spotted Chen Feng at the villa entrance, forcefully restraining the Hulk on the ground, piquing their curiosity about his actions. "Chen Feng, what are you doing?" Dr. Hank inquired. "Why did you bring the Hulk here? He is a force of destruction. Aren't you afraid he will obliterate your private island?" Dr. Octopus cautioned. "Is he insane?" Zhao Helen timidly remarked. "Why is he constantly roaring like a beast? Do you not comprehend? Chen Feng captured the Hulk to facilitate my research." Professor Lizard exclaimed excitedly, pulling out a syringe from seemingly nowhere, undeterred by the Hulk's presence, and hurriedly approached him. Roar! The Hulk let out a tremendous roar, sending a blast of air that knocked Professor Lizard off his feet. Instead of being angry, Professor Lizard was exhilarated, exclaiming, "The Hulk is so powerful. His genes must be extraordinary. I must study him. Perhaps I can create the strongest human." He then attempted to draw blood from the Hulk with the syringe. Chen Feng intervened, saying, "Professor Lizard, hold on. You all need to find a way to subdue the Hulk so we can conduct our research. We should construct a cage to confine him." Dr. Hank proposed. "The Hulk's strength is immense. I suggest we immobilize his limbs." Dr. Octopus added, "It would be best to inject him with a tranquilizer or administer sleeping pills to weaken him." Zhao Helen timidly suggested, "Why complicate things? We could simply drain his blood." Professor Lizard coldly retorted, "First, let us create something to contain him." Chen Feng sensed the Hulk's power was steadily escalating. Had he not provoked himself to incite greater rage, he would have been unable to suppress the Hulk. The group, all brilliant minds, convened to devise a means to restrain the Hulk. Dr. Octopus focused on constructing machinery, while Dr. Zhao Helen formulated a potion to weaken him. Dr. Hank employed PIM particles to create weapons to prevent a potential rampage, and Professor Lizard prepared a blood extraction machine. After more than 20 minutes, a colossal structure has been completed. The edifice stands an impressive 5 meters tall, weighing several hundred tons. Chen Feng has firmly subdued the Hulk, pinning him to the ground, while Dr. Octopus affixes automatic, retractable shackles to the Hulk's limbs. Once secured, Dr. Octopus manipulates the machinery, relentlessly pulling until the Hulk is stretched into an agonizing position. Yet, this is not the end. Chen Feng seizes 2 enormous iron hooks, piercing through the Hulk's scapula, eliciting a pained, anguished roar from the beast. Subsequently, Chen Feng places an iron collar around the Hulk's neck, which contains a serum developed by Zhao Hailuan. With everything in place, Chen Feng and his associates stand before the immense structure that confines the Hulk. The Hulk continues to bellow and thrash about. The puncture to his scapula intensifies his struggle, causing him greater injury with each movement. However, the pain only fuels his rage, amplifying his strength. Chen Feng, may I draw blood now? Professor Lizard eagerly inquires. Chen Feng nods. Yes, but do so cautiously. I do not wish for him to perish just yet. We must study the Hulk thoroughly to maximize his potential. Chapter 85. The Super Soldier Program. The Hulk continues to roar, to rage, to fight desperately against his constraints. Fortunately, the structure was crafted by several brilliant scientists, or else it would surely fail to contain the Hulk. Although he cannot break free, his movements cause the entire massive frame to sway precariously. If left unattended, it would undoubtedly collapse. The robots have been dispatched to pursue General Ross, leaving the swarm of flying ants and the Lizard Legion unable to assist. Natasha is occupied with pacifying the surrendered S.H.I.E.L.D. members, while Hank Pym and his colleagues lack the strength to intervene. Chen Feng finds himself compelled to take action. He positions himself beside the structure, gripping its edge firmly to prevent it from toppling. Professor Lizard crouches behind the framework, watching as the blood in the vial steadily increases, saliva pooling in his mouth. With this blood, my lizard DNA serum could be enhanced manifold. Professor Lizard harbors an unparalleled fascination for lizards, and now, armed with potent serums provided by Chen Feng, he still yearns to elevate the lizard DNA serum to greater heights. Chen Feng, indifferent to Professor Lizard's eccentric obsession, focuses solely on ensuring his compliance. The Hulk's blood flows rapidly, yet he remains remarkably resilient, as his body possesses an extraordinary capability for hematopoiesis, nearly matching the rate of blood extraction. After drawing 50 pounds of the Hulk's blood, Professor Lizard turns to Chen Feng and asks, Chen Feng, we have extracted 50 pounds. Shall we continue? With the Hulk's weight at 1,200 pounds, there is no cause for concern regarding his demise. Proceed, Chen Feng instructs. Chen Feng, the Hulk's hematopoiesis is remarkably swift. Shall we double the extraction and observe if his body will compensate accordingly? Professor Lizard proposes. Agreed, Chen Feng replies. Professor Lizard is indeed a formidable character. What was promised as a double has escalated to a quadruple increase. The green giant finds needles inserted into his wrists and ankles as blood is drawn. The rapid pace of extraction soon renders him weak, his roars diminishing in strength and fervor. Observing this, Chen Feng releases the apparatus and approaches the green giant to assess his condition. Upon seeing Chen Feng before him, the green giant ceases his roars and fixates on him, exclaiming, Hulk will surely kill you. You are no match for me. Chen Feng retorts mockingly, you dare to roar at me again, and I shall silence you. Despite the threat, the green giant continues to roar. Chen Feng enters the villa and emerges with a roll of tape in his left hand and an iron ball in his right. As he approaches the green giant, who is still bellowing, he swiftly forces the iron ball into the creature's mouth and wraps tape around it multiple times. With the iron ball lodged within and the tape sealing his mouth, the green giant is rendered incapable of roaring. However, being the fierce creature he is, especially in his transformed state, he bites down and swallows the iron ball whole, then inhales deeply before unleashing a powerful roar. The tape snaps instantly. Chen Feng and the others stand in stunned silence. The green giant's strength is astonishing. He even dares to swallow an iron ball. Dr. Octopus expresses his astonishment. Will he be all right after swallowing that? Zhao Hailuan voices her concerns. Chen Feng, exasperated, demands, we must devise a means to silence him, otherwise, we shall know no peace. Dr. Octopus suggests, pierce his throat. That will prevent him from calling out, and he won't die from it. Very well, let us proceed, Chen Feng agrees. Thus, an iron spike is added to the apparatus. The green giant falls completely silent. After 500 pounds of blood have been extracted, the green giant appears to have shrunk, his body looking withered and his energy depleted. All right, let us cease for now, Chen Feng declares. Agreed. Professor Lizard excitedly switches off the blood-drawing machine. Suddenly, the green giant emits a groan as his form gradually diminishes. Recognizing that the green giant is reverting to his human state, Chen Feng hastily removes the iron hook and spike, perhaps due to excessive blood loss. The healing of the green giant's wounds and his transformation back to normalcy occur at a sluggish pace. Fortunately, as he shrinks, his wounds also appear to lessen. Otherwise, the human form of the green giant would undoubtedly bear severe injuries. A few minutes later, the green giant has transformed back into his ordinary self, looking despondent and weakened, with beads of sweat forming on his brow. Banner, Chen Feng calls out. The green giant, in a feeble state, lifts his head and gazes at Chen Feng with curiosity, asking, Chen Feng, how did we end up here? What do you intend to do with me? What about Betty? How is she? Where is she? The green giant embodies two distinct personas, one being Hulk, the other Banner, with no connection between the two. You oppose me, having been captured by me. I expect your full cooperation in this experiment, Chen Feng remarked with a smile. And Betty? Where is she? You haven't harmed her, have you? The Hulk inquired with concern. Rest assured, Betty has escaped with her father, Chen Feng replied candidly. A sigh of relief escaped the Hulk, who then asked, What do you intend to use me for in your experiment? To create super soldiers, much like General Ross, Chen Feng answered. So you too share General Ross's ambition for world domination, the Hulk realized. If I were to claim that all of this is merely a means of survival, would you believe me? Chen Feng questioned earnestly. How amusing. To survive, one must seek to dominate the world. Absurd, the Hulk scoffed. In truth, this world is fraught with peril. You may not see it now, but you will understand in due time, Chen Feng conveyed. It was not his desire to be a ruler over all. Rather, his singular wish was simply to exist in this world. You are nothing but a deceiver. I trust nothing you say. It only elicits my amusement, the Hulk derided. Today was the first time Chen Feng had deceived him, and he vowed never to trust him again, lest he unwittingly betray himself. Then you may remain here with me, Chen Feng declared, pushing the cart into the basement of the villa. He confined the Hulk in the laboratory of Professor Lizard, allowing the professor to conduct his experiments. Professor Lizard, exhilarated, had acquired a substantial amount of the Hulk's blood, practically floating with excitement. The serum from the Hulk was exceedingly perilous. To err on the side of caution, Chen Feng decided to remain in the laboratory with Professor Lizard. The professor, being quite experienced, quickly extracted the serum from the Hulk's blood and eagerly fetched a small lizard for experimentation. As Chen Feng observed Professor Lizard preparing to inject the small lizard with the Hulk's serum, he hastily intervened, saying, Professor Lizard, the laboratory is too cramped. Let us conduct the experiment outside. We cannot afford to damage the precious equipment within. You are correct. We shall proceed outside, Professor Lizard concurred. Dr. Hank and others, having heard of the impending experiment with the Hulk's serum, rushed out to witness the spectacle, including Zhao Hailuan. Chen Feng transformed into Titan Giant. Should anything go awry during Professor Lizard's experiment, he would be ready to intervene. Professor Lizard, one hand clutching a small lizard and the other wielding a syringe, explained, I will now inject the Hulk's serum into the lizard and observe the effects. After administering the serum, he placed the small lizard on the beach and quickly retreated, cautious of his own transformation into a lizard man. The small lizard writhed on the sand, emitting distressing cries. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the small lizard exploded. The first experiment with the Hulk serum has failed, Professor Lizard stated. Then he once again captured a small lizard and proclaimed, I shall conduct the second experiment with the serum of the Hulk. This time, I will first inject the lizard with my own concocted lizard DNA serum, transforming it into a giant lizard. The enhanced giant lizard will then receive the Hulk serum, significantly increasing the likelihood of success. After stating this, the lizard professor commenced his actions. Upon injecting the small lizard with the lizard DNA serum, it underwent a remarkable transformation into a colossal creature without any unforeseen complications. Subsequently, the lizard professor administered the Hulk serum to the giant lizard. After the injection, the giant lizard writhed agonizingly on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching roar like its smaller counterpart. The lizard professor kept a watchful eye on his stopwatch, meticulously recording the time. As a minute passed, he jubilantly exclaimed, The giant lizard has not perished. The second experiment should be deemed a success. The giant lizard's physique had doubled in size, its body now a striking shade of green and robust, although its eyes had turned a sinister crimson. Suddenly, the giant lizard ceased its writhing and charged towards Chen Feng and his companions. It's coming. What do we do? Zhao Hailuan cried out in trepidation. Fear not, for I am here, Chen Feng replied with unwavering confidence. The lizard professor, wary of being harmed by his own creation, promptly slapped himself several times to heighten his senses. Indeed, it proved effective, and he swiftly transformed into a lizard-human hybrid. I shall test the strength of the giant lizard, the lizard professor declared. Chen Feng did not intervene. The lizard professor bravely approached to confront the giant lizard, which charged wildly, driven solely by instinct. The lizard professor leapt onto the giant lizard's back, attempting to strike with his claws. However, with a sharp crack, he could not suppress his anguished cry. That hurts terribly. His claws had broken, and his fingers were fractured. The giant lizard rolled violently, tossing the lizard professor aside with a powerful sweep of its tail. Chen Feng, it's your turn to take action, Dr. Hank urged. Very well, Chen Feng replied, striding confidently toward the giant lizard. The creature attacked anyone who approached, snapping its massive jaws at Chen Feng as he advanced. Undeterred, Chen Feng lifted his left foot and pressed it against the giant lizard's lower jaw while extending his right hand to brace against its upper jaw. No matter how fiercely the giant lizard tried, it could not close its jaws. Feeling the creature's tremendous biting force, Chen Feng turned to the lizard professor and remarked, "The second experiment has failed. This giant lizard's strength is even inferior to that of the abomination. Furthermore, it has succumbed to madness, losing all awareness and attacking solely based on its primal instincts to feed. It cannot even retreat. It is locked in combat with me." "Oh," the lizard professor replied, disappointment evident in his voice. "Do not be disheartened, Professor. If you persist, success will surely follow. Moreover, I have heard that the Hulk transformed through gamma radiation. So you might consider constructing a gamma radiation apparatus for your experiments," Chen Feng suggested. Professor Lizard slapped his thigh in excitement, exclaiming, "Indeed, it must be the absence of gamma rays. I shall now test the strength of this colossal lizard." With that, Chen Feng abruptly retreated. The giant lizard, regaining its freedom, lunged towards him once more. Chen Feng performed a spectacular somersault, landing on the creature's back, and raised his fist, striking down upon the giant lizard. The sound of impact echoed as his fist shattered the lizard's scales, penetrating its very being. The scales are formidable, yet too thin. The muscles lack sufficient fortitude. Chen Feng assessed, withdrawing his fist to observe the lizard's recovery rate. The colossal creature thrashed desperately beneath him. Chen Feng's weight, combined with his strength, pinned the giant lizard down firmly. "Its recovery speed is not as swift as that of a normal giant lizard," he remarked after a minute. "Should we dispose of this failed specimen?" Professor Lizard inquired. "For precautionary measures, let us eliminate it," Chen Feng replied. With his right hand shaped into a blade, he delivered a decisive strike to the giant lizard's head, shattering its scales, skull, and brain. The creature fell heavily to the ground, lifeless. Professor Lizard personally attended to the remains of the giant lizard. After the spectacle, the onlookers returned to their respective laboratories to resume their research. Chen Feng reverted to his ordinary state, took a shower, and retired for the night. After such an extensive battle, his body may have endured, but his spirit was weary. The private island returned to tranquility. However, not far from the private island, a flurry of activity ensued. Natasha led over 300 individuals, operating numerous machines to create land. To expedite the process, she instructed her intelligence system, Alita, to install cold fusion reactors on the machinery employed in land reclamation. Consequently, the vessels extracting seabed silt operated at remarkable speed. Within a single day, a mound of sand emerged from the ocean. To prevent the sea from washing away the sand, Natasha dispatched dozens of individuals worldwide to procure cement for coastal fortification. A week later, a massive sand island appeared near the private island, encompassing an area of 41 square kilometers, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of inhabitants with ease. Within the villa on the private island, Chen Feng was engaged in a discussion about quantum realms with Dr. Hank when he suddenly heard Optimus Prime's alert. "Master, a speedboat flying a white flag is approaching us rapidly. Shall we intercept? Could this white flag vessel be sent by the Americans to negotiate with me?" Chen Feng pondered. "Master, I see Betty. She is aboard the speedboat," Optimus Prime reported. "Let her in," Chen Feng commanded. On the swiftly moving speedboat, Betty felt a heavy heart. Her boyfriend had been captured by Chen Feng, and she was once again on a mission to rescue him while also assisting the Americans in their negotiations. She was merely an ordinary woman, reluctant to facilitate the Americans in their discussions with Chen Feng. However, the high-ranking officials of the United States, under the guise of national interest, coerced her into facilitating negotiations. Coupled with her father's persuasion, she reluctantly acquiesced. Chapter 87I. With a clear conscience, the speedboat successfully reached the private island. Betty was aware that Chen Feng resided in the villa on the island. Thus she made her way towards it. The grand entrance of the villa opened automatically as she approached. Upon entering the living room, she encountered Chen Feng, who was seated upon the sofa. "Please, take a seat," Chen Feng gestured. Betty obediently settled herself before him and spoke up. "Chen Feng, could you possibly release Banner?" "Not at the moment," Chen Feng stated plainly. "When will you be willing to let Banner go?" Betty inquired. "That depends on his behavior. If he cooperates with me and aids in the development of super soldiers, I can release him immediately," Chen Feng replied. Betty was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chen Feng, like her father, harbored a super soldier program. Noticing Betty's exaggerated expression, Chen Feng chuckled. "Surprised, are we?" Betty nodded. "Indeed. The super soldier program was originally initiated during World War II, successfully producing the perfect super soldier, the hero known as Captain America. Unfortunately, it was ultimately destroyed by the nefarious organization known as Hydra. Upon learning of the terror incident, your father sought to create even more formidable soldiers and thus revive the super soldier program. To be honest, if it weren't for your boyfriend's lack of cooperation, his disruptions, and his theft of the research results, destroying the research facility in his departure. Your father's super soldier program would have undoubtedly reached fruition by now. His plan was flawless, regrettably. He enlisted your unreliable boyfriend, Chen Feng remarked. Banner did not wish to harm anyone, which is why he destroyed the research facility and took the results. Betty awkwardly defended her boyfriend. Not wanting to harm anyone is merely an excuse. He is entirely selfish, seeking to monopolize that terrifying power, Chen Feng retorted sarcastically. That's not true, Chen Feng. You misunderstand him. He is not that kind of person. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding everywhere, Betty argued. Chen Feng picked up a fruit knife from the coffee table along with an apple, peeling it as he spoke. Do you see the knife in my hand? Some use knives to carve wood, cut vegetables, create tools that benefit humanity, while others wield knives to commit heinous acts. Do you believe that knives should exist? Betty found herself at a loss for words. Or do you believe your father is a bad man? Chen Feng smiled. Betty shook her head, asserting earnestly, my father is a good man, albeit not a competent father. Thus, it follows that there are only evil individuals and not inherently evil tools. If utilized correctly, they can not only pose no threat to humanity, but can also benefit, protect, and preserve humanity, our planet, and even the universe, Chen Feng persuaded. His intention was to sway Betty into convincing the Hulk to cooperate in his research, ideally assisting him in his endeavors. You may be right, but do you not perceive yourself as a villain? Betty timidly queried. Chen Feng took a bite of the apple and casually tossed the fruit knife, which lodged itself into the wall with a clang. What misdeeds have I committed? He inquired with a smile. Initially, Betty perceived Chen Feng as a villain, yet upon reflection, she realized he had not truly committed any heinous acts. The only incident she could recall was when Chen Feng coerced her boyfriend into cooperating for genetic extraction, but ultimately, he released them. Chen Feng had attempted to pilfer items from SHIELD, while theft is an act of greed. It did not reach the level of unforgivable wrongdoing. His confrontations with SHIELD and her father were instigated by them, leaving Chen Feng with no choice but to retaliate. He had taken her boyfriend, but that was a consequence of her boyfriend's misdeeds against him. These instances illustrated that while Chen Feng was undoubtedly not a good person, labeling him as a villain would be unjust. Observing Betty's inability to articulate her thoughts, he chuckled and remarked, What's the matter? Can't find the words? I know you aren't a good person, Betty retorted, visibly frustrated. Leaning back, Chen Feng responded, Allow me to recount my deeds since arriving in America. Upon my arrival, I assisted your father in dealing with Blonsky. Then I threatened your boyfriend Banner to acquire his Hulk genes. Subsequently, at Natasha's invitation, I joined SHIELD. Under the guise of my affiliation, I approached Iron Man Tony for collaboration, only to be humiliated by him. Then, I deceived Dr. Helen Zhao to a private island, where she now leads a joyous life. Engrossed in her research, I also persuaded Dr. Hank to assist in rescuing his wife. During a clash between Dr. Octopus and Spider-Man in New York, it was I who saved a train full of people. When Professor Lizard unleashed his army of lizards, I eradicated them and guided him back to righteousness. Later, in my quest to create the most powerful robot, I sought a metal known as vibranium, of which SHIELD possessed in abundance. I required merely a grain. Yes, even a minuscule amount of powder was denied. SHIELD presented me with outrageous demands, seeking my technology. Given their stinginess, I, of course, refused. Thus, I resorted to theft. Upon their discovery, they declared war against me, and your father, ever the instigator, joined the fray. I was compelled to fight back. While my actions may reflect poorly on my character, I assure you, I have never committed any atrocity. Moreover, I have saved countless lives. I stand with a clear conscience. Chen Feng's words evoked a sense of guilt within Betty. Chen Feng, I apologize. I misunderstood you, she expressed with sincerity. Betty, you are simply too naive. Many matters are not as they appear on the surface, Chen Feng replied. Betty gazed at him with wide, blinking eyes, struggling to comprehend his meaning. For instance, take Iron Man, Tony Stark. While Americans regard him as a hero, one must ponder his actions. He manufactures an abundance of weapons, selling them to various warlords and terrorists, resulting in chaos across nations and countless casualties. Furthermore, he has a penchant for trifling with the affections of women. Would you deem him a virtuous individual? Or a hero? Chen Feng inquired. Betty shook her head, replying no. Consider SHIELD, the American umbrella organization tasked with safeguarding the earth. Yet, do you know who established SHIELD? Chen Feng questioned. Is it not the American government? Betty replied. It is, in fact, the nefarious organization known as Hydra. Should you doubt my words? I can provide you with the evidence shortly, Chen Feng asserted earnestly. Surely not. Betty exclaimed in disbelief. You are aware of Harry, the president of Oscorp, correct? Chen Feng continued. Could he also be malevolent? Betty pondered skeptically. His reputation in America is impeccable. He frequently engages in charitable acts, and his company has developed numerous beneficial pharmaceuticals for humanity. Yet, he harbors another identity, that of the Green Goblin, Chen Feng elucidated. Chapter 88. Negotiating with General Ross. Betty found this hard to believe. Thus, one must not judge solely by appearances. Consider your father. Do you truly perceive him as wicked? Why do both you and Banner deem him so? What misdeeds has he committed? Chen Feng pressed. Just as Betty was about to respond, Chen Feng interjected. And your boyfriend? How many innocent citizens have perished due to his transformation into the Hulk? Chen Feng continued. I have taken many lives, I concede. Yet I have never slain an innocent. At most, I have merely stood idly by. After a moment of silence, Betty, feeling despondent, asked, Please, no more. I will assist in persuading Banner to aid you in completing the Super Soldier program, but you must promise me that he will be released afterward. Rest assured, Miss Betty, I, Chen Feng, will undoubtedly allow him to depart, for I harbor no animosity towards him, Chen Feng assured her. That is a relief, Betty sighed. You did not come here solely for your boyfriend, did you? Chen Feng inquired. Betty sighed once more, expressing her helplessness. The President of the United States sent me to negotiate with you, hoping you would reactivate America's network and cease your antagonism towards the nation. That is agreeable. But I have conditions, Chen Feng stated. Speak, and I shall convey them to the President, Betty replied. Only one condition. Anything I undertake in America, provided it does not harm its citizens, must remain unchallenged by the United States, Chen Feng articulated. I can assure you that the President will acquiesce to this demand. Betty responded readily. During her visit, the President and her father had conveyed to her that, should the safety of America be preserved, the nation might even offer Chen Feng a substantial compensation. Very well, it is settled then, Chen Feng declared with satisfaction. He could have extorted more advantageous terms from the United States, yet they currently possessed nothing he desired. Thus he limited his demand to this modest request. When will America's network be reactivated? Betty inquired. It can be done immediately, Chen Feng replied. After Chen Feng spoke, he commanded Optimus Prime, restore normalcy to the American network. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. A second or two later, he reported, My lord, the American network has been restored. Chen Feng acknowledged. Betty quickly took out her phone and dialed her father's number. The call connected swiftly, and she joyfully reported, Dad. Chen Feng has agreed to reconcile with America. He has restored the network, but he demands that we must not interfere with his actions, except in cases that harm the citizens. That's good. General Ross responded with delight. Chen Feng took out his phone, held it to his mouth, and quietly commanded, Track General Ross's location, send the Transformers, robots, and mechanical beings to eliminate him. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. A week prior, the Transformers, robots, and mechanical beings dispatched by Chen Feng had scoured every inch of the area where General Ross had vanished, yet they had found nothing. Now that General Ross had reappeared and even used a phone, Chen Feng felt justified in seeking retribution. After Betty ended the call, she eagerly asked Chen Feng, Can I see Banner? Chen Feng nodded, of course. He led Betty to Professor Lizard's laboratory, where the professor was engrossed in his research and paid no attention to them. Chen Feng brought Betty to the platform where the Hulk was confined and called out to the sleeping giant, Banner, wake up. Your girlfriend has come to see you. The Hulk, perhaps too weak, did not stir. Seeing the Hulk's despondent state pained Betty, and tears streamed down her face. She approached him, wrapped her arms around his waist, and cried, Banner, I've come to see you. Only then did the Hulk slowly awaken, opening his eyes. Upon seeing Betty in his embrace, he felt a mix of surprise and anger, causing his emotions to spiral out of control, his body beginning to turn green and swell. Chen Feng, if you dare to harm Betty, I will fight you. The Hulk roared. Chen Feng offered no explanation, knowing it would be futile. Betty interjected, Banner, don't be upset. It's not what you think. Chen Feng didn't capture me. I came on my own. Her words indeed had a calming effect on the Hulk, and his rage subsided, returning his form to that of a normal man. You must leave. Chen Feng is not a good person, the Hulk urged anxiously. Banner, don't worry. Chen Feng has never harmed me. He assured me that if you cooperate with him in his research to create a super soldier, he will release you. Alternatively, if you help him expedite the creation of a super soldier, he will set you free immediately, Betty gently counseled. The Hulk shook his head stubbornly, declaring, I will not agree to that. He is just like General Ross, seeking world domination. Banner, listen to me. Chen Feng is not entirely evil. He has never intentionally killed the innocent. His ambitions are simply too vast. Please help him. Once we have developed the super soldier, we shall take our leave and never return, Betty advised. The Hulk frowned, questioning, you said the same last time, and what was the outcome? After your father's call, you immediately insisted that I rescue him. Otherwise, I would not have been captured and brought here for experimentation. Banner, I apologize. I truly had no choice. He is my father, and I cannot stand idly by while he is in danger. Betty expressed with guilt. Do not worry about me. You should return. This place is far too perilous, the Hulk replied, touched. No, if you do not leave, then I shall not leave either. I want to be with you forever, Betty declared earnestly. As Betty and the Hulk exchanged tender words, Chen Feng, witnessing their affectionate display, tactfully sought out Professor Lizard for conversation. He had no concern about Betty attempting to rescue the Hulk, for without his orders, Optimus Prime would never release him. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone rang. Upon checking, he discovered it was Spider-Man. Peter, what do you need? He answered. Chen Feng, you must come to New York at once. Mary has gone mad. She is killing indiscriminately. Even her own family. She is relentlessly pursuing me, and no matter where I hide, she finds me swiftly, Spider-Man pleaded. Cannot handle her? Chen Feng inquired curiously. Don't laugh, but I truly cannot. She has become a monster, wielding advanced technology. In her presence, I can only flee, Spider-Man admitted helplessly. Is your friend Harry responsible for her transformation? Chen Feng speculated. Mary's monstrosity certainly involves Harry, but not entirely, as Harry isn't that formidable, Spider-Man conjectured. Do you want me to rescue you or eliminate Mary? Chen Feng asked. There was silence on the other end. If you remain silent, I shall hang up. Chen Feng urged. Chen Feng, you cannot disregard this matter. Once she kills me, she will surely come for you next, Spider-Man insisted. Honestly, I have had my fill of Mary and wish to sever all ties with her. Thus, I regret to inform you that I cannot assist you. However, you may seek refuge with me. It is entirely safe here, Chen Feng stated. Mary became deranged because of you. How can you ignore this? Spider-Man complained. I am not a savior. Why should I intervene? You claim she went mad because of me. Yet I could argue it is your failure to keep an eye on your girlfriend that led to her madness. Chen Feng countered. Fine, if you will not help. Then I shall not either. I am coming to you now. Send someone to fetch me, Spider-Man pouted. Very well, Chen Feng replied. He was quite busy and had no time to deal with Mary's antics. After all, no matter how much chaos she caused, it would not reach his private island, which was fortified with moving fortresses, the Lizard Legion, swarms of flying ants, robots, and the recently recruited 300 SHIELD members, all of whom were not to be trifled with. As long as Mary dares to trouble him, he will ensure that she never returns. After hanging up the phone, Chen Feng addressed Optimus Prime. Optimus, dispatch an iron battle armor to fetch Spider-Man. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime replied dutifully. Betty continued to persuade the Hulk, but he remained adamant against cooperating with Chen Feng, especially refusing to assist in the creation of super soldiers. Chen Feng approached the Hulk and remarked, Banner, you are truly selfish. Betty came alone to plead for your release, and what do? Hiding everything as if the world owes you something. Do not forget, without Betty and her father's support, would you possess the formidable powers you have now? With that, Chen Feng turned and left. Betty stayed in the laboratory, conversing with the Hulk. Half an hour later, Optimus Prime announced, My lord, Spider-Man has arrived. Chen Feng stepped outside to greet him. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Spider-Man grumbled. Chen Feng, you are utterly heartless. You have the power to deal with Mary, yet you choose to ignore it. Peter, a week ago, I engaged in a fierce battle with SHIELD and General Ross's army, taking on 2 opponents alone. Who came to my aid? Chen Feng retorted. Spider-Man gasped. You can't be serious. Indeed, I am. If you do not believe me, step outside and observe the artificial land nearby. Those upon it are all individuals I have recruited from SHIELD, Chen Feng declared with pride. What is the current state of SHIELD? Spider-Man inquired. Aside from Fury and a few high-ranking officials, the rest have been eradicated, along with General Ross's elite forces of 200,000. Chen Feng boasted. You killed hundreds of thousands? Spider-Man was taken aback. Even if I were to slay countless enemies, I remain unconcerned, for I was born for battle. As long as I achieve success, I never hesitate to sacrifice everything, Chen Feng asserted with a domineering air. You truly are a ruthless individual, Spider-Man remarked. Enough of that. Since you are here, make yourself comfortable. The villa has many vacant rooms. Choose one at your leisure. Should you require assistance, seek out Optimus. He will aid you. Chen Feng instructed. Yes, I understand. Thank you for your hospitality. Spider-Man expressed his gratitude. After ensuring Spider-Man was settled, Chen Feng returned to his room and asked, Optimus, Has General Ross been eliminated? My lord, I regret to inform you that he is not, as his forces are fiercely resisting, and Abomination is desperately thwarting our efforts. We have already suffered substantial losses in robots and mechanical beings, Optimus Prime reported. Then employ heavy weaponry. I trust you will find it within General Ross's camp. Chen Feng commanded. Very well, I shall seek it out immediately, Optimus replied. Upon locating it, return at once and instruct the robots to detonate it, ensuring General Ross's demise. Chen Feng ordered. Understood, my lord, Optimus affirmed. Moments later, a tremendous explosion reverberated, so powerful that it reached even Chen Feng's private island, shaking the ground beneath him. Chen Feng hastened to the window, where he beheld a colossal mushroom cloud. Goodness, Optimus Prime, have you unleashed a mushroom cloud? How astonishing! Chen Feng exclaimed in amazement. Indeed, my lord, Optimus Prime replied. Are the Transformers unharmed? Chen Feng inquired. Although he held reservations about the first generation of Transformers, he intended to utilize them until the second generation was released. Rest assured, the Transformers are fine, but the other robots and mechanical beings have been obliterated, Optimus Prime responded. Suddenly, Natasha's voice, relayed through RC, reached Chen Feng's room. Chen Feng, can't you exercise some restraint? Do you not realize the immense radiation from a mushroom cloud? What is there to fear? If they dare to create it, I dare to detonate it, Chen Feng retorted. He declared that once his strength was enhanced to the point of surviving in space, he would engage in even grander exploits. Natasha was left speechless, unsure how to counter Chen Feng's argument, and opted to remain silent, instructing RC to sever the connection with him. Chen Feng, through satellite imagery, marveled at the magnificent mushroom cloud. However, his admiration was short-lived, as Betty stormed into his room, visibly furious. Chen Feng, you scoundrel, you have deceived me once again. She chastised. How have I deceived you? Chen Feng queried. Betty, wiping away tears, retorted angrily. You promised to seek reconciliation, yet in the blink of an eye, you want to kill my father. To do so, you detonated a mushroom cloud. This is utterly outrageous. Chen Feng countered. I agreed to reconcile with the United States, but not with your father. Since he dared to lead 200,000 elite troops against me, he must be prepared to face my retribution. His current predicament is of his own making. He has no one to blame. Betty sobbed. You have killed my father. I will avenge him. Chen Feng's expression turned cold as he replied icily. You truly seek vengeance upon me? Betty nodded, her voice trembling. Yes, I will avenge my father. With a flick of his wrist, Chen Feng shot a strand of webbing that adhered to Betty's neck, yanking it forcefully. The strength of the webbing drew her uncontrollably towards him. Chen Feng's hand morphed into a claw as he grasped her neck, his tone chilling. Since you wish to seek revenge, allow me to end your life first. Betty, overwhelmed with emotion, shouted at Chen Feng. Go ahead. Kill me, you monster. If you spare me, I will surely kill you. Chapter 90, Spider-Man 3. Venom. Since encountering Mary, Chen Feng had developed a profound disdain for women who overestimated their abilities. Betty was such an example, defiantly provoking him despite knowing she was no match for him. Did she truly believe he would refrain from striking a woman? He raised his left hand and, with a sharp slap, struck Betty across the face. Betty ceased her weeping, her anger now directed at Chen Feng. This is bad. That insane woman, Mary, has abducted my Gwen, came Spider-Man's anxious voice from outside. Before long, Spider-Man appeared in Chen Feng's room. Chen Feng cast Betty aside, and then contacted Natasha through Optimus Prime. Natasha, send 2 people over to confine Betty. Understood, Natasha replied. Spider-Man, anxious and seeing that Chen Feng was ignoring him, stepped forward and grasped Chen Feng's hand, pleading, Chen Feng, you must help me. Chen Feng shook off Spider-Man's hand irritably and retorted, Who is Gwen? Spider-Man, feeling embarrassed, awkwardly replied, She's my new girlfriend. Your new girlfriend? Chen Feng suddenly recalled something. Yes, it's Gwen, the beautiful girl Spider-Man saved during a rescue mission in Spider-Man 3, who is destined to become the female lead in the Spider-Man films. In Spider-Man 3, there are 4 formidable characters, Sandman, Eddie, Harry, and Spider-Man himself. Additionally, there exists a remarkable extraterrestrial entity known as Venom, a parasitic organism capable of amplifying a person's desires and abilities. As Chen Feng reflected on this, he felt a surge of excitement. He desired Sandman's genes, but he craved Venom even more. With Venom's extraordinary parasitic capabilities, it would serve as the perfect attire for him, given his ability to transform. As for the notion that Venom could corrupt one's morality, he felt no concern. His willpower was formidable, impervious to external influences. He would never allow Venom to dominate him. Most importantly, with Venom, his powers would be magnified, enabling him to effortlessly overpower adversaries akin to the Hulk. Chen Feng, I truly have no other option. I can't defeat Mary, and I had to come to you. Considering I assisted you in stealing from S.H.I.E.L.D. Please help me just this once. I promise to help you with another theft in the future, Spider-Man implored desperately. Peter, didn't you previously claim that your love for Mary was genuine? It seems you haven't been apart from her for long. Now you're involved with another girl? The romantic affairs of you Americans are quite absurd, Chen Feng jested. Chen Feng, matters of the heart are complex, Spider-Man replied awkwardly. At that moment, Natasha entered Chen Feng's room with two individuals. With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Take Betty to our quarters and keep her under strict surveillance." Yes, the two responded, advancing to escort Betty away. As they exited the room, Betty shouted angrily, "Chen Feng, if you don't kill me, you will surely perish at my hands in the future." Chen Feng chose to ignore her. He had merely threatened Betty earlier, as she still held value for him. With her presence, the Hulk would dare not act recklessly. "Natasha, I need to leave the private island for a while. During my absence, ensure the island's security," Chen Feng instructed. "Where are you going? Aren't you working on your research?" Natasha inquired curiously. "Peter has encountered some issues that require my assistance," Chen Feng replied. Natasha turned to Spider-Man and asked, "Peter, what troubles are you facing that necessitate the involvement of someone as formidable as Chen Feng?" Spider-Man recounted the events concerning Mary to Natasha. Upon hearing this, Natasha scoffed. "Humph, what do you expect when men indulge in such frivolous affairs? Now you see the repercussions." Chen Feng shot Natasha a disapproving glance and retorted, "If it weren't for the insatiable greed of women, would men be so easily entangled? Humph, regardless. None of you men are virtuous," Natasha declared before turning on her heel and departing. Chen Feng sighed with a wry smile, shaking his head as he lamented. "Women are the most inscrutable beings in the world. Chen Feng, no more lamenting. Let us depart. If we delay, who knows what that madwoman Mary will do to Gwen?" Spider-Man urged anxiously. "Very well. Let us be on our way," Chen Feng replied. Standing by the window, he commanded Optimus Prime, "Optimus, summon two gliders and assign the smaller one to Spider-Man." "As you wish, my lord," Optimus acknowledged. In mere moments, two gliders, one large and one small, arrived at Chen Feng's window. Chen Feng leapt onto the larger glider while Spider-Man boarded the smaller one. "Optimus, head towards New York," Chen Feng instructed. "As you command." "My lord," Optimus replied. The two gliders swiftly transported Chen Feng and Spider-Man to New York, arriving as night fell. Spider-Man took out his phone and dialed Mary's number. As soon as the call connected, Mary's triumphant voice echoed, "Peter, I knew you wouldn't disappoint me. You actually brought Chen Feng." Chen Feng furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of Optimus, "Optimus, how does Mary know I am here?" "I am afraid I do not know, my lord," came Optimus's response. Chen Feng suspected that Mary had managed to elude Optimus's surveillance by orchestrating a network of informants, transmitting information through methods akin to a Caesar cipher, thus keeping her plans hidden. After finalizing arrangements with Mary, Spider-Man ended the call and informed Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, Mary wants us to meet at the church on the outskirts." "Let us go," Chen Feng replied. The church on the outskirts undoubtedly harbored traps. Yet for the sake of the sand demon Jean and Venom, he would leap into danger regardless. With the gliders at their disposal, Chen Feng and Spider-Man reached the church within a couple of minutes. The church doors were ajar, revealing a dark interior devoid of any presence. Chen Feng and Spider-Man stepped inside. Suddenly, all the lights illuminated the church, casting it in a brightness akin to day. With the newfound light, Chen Feng beheld a beautiful woman bound to a pillar at the edge of the church. Without a moment's hesitation, Spider-Man rushed over, removing the cloth from her mouth, and inquired with concern, "Gwen, are you all right?" "Peter, don't worry about me. You need to leave now. That madwoman Mary intends to kill you, and you are no match for her," Gwen urged anxiously. "Gwen, rest assured, I have brought a formidable ally this time. Mary will not stand a chance against him." Spider-Man comforted Gwen before setting off to untie her. At that moment, a monstrous figure descended from the sky, landing right in front of Chen Feng. The creature was female. Adorned with a tail and beastly claws, her appearance fierce, clad in mechanical armor, exuding an air of formidable prowess. "Chen Feng, do you remember me?" the monster said coldly. Chapter 91. The Powerful Mutant. "Mary, is that you, Mary?" Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. I am the Mary who loved you so intensely that I wished to end your life." She laughed maniacally. "If it were just you alone, you wouldn't stand a chance against me. Summon your companions. I, Chen Feng, will take you all on in single combat," he boasted boldly. Mary shook her head, replying, "I have no allies. I am here alone." "Ah, it seems you possess great confidence in your abilities," Chen Feng remarked. "Yes, my confidence stems from my strength. I am formidable. I will kill you and then follow you into death," Mary declared passionately. Chen Feng was at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that the once loving Mary had succumbed to madness, yet her love now felt terrifying. Mary produced a syringe and plunged it into her thigh, injecting the liquid within. Almost instantly, she transformed, though still of human stature. An overwhelming aura radiated from her, instilling a sense of dread. Mary, I will not overlook you this time. Since you wish to take my life, you must perish, Chen Feng said coldly. His ruthlessness was a result of desperation. He could die, but he would never accept a coward's fate. I must die, and you too must die. Let us perish together. At least in hell. There will be company, Mary sneered. Chen Feng dared not underestimate her. After all, her current prowess could easily overpower Spider-Man. With a roar, he transformed into a lizard man. The advantage of this form was its resilience to death. He needed to ascertain Mary's capabilities before deciding how to confront her. Mary struck first, her hands moving like lightning as she clawed at Chen Feng. With a swift motion, she drew blood from his shoulder, leaving him in shock. Her speed was astonishing, so rapid that he could barely perceive it before he was struck. After her initial attack, Mary refrained from further assault, instead boasting, "How do you like my strength?" Having successfully rescued Gwen, Spider-Man noticed the wound on Chen Feng and shouted, "Chen Feng, be cautious. Her speed is extraordinary, and her armor is highly resilient." Chen Feng remained silent, pivoting his body as his thick tail swung towards Mary. She performed a backflip, evading the attack, then retrieved an odd-looking handgun from her waist, firing several shots in quick succession. Chen Feng was hit repeatedly, his body beginning to tingle and grow immobile. Mary stowed the handgun back at her waist, and then drew forth a massive spear from behind her. As she loaded the bullets, she coolly remarked to Chen Feng, "Do not be anxious. I shall send you to hell shortly." Chen Feng inwardly cursed, "Damn it, you mad woman. You truly wish for my demise." He found himself immobilized, his body thoroughly anesthetized. Roar, roar. Chen Feng's roars intensified as his body underwent a transformation. His tail and claws retracted, while his physique expanded. With a thunderous roar, he metamorphosed into a titan. The genetic might of the titan was formidable, swiftly consuming the anesthetic. Confronted by the towering figure of the titan, standing 3 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 kilograms, Mary remained unfazed. She finished loading her weapon and steadily raised the gun's muzzle. Chen Feng charged at Mary fearlessly. However, Mary was remarkably nimble. After firing a shot, she quickly evaded. With a resounding bang, the shot rang out, not loud, yet impactful. The spiraled bullet pierced through Chen Feng's body. As he lunged forward to attack Mary, he heard another gunshot. A sharp pain struck his head, and upon touching it, he discovered a gash in his skull that nearly grazed his brain. Chen Feng became serious. If he continued to be reckless, he would indeed perish. Mary, puffing smoke from the gun's muzzle, grinned and said, "How do you like that? My marksmanship is quite impressive, isn't it?" The Titan's strength and defensive capabilities were immense. Yet in terms of agility, they paled in comparison to a normal human's spider-like abilities. Thus, Chen Feng transformed back into his human form. He employed a special method to stimulate his potential, dramatically enhancing his strength. "Oh, I see. You intend to use Spider-Man's abilities against me. Allow me to inform you that it is futile. To me, Spider-Man is as insignificant as an ant, easily squashed," Mary taunted. In the corner, Spider-Man's expression darkened upon hearing Mary's words, but his anger was futile. He truly could not contend with her. "Peter, take your girlfriend and leave. I can handle this," Chen Feng asserted. "All right. Be careful," Spider-Man replied with concern, then assisted Gwen in departing. Mary paid no heed to their exit, her focus solely on Chen Feng. Once Spider-Man and Gwen had departed, combat erupted between Chen Feng and Mary. Mary's agility and precise shooting meant she rarely missed her mark. After stimulating his potential, Chen Feng's abilities were significantly enhanced, allowing him to hold his ground against Mary. Chen Feng's webbing ensnared Mary. Yet she swiftly severed the strands with her dagger or utilized her armor to discharge electricity, shattering the webbing. However, should Mary inflict severe harm upon Chen Feng, he could transform, becoming either a lizard man or a titan. As soon as his body healed, he would revert to his normal state. The battle between Chen Feng and Mary raged on in the church for over an hour. Spider-Man, burdened by Gwen, hurried back to the church, looking quite disheveled. He called out to Chen Feng, "Chen Feng, it's bad news. Harry has arrived as well, and he's just outside. His equipment has been upgraded. It's incredibly powerful, and I find myself no match for him." Chen Feng was at a loss for words. "Huh, I'm not afraid to tell you. This is a trap set by Harry and me, for I intend to eliminate you." Chen Feng, while he seeks to dispose of Peter, Mary laughed heartily. Who will meet their demise remains to be seen. Chen Feng replied coldly. While Mary posed a threat to him, the Green Goblin did not, for like Iron Man, He operated through an advanced AI system. Chen Feng's Titan was the bane of such systems. With a mere command, he could cause the Green Goblin's armor to self-destruct. The Green Goblin hovered into the church on his glider, greeting Chen Feng with a casual wave. "Hey, Chen Feng, long time no see." Chen Feng, uninterested in engaging with the Green Goblin, swiftly shot a multitude of spider webs towards Mary. She deftly dodged, her speed allowing her to momentarily run along the walls. Chen Feng pursued her relentlessly. Suddenly, Mary halted, pivoting sharply. With a swift motion, a half-meter sword sprang from her wrist, aimed at the approaching Chen Feng. Chen Feng, unable to slow his momentum, shot a web upward, yanking himself into the air, then propelled his right foot forward, striking at Mary's head. With a resounding impact, he connected, sending her flying. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Feng unleashed his ultimate move, shooting another web at Mary and yanking her back towards him, then delivering a rapid series of punches. The blows landed on Mary, leaving her face bruised, yet her body remained unscathed, for her armor was of exceptional quality, impervious to his strength. In that fleeting moment before Mary could retaliate, Chen Feng transformed into a titan, firmly grasping her neck with one hand to prevent her escape while using the other to tear at her armor, ripping it apart. Inside, a multitude of wires emitted dazzling sparks. He surmised these electrical discharges had awakened all of Mary's latent potential, explaining her formidable prowess. Just as he had done, by stimulating his own potential, he amplified his strength. With a tearing sound, Chen Feng stripped away Mary's armor entirely. Without her protective gear, she was no longer his equal. Her abilities now mirrored those of the lizard professor. Acknowledging her defeat, Mary ceased her resistance, closing her eyes in acceptance of her fate. Chen Feng lifted the sword she had wielded, uttering, "Loving someone is not wrong. What is wrong is encountering the wrong person at the wrong time. May you find the right one in your next life. Farewell." Tears streamed from Mary's eyes. With a swift flash, the glimmer of the sword appeared, and Mary's life faded away as her body transformed back into that of an ordinary person. Chen Feng gazed upon Mary, lying in a pool of blood, his heart heavy with sorrow. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. Mary had succumbed to madness. If Mary did not perish, he would be the one to face death. Her demise was entirely of her own making. As Chen Feng reflected on Mary, a cry, reminiscent of a dolphin's call, pierced the air. He looked up to see the Green Goblin clutching Gwen, soaring high above. Spider-Man clung to the walls, ascending rapidly with the aid of his webbing. "Come on, Peter. Let us play a delightful game," the Green Goblin cackled. "Release me, let me go." Gwen struggled fervently. Once Spider-Man reached the same altitude as the Green Goblin, he dangled in the air and addressed him. "Harry, if you have a grievance, direct it at me. Do not harm Gwen." "Peter, you are truly a sentimental soul. First, you are infatuated with Mary, and now you remain devoted to Gwen. I must commend you," the Green Goblin taunted. "Harry, for the sake of our past friendship, please let Gwen go." Spider-Man pleaded. "Very well. For the sake of our camaraderie, I shall release her." As the Green Goblin spoke, he loosened his grip and lunged at Spider-Man, slamming him against the wall. "Ah, help!" Gwen screamed as she plummeted from the heights, terror evident in her voice. "Gwen," Spider-Man cried out in anguish. "Let your sorrow echo. Cry all you wish. Once she meets her end, you may weep," the Green Goblin jeered. In the depths of despair, Spider-Man unleashed a formidable force, pushing the Green Goblin away, followed by a swift kick that knocked him down. He then shot several strands of webbing to ensnare the Goblin's limbs. Having temporarily subdued his foe, he looked down and felt a sharp pain in his heart as he saw Gwen nearing the ground. He promptly leaped down, using his webbing to propel himself faster. And as Gwen was about to crash to the floor, he rapidly shot a strand to catch her mid-fall. The elasticity of the webbing, combined with Gwen's accelerating descent, meant she continued to drop. Just as Spider-Man neared his breaking point, fearing for Gwen's life, a familiar figure emerged, Chen Feng. In a stunning display, Chen Feng hung upside down on the first floor and shot 2 strands of webbing to secure Gwen. As she was about to meet a tragic end, he yanked forcefully. Gwen's body flew swiftly towards him. Upon landing, Chen Feng twirled the webbing attached to Gwen as if skipping rope, a method to dissipate the force. Otherwise, even if Gwen survived the fall, the brutal impact could cause catastrophic internal injuries. As Chen Feng slowed his spinning, after several rotations, he halted and caught Gwen in his arms. Gwen retched violently. Chen Feng set her down and, without a second thought, moved away from her. Due to his concern that Gwen might become another Mary, Spider-Man would truly be heartbroken. Upon witnessing Gwen's rescue, Spider-Man sighed in relief and expressed his gratitude to Chen Feng. "Thank you, Chen Feng. I owe you a favor." The Green Goblin, displeased, confronted Chen Feng. "You previously agreed that I would handle Peter without your interference. Why have you now gone back on your word?" I rescued Gwen, not Peter. Chen Feng retorted. Very well. Take Gwen away, the Green Goblin replied. Chen Feng turned to Spider-Man and said, I will take Gwen and leave first. All right, thank you. Spider-Man responded gratefully. Although Spider-Man also wished to depart, he knew the Green Goblin would certainly not permit it. After Gwen finished vomiting, she fainted. Chen Feng picked her up, and with a thought, a gigantic glider soared in, allowing him to leap aboard and fly away. After bringing Gwen to the hospital and paying a substantial medical fee, Chen Feng departed. He ventured to the outskirts in search of Venom, recalling the scene from the film Spider-Man 3, where Venom stealthily followed Spider-Man home by hiding on his motorcycle. He hoped to encounter Venom in the countryside. Standing on the glider, he gazed down at the earth and glided slowly. He searched throughout the night, but failed to locate the high-temperature red meteorite where Venom was said to be. In the morning, he continued his search. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Spider-Man calling, but the voice was not Spider-Man's, it was Gwen's. Is this Mr. Chen? Gwen asked, weeping. Yes, it is, Chen Feng replied. Please, you must save Peter. He is gravely injured, and the doctors say he is beyond saving. Peter said only you can help him, Gwen pleaded tearfully. Gravely injured? That can't be. Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. It's true. Peter was harmed by the Green Goblin, and he injected a strange virus into him that prevents Peter from recovering, Gwen sobbed. Don't worry, I will return immediately. By the way, you are at the hospital I took you to, right? Chen Feng inquired. Yes. Hurry. Peter seems to be on the brink of death, Gwen urged anxiously. I will be there within a minute, Chen Feng assured her. Chapter 93. Frozen Spider-Man in the hospital's operating room. Spider-Man lay battered and bruised on the surgical table. The lead surgeon commenced the operation, and upon cutting open Spider-Man's abdomen, he was taken aback by the extent of the injuries. Spider-Man's internal organs were nearly beyond recognition, and such injuries were undoubtedly fatal. Yet, astonishingly, Spider-Man was still alive, leaving the doctors and nurses in utter disbelief. While the medical team was at a loss regarding Spider-Man's condition, Chen Feng arrived. He boldly pushed open the operating room door and entered. The doctors and nurses, startled by Chen Feng's intrusion, quickly admonished him. Who are you? This is the operating room. You cannot enter. Leave now, for if something goes wrong, you will be held accountable. Hearing the commotion from within, Gwen rushed into the operating room and explained to the doctor, Doctor, this is Chen Feng. He is quite remarkable. I called him to save Spider-Man. Is he a doctor? The physician inquired. Gwen pondered for a moment, her expression troubled, and replied, It appears he is not. Nonsense. How can someone who is not a doctor save lives? Quickly, remove him. Do not delay our efforts. The doctor retorted angrily. Enough of this nonsense. You all need to leave. Chen Feng declared coldly. The one who needs to exit is you, the doctor fumed. Several nurses stepped forward, attempting to push Chen Feng out. With Spider-Man's life hanging in the balance, Chen Feng could not afford to waste a moment in treating Peter. He swiftly unleashed several strands of webbing, ensnaring the doctor and nurses, then yanked them backward, propelling them out of the operating room. Gwen, close the door. Do not let anyone else in, Chen Feng commanded. Okay. Gwen obediently shut the large door of the operating room. Though not a physician, Chen Feng was an accomplished scientist, having inherited the memories of Dr. Zola. He possessed an unparalleled understanding of human anatomy and could confidently assert that as long as a person's brain remained functional, he could heal even the gravest of wounds. Spider-Man was not dead. His brain was operating normally, merely trapped in a state of unconsciousness. Chen Feng gently tapped Spider-Man's face and called out a few times, prompting him to gradually awaken. Upon seeing Chen Feng, Spider-Man's face lit up faintly, and he weakly expressed, Chen Feng, thank you for coming to my aid once more. Peter, your injuries are severe, compounded by an inexplicable virus in your system that cannot be eradicated in a short time. The best course of action is to inject you with lizard DNA serum, which will allow your damaged body to regenerate, Chen Feng explained. I am Spider-Man. I do not wish to become a lizard, Spider-Man protested. There is another option, transforming you into a mechanical being, Chen Feng suggested. Is there no other alternative? Spider-Man asked in despair. There is, but it requires several days and necessitates transporting you to a private island, where I must personally intervene, Chen Feng replied. I am not afraid to wait. I can endure, Spider-Man said weakly. The issue is that I do not have the luxury of time. Chen Feng lamented. His primary concern was Venom. He feared alterations to the plot of Spider-Man 3, which could result in Venom's disappearance for various reasons. Venom was the suit he coveted most, and he was determined to acquire it. If faced with the choice between saving Spider-Man's life and obtaining Venom, he would not hesitate to choose the latter. Spider-Man felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing that Chen Feng was indifferent to his fate. Gwen pleaded, Mr. Chen, you must save Peter, I beg you. If you do, I will do anything you ask. When a woman utters such words, it often implies a willingness for a transactional exchange. However, Chen Feng was not swayed by such propositions. He turned to Spider-Man and proposed, "How about this? I will temporarily freeze you in stasis, and once I have the time, I will assist you with your treatment." "Very well, I appreciate your assistance," Spider-Man expressed gratefully. The technique of cryogenically freezing individuals is quite advanced within the Marvel Universe, albeit prohibitively expensive for the average person. However, Chen Feng was not constrained by financial limitations. Under his monetary influence, the hospital ceased to pursue any charges regarding his unauthorized entry into the operating room, and promptly employed their finest equipment to encase Spider-Man in ice. Should his nemesis, the Green Goblin, discover that Spider-Man was still alive, he would undoubtedly seek to trouble him once more. Thus, once Spider-Man was securely frozen, Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to dispatch a robot to transport the ice-encased Spider-Man to a private island. As for Gwen, Chen Feng chose not to intervene. Having resolved matters concerning Spider-Man, Chen Feng ventured once more into the outskirts, tirelessly searching for the whereabouts of Venom. He scoured the vicinity near Spider-Man's residence, turning over every stone, yet was met with disappointment. Chen Feng was not one to relinquish hope easily. He roamed the outskirts of New York in pursuit of Venom. While he failed to locate Venom, he did stumble upon several hundred instances of skirmishes. After a week of relentless searching, he found no trace of Venom. Therefore, he made his way to Spider-Man's newspaper office in search of an individual named Eddie. Eddie was both a colleague and adversary of Spider-Man, harboring resentment due to Spider-Man's entanglement with his girlfriend, Gwen. In the film Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man's actions, influenced by Venom, led to the loss of Gwen for Eddie. Now, devoid of Venom's influence, Spider-Man still managed to capture Gwen's affection. Chen Feng surmised that this was likely due to Spider-Man's connection with the newspaper's owner. Upon arriving at the newspaper office, Chen Feng discovered that Eddie had quit in a fit of anger after losing Gwen to Spider-Man. After obtaining Eddie's address, he set off to find him. Upon arrival, Eddie was not home, prompting Chen Feng to request Optimus Prime to track Eddie's phone. Following Optimus Prime's guidance, Chen Feng successfully located Eddie, who was found beneath a bridge, drinking heavily and appearing rather disheveled. Approaching him, Chen Feng spoke, "Eddie, do you understand why you lost to Peter?" Eddie slowly lifted his head, squinting through a haze of inebriation, and slurred, Who are you?" "I am Chen Feng, a wealthy individual. The fortune Spider-Man possesses now is a result of my generosity," Chen Feng replied. Initially lethargic and intoxicated, Eddie reacted sharply to Chen Feng's words, hurling his bottle in anger. "Are you here to humiliate me? Let me tell you, I fear no one. Show me what you've got." "I am here to offer you money," Chen Feng replied with a smile. "Huh? How much can you possibly give me? Is it more than what Peter can offer?" Eddie retorted, visibly agitated. "I purchased the newspaper for $500 million and gifted it to Peter as compensation for his assistance. If you are willing to aid me and procure what I desire, I shall grant you $1 billion. With such wealth, you can have everything you wish," Chen Feng declared. "Is that truly the case? If I assist you, will you genuinely reward me with $10 billion? Eddie asked, astonished. Chen Feng nodded, affirming, "Indeed. And I can provide an initial deposit of $100 million. Chapter 94, Sending Eddie to Seek the Venom. The film narrates the journey of Spider-Man, who, after enduring numerous trials, emerges as a revered hero of justice, ultimately winning the heart of his beloved. However, Eddie, still somewhat inebriated, inquired with curiosity, "What do you wish for me to assist you with?" "Help me locate a moving parasitic liquid, black in color. Once found, it is imperative that you do not touch it. Contain it using an object and inform me immediately," Chen Feng instructed. Eddie gritted his teeth and replied, "All right, I agree." Although oblivious to the nature of the liquid Chen Feng spoke of, he surmised it was something exceedingly perilous. Motivated by monetary gain and a desire for vengeance against Spider-Man, he resolved to take the risk. "Optimus Prime, transfer $100 million to Eddie's bank card," commanded Chen Feng. "Understood, Master," Optimus Prime acknowledged. Moments later, Eddie's phone chimed with a notification. Ecstatically, he retrieved his phone, opened the message from the bank, and leapt in jubilation, exclaiming, "I've become wealthy, ha!" Once Eddie's excitement subsided, Chen Feng reminded him, "Remember, search in the outskirts." Eddie nodded, assuring, "Rest assured. I will find it for you." "Good. I shall await your promising news," Chen Feng replied with satisfaction. In the film Spider-Man 3, the only individuals to have encountered Venom, apart from Spider-Man, are Eddie and himself. Thus, he hoped to leverage Eddie's fortune to discover Venom. Even if Eddie ultimately found Venom and became its host, Chen Feng remained unperturbed. Knowing well Venom's fatal weakness, its fear of sonic attacks. After parting ways with Eddie, Chen Feng settled in a remote area near Spider-Man's residence. patiently awaiting the arrival of Venom. He enlisted Optimus Prime's assistance to monitor the skies while he kept a vigilant eye on the ground. A month passed, yet he found no trace of Venom, nor did he hear anything from Eddie. He began to doubt whether his own transformation had caused Venom to vanish. "Help! Is anyone there? Please save my boyfriend." A woman's desperate cry pierced the air. Chen Feng hurriedly activated his glider and soared towards the source of the plea. His intention was not merely to rescue, but to seek out Venom. The glider's swift descent brought him to the distressed woman in an instant. The woman appeared disheveled, bearing marks of whipping on her skin. Chen Feng inquired, "What transpired?" Upon seeing Chen Feng's formidable presence atop the glider, and sensing he posed no threat, she tearfully explained, "We encountered a gang who stole our money and attempted to harm me. My boyfriend fought them to ensure my escape. Can you save him?" "Oh, a gang, I see." Chen Feng expressed his disappointment and turned away. As the woman witnessed Chen Feng preparing to depart, she became anxious and implored, "Please don't go. I beg you. If you truly do not wish to assist, could you lend me a mobile phone? I need to call the police." Chen Feng halted, retrieving his phone and tossing it to her. She caught it gratefully, exclaiming, "Thank you. I will call the police right away." The phone, however, dialed the police station automatically without her intervention. "Hello, this is the police station. How may I assist you?" Upon hearing that reassuring voice, the woman burst into tears, crying, "Officer, please come quickly. I am in the outskirts and we have encountered a gang of thugs. They robbed us and attempted to assault me. My boyfriend fought them off to help me escape, and you must hurry. If you delay, they will kill him." "Ma'am, rest assured, we are dispatching officers immediately," the voice replied. After exchanging a few more words, she hung up. Chen Feng shot out a strand of webbing from his right hand, attaching it to the mobile phone she held. A swift tug sent the phone soaring back into his grasp. With the phone reclaimed, Chen Feng donned his glider and took flight. Upon returning to his residence, a makeshift wooden cabin, he soon heard the distant wail of police sirens, followed by gunshots. Minutes later, he heard footsteps outside. Venturing out, he spotted two thuggish individuals in unconventional attire, brandishing firearms as they approached him, pursued closely by a contingent of police officers. The two thugs, injured and unable to run swiftly, brightened upon spotting Chen Feng, intending to seize him as a hostage. They gasped for breath as they reached his doorstep, brandishing their guns and shouting, "Get down here, kid." In an instant, Chen Feng retaliated, simultaneously shooting two strands of webbing that ensnared their necks. With a swift pull, their bodies were uncontrollably yanked towards him. The speed was so great that they had no time to fire their weapons before Chen Feng seized them by the throat. "You insignificant pests dare to act brazenly before me?" he declared dominantly. With a surge of strength, he twisted his hands, producing two distinct cracks as their necks snapped instantaneously. He then hurled their lifeless bodies towards the approaching police officers, stating, "These two criminals have been dealt with. Please take them away." "Sir, we are immensely grateful for your assistance, but you must accompany us to the station to provide a statement," one officer politely interjected. "I am Chen Feng," he proclaimed assertively. Chen Feng. The name sent shockwaves through the ranks of officers. Though he was relatively unknown among the general populace, within the American authorities, he was a notorious figure, one that was universally advised against provoking. They were astounded to find themselves in the presence of someone who had just dispatched two criminals on their behalf. "Mr. Chen, I apologize, we must depart immediately." The police hurriedly carried away the lifeless bodies of two thugs, anxious that Chen Feng's wrath might be unleashed upon them. Suddenly, Chen Feng's phone chimed. Upon checking, he found it to be a call from Eddie. A surge of hope filled his heart as he mused. Could it be that Eddie has found the venom? He quickly pressed the answer button and inquired, "Eddie, have you located the venom?" "Mr. Chen, I have found it, but it was just snatched away by a group of thugs. They also assaulted me and threatened my girlfriend. You must help me seek vengeance." Eddie exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. "What? You were just robbed?" Chen Feng responded in astonishment. "Mr. Chen, are you nearby?" Eddie asked. Puzzled. "I must be. I encountered a woman seeking my assistance moments ago, and I lent her my phone to call the police. I had no idea that the victim of the robbery was you." Chen Feng replied, still in disbelief. "Yes, that woman is my girlfriend," Eddie confirmed. "Wait there. I will come to find you immediately," Chen Feng declared. He leapt onto his glider, instructing Optimus Prime to track Eddie's location. Within seconds, he pinpointed Eddie's whereabouts. Eddie bore the marks of a brutal beating, his face bruised and swollen, as he was recounting his ordeal to the police. Chen Feng descended from the glider, landing beside Eddie, startling everyone with his sudden appearance. The officers, upon recognizing Chen Feng, stood trembling, reluctant to speak. The woman who had previously sought Chen Feng's help joyfully pointed at him, saying, "It was he who kindly lent me his phone to call the police, allowing us to be rescued." "Eddie, this is my boss, Mr. Chen," Eddie introduced. "Ah, he is your boss?" Why didn't he come to rescue you himself? The woman, Jenny, asked in confusion. Mr. Chen stated over the phone that he was unaware the victim was me, and you didn't mention my name. Otherwise, he would have certainly come to my aid, Eddie explained. Oh, Jenny replied, understanding dawning upon her. Where did the thugs who stole the venom go? Chen Feng inquired. Eddie pointed in a direction, stating, they rode off on a motorcycle that way. The police are in pursuit. Come with me to track those thugs. Once we find them, I will assist you in exacting revenge, and then I shall grant you the remaining $900 million, Chen Feng offered. Excellent, Eddie exclaimed, momentarily forgetting his pain. Chen Feng signaled for the glider to descend. After jumping aboard, he said to Eddie, climb on. I'll support you. Do not worry about falling. Eddie hurriedly mounted the glider, clutching tightly to Chen Feng's garment. Seeing Eddie about to leave her behind, Jenny quickly interjected, Eddie, what about me? I want to go too. Eddie's expression turned stern as he replied firmly, you will stay here. Let the police take you home. With that, Chen Feng guided the glider into the sky. Eddie was only aware of the general direction the thug had fled, prompting Chen Feng to enlist Optimus Prime to investigate the surrounding area. Through Optimus Prime's diligent search, they discovered a thug riding a motorcycle, being pursued by the police. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to activate the 3D holographic projector, allowing Eddie to ascertain whether this was indeed the thug who had stolen venom. Upon Eddie's confirmation, Chen Feng felt a surge of joy. After waiting over a month, they had finally located venom. As they set off to pursue the thug, Chen Feng inquired of Eddie, Eddie, was it during your outdoor escapade with Jenny that you first encountered venom? Eddie's face flushed with embarrassment as he replied, Mr. Chen, you didn't happen to see that, did you? Just a guess, Chen Feng chuckled. He speculated whether venom was a lecherous creature, recalling how in the film Spider-Man 3, Spider-Man and Mary Jane had their nighttime escapade, subsequently disrupted by his interference, which left Spider-Man frozen. Thus, it was Eddie and Jenny who engaged in their nocturnal activities. Coinciding with Venom's appearance, was it not indicative of lechery? Chen Feng swiftly closed in on the thug who had absconded with Venom. He shot a strand of webbing, which adhered to the back of the thug. Once ensnared by the web, the thug found his body wrenched from the motorcycle, suspended in midair by Chen Feng. Gradually descending with his glider, Chen Feng approached the thug, looking down at him with a cold demeanor, demanding, return what you have stolen. As the thug began to respond, an inky black liquid erupted from his back, rapidly enveloping his entire form. With a terrifying roar, the thug transformed into a monstrous entity, bearing a fearsome maw that sent chills down one's spine. Eddie, taken aback, stammered, is this truly venom? Chen Feng turned to Eddie and said, you may leave now. I shall transfer you $900 million. Thank you, Mr. Chen, Eddie exclaimed with excitement before swiftly retreating, aware that Chen Feng was about to engage in a confrontation with the transformed thug. Optimus Prime, transfer $900 million to Eddie, Chen Feng commanded. Understood, my lord, replied Optimus Prime, complying with the order. The thug, now bonded with venom, threatened Chen Feng. Who are you? Why do you obstruct me? Had the thug been his former self, he would have never dared to speak so boldly in the presence of Chen Feng's advanced technology. His audacity stemmed from an inflated sense of power, convinced that he was invincible. Hand over venom, and I may spare your life, Chen Feng declared. Are you referring to the entity that currently coexists with me? This power has made me exceedingly formidable. Dream on if you think I will relinquish it. The thug scoffed. Do not move. Several police officers shouted, brandishing their firearms. Chen Feng turned to the officers and said, I am Chen Feng. This matter does not concern you. Depart at once. Ah, Chen Feng. Understood. We will leave immediately. The officers stammered in fear as they hastily retreated. Suddenly, the thug lunged at Chen Feng with exaggerated ferocity. A mouth opened wide enough to swallow half of Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng swiftly kicked the thug, retreating rapidly. The thug, resembling a famished wolf, lunged at Chen Feng. Utilizing his webbing, Chen Feng evaded the thug's assault and ascended the side of a tall building. With the aid of the venom, the thug was surprisingly agile, pursuing Chen Feng up the wall. Rather than fleeing, Chen Feng sought suitable objects to create sound waves. With a powerful roar, he transformed into a titan. Grasping an iron pipe fixed to the wall, he exerted tremendous force, snapping it with a resounding clang. He repeated this process, breaking another section of pipe. Armed with 2 iron pipes, Chen Feng leapt from the building, landing on the street below. The thug, witnessing this, followed suit. With 1 iron pipe in each hand, Chen Feng struck forcefully as the thug approached. The clash of the pipes generated sound waves that caused the thug immense pain, the venom on his body starting to detach. Chen Feng struck again, and the thug fell to his knees, pleading in agony, Stop, I'm in so much pain. Unconcerned with the thug's fate, Chen Feng quickened his strikes. the relentless pounding causing the thug to writhe on the ground, emitting heart-wrenching screams. As the sound waves intensified, the venom could no longer endure, attempting to escape the thug's body. Observing this, Chen Feng rushed forward, reaching out to the venom. Indeed, he intended to allow the venom to parasitize him. Upon contact, the venom swiftly abandoned the thug's body, crawling onto Chen Feng. As the venom took hold, Chen Feng was engulfed in excruciating pain, rivaling that of his transformation into a titan. He could not suppress a cry of anguish. Chapter 96. Success of the Regeneration Pod. Chen Feng, now entirely enveloped by the venom, had truly transformed into a black titan. With the venom's parasitism, he could distinctly sense a multiplication of his power. Should he encounter the Hulk again, he could easily overpower him without resistance. The amplification of his strength was anticipated, yet he found it curious that his desires remained unexaggerated. He speculated that this might be due to the strength of his mind. After all, his mental prowess allowed him to levitate a toothpick in midair. He gazed at the venom on his body, saying, "Venom, I am aware you possess consciousness and can hear my words." Indeed, a grim voice echoed in his mind. "What do you wish to convey?" This somber voice was that of the venom. The reason for its response lay in Chen Feng's overwhelming power, both in mind and body, which prevented it from reversing their roles and exerting control over him. Unable to dominate, the venom chose to coexist with Chen Feng, aspiring to grow together. "From now on, you shall be my venom suit, obeying my commands. Lest you regret your arrival on this earth," declared Chen Feng with an air of dominance. "I have already become one with your skin. We exist in a symbiotic relationship. Your survival is intertwined with mine. Should I perish, so shall you. You hold no authority over me, for we are equals." Venom, unwilling to remain a mere parasite, scoffed. With a cold snort, Chen Feng transformed into a lizard man. The claws of the lizard man were sharp, adept at rending flesh. He grasped at his head with both hands, tearing to either side, forcibly separating the venom that clung tenaciously to him. The pain was excruciating, akin to the sensation of tearing one's own skin. He stifled any sound, determined to project an image of strength to compel venom to submit completely. Venom clung desperately to Chen Feng, yet its strength paled in comparison to his, as it was gradually pulled away from him. Once detached, venom curled into a ball. Chen Feng set venom down and picked up 2 iron pipes, striking them together. The resounding clamor produced waves that caused venom to writhe in discomfort. After an hour of relentless pounding, Chen Feng found himself growing increasingly agitated. Venom had transformed into a puddle of black liquid, motionless upon the ground. Chen Feng placed his hand upon it, and venom began to wrap around him once more. Once fully entwined, venom absorbed strength from Chen Feng, revitalizing itself. "Will you heed my command, or not?" Chen Feng asserted imperiously. "I will listen." Venom chose to submit. "From this moment forth, you shall be known as my venom suit. In the absence of my command, you shall obediently serve as my attire," Chen Feng proclaimed. "Agreed," Venom responded. Subsequently, Venom morphed into a sleek black garment, no longer enveloping Chen Feng entirely. Pleased with the transformation, Chen Feng relished the fact that with Venom, he could shapeshift without fear of damaging his clothing or experiencing any embarrassing moments. "Help me, save me," a feeble voice cried out. Chen Feng turned to see the thug who had stolen Venom. The thug, now gaunt and emaciated, crawled on the ground. Chen Feng recognized that the thug's body had withered due to the incompatibility with Venom, resulting in the absorption of nutrients and his current pitiful state. Having promised Eddie to eliminate the thug, he raised the iron pipe and struck downwards. The thug met a swift demise, descending into the depths of hell. With the thug dealt with and Venom reclaimed, Chen Feng felt a sense of satisfaction from this outing. He leapt onto his glider and commanded, "Optimus Prime, return to the private island at once." "Yes, my lord," Optimus Prime replied dutifully. Upon returning to the private island, Chen Feng rested for the night and sought out Zhao Hailuan the following morning. Spider-Man's condition had deteriorated too severely due to the Green Goblin's assault. Surgery would not suffice to save him. The most viable solution lay in the injection of the lizard DNA serum developed by Professor Connors, which could restore him instantaneously. Spider-Man, however, steadfastly refused to embrace the transformation into a lizard or to become a hybrid of man and machine. Thus, the sole recourse to save him lay in Zhao Hailuan's regeneration cradle technology. Zhao Hailuan, who invariably arose at the break of dawn, was no exception on this day. Upon noticing Chen Feng's arrival in her laboratory, she greeted him with delight. "Good morning, Chen Feng. When did you return? Do you plan to go out again?" "I came back last night and have no immediate plans to venture out," Chen Feng replied. "Oh, did you come to see me for a specific reason?" Zhao Hailuan inquired. Chen Feng nodded. "Indeed. Peter has sustained severe injuries, and his organs are completely damaged. Initially, I intended to inject him with lizard DNA serum, but he declined. Therefore, I thought of your regeneration cradle technology. But my regeneration cradle technology is still not perfected. Zhao Hailuan expressed her concern. Continuing to theorize like this is not a solution. To expedite our progress, let us utilize Spider-Man as our test subject. He is a superhero, and his chances of perishing are minimal. He is the perfect candidate. Chen Feng suggested. Is that truly wise? What if something goes awry and he dies? Zhao Hailuan voiced her apprehension. Chen Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's of no consequence. After all, it is not we who will perish. Zhao Hailuan was left speechless. Very well. I shall first seek out Professor Lizard to assist us in detoxifying Spider-Man, Chen Feng declared before stepping out. Upon reaching Professor Lizard's laboratory, Chen Feng promptly requested his help in detoxifying Spider-Man. The biology professor, whose research relied heavily on human genes, blood, and viruses, readily agreed to lend his assistance. However, Chen Feng refrained from having Professor Lizard proceed with the detoxification immediately, as the regeneration cradle was not yet constructed. After discussing the details with the professor, Chen Feng returned to Zhao Hailuan's laboratory, where they resumed their work on the regeneration cradle technology. Thanks to the memories inherited from Dr. Zola and his extensive knowledge, augmented by the genes of numerous brilliant scientists, Chen Feng had become one of the most intelligent individuals on Earth. His support enabled Zhao Hailuan to unravel many perplexing challenges. A week later, a machine resembling a coffin materialized in Zhao Hailuan's laboratory. Dr. Octopus, Dr. Hank, Professor Lizard, and even Natasha gathered to witness the spectacle. Chen Feng, can this machine truly facilitate regeneration? Natasha queried. Chen Feng shot her a glance of disbelief. Of course. Otherwise, why would Hailuan and I have labored over it? The regeneration pod, if successful, would indeed be a groundbreaking innovation for humanity, exclaimed Dr. Hank with enthusiasm. I fervently hope for the success of the regeneration pod. If it succeeds, my wife could be revived, Dr. Octopus expressed with hopeful anticipation. Since the tragic accident involving the artificial sun experiment that led to his wife's demise, he had been plagued by feelings of inadequacy. Over time, his thoughts had twisted into despair, but now, the prospect of resurrecting his wife filled him with genuine joy. Chapter 97. The resurrection of Dr. Octopus's wife. If the regeneration chamber proves successful, we shall be able to clone living beings. I intend to create a version of myself for amusement, Professor Lizard remarked with a sinister grin. The regeneration chamber is complete. Let us commence the thawing of Peter. Chen Feng stated. Indeed, we shall assist, Dr. Octopus readily replied. As the freezing apparatus was activated, a frigid gust swept through the room, causing the laboratory temperature to plummet several degrees. The thawing process required patience. A rapid approach could lead to Spider-Man's body fracturing. The thawing persisted from dawn until dusk before success was finally achieved. Upon completion, Spider-Man remained unresponsive. Professor Lizard gently lifted him and submerged him in the pre-prepared detoxification pool. True to his expertise, Professor Lizard's concoction rapidly neutralized the virus that had plagued Spider-Man. Once the virus was eradicated, Spider-Man slowly regained consciousness, weakly murmuring, "Am I still alive? Fear not, Peter. With us here, you shall not perish," Chen Feng reassured him. "Am I well again?" Spider-Man inquired. "Not entirely, but we have eliminated the virus from your system. Next, we shall place you in the regeneration chamber, and if all goes as planned, you will return to your former self," Chen Feng explained. "Oh, I appreciate your efforts," Spider-Man replied, his voice faint. Chen Feng personally assisted Spider-Man from the detox pool into the regeneration chamber. "Chen Feng, may we begin?" Zhao Hailuan asked with palpable anxiety. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Zhao Hailuan pressed the activation button for the regeneration chamber. Beep, beep, beep. The regeneration chamber powered on. Everyone watched with bated breath. 30 minutes later, the chamber opened automatically. Spider-Man sat up, and a cheer erupted from the crowd. "Splendid. It has truly succeeded," Zhao Hailuan exclaimed, jumping with joy. "Humanity is fortunate," Dr. Hank remarked with satisfaction. "When might I borrow this regeneration chamber for my own experiments?" Professor Lizard asked with a mischievous smile, envisioning the possibility of cloning himself for collaborative research and accelerated progress. "Remarkable," Natasha exclaimed, reflecting on Chen Feng's success. She felt grateful for having joined his cause during his most challenging times. She was convinced that with Chen Feng's capabilities, dominance over Earth was inevitable, and conquering the universe was well within reach. Among all present, Dr. Octopus was the most exhilarated. He approached Chen Feng, gripping his hand tightly, and earnestly pleaded, "Chen Feng, could you assist me in resurrecting Rose?" "Of course, but how well has your wife's body been preserved? If it has decayed, Success is not guaranteed, Chen Feng responded. The regeneration cradle technology is not infallible. Not every individual can be brought back to life. Rose has been encased in a crystal coffin, which contains ample preservatives, ensuring her body remains well preserved. I am certain she can be revived, Dr. Octopus declared with fervor. Then what are we waiting for? Let us fetch your wife. Chen Feng replied with enthusiasm. Very well, Dr. Octopus responded joyfully. Dr. Octopus is a subordinate of Chen Feng. To express his dedication to his subordinate, Chen Feng personally accompanied Dr. Octopus to New York. Upon returning with Rose's crystal coffin, he immediately commenced her revival. Rose's body was saturated with preservatives, which acted as poison. Without their removal, her resurrection was impossible. Consequently, Chen Feng placed Rose into the detoxification pool previously used for Spider-Man. After successfully eliminating the preservatives from her system, she was placed into the regeneration chamber. This time, Zhao Hailuan was not anxious. She pressed the activation button. Beep, beep, beep. The regeneration chamber initiated. Is this how I was saved? Spider-Man exclaimed in astonishment. This is the power of technology, Dr. Hank remarked. Oh God, please ensure Rose's successful revival. Dr. Octopus prayed. If God were truly effective, there would be no death in this world. Thus, it is wiser to place faith in me. Chen Feng replied with a smile. I merely seek some psychological comfort. I do not truly believe in God, Dr. Octopus chuckled. Beep, beep. The alert from the regeneration chamber echoed once more. Instantly, everyone fell silent, fixated on the chamber. Click. The lid of the regeneration chamber opened. Dr. Octopus hurried forward. Peering inside, and upon seeing his wife's rosy complexion, he knew she had returned to life. Overcome with joy, he cried out, Rose, Rose, wake up. Lying within the chamber, Rose slowly opened her eyes and, with a look of terror, said, Otto, I had a nightmare where your experiment failed, and I was pierced by flying glass. It was terrifying. I was so scared. Dr. Octopus half held his wife, filled with guilt, and said, Rose, I am so sorry. It is all my fault. I was too eager for success and conducted the artificial sun experiment without sufficient assurance, leading to your demise. It is all my fault. I apologize. Rose embraced Dr. Octopus, and upon hearing his words, she exclaimed in shock, Otto, do you mean you also died? Are we in hell now? Rose, do not worry. We are not dead. My boss, Chen Feng, saved you. Dr. Octopus reassured her as he lifted her out of the regeneration chamber. He then pointed to Chen Feng, saying, Rose, this is my boss, Chen Feng. He is exceptionally remarkable, and I hold him in the highest regard. As a virtuous woman, Rose bowed respectfully to Chen Feng. Expressing her gratitude, Mr. Chen, thank you for saving me. It was nothing, merely a trifling matter, Chen Feng replied with a smile. Dr. Octopus pounded his chest emphatically and declared, Chen Feng, from now on, my life belongs to you. If anyone dares oppose you, they will face my wrath without you needing to lift a finger. In that moment, Dr. Octopus truly submitted to Chen Feng, unlike before when it had merely been a transaction. You are a scientist, one who employs intellect. Do not concern yourself with physical confrontations. Focusing on your research is the best way to assist me, Chen Feng responded with a smile. I swear by the heavens that this year I will successfully create a stable artificial sun, declared Dr. Octopus with unshakable confidence. Do not rush, particularly in research. Especially in perilous endeavors, patience is paramount, cautioned Chen Feng. The materials Dr. Octopus was employing for the artificial sun included tritium, a substance that, if mishandled, could lead to catastrophic consequences, not merely for him, but potentially obliterating an entire private island, leaving no chance for survival. Hence, when Dr. Octopus fervently proclaimed his intention to produce an artificial sun this year, Chen Feng's immediate reaction was not joy, but concern. Dr. Octopus, why the haste? There is no need to rush. This is not something that can be hurried, reassured Hank Doctor. Chapter 98. Cloning technology. Rose also advised her husband, Otto. You must refrain from your previous recklessness. Dr. Octopus, undeterred by their objections, responded with a smile. Very well, since you all express such concerns. I shall proceed with my research at a measured pace. That's good to hear, Chen Feng sighed in relief. After a prolonged silence, Spider-Man suddenly addressed Chen Feng. Chen Feng, could I ask for your assistance? Chen Feng turned to him and inquired, what do you need help with? I need to save 2 lives, Spider-Man replied. Which 2? Chen Feng asked curiously. One is my uncle, and the other is Harry's father, Spider-Man explained. Your uncle has been deceased for quite some time. He has long since turned to dust, with all living cells having perished. There is no way to revive him. However, I could assist in rejuvenating Aunt May, enabling her to find another partner. As for Harry's father, Norman, while Harry likely preserved his father's remains well, Reviving him would result in 2 green goblins. Do you intend to hide here for eternity? Chen Feng remarked. That won't happen. If I help Harry revive Uncle Norman, he would be grateful rather than resentful. As for Uncle Norman, we can address that later, Spider-Man insisted. And what about Aunt May? Would you like her to be rejuvenated? Chen Feng inquired. That would be ideal. Spider-Man replied. Very well, I agree to help rejuvenate your Aunt May, but I will personally discuss the revival of Norman with Harry, Chen Feng stated. This presented an excellent opportunity to leverage Harry. He could not afford to let it slip away. The technology of the Osborn Group was indeed formidable, rivaling even Tony Stark's Stark Industries. Could I not be the one to speak with Harry? I wish to reconcile with him, Spider-Man expressed yearnings. He and Harry shared a deep bond, their friendship remaining vivid, and even now, he struggled to forget the camaraderie they once enjoyed. Peter, it seems you have forgotten your position. You are the one in need, and I have already saved you. You owe me considerably. And now you wish to utilize my technology to curry favor with Harry. Do you not think that is excessive? Chen Feng frowned. I apologize, that was not my intention. I merely wished to reconcile with Harry. Nothing more, Spider-Man said awkwardly. Can you give me what I desire from Harry? Chen Feng inquired. Spider-Man, feeling increasingly awkward, shook his head and replied, I cannot. If you are unable, then you have no right to represent me in discussions with Harry, Chen Feng retorted without reservation. I apologize. I was mistaken, Spider-Man conceded. Peter, I have extended my assistance to you out of goodwill, but you must not overstep your bounds in expecting me to continue aiding you, Chen Feng stated before exiting Zhao Hailuan's laboratory. Once Chen Feng departed, Professor Lizard became restless and eagerly addressed Dr. Zhao Hailuan. Dr. Hailuan, let us clone me. That may not be advisable. I have yet to experiment with cloning, she expressed her concerns. Perhaps we should first try with a lab mouse, Dr. Zhao suggested cautiously. No need. My regenerative abilities can withstand any mishap, Professor Lizard boldly asserted. Dr. Octopus intervened, using his mechanical tentacles to extract Professor Lizard from the regeneration chamber, stating, let us first test on other organisms. With everyone discouraging him, Professor Lizard acquiesced. Lab mice are a staple in any laboratory. Dr. Zhao Hailuan utilized a pair of tongs to place a lab mouse into the regeneration chamber, then pushed another chamber forward. After connecting the 2 chambers, she input a multitude of codes on her computer. Approximately 10 minutes later, she pressed the activation button. Beep, beep, beep. The cloning function of the regeneration chamber initiated. Half an hour later, the chamber opened. Upon witnessing the contents, Professor Lizard erupted into joyous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! It worked. It truly worked. This regenerative cradle technology is astounding. It not only revives beings, but can also clone them. Professor Lizard, does your laboratory not house numerous lizard pets? They are familiar with you. You could bring one over to see if the cloned pet retains its memories," Dr. Hank suggested. Professor Lizard clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Indeed. If the memories cannot be cloned, then my duplicated self would be nothing but a simpleton. Quickly, go fetch your lizard pet. I am eager to see the results," Natasha urged. All right, I shall return promptly. Professor Lizard hurriedly exited. Upon his return, he held a well-behaved lizard and declared to everyone, "This lizard has been my companion the longest. It is the most intelligent and can even comprehend my commands, making it the perfect candidate for our experiment. Professor Lizard, you may now place the lizard into the regeneration chamber," Dr. Zhao reminded him. Very well. Professor Lizard gently placed the lizard into the chamber. Dr. Zhao pressed the activation button. Beep, beep, beep. The cloning function was initiated once more. Half an hour later, the chamber opened. Professor Lizard retrieved both lizards and placed them on the ground, stepping back a few paces. He squatted down and called to the 2 lizards, "Come here, my children." The room erupted in laughter. None expected Professor Lizard to regard the lizards as his offspring. Now I understand why Professor Lizard is so fond of lizards, Natasha exclaimed with a delicate laugh. Perhaps this little lizard was cultivated from the professor's very own DNA, Dr. Octopus jested. Among the 2 lizards on the ground, one, upon hearing Professor Lizard's words, scurried swiftly towards him, climbing onto his hand and lying obediently. The other lizard remained motionless, and had it not been for the occasional flick of its tail, one might have suspected it was lifeless. It appears that while one can clone a body, the memories remain unreplicated, Zhao Hailuan remarked with disappointment. Suddenly, Natasha exclaimed, "I have a solution." Everyone turned their attention to her in unison. With her head held high, Natasha declared proudly, "I know a method that can replicate memories." Zhao Hailuan stepped forward, grasping Natasha's hand, and eagerly inquired, "Natasha, what is this method? Please tell me." "Speak quickly, Natasha. If it truly can replicate memories, our cloning technology will be perfected," Professor Lizard said with excitement. What you may not know is that Chen Feng possesses a technology for neural network connections, which is capable of memory replication. I witnessed him absorb Dr. Zola's memories. Otherwise, how could he have become so astute? Natasha explained. Now I see, Dr. Hank said, enlightenment dawning upon him. He had long been curious about Chen Feng's vast knowledge. And now Natasha's revelation clarified everything. Chapter 99. Cloning Professor Lizard Optimus Prime. Inform your master that we require his technical support. Zhao Hailuan spoke into the air. In every laboratory, Optimus Prime could be deemed omnipresent. A simple call summoned his assistance, proving immensely convenient. Understood, Dr. Zhao Hailuan, Optimus Prime responded. Upon receiving the notification from Optimus Prime, Chen Feng proceeded to his laboratory, where he dedicated over an hour to constructing a machine capable of connecting the brain to a computer. Once completed, he transported it to Zhao Hailuan's lab. Everyone awaited with bated breath, displaying no signs of impatience, for they all yearned to witness the birth of a miracle. Chen Feng installed the machine onto the computer, as memory replication necessitated its use. Once everything was set, Chen Feng addressed Professor Lizard. You may commence. Professor Lizard eagerly reclined within the regeneration chamber. Zhao Hailuan pressed the activation button. Beep, beep, beep. The cloning function of the regeneration chamber initiated. Half an hour later, the chamber opened, and Professor Lizard emerged, promptly dashing to another regeneration chamber, where he beheld an identical version of himself and joyfully exclaimed, "It has truly succeeded. Professor Lizard, please bring your other self here." Chen Feng instructed. Certainly, Professor Lizard replied, lifting the cloned version and placing it on the ground. With a thud, the cloned Professor Lizard faltered and fell. So feeble, could something have gone awry? Professor Lizard pondered uncertainly. His mind was a blank slate. How could he walk if he had never learned to do so? Chen Feng remarked. Indeed, Professor Lizard suddenly realized. Chen Feng instructed Professor Lizard and the cloned Professor Lizard to be bound to their chairs, then adorned them with helmets connected to an intricate network of wires. The memories are stored in the brain, so it may be somewhat painful at first. You must endure. Chen Feng cautioned. I can handle it. Worry not, Professor Lizard assured him. Once everything was set, Chen Feng approached the computer and said, Optimus Prime, initiate the brain-to-computer connection protocol. Yes, my lord, Optimus Prime replied dutifully. The brain connection program was being imported. 100, 95, 50, 20. Importation successful, Optimus Prime announced. With his hands poised over the keyboard, Chen Feng began to input a series of codes, declaring, I shall now copy Professor Lizard's memories into the computer, and subsequently transfer them into the brain of the cloned Professor Lizard. Commencing now. With that, he pressed the confirmation key. Instantly, Professor Lizard felt a surge of electricity from the helmet, stimulating his brain and causing him considerable pain, yet he persevered. The memories within Professor Lizard's mind were not extensive, and within an hour, the copying process was complete. Chen Feng removed the helmet from Professor Lizard and asked with concern, Are you all right? Professor Lizard rubbed his aching head and lamented, It truly hurts. I do not wish to undergo this again. With effort comes reward, Chen Feng smiled. Returning to the computer, Chen Feng pressed the confirmation key once more. The cloned Professor Lizard instinctively cried out, struggling. An hour later, the cloned Professor Lizard removed his helmet, stood up, and addressed everyone. Greetings, I am Professor Lizard. The cloning technology has been flawlessly realized. Thunderous applause erupted. Incredible. It is indistinguishable. Natasha exclaimed. Though he is a clone, there is no difference between him and Professor Lizard. Thus the notion of fake does not apply, Dr. Hank added. I wholeheartedly agree with Dr. Hank. Professor Lizard concurred. Professor Lizard, I believe you should give the other you a name. Otherwise, we won't know how to address you both, Chen Feng suggested. That is easily arranged. I shall inscribe the word clone on his forehead for distinction, and one may simply call him Clone. Professor Lizard replied. Why not inscribe Clone on your own forehead? Clone protested. Professor Lizard pointed to his own nose, stating, Because I am the original. But I am just like you. You should not treat us differently, Clone countered. As the two identical Professor Lizards argued, everyone watched with great interest. After half an hour of debate, Clone conceded, allowing Professor Lizard to inscribe the word on his forehead. Originally, Natasha and the others had also considered cloning themselves, inspired by Professor Lizard's achievement. However, upon witnessing their own clones, the notion swiftly extinguished, as the fear arose that these replicas might defy their commands and usurp their existence. Professor Lizard, driven by curiosity and the desire to accelerate his research, created another version of himself. He brought the clone back to his laboratory, with Chen Feng and others following in intrigue. They observed the clone, mirroring Professor Lizard's proficiency with various apparatuses, conducting research with remarkable aptitude. Everyone was convinced that the clone was indeed a second Professor Lizard. Thus, the day passed unremarkably. On the following day, Spider-Man borrowed a plane to fetch his Aunt May from New York, bringing her to a private island to rejuvenate her body. Chen Feng also ventured to New York, albeit not in the company of Spider-Man. His destination was the Osborn Group, where he sought out Harry. Upon entering Harry's office, Chen Feng directly posed the question, "Harry, would you wish to resurrect your father?" Harry sprang to his feet, excitement evident in his voice. "What? Are you saying my father can be brought back to life?" Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I possess a method to revive your father." Harry gazed intently into Chen Feng's eyes, seriousness etched on his face as he inquired, "Is this truly the case?" Instead of responding, Chen Feng countered with a question, "Do you know Rose?" Harry affirmed, "Of course, she was Dr. Octopus's beloved, who perished during a failed experiment." Chen Feng produced his phone, tapped a few times, and displayed a video of Dr. Octopus with Rose, handing it to Harry. After viewing it, Harry expressed skepticism. Could this not be a computer-generated video? Chen Feng reclaimed his phone, returning it to his pocket, and stated, "This video is genuine. I have resurrected Rose, and she bears no aftereffects. Indeed, she is even healthier than when she was alive. If you doubt this, I can take you to the private island to see her." Though it seemed preposterous, Harry, being a scientist himself, found it somewhat acceptable, given that the Osborn Group had previously achieved the seemingly impossible. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Chen Feng, "So, what is it that you desire?" "I seek all the technology of the Osborn Group, whether it has been created or remains unproduced," Chen Feng boldly declared. Chapter 100. The Resurrection of the Original Green Goblin. "Norman, your greed knows no bounds," the Green Goblin remarked, somewhat taken aback. Chen Feng understood the Green Goblin's concerns and smiled reassuringly. "Harry, rest assured, I am not one who is driven by avarice. I will not exploit the technology one acquire from you for profit or to undermine your business." "Then what is your intention?" the Green Goblin inquired, puzzled. "Certainly, it is to enhance my own strength," Chen Feng replied. The Green Goblin furrowed his brow, exclaiming, "Are you not already powerful enough? I am utterly defenseless before you. How much stronger do you wish to become?" In truth, we find ourselves within a realm known as the Marvel Universe, a domain teeming with formidable beings, deities, extraterrestrials, mutated individuals, sorcerers, and more. Numerous powerful entities possess the capacity to annihilate the Earth with but a mere thought. Thus, to survive in the Marvel Universe, one must strive for strength sufficient to roam freely and unencumbered within this vast expanse. Chen Feng spoke earnestly. "Extraterrestrials, mutants, sorcerers, I am aware of these. However, the deities and strange beasts you mentioned seem fabricated," Green Goblin retorted, skepticism lacing his voice. "Trust me, it will not be long before you encounter these so-called deities." Chen Feng replied with sincerity. "Very well. Since you choose not to utilize the technology of the Osborn Group for profit, I have little to offer you. First, you must resurrect my father before I can assist you," Green Goblin declared. "All right, no problem. Simply provide me with Norman's corpse, and I assure you I will return him to you, full of life." Chen Feng responded with a smile. "I want to accompany you," Green Goblin insisted, wary that Chen Feng might employ trickery to substitute someone else for his father. "Agreed," Chen Feng conceded. Upon hearing Chen Feng's agreement, Green Goblin struck the desk with a resounding clap, causing a hidden wall behind him to part, revealing a small space housing his armor. After donning the Green Goblin suit, he turned to Chen Feng and said, "Let us proceed to my family's castle. Lead the way." Chen Feng replied, "Open the way ahead." Green Goblin commanded the glass windows of the office to part, then stepped onto his glider and soared into the air. "Optimus Prime, the glider is coming," Chen Feng called out, hastily running to the window and leaping out, landing deftly upon the approaching glider. Seeing Chen Feng perched upon the glider, Green Goblin couldn't help but grimace, inwardly cursing him as a brigand. The Osborn family, indeed, was a venerable lineage, residing in an ancient castle. Green Goblin guided Chen Feng into the castle's basement. Within the subterranean chamber lay a vast laboratory, filled with an array of Green Goblin armors and an assortment of peculiar objects that left Chen Feng awestruck. Unable to restrain his enthusiasm, he exclaimed, "Harry, could you possibly grant me access to all these items, or perhaps replicate them for me? These are treasures amassed by the Osborn family over the century. I have brought you here to share them, hoping that you might derive something beneficial from your studies and share it with me," Green Goblin explained. Having been stirred by Chen Feng's discourse on the Marvel Universe, Green Goblin found himself increasingly convinced of its veracity, leading to his newfound desire to befriend Chen Feng. By forging an alliance with Chen Feng, he would naturally secure a formidable ally, ensuring that any future advantages would not be forgotten, and should he encounter troubles, he could seek Chen Feng's assistance. Absolutely, no problem, Chen Feng readily agreed. While he was indeed agreeable, the nature of the shared knowledge would depend upon its significance. Should it be inconsequential research, he would not mind sharing with Green Goblin. However, if it were of paramount importance, he certainly would not disclose it, for the rise of others could pose a threat to his own safety. With a decisive snap, the conversation moved forward. The Green Goblin activated the power switch of the laboratory and subsequently booted up the computer. After inputting a series of passwords, a massive glass casing revealed a coffin. Pointing at the coffin, the Green Goblin said to Chen Feng, "That is my father's coffin. He has been preserved quite well within." Chen Feng approached, lifted the lid of the coffin, and beheld the aging Norman. "Indeed, he is well preserved and can be revived." "That is splendid," he remarked. "Without further ado, let us transport your father to the private island," Chen Feng suggested. "Very well," the Green Goblin replied, taking the initiative to shoulder his father's coffin. Thanks to the strength bestowed by his armor, he effortlessly hoisted the coffin onto his shoulder. Although Chen Feng felt a pang of reluctance to part with the treasures within the laboratory, he understood that the time was not yet ripe. Upon exiting the castle, Chen Feng and the Green Goblin, with the coffin in tow, took to the skies, heading towards the private island. Unfortunately, they encountered Spider-Man mid-journey. Spider-Man was piloting a plane, accompanied by Aunt May, en route to the same private island. In truth, Spider-Man was not skilled in flying. The aircraft was entirely under the control of Optimus Prime, and he merely pretended to steer. When adversaries cross paths, tensions run high. The Green Goblin immediately aimed his glider's machine guns at Spider-Man's plane, intent on bringing it down. "Stop!" Chen Feng urgently called out. The Green Goblin, his expression darkening, turned to Chen Feng and inquired, "Why do you wish to impede me?" "Peter implored me to resurrect your father, which led me to consider this transaction," Chen Feng explained. "His guilt remains, no matter how he compensates. He cannot erase the fact that he took my father's life," the Green Goblin retorted angrily. "From now on, I shall not intervene, but you cannot strike him now, for he is my guest. Do you understand?" Chen Feng asserted with authority. The Green Goblin gritted his teeth, swallowing his anger, and conceded, "Very well. I shall grant you this favor." With that, he quickened his pace towards the private island. Through his communication device, Chen Feng addressed Spider-Man. "Peter, do you see? Harry does not appreciate your sentiments at all. I have a clear conscience." Spider-Man merely replied, "That's all that matters to me." Aunt May, seated in the co-pilot's seat, interjected, "You must be Mr. Chun that Peter spoke of?" "Indeed, that is I," Chen Feng responded. "Mr. Chun, I am immensely grateful for your rescue of Peter, and I must thank you for the chance to regain my youth. It means the world to me." Aunt May expressed her gratitude. "Of course, it is the least I could do, for Peter has also been of great assistance to me," Chen Feng replied graciously. He held a deep admiration for Aunt May, recognizing the profound significance she placed on relationships. Despite Spider-Man's shortcomings, she never cast him aside. After Uncle Ben's passing, she remained devoted to his memory, embodying the belief of loving one person for a lifetime. Though Aunt May was an ordinary woman, Chen Feng perceived her as remarkable, achieving what many could not. Chen Feng and Spider-Man arrived at the private island together. The Green Goblin flew swiftly, arriving at a private island where he stood on the beach, carrying a coffin and awaiting Chen Feng. He observed Spider-Man assisting the elderly Aunt May as she disembarked from the plane, and curiously inquired, "Chen Feng, what is Peter bringing Aunt May for?" "Peter has asked me to help rejuvenate Aunt May," Chen Feng replied. Chapter 101. The Resurrection of Norman. Upon hearing this, the Green Goblin's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Chen Feng, when you resurrect my father, can you also make him young again?" "Absolutely. Not only will I restore your father's youth, but I will also assist in treating the hereditary illness that plagues your family," Chen Feng assured him. "That is simply marvelous," the Green Goblin exclaimed with palpable excitement. The hereditary affliction that had tormented his family for centuries finally had a remedy. Spider-Man, equally elated for the Green Goblin, remarked, "Harry, this is fantastic. Your father can be brought back to life, and you both can be cured of your genetic disease." The Green Goblin, showing no regard for Spider-Man's enthusiasm, scoffed, "Humph. What does that concern you?" Spider-Man felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Aunt May, displaying her characteristic kindness, gently reassured Spider-Man, "Peter, it's all right. One day, he will come to understand you." Chen Feng addressed the group, "Gentlemen, let us proceed inside." Upon entering the villa, Chen Feng instructed Spider-Man, "Peter, you may take Aunt May directly to Dr. Helen." After Peter and Aunt May departed, the Green Goblin expressed his displeasure. "Chen Feng, why can't my father utilize the regeneration cradle technology first? Your father harbors a severe hereditary illness. Thus, he must first seek treatment from Professor Lizard," Chen Feng explained. "Oh, that is splendid," the Green Goblin replied cheerfully. Chen Feng led the Green Goblin to Professor Lizard's laboratory. where the professor first administered a specialized antidote to the Green Goblin. Subsequently, he placed Norman, who lay within the coffin, into the medicinal pool for immersion. After a brief period, the Green Goblin suddenly exclaimed, "I feel so much better. My mind is clear, and the evil fantasies have vanished. I think I am healed." Professor Lizard is an expert in treating your family's hereditary ailments. It is entirely within his capabilities, Chen Feng smiled. Hee hee, Professor Lizard chuckled with pride. I regret not having sought Professor Lizard's assistance for my family's hereditary illness, the Green Goblin lamented. Having known Professor Lizard since childhood, he and his father had never appreciated the professor's expertise. Had he recognized Professor Lizard's abilities sooner, perhaps his father would still be alive. After examining Norman, who was submerged in the medicinal pool, the clone announced, "The hereditary illness within Norman has dissipated. He can now be resurrected." The Green Goblin looked at Chen Feng with anticipation, awaiting his command. Chen Feng smiled gently. "Embrace your father and follow me." Upon arriving at Dr. Zhao Helen's laboratory, Chen Feng spotted a beautiful woman dressed in elderly attire, engaged in lively conversation with Spider-Man. As Spider-Man saw Chen Feng enter, he quickly stood, pulling the woman he had been conversing with and bowing to Chen Feng, expressing his gratitude. "Chen Feng, thank you. Thank you for allowing Aunt May to regain her youth." "Mr. Chen, thank you," Aunt May expressed gratefully, transformed into a beautiful woman. "Aunt May, I never imagined you were so stunning in your youth," Chen Feng teased. "Hee hee. It's just average," Aunt May chuckled softly. Chen Feng turned to the Green Goblin and said, "Harry, please place your father into the regeneration pod." He gestured towards the pod. "All right." The Green Goblin promptly complied, placing his father inside the regeneration chamber. "It will take approximately an hour to revive your father and restore his youth. So please be patient," Chen Feng informed. The Green Goblin nodded, replying, "Understood." Chen Feng pressed the activation button. Beep, beep, beep. The regeneration pod whirred to life. Everyone awaited patiently. Meanwhile, Aunt May grasped Zhao Hailuan's hand, whispering, "Miss Hailuan, how old are you? Do you have a boyfriend? What do you think of our Peter? He is quite a fine young man, with a heart of gold." Zhao Hailuan's cheeks flushed at Aunt May's inquiries, and she shyly replied, "Aunt May, I'm not looking for a boyfriend just yet." "Why not? Let me tell you, having a boyfriend at your age makes life extraordinarily romantic, unlike your current existence, which, though joyful, can be rather monotonous," Aunt May encouraged. Chen Feng's expression darkened. It appeared Aunt May was attempting to undermine his own interests. Spider-Man, feeling the awkwardness, interjected, "Aunt May, I already have a girlfriend named Gwen. She is truly wonderful, and I care for her deeply." Aunt May shot a disapproving glance at Spider-Man and retorted, "What is so great about that? Miss Hailuan is far superior. She is not only beautiful, but also a PhD, a genuine genius. Is your girlfriend on that level?" Spider-Man found himself at a loss for words. Aunt May was undoubtedly correct. Gwen paled in comparison to Zhao Hailuan. While Gwen was merely attractive, Zhao Hailuan was not only stunning but also an accomplished scientist, a talent highly regarded even by Chen Feng. Spider-Man felt unworthy of Zhao Hailuan, a testament to her exceptional qualities. Aunt May turned back to Zhao Hailuan, asking, "Miss Hailuan, what do you think of Peter?" "Well, he's all right," Zhao Hailuan stammered. How could she openly criticize Spider-Man in front of him? "Then perhaps you should consider being with Peter," Aunt May suggested happily. Zhao Hailuan was momentarily taken aback. Spider-Man could no longer tolerate the conversation, exclaiming, "Aunt May, please stop. Miss Hailuan and I are simply not meant to be together, and besides, I'm not worthy of her." "Whether you're worthy is up to Miss Hailuan to decide," Aunt May retorted. Chen Feng, unable to bear the awkwardness any longer, interjected, "Aunt May, actually, Miss Hailuan is my girlfriend." Zhao Hailuan gasped. "What?" Spider-Man exclaimed in surprise. "Why didn't you say so earlier? You've embarrassed me greatly," Aunt May said, feeling particularly awkward. "There's nothing to discuss," Chen Feng replied tersely. Zhao Hailuan's cheeks flushed crimson as she stood up and softly murmured, I have something to attend to. Please carry on without me." She then hurriedly exited the laboratory. Shyness enveloped her, as she mistakenly perceived Chen Feng's actions as a declaration of affection. Over time, she found herself increasingly drawn to Chen Feng, captivated by his masculine charm, strength, and assertive demeanor. Just moments ago, Chen Feng had publicly declared her as his girlfriend, leaving her both astonished and elated. However, her bashfulness compelled her to leave the scene. Once Zhao Hailuan departed, the others ceased to mention her, seeking to avoid any awkwardness. An hour later, with a soft click, the regeneration pod opened. The Green Goblin, unable to contain his excitement, rushed forward to peer inside and beheld his father, now transformed into a middle-aged man. Overcome with joy, he exclaimed, Dad, wake up, Norman." Lying within the regeneration pod, faintly heard someone calling his name. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met with the sight of his son, a warm smile spreading across his face as he called out, "Harry, Dad, you're finally awake. This is fantastic." The Green Goblin rejoiced. Chapter 102. My command prevails above all. Norman smiled reassuringly, saying, "Harry, do not worry. I am not so easily defeated." Suddenly, he realized that his voice sounded different. Once frail and aged, it now resonated with vigor. He lifted his hand before his eyes and was astonished to find it had changed. The Green Goblin, observing this transformation, joyously declared, "Dad, you need not doubt any longer. I must tell you, I asked Chen Feng to resurrect you, and he even restored your youth." "Really?" Norman inquired, sitting up to examine his body. If he had indeed regained his youth, he felt a newfound muscularity as well. "Dad, I have another piece of good news. Our family's hereditary illness has been cured," the Green Goblin added excitedly. Norman grasped his son's hand, overwhelmed with emotion. "Are you truly speaking the truth? You're not deceiving me?" Understanding his father's exhilaration, as the healing of their genetic affliction had been a long-held aspiration for their family. The Green Goblin nodded vigorously, smiling. "Indeed, it is true. If Chen Feng can bring a person back to life, curing our hereditary condition is certainly within his capabilities." After stepping out of the regeneration pod and testing his body, Norman felt no abnormalities. He turned to his son, inquiring, "Who is Chen Feng? I must express my gratitude to him properly." The Green Goblin pointed towards Chen Feng and replied, "Dad, that is Chen Feng. He is extraordinary. Even the great powers like S.H.I.E.L.D., General Ross, and Iron Man are no match for him." His intention was to ensure that his father would not offend Chen Feng. Norman approached Chen Feng, bowing deeply in gratitude. "Mr. Chen, thank you." Chen Feng helped Norman to his feet, smiling as he replied, "Mr. Norman, there is no need for such formality. I saved you, as Harry provided the compensation." Norman turned to his son, anxiously inquiring, "What remuneration have you promised, Mr. Chen?" The Green Goblin, under the intense scrutiny of his father, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing his father's wrath, yet he gritted his teeth and replied, "I have agreed to share all the technologies of the Osborn Group with Chen Feng, along with the treasures our family has amassed over centuries." "What?" Norman gasped, clutching his forehead, his body swaying as if he might collapse. The Green Goblin quickly steadied his father, reassuring him, "Dad, Chen Feng assured me that the results derived from our resources will be shared with us. Thus we will benefit mutually. Moreover, he stated he would not engage in business, so our position within the Osborn Group remains unaffected." Upon hearing his son's words, Norman's agitation eased somewhat. Aunt May, holding a cup of coffee, gently offered it to Norman, saying, "Mr. Norman, please have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself." Norman accepted the coffee and politely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Suddenly, he noticed Spider-Man sitting in the corner, and his emotions spiraled out of control. He hurled the coffee aside and pointed at Spider-Man, asking his son, "How did he end up here?" "He is a good friend of Chen Feng," the Green Goblin explained. Norman turned, his expression grave as he addressed Chen Feng. "Mr. Chen, if you wish for a deeper collaboration with the Osborn Group, you must sever ties with Peter." His hatred for Spider-Man was profound. As long as Spider-Man lived, he could not find peace. Severing ties is impossible, but if Peter ventures to a private island, "I will not concern myself with his fate," Chen Feng stated clearly. Norman revealed a satisfied smile. "That is acceptable." Aunt May, realizing the implications, urgently sought Chen Feng's assistance, pleading, "Mr. Chen, please talk to them. My Peter must not come to harm." Though aware of her nephew's identity as Spider-Man, she felt intimidated by the formidable Osborn Group. "I have long advised Peter and Harry regarding their affairs with the Osborn family. No actions are permitted on my territory, but beyond that, I hold no jurisdiction," Chen Feng declared coldly. "One cannot concern themselves with too much. After all, Spider-Man's penchant for meddling is what has drawn Norman's ire," he mused. Spider-Man approached, grasping Aunt May's hand, offering reassurance. "Aunt May, do not worry, I will be fine." He had already devised a plan. Since the Green Goblin and his son had no intention of letting him go, he would align himself with Chen Feng, serving as his subordinate, thus deterring the Green Goblin from further harassment. However, he was not yet ready to divulge this plan, as he still wished to maintain his dignity. He intended to discuss it privately with Chen Feng, and subsequently asked Chen Feng to issue a warning to the Green Goblin duo. "Peter, you are doomed." The Green Goblin sneered, regretting not having eliminated Spider-Man during their last encounter, which had allowed Chen Feng to revive him. He silently vowed that next time, he would show no mercy and ensure Spider-Man's demise. "Mr. Chen, if possible, I hope you can inform me when Peter leaves your territory." "I will come to pick him up," Norman said politely. "I'm afraid that's not my concern," Chen Feng replied. "Very well. Harry and I will take our leave now. We shall seek you out for coffee another time, Mr. Chen. After Norman spoke, he turned and called to his son, Harry. Let us go? Yes, Dad. Harry followed suit. Once the Green Goblin and his son departed, Aunt May grasped Chen Feng's hand and pleaded earnestly, Mr. Chen, you must help Peter. If you don't, he will be crushed to pulp by the Osborn group. Aunt May, it is not that I refuse to help, but rather that I cannot, for Spider-Man has thwarted many of Norman's endeavors, ultimately leading to his demise. A grudge that cannot be resolved? Chen Feng declined. What if I join your team? Spider-Man interjected. Joining my team means you must obey my commands. Can you adhere to that? Chen Feng asked seriously. Spider-Man nodded. I can. But you must assist me in mending relations with Harry and the others. That is not a problem, but I must ask you. If you witness someone in peril, would you be able to stand by idly? Chen Feng inquired. This is crucial, for he would assign tasks to Spider-Man, whose inherent goodness could easily lead to failure. Thus, if Spider-Man cannot fulfill this, he would prefer not to have such a subordinate. A subordinate is not merely defined by strength. Obedience is paramount, akin to General Ross. General Ross commands great power not due to his own prowess, but because he has a legion of obedient soldiers. Spider-Man shook his head. To stand by and do nothing? I could never. If Peter were to do nothing in the face of danger, would he still be a superhero? Aunt May frowned. I do not seek benevolence, but rather subordinates who obey my orders. My commands take precedence, and while executing them, no actions outside of my directives may be taken. Chen Feng spoke coldly. Then we shall not join your team. That is too heartless, Aunt May remarked. Spider-Man fell silent, torn within. By joining Chen Feng's team, he could secure Chen Feng's protection, ensuring Aunt May could lead a happy life. Conversely, if he did not join, he would face the relentless pursuit of the Green Goblin. Chapter 103. The mutated blue man, the Green Goblin, and his son dispatched numerous subordinates to linger near the private island, awaiting Spider-Man's departure. Observing this, Spider-Man stubbornly remained on the private island. Conversely, Aunt May had Natasha send her back to New York. Aunt May bore no grudge against the Osborn family, and the Green Goblin had no intention of troubling her. Moreover, Aunt May's age made it unseemly for the Green Goblin to threaten Spider-Man with the life of an elderly woman. Spider-Man clung to the island, while Chen Feng remained indifferent. His enterprise was vast, one of the greatest powers on Earth. The absence of one individual was of little consequence. The Green Goblin, demonstrating earnestness, continuously bestowed upon Chen Feng the myriad wonders accumulated by the Osborn family over centuries, alongside a significant transfer of high-tech innovations from the Osborn group, including a plethora of finished products. Over a week later, the Green Goblin abruptly contacted Chen Feng, his tone decidedly irate, interrogating, Chen Feng, what is your intent? I have provided you with everything you requested, yet you dare to infiltrate my company's network and pilfer our technologies. Do you suspect that I am withholding information from you? Firstly, I must clarify that I did not breach your company's network, Chen Feng retorted. Is there anyone in the world more proficient than you in network technology? The Green Goblin challenged. Harry, you should be mindful of your words. You ought to recognize my capabilities. If I wished to infiltrate your network, do you truly believe you would notice? Chen Feng countered. The Green Goblin found himself at a loss for words, realizing the validity of Chen Feng's argument. Given Chen Feng's prowess in network technology, executing an undetectable infiltration would indeed be a trivial task, just as when he had previously breached DS systems, among the most advanced globally, without leaving a trace. Similarly, even Tony Stark's Jarvis, the most intelligent system in existence, succumbed effortlessly to Chen Feng's Autobot intelligence system. With this in mind, the Green Goblin ceased to harbor doubts regarding Chen Feng. He expressed contrition, saying, I apologize, it seems I misjudged you. No need for apologies. Let us proceed this way. I will assist you in investigating, Chen Feng proposed. I would greatly appreciate it, the Green Goblin replied gratefully. Chen Feng commanded the Autobot. Optimus Prime, ascertain who infiltrated the Osborn Group's network. Understood, my lord, Optimus Prime acknowledged. A few minutes later, he reported, my lord, we have identified the intruder as Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue. I never anticipated that. I had thought he was deceased. Chen Feng exclaimed in astonishment. Chen Feng, thank you for your assistance. I shall confront Mr. Blue and ensure he understands that the Osborn Group is not to be trifled with, the Green Goblin declared. Chen Feng recalled the scene from the film The Incredible Hulk, where Mr. Blue's forehead grotesquely swelled after being struck by the Abomination's blood, yet he displayed a sinister smile instead of agony. He suspected that Mr. Blue had undergone a mutation. Mr. Blue was more astute than the Hulk. Should he indeed have mutated, he would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. For the sake of his partner's safety, Chen Feng cautioned, Harry, be wary. It is highly probable that Mr. Blue has transformed into a terrifying beast. I understand. The Green Goblin replied before hanging up. Disregarding Chen Feng's warning, he felt emboldened by his recent recovery from a hereditary illness and the enhancements to his Green Goblin armor, which had significantly augmented his power. Thus, he dismissed the previously unheard of Mr. Blue as a threat. Chen Feng instructed Optimus Prime to send Mr. Blue's information to the Green Goblin and to monitor him closely. He wished to witness Mr. Blue's prowess. If Mr. Blue proved to be akin to the Hulk, he would refrain from intervening. However, should Mr. Blue manifest new abilities, he would, of course, seek to extract his genes. Although the hereditary affliction plaguing the Green Goblin's family had been cured, and the malevolent persona that influenced his thoughts had dissipated, his temper remained notoriously volatile. Upon receiving a message from Chen Feng, he donned his Green Goblin armor and set out to confront Mr. Blue. Once clad in his armor, whatever the Green Goblin beheld, Chen Feng could also perceive. Chen Feng orchestrated an intrusion by Optimus Prime, subsequently projecting the events using a 3D holographic projector. After approximately 20 minutes, the Green Goblin, perched upon his glider, arrived at the site of the previous clash between the Hulk and his nemesis. It was not long before he located Mr. Blue's residence. In a fierce display, he shattered a window and entered. Inside, he encountered an oddly formed individual whose skin was green and whose skull expanded upward. Upon observing Mr. Blue's appearance, Chen Feng promptly set out to extract his genes. While the nature of Mr. Blue's powers remained unknown, it was certain that a genius scientist like him would possess extraordinary abilities. With his glider, Chen Feng swiftly made his way to Mr. Blue's location. Ever since acquiring the glider, he had seldom utilized the Transformers, primarily due to the glider's impressive aesthetics, unlike the Transformers that merely provided a sensation of thrust during flight. Meanwhile, the Green Goblin inquired, "Are you Mr. Blue?" Unfazed by the Green Goblin's arrival, Mr. Blue calmly responded, "Indeed, I am Mr. Blue. You may also refer to me as the Chief. You are quite audacious, daring to breach the Osborn Group's systems and pilfer our technology," the Green Goblin retorted coldly. "Chen Feng assisted you in locating me, did he not?" Mr. Blue remained composed. "Yes, if you have anything to say, you should do so quickly, or you will lose your chance," the Green Goblin threatened. "What I wish to convey is that it seems your demise is imminent," Mr. Blue replied with a smile. "What do you mean?" the Green Goblin asked, just as a door beside him was violently smashed open by a green monstrosity that continued its relentless charge. The Green Goblin leaped aside just in time, though his glider was shattered in the process. Upon landing and getting a clear view of the green creature, he exclaimed in astonishment, "Abomination, what are you doing here? Why shouldn't I be here?" The Abomination sneered. "Knowing Chen Feng as I do, he is undoubtedly monitoring me at this moment, and your appearance will certainly be noted by him," the Green Goblin threatened, hoping to intimidate the Abomination into retreat, for he lacked confidence in overcoming an adversary of such formidable strength. Upon hearing the Green Goblin's words, the Abomination threw back his head and laughed heartily. "Ha! It's better if Chen Feng doesn't come. If he does, I shall ensure he has no return." His confidence stemmed from the assistance of Mr. Lon, who facilitated his transformation into a being akin to the Hulk, capable of harnessing strength from his rage. Thus, he felt assured in his ability to conquer Chen Feng. Chapter 104. The Enhancement of the Venom Suit. Invincible, arrogant. The Green Goblin sarcastically remarked, "Is that so? Allow me to demonstrate the foundation of my arrogance." Upon finishing his words, the Abomination suddenly erupted in fury, his already massive form swelling even larger, his skin turning a deeper shade of green. The Green Goblin glanced around for Mr. Lon, only to realize that, at some point, Mr. Lon had mysteriously vanished. This irked him, as he had intended to eliminate Mr. Lon first before contacting Chen Feng to jointly vanquish the Abomination. He had not anticipated Mr. Lan's astuteness in slipping away unnoticed. "Prepare to perish, Ant," the Abomination bellowed, charging toward the Green Goblin. The sheer force of the Abomination's advance left deep impressions in the floor, revealing the terrified expressions of the residents below. The Green Goblin lacked confidence in defeating the Abomination, yet he was resolute in his ability to endure until Chen Feng's arrival. For his Green Goblin armor had undergone numerous upgrades, rendering it formidable. As the Abomination barreled toward him, he deftly leaped aside, evading the attack. After 2 failed attempts to strike the Green Goblin, the Abomination seethed with humiliation, shouting, "You little brat, if you have the ability, then stop dodging. Fool! How can you utter such words?" The Green Goblin jeered. The Abomination roared again, his strength intensifying with his rage. Despite the Abomination's immense power and destructive capability, no matter how hard he tried, he could not land a blow on the nimble Green Goblin. The Green Goblin's agility allowed him not only to evade the Abomination's assaults, but also to seize the opportunity to throw a few throwing knives and pumpkin bombs at him. Within just a minute of their clash, the floor could no longer withstand the chaos. With a thunderous crash, the floor collapsed entirely, plummeting to the level below. The Abomination fell alongside it, while the Green Goblin adeptly maneuvered along the walls with the aid of his throwing knives. This is impossible. I have clearly grown stronger. Why can I not even best you? The Abomination fumed. Before the Green Goblin could respond, Mr. Land's voice resonated through a loudspeaker, stating, "It is because you are not enraged enough." Mr. Land's words sparked a realization in the Abomination. Yes, my strength is born from anger. I must cultivate greater fury to unleash even more powerful abilities. Thud, thud, thud. The Abomination pounded his fists against his chest, inciting his emotions. Roar, roar, roar. The Abomination unleashed primal howls of fury. Aware that the Abomination was growing stronger, the Green Goblin aimed 2 throwing knives at the Abomination's eyes, followed by 2 pumpkin bombs, and then swiftly departed through the window, landing gracefully on a glider that had just arrived from the Osborne group. The Green Goblin, being astute, recognized his advantage lay in ranged weaponry. Thus, he opted to engage the Abomination outside. Boom! The Abomination burst through the wall, crashing to the ground and creating a crater upon impact. With a fierce breath, the Abomination's wrath reached a boiling point, fueling his strength while clouding his judgment. His singular focus became the demise of the Green Goblin, casting aside all else from his mind. In the desolate streets, the Green Goblin returned with a swagger, a sly grin adorning his face as he tossed a pumpkin bomb, declaring, "For you, Bronsky." The Abomination roared in response, and with a thunderous explosion, the pumpkin bomb detonated, leaving his attire tattered, yet his body unscathed. Crouching slightly, he launched himself like a spring, soaring into the air. The Green Goblin deftly maneuvered his glider upwards, effortlessly evading the Abomination's assault. Failing to land a hit, the Abomination found himself riddled with bullets from the Goblin's glider as he crashed to the ground. Undeterred, he leapt repeatedly, attempting to capture the elusive Green Goblin, but each attempt met with failure, turning him into a mere plaything for the Goblin's amusement. Just as the Green Goblin reveled in his triumph, Mr. Blue reappeared, brandishing a long, slender weapon, and shouted to the Abomination, "Bronsky, use this extendable whip to attack him." Mr. Blue's voice jolted the Abomination back to clarity. He swiftly seized the whip from Mr. Blue, and with a flick of his wrist, it cracked against the ground, leaving a white mark in its wake. Observing Mr. Blue's arrival, the Green Goblin unleashed a flurry of knives, pumpkin bombs, machine gun fire, and miniature missiles towards him. In a fierce display of strength, the Abomination roared, absorbing all the Goblin's onslaught with his formidable physique. Recognizing his failure, the Green Goblin ascended to greater heights. Wary of the peculiar weapon in the Abomination's grasp, he regretted not bringing the weapon he had previously devised for Mary. Had he equipped the tranquilizer gun or the spiral sniper rifle, even the transformed titan-like Chen Feng would have faltered. He believed that had he brought them, he could certainly have vanquished the Abomination. On the street, the Abomination swung the extendable whip with ferocity. With a sharp crack, the whip lashed out towards the Green Goblin. The Goblin again took to the skies. The whip extended several hundred meters before retracting swiftly. To reach the Goblin, the Abomination plunged his hands into the wall and began to scale upwards rapidly. Yet the Green Goblin was no fool. As the Abomination climbed higher, he too soared to greater altitudes, maintaining his assault while gradually ascending. Upon reaching the rooftop, the Abomination erupted in frustration, realizing he still could not grasp the Green Goblin. Suddenly, the Goblin pointed in a direction and laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. Bronsky, you're finished. Look over there." Following the Goblin's gesture, the Abomination caught sight of a familiar figure, Chen Feng, the one who had nearly taken his life on several occasions. Chen Feng flew to the Green Goblin's side and inquired, "Where's Mr. Blue?" "He's cunningly hidden away," the Green Goblin replied. "Continue your work. I shall seek out Mr. Blue," Chen Feng stated. Filled with disdain at Chen Feng's indifference, the Abomination's temper flared anew as he bellowed, "Chen Feng, come down and face your demise." Ignoring the Abomination, Chen Feng swiftly descended to the ground in search of Mr. Blue. Dealing with the Abomination could wait. His immediate priority was to locate Mr. Blue and extract his genetic material. The Abomination's wrath would be addressed later. "How dare you disregard me? I shall end your life." The Abomination seethed, leaping from the rooftop with a thunderous crash, landing directly before Chen Feng. "Venom!" Chen Feng called out. Understanding the command, Venom rapidly enveloped Chen Feng, transforming into a symbiotic suit. "I will reduce you to a pulp." The Abomination roared, raising his fists high before bringing them down with tremendous force. Chen Feng deftly evaded the assault, causing the Abomination to smash the floor into rubble with a resounding boom. With a roar, Chen Feng transformed into a lizard man. Enhanced by venom, his claws became elongated and razor-sharp, and his mouth gaped wide, revealing a truly terrifying maw. In his fury, the Abomination charged at Chen Feng with a fierce punch. Chen Feng lowered his head, propelled himself forward, and extended his hands. With two swift thrusts, his hands pierced the Abomination's torso. Chapter 105. The annihilation of the Abomination. Feeling a sharp pain in his abdomen, the Abomination's consciousness sharpened. He looked down in shock to find Chen Feng's claws had torn through his flesh. Previously, when Chen Feng transformed into a lizard man, breaking through his skin had been a formidable challenge. Now, however, Chen Feng seemed even more formidable, effortlessly breaching his defenses. The reality of his situation was difficult for him to comprehend. With his hands lodged within the Abomination, Chen Feng raised his gaze and inquired, "Where is Mr. Blue? What abilities does he possess?" With a furious roar, the Abomination brought his hands together in an attempt to crush Chen Feng's skull. Chen Feng did not evade. Instead, he grasped the Abomination's hands and gently pulled. The Abomination howled in agony, the intense pain in his abdomen rendering him incapable of further assault. "Will you speak?" Chen Feng threatened. After enduring the excruciating pain, the Abomination spat out, "I'll tell you nothing." Without further ado, Chen Feng exerted force, extracting a string of internal matter from the Abomination's body. "Stop. Please, I'll tell you everything I know, just don't pull any more." The Abomination, on the brink of mental collapse from the torment, pleaded desperately. Chen Feng returned the extracted matter back inside and demanded, "Speak." Clutching his severely injured abdomen, the Abomination groaned in pain. "Mr. Blue had long since prepared numerous escape routes, so I don't know where he is." "And his abilities?" Chen Feng pressed. "The blood from my body dripped onto his forehead, causing him to mutate. His skin turned green, and his skull expanded upwards. The abilities he acquired transcend the wisdom of mere geniuses. His intellect has surged 1,000-fold compared to before. He possesses telepathy and formidable willpower, rendering him exceptionally astute, surpassing all others in cleverness, though his physical strength remains rather ordinary. Perhaps all the nutrients in his body have been dedicated to nurturing his brain, leading to such extraordinary intelligence. He is even more brilliant than I am. Haha. You certainly hold him in high regard," Chen Feng remarked with a smile. He inherited the memories of Dr. Zola and extracted a plethora of genes from brilliant scientists, resulting in an evolution of his brain that bestowed upon him mental prowess. In contrast, Mr. Lon merely pushed his brain to its utmost limits, failing to achieve such heights. However, Mr. Lon's genes hold considerable allure for him. He has a premonition. Once he extracts Mr. Lan's genes, his brain will undoubtedly be enhanced, amplifying his mental abilities even further. Your arrival was indeed part of his calculations. Though he underestimated your strength, Chen Feng noted. It is time for you to conclude. Upon hearing Chen Feng's words, the malevolent entity launched an attack. Discerning the intent to kill in Chen Feng's voice, he struck with a powerful punch aimed at Chen Feng. Yet, Chen Feng's form seemed to liquefy, contorting effortlessly to evade the assault. With a swift motion, he extended his claws and slashed at the entity's neck. The blade cut through, green blood gushing forth in torrents. Being a creature of monstrosity, the entity would not perish from a severed throat. The wound would gradually mend. In a desperate bid for time to recuperate, he opted to flee, clutching his neck and turning to escape. However, Chen Feng would not permit his escape. Fueled by the enhancements of his venomous battle suit, he pursued with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere strides. With a flick of his tail, he struck the entity down to the ground. Then, he leapt high, his right claw descending upon him. With a sickening plunge, his hand pierced the creature's chest. The entity, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of terror, trembling as he uttered, "No." Chen Feng exerted pressure with his right hand, and with a sickening crunch, the heart was crushed. In excruciating pain, the entity roared, and in the face of impending death, he suddenly experienced a surge of strength, flipping Chen Feng over. Chen Feng landed deftly, observing the heartless creature still thrashing violently. He couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, the genes of the green giant are formidable. At that moment, perhaps due to the proximity of death, the entity retained lucidity, recognizing he could not outrun Chen Feng. Thus, he ceased his flight, resigned to his fate, hoping to drag Chen Feng down with him. His eyes glowed crimson, his body bleeding profusely, green blood covering him and rendering him even more grotesque. With a furious roar, he charged at Chen Feng in a final desperate assault. Emboldened by the enhancements of the venom suit, Chen Feng regarded the Abomination with utter disdain. He charged forward, and as he and the Abomination were on the brink of collision, a resounding roar erupted from Chen Feng as he transformed once more, morphing into a colossal black titan. The two giants collided with tremendous force, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that overturned the vehicles surrounding them. With the Venom suit's amplification, Chen Feng's Titan form was overwhelmingly powerful. A single impact sent the Abomination reeling, its insides jostled, crashing into a building several hundred meters away. Chen Feng strode purposefully into the structure, pinning the struggling Abomination to the ground. He raised his fist, delivering a barrage of thunderous blows to the creature's head. Initially, the Abomination managed to emit cries of protest. But within mere seconds, those sounds were silenced, its mouth rendered unrecognizable by Chen Feng's relentless assault. With one final, devastating punch, Chen Feng obliterated the Abomination's head. Only upon witnessing the creature's lifeless form did he cease his assault, standing over the grotesque remains and remarking, "This is the fate that befalls those who provoke me." The Green Goblin soared in from outside, and upon seeing the Abomination's condition, he felt a surge of relief at having avoided becoming Chen Feng's adversary. Addressing Chen Feng, he inquired, "Might I take possession of the Abomination's corpse?" "Feel free to do so," Chen Feng replied generously. Fully aware of the Green Goblin's intentions to extract the creature's blood to concoct a serum and create a monster akin to the Abomination. "Thank you," the Green Goblin exclaimed with palpable excitement. He understood the immense power of the Abomination. Possessing such strength would significantly enhance his own ability to defend himself, making Spider-Man an even greater adversary. Exiting the building, Chen Feng commanded Optimus Prime, "Optimus, locate the whereabouts of Mr. Blue." "Yes, my lord," Optimus responded dutifully. Moments later, he reported, "My lord, I have detected numerous instances of Mr. Blue. I am unable to ascertain which is the genuine one." "Clever, indeed, using decoys," Chen Feng remarked. Then instructed Optimus, "Notify Natasha to gather her team and apprehend all instances of Mr. Blue, regardless of their authenticity." "Understood, my lord," Optimus affirmed. Upon receiving Chen Feng's orders, Natasha promptly assembled a contingent of over 300 subordinates to pursue him. Chapter 106. Extraction of the Magician's Gene. Chen Feng tasked Optimus Prime with tracking each instance of Mr. Blue. However, the number of Mr. Blue duplicates escalated rapidly. Within 10 minutes, there were over 100, each indistinguishable from the genuine article, causing Chen Feng considerable frustration. Having never encountered Mr. Blue, he was unfamiliar with his mannerisms, rendering it impossible to discern the authentic individual. After approximately 10 minutes, a fleet of aircraft appeared overhead, swiftly traversing the sky. Then the sky was filled with numerous white parachutes, heralding the arrival of Natasha accompanied by 300 subordinates. Chen Feng commanded Optimus Prime to disseminate the photograph and information of Mr. Blue to all his subordinates, instructing them to apprehend anyone resembling Mr. Blue. Soon, reports poured in from his men. "I have captured a Mr. Blue. I have also apprehended a Mr. Blue. I have caught 3. Verify on the spot whether they are indeed Mr. Blue," Chen Feng ordered. "Alas, the one I caught is a counterfeit." To my surprise, it is a woman disguised as a man. Standing on a balcony of a building, Chen Feng utilized a 3D holographic projector to observe the situations of each subordinate. Suddenly, he sensed someone approaching. He turned around, yet found no one. Although invisible, he could feel a presence. "Do not hide. I have discovered you," Chen Feng declared. A cloth fell away, revealing a figure with green skin and a large head. "Was it not Mr. Blue? I heard you were searching for me, so here I am." Mr. Blue smiled. Chen Feng fixed his piercing gaze upon Mr. Blue, then furrowed his brow, stating, "You are not Mr. Blue." The intelligence of the real Mr. Blue was exceptionally rare. It was inconceivable for him to appear before Chen Feng. Therefore, the individual before him was undoubtedly an imposter. "Why do you assert that I am not?" The counterfeit Mr. Blue chuckled. "What brings you to seek me?" Chen Feng inquired directly. "Shouldn't it be you who explains your purpose for seeking me?" The imposter replied. "Where is the real Mr. Blue?" Chen Feng asked coldly. "First, divulge what you desire from me," the counterfeit Mr. Blue retorted. With a flick of his right hand, Chen Feng released a strand of webbing. The imposter quickly produced a sphere and smashed it onto the ground. Boom! The sphere exploded, releasing a thick cloud of smoke. As the smoke was dispersed by the wind, the figure of the counterfeit Mr. Blue vanished without a trace. Although Chen Feng could not see the imposter, he could sense him. His spider sense allowed him to gather information through the vibrations in the air, perceiving everything in his surroundings. Upon sensing the location of the counterfeit Mr. Blue, he approached and stood directly in front of him, teasing, "Are you deceiving yourself?" The imposter remained motionless. Seeing this, Chen Feng raised his hand and delivered a punch. The imposter had no choice but to reveal himself. He threw the invisibility cloth towards Chen Feng and attempted to evade. At such close proximity, escape was impossible. With a muffled thud, the imposter was struck by Chen Feng. However, Chen Feng restrained his strength, Otherwise, with his power, he could have easily punched through the imposter. Despite holding back, the counterfeit Mr. Blue could not withstand the blow. Coughing up blood while clutching his abdomen, the imposter groaned. Chen Feng grasped the back of the imposter's collar with one hand and demanded, "Quickly tell me, where's the real Mr. Blue?" The imposter Blue Mr. said in terror, "I will tell you everything." With a swift motion, Chen Feng slapped the imposter across the face and retorted, "Then speak. I met Blue Mr. online. He instructed me to impersonate him and use his identity to play tricks on you. Upon success, I would receive a handsome reward," the imposter divulged candidly. "Did he not reveal my true identity to you?" Chen Feng inquired. The imposter shook his head, a look of distress crossing his face. "No. Had I known you were so formidable, I would never have dared to toy with you. I am but a mere magician, who transformed you into the likeness of Blue Mr." Chen Feng asked, curiosity piqued. The resemblance between the imposter and the genuine Blue Mr. was striking, and he could discern no difference. Thus, he was eager to uncover the identity of the master behind such exceptional disguise artistry. "It was Blue Mr. himself who assisted me," the imposter answered honestly. "Tell me everything you know about Blue Mr., Chen Feng commanded. "I have only encountered him once during the makeup session, and since then, we have communicated solely through online platforms," the imposter replied. "Share your account details with me," Chen Feng instructed. The imposter quickly retrieved his phone and handed it to Chen Feng. Taking the device, Chen Feng commanded Optimus Prime, "Optimus, infiltrate this phone and trace Blue Mr.'s whereabouts." "Understood, my lord," Optimus replied. Moments later, he reported, "My lord, I have tracked Blue Mr. down, but he is clever. He discarded his phone into the water and swiftly concealed himself in the sewers." Chen Feng acknowledged, but suddenly turned on the imposter. Grasping the collar of the imposter's shirt, he released his grip only to deliver a forceful strike to the back of the imposter's head. With a resounding crack, what seemed to be an ordinary blow instantly obliterated the imposter's skull, as Chen Feng had employed a technique akin to a precise strike. After vanquishing the imposter, he crouched down, placing a hand on the lifeless body, and thought, "System, extract this person's genes and merge them with mine." Ding, magician gene extraction successful, commencing fusion. The system announced. Ding, congratulations to the host for merging with the magician gene, the system continued. As the system's notification echoed in his mind, Chen Feng felt no physical changes, yet his consciousness